In a dimly lit room, Lee Wesan sat motionless on the heated brick bed, his gaze blank and unfocused. Decades of memories flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded slideshow. This is the old house in Bile Village, Long County. It took a while before Lee Wesan finally snapped back to reality. He never would have imagined that simply following old Zhang the lecherous old man's suggestion to see the world for a moment would result in him mysteriously being reborn. That damn old Zhang. The project he recommended was truly something else. Just sent me straight back to 1978. Lee Wesan stretched his stiff legs, then got off the bed. "Brother, you're awake?" At that moment, a small head poked out from the doorway, looking at Lee Wesan timidly. "Yunshiu?" Seeing the pale, thin face, Lee Wesan felt a wave of dizziness. The little girl standing outside the door, gazing at him so hesitantly, should be his younger sister. Should be because Lee Wesan had no deep memories of her. From fragmented recollections, he vaguely remembered that his sister had passed away when he was still a teenager. As for why, he wasn't quite sure. In those days, especially in rural areas, the death of a child in a family was tragically common. Now, seeing his sister again, her frail, almost frighteningly thin frame, Lee Wesan was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a sense of guilt he couldn't quite explain. "Cough, cough. Good, you're awake," he mumbled. Just as he was about to say something to his little sister, a violent coughing sound came from the yard. Following the noise, an old man hobbled over, two local mutt puppies, one white, one black, trailing behind him. The old man glanced at Lee Wesan, then waved at Yunshiu, who was peering from the doorway. Yunshiu immediately turned and ran toward the eastern kitchen. Lee Wesan stepped outside. The two puppies instantly dashed over, wagging their tails and jumping around his feet. "White bear, Blackie." Lee Wesan crouched down and reached out to pet the playful pups. In Bile Village, the Lee family's class background was problematic. His biological father, whom he'd never met, had left them nothing but a sickly old grandfather and a label as a rightist. Though the label had been officially removed 2 years ago, the discrimination hadn't lessened at all. This morning, while trying to catch sparrows at Hadao Ridge, Lee Wesan had been brutally beaten by the children of the village accountants. They'd not only stolen the few sparrows he'd managed to catch, but also knocked him unconscious. And seeking justice? A widow raising 2 half-grown children while caring for an elderly father-in-law his family set up had no standing. Where could they possibly appeal? Those who haven't lived through that era can't understand the accountant's power in the village. If you died, you'd have no one to blame. The reason rural families desperately wanted sons wasn't just for continuing the family line, it was also because more sons meant more labor and less vulnerability to bullying. Families like the Yueshans, with no strong male presence, were inevitably targets of abuse in the countryside. So, in the Yueshan's childhood memories, apart from these 2 local dogs, he had no friends at all. "Brother, mother left this specially for you." At that moment, Yunshiu approached, holding a large earthenware bowl. Inside the bowl were 2 cornbread buns and 3 wild eggs, slightly larger than pigeon eggs. Though Bayou had Long County's largest forest, and people often said live off the mountain, anyone who'd actually lived off the land knew it wasn't that simple. Wild animals in the mountains were clever, and even the most skilled hunters often returned empty-handed. Living off the mountain was far from easy. These 3 wild eggs were among the most precious things in Bayou Village. Lee Wesan took the bowl and quickly devoured the 2 cornbread buns, then picked up one of the wild eggs. Yunshiu, watching her brother wolf down the buns, couldn't help but swallow hard. After peeling an egg, Lee Wesan gently lifted his sister's chin and placed the egg into her mouth. Though he had no deep memories of this sister, he'd lived in this impoverished backwater long enough to understand. Male preference was deeply ingrained in the hearts of peasants. In Bayou, girls like Youngseer, even elderly women might go their entire lives without eating more than a few such eggs. "Brother, this was mother's for you." Though the egg was already in her mouth, Yunshiu didn't dare chew. She looked nervously at the old man in the yard. "What are you looking at him for? If I give it to you, eat it." No one could say anything. Lee Wesan shot a cold look at the old man and said firmly. The old man froze, then waved at his granddaughter Yunshiu before turning and walking out of the yard. The 2 puppies followed, looking back repeatedly. "You keep these 2. Eat one when you're hungry, and save the other for mother." After seeing Yunshiu finally start to carefully chew the egg, Lee Wesan put the remaining 2 wild eggs in her pocket and gently patted her head. Having been reborn, he was determined to make sure his family could at least eat their fill. But in this era, with an elderly man and a young child, counting the old man and little sister, their household amounted to only 2.5 laborers. Relying on the meager work points they earned, Starvation was inevitable sooner or later. The problem seemed simple, but the practical difficulties were enormous. In rural China at this time, Lee Yueshan's advantage of being a reborn individual with future knowledge was almost worthless. During this era of collective economy, any post-reform wealth-making strategy would be tantamount to suicide. If only a few years later, when the reform policies reached Long County and everyone was still hesitant, he might have had a chance to make a move. But given their current circumstances, it seemed they wouldn't survive long enough to see that day. Mother. Just as Lee Wesan was scratching his head in frustration, Yunshiu suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the wooden gate. The gate creaked open, and a woman wrapped in a headscarf walked in. In her 30s, she looked as old as someone in their 50s or 60s from the future. It was still early winter, yet her hands used for carrying baskets were already cracked and split. From her appearance, Lee Yueshan's mother Wu Hui was like most rural women, but her eyes held a gentleness and refinement that sharply contrasted with her weathered exterior. Yunshiu tiptoed to take the basket from her mother's shoulder. Mother. Lee Wesan slowly stood up, instinctively wanting to step forward. But as his foot lifted, he froze in place. Decades flashed by in an instant, yet that rough, kind smile remained vividly etched in his mind. Does it still hurt? Wu Hui saw the redness in her son's eyes and stepped forward, gently touching the back of his head. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It hasn't for a long time. Lee Wesan first lowered his head, tightly closing his eyes, then smiled at Wu Hui. It doesn't hurt anymore. The moment Lee Wesan saw this woman, it was as if poverty, hunger, and injustice had all vanished. Chapter 2. Winter Hunt. Wu Hui opened her mouth, yet the words of comfort remained unspoken. Observing Lee Yueshan's reddened eyes, she initially presumed her son was feeling aggrieved due to the earlier punishment, which weighed heavily on her heart. As a widow struggling to support her family, she had to swallow her own grievances. Now that the pain has subsided, it is already winter. The chill in the courtyard is intense at night. You should return to the main room. I will prepare dinner shortly, Wu Hui said, gesturing to Yunshiu, who had set down her carrying basket. Yunshiu, obedient and diligent, picked up the wooden ash rake from outside the kitchen, skillfully extracting some of the cooked ash from the earthen stove. With her small, frail hands, she gathered a handful of mugwort and stuffed it into the stove before grabbing a bamboo tube and vigorously blowing on the rolled-up mugwort. Despite being less than 10 years old, the child executed these tasks with a proficiency that was both impressive and heart-wrenching. However, it was merely a reflection of the times. Which rural family did not have their daughters engaged in such labor? In a matter of moments, flames leapt from the stove. As the pot began to boil, Wu Hui took a bowl of cornmeal, stirring the hot water with a rolling pin while intermittently adding the cornmeal to the pot. Once all the cornmeal was added, the mixture thickened, and Yunshiu, having stoked the fire, retrieved 2 fist-sized potatoes from the cellar. After washing the potatoes and removing the sprouts, she cut them into thumb-sized pieces and tossed them into the thickening pot. A sprinkle of salt followed, and soon a steaming pot of corn and potato porridge was ready. Though it lacked richness, it was indeed filling. As for the notion that sprouted potatoes are poisonous, it was a valid point. However, in Lee Yueshan's childhood, he had never encountered a family that took such precautions. The small table was moved to the head of the kang, and the family gathered around to share the meal. The old man sat inside the kang, Lee Wesan cross-legged to his left, while Yunshiu and Wu Hui perched on the edge. As they slurped the hot corn porridge, Lee Wesan felt a wave of warmth envelop him. However, upon finishing half a bowl, he discovered 2 peeled wild eggs hidden at the bottom. Curiously looking up, he met Yunshiu's furtive gaze. The little girl, while slurping her bowl, stole glances at her brother's every move. Upon noticing his attention, she suddenly buried her head deep into the earthen bowl. Lee Wesan chuckled and shook his head, then picked up one of the wild eggs and offered it to Wu Hui. She was taken aback, and just as she was about to refuse, she saw Lee Wesan pass the remaining wild egg to the old man beside him. Had this child undergone a transformation? Years of hardship had fostered a deep resentment within him towards this unfamiliar man, and similarly, his heart bore animosity towards his grandfather. Although they had not reached the point of complete estrangement, Lee Wesan had been deliberately distancing himself from his grandfather. At my age, consuming this would be a waste. It is better suited for the old man, he thought. Yet the elder was equally taken aback and promptly picked up his chopsticks to return the wild egg. Lee Yueshan glared at the old man and said, "Just eat quietly if you want to eat. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" The old man, unfazed by his grandson's demeanor, cheerfully picked up a wild chicken egg and savored it slowly. Watching the old man consume the egg, Lee Yueshan turned to gaze intently at his mother. Initially, Wu Hui intended to send him back, but seeing her son's attitude warmed her heart, prompting her to indulge a little. Once the wild chicken egg was downed, Lee Yueshan finally sighed in relief. 2 wild chicken eggs had caused such tension. This was all due to the afflictions of poverty. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. Inside the main room, the small oil lamp flickered like green mung beans. While the old man puffed on his pipe, the glowing ember dancing erratically. By the edge of the calm, Wu Hui anxiously twisted rope, her face etched with worry. During the winter months when farming was idle, today marked the day for the commune's accounting, and she was headed to tally her work points. As Lee Yueshan had anticipated, the outcome was dire. Over the course of the year, their family had not only earned nothing, but also owed the commune more than 10 yuan. Even when accounting for previous debts and food rations, they had fallen short. The only thing Wu Hui gained from her visit to the commune was a new term, encroaching on collective economy, a phrase that aptly described their plight. I spoke with the team leader about quarrying at Beidaling. We must persevere through this year, whatever it takes, Wu Hui softly declared within the dimly lit room. No way. As soon as she finished speaking, Lee Yueshan abruptly stood up. Quarrying? Let alone my mother being a woman. Even a man would not undertake such perilous labor unless absolutely necessary. That work is life-threatening. Every quarrying venture claims lives. Faced with her son's objections, Wu Hui remained silent, quietly gathering the rope and leading Yun Xiu out of the main room. Watching her leave without a word, Lee Yueshan felt a headache coming on. Though his mother appeared gentle, her stubbornness was such that even the old man could not persuade her. As he scratched his head in confusion, a strong scent of pipe tobacco wafted into his nostrils. Turning, he saw the old man leisurely smoking, his demeanor unhurried as ever. Lee Yueshan's frustration grew. At such a critical moment, why don't you say something to dissuade her? The old man glanced up and replied softly, You know your mother's temperament. Who in this world can sway her but herself? Pausing for a moment, he cast a furtive glance at Lee Yueshan. Noticing that his eldest grandson's expression had not changed significantly, he added, Do not worry. I have a plan. What plan? Lee Yueshan inquired, puzzled by the old man's composure. This year's reported harvest from the commune is exaggerated, and the grain taxes are substantial. The communal rations are bound to be insufficient. The old man stated matter-of-factly. Winter hunting? Lee Yueshan's eyes brightened as he tentatively suggested. The North Yao Mountain area, bordered by the Qin Mountains to the west and the Shu Ridge to the south, surely harbors a wealth of game. In previous years, villagers would organize the able-bodied to venture into the mountains for hunting before the first heavy snowfall of winter. The spoils of the hunt would be distributed according to the effort exerted, and the game received would often be exchanged at the commune for work points and rations. Thus, even while tightening their belts, they could manage to scrape through the year. Of course, Beiyao was not Hutuo Mountain. In previous winter hunts, managing to secure 300 to 500 pounds was considered quite commendable. Under the dim light, gazing at the elder's placid expression, Lee Yueshan suddenly felt as if his head had exploded with realization. Many lives had been lost during the opening of Beidao Ridge. And now at the age of 15 or 16, Lee Yueshan certainly bore memories of that time. Initially, in his eagerness, he had failed to recall. But upon hearing the elder mention winter hunting, memories began to resurface with clarity. In his recollections, his mother, Wu Hui, had not gone to Beidao Ridge to haul stones. Instead, it seemed the elder had lost a shoulder during that year's winter hunt. Chapter 3. Which village is Beiyi from? Hunting may seem a trivial matter, but once one enters the mountains, humans and beasts alike are merely competing for survival. Whoever can outsmart the other will prevail. All right, tomorrow I'll pay a visit to the brigade office. When winter hunting begins, I shall accompany the villagers into the mountains. Lee Yueshan said softly, casting a glance at the elder. The elder, who was in the midst of smoking, nearly coughed in surprise, his expression one of disbelief as he looked at the earnest Lee Yueshan. You're going into the mountains? The elder scrutinized Lee Yueshan. If this boy were not his own grandson, he would have kicked him off the bed without hesitation. Did he not understand his own limitations? A lad who could not even draw a 30-pound willow bough had no business entering the mountains. It would be nothing short of a feeding frenzy. In previous years, the commune could still borrow a few rifles from the militia to maintain order during winter hunts. However, ever since the violent clash between two neighboring villages from the North County Forestry Farm 3 years ago, the county's armed department confiscated all the militia's rifles from remote villages. Nowadays, The only firearms in Beiyao were a few homemade shotguns belonging to seasoned hunters and 2 small-caliber rifles from the forestry farm. The past 2 winters had seen hunts conducted almost entirely with these rudimentary weapons. "Yes, I will enter the mountains," Lee Wesan affirmed, casting a serious look at the elder and nodding resolutely. The elder paused, flicked the ash from his pipe, and then set it aside, reclining to rest. "Sleep now," he said, observing his earnest grandson, choosing not to utter another word. Seeing the elder turn away to sleep, Lee Wesan regained his composure and exclaimed, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you think so little of me?" The elder, who had previously been agreeable, now found himself at a loss for words. "Clarify what you mean. Why can't I accompany you into the mountains?" Lee Wesan insisted, forcibly turning the elder back to face him, adopting an unwavering stance until he received clarification. The elder, caught off guard by the unexpected shift, looked at his grandson with a mix of resignation and concern. Entering the mountains is not merely about catching small game. Although winter hunts do not venture deep into the wilderness, the famished predators will emerge in search of food. We need not discuss that. Do you even know how to set traps, dig dens, or draw bow? With your skills, how much do you think you could take down? The old man, pushed to his limits, who had never uttered a harsh word to his eldest grandson, was now gritting his teeth in frustration. Lee Wesan, observing the almost maddening old man, sneered softly. He casually picked up several strands of hemp rope that Wu Hui had yet to tidy up, deftly weaving them through his hands, creating a simple slipknot trap. This rudimentary snare, originating from the indigenous peoples of the Bornean rainforest, was made from easily sourced materials and proved remarkably effective against common birds and small rodents. Lee Wesan disassembled the slipknot and extracted a half-section of bamboo from the bedding at the foot of the kang. He broke the bamboo in half and aligned the pieces, tightening the hemp rope around the center. This snare, provided the materials were adequate, could capture not only small prey, but even wild boars. Nonsense. Could this truly catch a wild boar? Indeed, I have witnessed the legendary Bear Grylls use such a contraption to ensnare a wild boar, and I can assure you, it is no fabrication. Bear Grylls. Which village does he hail from? After Lee Wesan demonstrated 7 or 8 types of traps, the old man finally nodded, albeit reluctantly. Yet, relying solely on this skill would be woefully insufficient for venturing into the mountains. What must I do for you to permit my expedition into the mountains? The skills garnered from wilderness survival coupled with his own memories had indeed impressed the old man. However, the moment the topic of accompanying the winter hunters arose, the old man shook his head vehemently. "Are you truly intent on going?" The old man regarded Lee Wesan, his tone flat as he inquired. "This year, after the first day of the 12th lunar month, I will be 16. By the standards of other families in the village, I should already be a pillar of strength. If I do not go, will you have my mother carry stones into the mountains, or will you, with your aging limbs, risk your life alongside the livestock?" Lee Wesan spoke calmly, while the old man fell into a trance. After a moment, the old man sighed, donned his clothing, and stepped down from the kang, making his way to the back of the hall. "If you can draw this bow, I will allow you to enter the mountains." Moments later, the old man presented a sturdy hardwood bow to Lee Wesan. Lee Wesan examined the hardwood bow before casting a puzzled glance at the spot where the old man had retrieved it. "I recall that we possess a horn bow made of ironwood, do we not?" The old man rolled his eyes at this remark, clearly irritated, and ignored the boy's antics. Rising, he returned to the kang to sleep. This 50-pound hardwood bow, if Lee Wesan could manage to draw it, would be a miracle indeed. Ironwood horn bow? Apart from that scoundrel who abandoned his wife and children, there was not another soul in Long County capable of drawing that horn bow. A night of silence passed, and before dawn the next day, as Wu Hui arose and stepped outside, she found Lee Wesan already struggling with the hardwood bow in the courtyard. "This is 50 pounds. After toiling for more than half an hour, Lee Wesan felt an overwhelming urge to take an axe to this wretched object. He had initially thought that a bow of such weight would yield some noise, but to his dismay, the bowstring seemed as immovable as if it had been welded shut. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the bow would not budge. Having been frail since childhood, and with his meager diet in his teenage years, it was a wonder he had any strength at all. "Zizi, what on earth are you doing?" Wu Hui observed her son, who was gritting his teeth and struggling with the bow, and curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing," the old man said. "If I can shoot this bow, I could accompany the villagers into the mountains for winter hunting." Lee Yueshan did not conceal the truth, for it was a matter that could not be hidden. Into the mountains? Winter hunting. Upon hearing her son's response, Wu Hui was initially taken aback, but then she exhaled in relief and smiled, saying, "All right. If you can wield a hardwood bow, our family's boy has truly become a capable man." With that, she picked up a nearby basket and stepped outside. Naturally, she believed her son to be the best, yet there were certain shortcomings that even Wu Hui could not overlook. After struggling for the entire morning, even Yunxiu, who had been watching, began to feel drowsy. The old man said little more. He merely retrieved a hunting knife, sheep wool for shoes, and a wax pole from the storage. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting Lee Yueshan venture into the mountains. Smack! "Brother, what's wrong?" Just as the old man was sharpening the hunting knife, a sharp sound was heard behind him, followed by Yunxiu's exclamation. Turning around, Lee Yueshan had just slapped himself and was now brimming with excitement as he stood up, ruffled Yunxiu's hair, and offered a few words of comfort before dashing into the woodshed. Moments later, he emerged from the door, wielding an axe with urgency. Shooting a bow. 50 pounds. It's not impossible. Chapter 4. Transforming the hard bow. Your legs are quick. Hurry and keep an eye on him. As soon as Lee Yueshan rushed out with the axe, the old man, having realized the situation, quickly addressed the still-dazed Yunxiu. Yunxiu responded and hurried out of the yard. Upon exiting, she spotted Lee Yueshan, axe in hand, racing towards the west end of the village. A sudden chill ran through her. The west end? The accountant's house is right there. Just yesterday, when Lee Yueshan went to the west bank to catch a fish, he had been severely reprimanded by the accountant's sons. Watching Lee Yueshan stride purposefully towards the west end, Yunxiu was immediately drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, wait for me," she shouted anxiously as she ran up to him, wrapping her arms tightly around his legs. Lee Yueshan, whose mind was busy replaying previous memories, was utterly baffled by her actions. "Sister, you can't do this. If something happens to you, how will our family survive? Mother says you are the pillar of the family. You cannot be harmed." The little girl, though small, shouted with a fervor and eloquence that rivaled the village's older women. Lee Yueshan was taken aback, taking a moment to collect himself. Stop. I'm not dead yet. Isn't this morning a bit premature?" He hastily set down the axe and lifted the girl, who had been clinging to his legs. Seeing her brother put down the axe, the girl finally released her grip, but tightly clutched the axe instead. "What is going on?" she inquired, gripping the axe and looking up at Lee Yueshan. "Brother, I know that the Zhao brothers from the accountant's house bullied you yesterday and stole your fish. You must be feeling angry." Upon hearing this, Lee Yueshan finally grasped the situation. It seemed this girl had mistakenly believed that wielding a hatchet would enable her to confront the accountant's family. Setting aside the question of whether he had the courage to harm anyone with such a flimsy weapon, it was likely that before even reaching the accountant's home, he would be subdued by the 6 ferocious little rascals dwelling there. In these times, in rural areas, the family with the most male offspring could command respect in the village. Moreover, the accountant had a father working in the production team. Given such circumstances, Lee Yueshan had no intention of seeking confrontation anytime soon. Though he harbored a vengeful spirit, he possessed a modicum of sensibility. If the cost of revenge meant risking his own life or dragging his entire family into dire straits, Lee Yueshan had the patience to wait. After explaining for quite some time, he managed to ease the girl's anxiety somewhat, though the hatchet remained firmly clutched in her hand. Left with no choice, Lee Yueshan led this reluctant companion towards the gully on the western side of the riverbank. On the sunless slope of the mountain in this ravine, there lay a patch of wild bamboo. The objective of Lee Yueshan's visit was precisely these bamboo stalks. The bamboo was thick and resilient, and although the young shoots were stubborn, their only virtue lay in their impressive toughness, making them a popular choice for villagers seeking materials for basket weaving. After a diligent selection process, Lee Yueshan felled 2 segments of aged bamboo, each roughly the thickness of a child's arm, clearing away the side branches and isolating the midsections. After toiling for over 2 hours, drenched in sweat, he surveyed the 2 1-meter-long bamboo pieces before him, nodding in satisfaction. It was not that Lee Yueshan was overly cautious. Rather, those who had never chopped bamboo could hardly fathom the effort it required, far surpassing that of felling trees. "Just follow closely and be careful not to slip," Lee Yueshan instructed, shouldering the bamboo as he turned to the girl behind him, who still clung stubbornly to her hatchet. The 2 siblings emerged from the gully, making their way home. Upon their return, the elder had already organized the items needed for their mountain excursion. From the outset, he had never expected Lee Yueshan to master that stubborn bow, for strength was not something that could be easily acquired. After directing the girl to ignite the fire in the kitchen, Lee Yueshan busied himself with the bamboo he had gathered. Utilizing an axe and a knife, he prepared to ignite the stove and boil the pine resin, leaving the elder in a state of bewilderment. After some time, Lee Yueshan tightly twisted the hemp rope, securing the two prepared bamboo segments into a bow shape. He then re-entered the kitchen, retrieving the pine resin he had previously prepared, placing it in the pot and patiently waiting for it to melt as the temperature rose. With one hand, Lee Yueshan held a leaf, dipping it into the liquefied resin and applying it to the bamboo, while the other hand steadied the base of the bamboo with the hemp rope, which he held in his mouth. With each application, he tightened the hemp rope, wrapping it around once more. "What are you staring at? Come over and lend a hand." As the elder approached, Lee Yueshan quickly beckoned him to assist. With the elder's help, the two bamboo pieces were tightly bound with the resin-coated hemp rope. Lee Yueshan then lifted the pot and carried it outside, placing it on the newly constructed earthen stove. "If only there were rice paste," he murmured softly, observing the resin in the pot gradually thickening. This contraption is best constructed using a viscous rice paste mixed with flour and pine resin for optimal sturdiness. However, given the current circumstances, we must make do with what we have. Once everything is prepared, Lee Yueshan takes the sturdy wooden bow handed to him by the old man, positioning it upright while adhering bamboo strips to the sides of the bow's frame. He then applies the adhesive pine resin evenly along the junctions of both components, gripping them tightly to ensure a secure bond. After approximately 10 minutes, just before the resin begins to harden, he wraps the pre-prepared hemp rope tightly around the connection. Once the sides are aligned in a recurve, he loosens the bowstring slightly. Pulling on the recessed end of the recurve bamboo, he affixes a segment of sinew, threading it through the ends of the recurve and securing it to the bowstring. He repeats the process on the opposite side, observing the transformed bow before him. Lee Yueshan nods in satisfaction. Amidst the puzzled gazes of his companions, he casually takes the thumb ring from the old man's hand and slips it onto his right thumb. Holding the bowstring, he tests the tension before inhaling deeply and exerting force with his right arm. The once unyielding bow, which had resisted all efforts that morning, suddenly springs to life. "I'll give it a try." The old man's expression shifts, and he seizes the modified bow without concern for his thumb, attempting to draw the string with his bare hands. The bow arcs like a full moon. The old man gently releases the bowstring, furrowing his brow. Before Lee Yueshan can inquire, the old man draws the bow once more, and upon reaching full tension, he abruptly releases the string. A faint buzzing sound emanates from the bowstring. Surprised by the sound, the old man turns to Lee Yueshan and exclaims, "The effort required has decreased by about 15 pounds. Yet the power output has increased significantly." Lee Yueshan, taking the bow, calmly regards the old man and asks, "Are you still going to stop me?" The old man had previously declared that if Lee Yueshan could draw the 50-pound bow, he would be permitted to join the village's winter hunting team. Little did the old man anticipate that this fellow would resort to clever manufacturing techniques to find an advantage. However, it appears that the results are quite promising. Chapter 5. Into the Mountains. In the days that followed, Lee Yueshan busied himself at home, perfecting the newly crafted bow. His mind brimmed with knowledge. Yet understanding alone was insufficient. Practical application required mastery. Soon, the day of the winter hunt arrived. Early on the morning of the hunt, Lee Yueshan rose with determination. He meticulously checked his gear, and amidst his mother's incessant reminders and his younger sister's tearful farewells, he made his way to the assembly point. Along the village path, every so often, a few young men could be seen departing with their equipment, reminiscent of the days when sons were sent off to battle. Although there were no gunfire or the perils of war, the modern winter hunt lacked the merriment and ease that one might expect. One ventured forth from sheer boredom, while the other did so in a desperate bid for survival. These experiences could not be compared. At the production team's granary, a lively gathering of over a dozen individuals, accompanied by several mountain dogs, created quite a commotion. Lee Yueshan observed that aside from a few hunters wielding lit flares, the possessions of the others were quite similar to his own. As Lee Yueshan was about to step into the crowd, he was abruptly halted. "Are you planning to venture into the mountains as well?" Zhao Erlong inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. He was the second son of Zhao Hongxing, the captain of the production team, and had been leading the winter hunts for the past few years. This isn't a casual stroll at Hedaoling. If anything goes awry, who will be held accountable? Indeed, having such a liability along would diminish our chances of success. What if we end up in trouble? Look at his physique. He will surely require assistance in the mountains. What is your family thinking, sending him along as a mere companion to the mountain lord? Before Zhao Erlong could voice his concerns, the others erupted in protest. Their resistance was understandable. After all, this was no leisurely outing. The mountains were deep and the forests dense, and no one could guarantee safety. Just as the commotion escalated, Captain Zhao Hongxing emerged at the forefront of the crowd. Father, the Li family also wishes to enter the mountains, Zhao Erlong stated softly. Then let them come. The more hands, the better, Zhao Hongxing replied casually. Zhao Erlong was taken aback and reiterated, but it's not old Li himself. It's that sickly one from their family. What? The previously calm Captain Zhao, upon hearing his son's words, followed his gaze. Lee Yueshan stood alone amidst the crowd, feeling distinctly out of place. Zhao Hongxing frowned slightly, and then turned to Zhao Erlong, instructing, go and inquire about the situation with old Li. Zhao Erlong nodded and quickly departed. Captain Zhao then attended to the logistics, directing the group to load inconvenient items onto the mule carts. In no time, 12 people and 2 mule carts were prepared. Just then, Zhao Erlong returned, panting heavily. After casting a glance at Lee Yueshan, he hurried toward his father, whispering a flurry of words into Zhao Hongxing's ear. Did old Li truly agree? Zhao Hongxing appeared visibly surprised after hearing his son's report. Indeed, old Li spoke those words himself. Zhao Erlong confirmed with a nod. Zhao Hongxing pondered for a moment before conceding. All right, if old Li has given his word, then let it be. With that, he approached Lee Yueshan. Young man, you've grown and matured. You understand that the winter hunt is vital for providing sustenance for the villagers. Although I am the captain, I cannot cater solely to your family's needs. The heads of households in this group depend on me. I cannot extend my care to you alone. However, since your grandfather has consented, I have no choice but to include you. Upon hearing the captain's words, the elders around them were not only astonished, but also somewhat anxious. Before they could voice their opinions, Zhao Hongxing raised his hand to silence them and continued. However, let me be clear. The team will only take you as far as the lookout point. After that, you must find someone willing to accompany you. As soon as Zhao Hongxing finished speaking, the crowd that had gathered swiftly dispersed. What a joke. Following the winter hunt team meant that every now and then, someone would have to feed the livestock in the mountains. Associating with this sickly lad would only lead to them having to provide sustenance for him as well. I shall accompany Brother Shanzi. Just as everyone else was avoiding the situation, a naive voice emerged from the crowd. The onlookers paused in surprise, then turned to locate the source of the sound. A large, stout figure, clad in a simple garment, squeezed through the throng. Brother Shanzi, I'm going with you. The simpleton raised his hand to wipe his nose and, grinning widely, looked down at Lee Wesan as he spoke cheerfully. Zhao Hongxing, feeling a bit exasperated, regarded the simpleton before his gaze landed on a reticent man in the crowd. Old Lu, aren't you going to manage your foolish son who wishes to venture into the mountains? Zhao Hongxing addressed Zhao Laonian, who, in truth, was his cousin. Zhao Laonian scratched his head, chuckling amiably. If he wishes to go, let him. Once he reaches the lookout point with Shanzi, he can wander about nearby. Zhao Hongxing nodded in agreement, and then remarked to Zhao Laonian, then, when the winter hunt is divided, your family shall only be entitled to your share. Agreed. Soon after, the group departed from the village, heading towards the river ridge. Beyond that ridge, the path descended into an endless expanse of ancient forest. The hills grew denser, and the trail became increasingly rugged and narrow. Lee Wesan was assigned to the rear of the group, with the simpleton following closely behind. Brother Shanzi, let me carry your belongings. I'm strong. The simpleton laughed heartily, and without waiting for Lee Yueshan's consent, he lifted the pack and various items onto his own back. Old Nian, you've raised this foolish son for nothing. He'd rather assist outsiders than lend a hand to his own father, remarked one of the individuals guarding the cart, chuckling at Zhao Laonian, who was lost in thought. Oh, they're good friends. I don't have much to carry myself. I can manage, Zhao Laonian, known as a kind-hearted soul in Beiyao, responded cheerfully, his demeanor always one of good humor. The would-be jesters, upon seeing Zhao Laonian's expression, quickly lost their inclination to tease. In contrast, Lee Wesan found himself quite well acquainted with the simpleton, who was the only one in Beiyao willing to accompany him on his adventures. The bond between Lee Wesan and the simpleton stemmed from a simple truth. Within the entire Beiyao mountain area, only the Li family, from the elder Li to Wu Hui, down to Lee Wesan and Yunxiu, had never referred to him as a fool. The group trekked for over 3 hours before finally catching sight of the lookout tower standing resolutely in the distance. This tower had been constructed by personnel from the County Forestry Bureau during the 1960s when the Beiyao forest was being planned. Even after more than a decade, it still stood tall and proud in the forest. It is said that although the craftsmanship of that era might have been lacking in some aspects, it was commendable for its quality materials and the dedication of its builders. Upon seeing the lookout tower, the group visibly relaxed, hastening their pace towards it. After a brisk half-hour, they arrived at the tower. Zhao Erlong first exchanged greetings with the forest ranger stationed there, and after making necessary preparations, they were ready to enter the mountains. We'll circle around from the west side. You two can choose your own spot. Go wherever you wish, just don't follow us. Prepared and ready, Zhao Erlong turned to stare coldly at Lee Yueshan and Fuguay. Lee Yueshan remained silent, merely gesturing for the simple-minded Fuguay to follow him into the mountains. Away from the winter hunting team. Chapter 6. Fortuitous luck. The creatures of the mountains are far more alert and intelligent than one might imagine. The watchtower is staffed year-round by forest rangers, ensuring that the dense woods within a mile or two are devoid of anything but ground squirrels and marten-like animals. The ground squirrels are known as saw cats, while the mountain hares are referred to as mountain jumpers. Once away from the watchtower, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay walked over a mile before they discovered traces of mountain jumpers. Lee Yueshan retrieved the prepared sinew cord from his pouch and set several traps where the mountain jumpers had passed. There are certain techniques to setting traps in the mountains. Both the water wolves and mountain jumpers possess exceptionally keen senses of smell. Therefore, after placing each trap, Lee Yueshan would ignite some wheat straw he had brought along. He would suspend the burning straw above the trap, allowing the ashes to fall naturally onto the trap, thus masking any human scent. The reason for using wheat straw is due to its quick ignition and extinguishing properties. It effectively disperses human odors while being safer than the dry twigs and leaves found in the forest. Following the ridge path, Lee Yueshan set 7 or 8 traps. In the past, when watching short videos, Lee Yueshan often chuckled. Those bloggers weren't venturing into the wilderness. It was more akin to a large-scale farm. Although Beiyao is a resource-rich forest area, it does not exhibit the bizarre scenes of wild boars roaming freely or wild chickens flying about as depicted in those videos. In reality, one could wander in the woods for an entire day and be fortunate to encounter even 1 or 2 prey. Fortunately, as a newcomer still within his grace period, Lee Yueshan's luck was rather favorable. After traversing the ridge forest, he found himself in a vast expanse of shrubland, where bushes towered over a person, extending for miles. "Brother Sean, hush!" Just as the two stepped into the grass, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes a few steps away. Fuguay was about to speak, but Lee Yueshan quickly gestured for silence. They both crouched down, with Lee Yueshan fixating his gaze on the source of the disturbance. Gripping his sturdy bough with his left hand, he gently pulled up a clump of floating grass with his right. As the grass was uprooted, some loose clumps of soil accompanied it. Lee Yueshan picked up a loose clod of earth and handed it to Fuguay. "When I stand up, throw this clod towards that grass nest." "Understood." Fuguay nodded, his eyes glued to the grass nest. He deftly drew an arrow from his pouch and lightly placed it on the bowstring. Taking a deep breath, Lee Yueshan suddenly sprang to his feet, drawing his bow as if it were a full moon. Though Fuguay was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was obedient. At the same moment Lee Yueshan stood, he hurled the clod of earth accurately towards the grass nest. The startled wild chicken within the nest flapped its wings in a panic and burst forth into the air. With no hesitation, Lee Yueshan released the bowstring, sending the arrow soaring towards the startled wild chicken. As for tossing clumps of earth before drawing the bow, this is a customary practice in the North Yao Mountain. Primarily, it serves to flush out any hidden prey lurking in the grass. Secondarily, it acts as a precaution against accidental injury. Should a person be concealed within, it could spell danger. To an outsider, it would seem remarkable that Lee Yueshan, a newcomer to the mountains, could even return unscathed, let alone hunt. Yet, unbeknownst to others, after his ancestor lost his arm in these very mountains, he had spent over 2 decades grappling with the beasts that roamed North Yao. Wild chickens tend to flock together, and from one patch of grass, 7 or 8 took flight. It could only be sheer luck that when Fuguay, exuberantly retrieving the arrows, discovered they were entangled with a prize. Double the fortune. The arrowhead had pierced the back of the first wild chicken, emerging from its chest and embedding itself into the wing of a second. "Brother Sean, these wild chickens are quite plump," exclaimed Fuguay, grinning as he handed one of the birds to Lee Wesan. Lee Wesan, filled with delight, noted that the 2 chickens weighed a bit over 5 pounds. Though not a large haul, it was certainly an auspicious sign. Seizing the moment, he plucked a few tufts of down from their tails and stuffed them into the arrow wounds. This would significantly mask the scent of blood. After tending to the birds, Fuguay skewered them through their beaks with a hook, securing them at his waist. This patch of grass was expansive, and although the wild chickens could fly, they did not venture far. The few that had narrowly escaped their fate settled into another thicket 200 meters away. Subsequently, the duo wreaked havoc as they struck at every corner of the grass patch, with Fuguay growing increasingly enthusiastic, trailing a row of wild chickens behind him. Having just finished with the northern thicket, he dashed eastward. Lee Wesan, observing Fuguay's exuberance, chuckled while rubbing his shoulder. Although these wild chickens held little monetary value, they could be exchanged for some rations at the supply store in town. Regardless, in this brief span, they had certainly gathered more than what they would have received from the winter hunting team. Suddenly, as Lee Wesan prepared to follow, Fuguay's jubilant cries turned into a panicked scream. Heavens! Did he step into a trap? A cold sweat broke out on Lee Wesan as he hastened forward, parting the weeds to find Fuguay sprawled in the grass. "Fuguay, are you all right?" Lee Wesan approached, first inspecting Fuguy's feet. Seeing no signs of a trap, he sighed in relief. "I'm fine," Fuguay replied, as he turned to clear the weeds beneath him, revealing a shallow pit of loose earth. The original opening of this pit had been small, but Fuguy's footfall had uncovered its contents. Lee Wesan paused momentarily, then quickly descended, leaning closer to the pit to inhale deeply. A faint, peculiar odor mixed with the scent of earth wafted into his nostrils. "Brother Sean, what is going on?" Fuguay inquired, observing Lee Wesan's peculiar position with curiosity. "A pig's den," Lee Wesan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "In my previous life, it was my first time venturing into the mountains, and apart from finding a desiccated civet cat, I had not encountered a single strand of fur. However, upon this reincarnation, it seems that fortune has smiled upon me considerably. Fuguay, with this hide, ensure that the hole is sealed tightly." Lee Wesan deftly handed the bag to Fuguay, who promptly secured the pit with utmost care. Lee Wesan, drawing his hunting knife, followed the direction of the pit while gently stamping his foot and moving outward. After traversing about 10 steps, he brushed aside the weeds, revealing a hole the size of a bowl before him. Typically, wild boars tend to be solitary creatures, and their burrows usually possess only 2 exits. Moreover, they exhibit a tendency to hibernate. Lee Wesan meticulously cleared the weeds surrounding the entrance, then began to sift through the dried grass, extracting a considerable amount of damp mugwort stems from beneath the straw mat. By wrapping the wet stems in dry grass and igniting them, he would create a thick plume of smoke. The dense smoke would infiltrate the boar's den, ensuring that it would be thoroughly disoriented. This was all gleaned from his experiences in hunting during his former life. Chapter 7. Wild boar. Lee Wesan ignited the mugwort, and as the flames were extinguished, a pungent cloud of smoke erupted forth. After clearing the entrance, he shoved the smoking mugwort into the burrow. The smoke gradually seeped into the den. Yet more smoke billowed outward. Lee Wesan hastily unfastened his coat, vigorously fanning the smoke. "Fuguay, is it smoking yet?" After fervently fanning for several minutes, Lee Wesan called out to Fuguay, who was not far off. "It's smoking, and it's quite acrid." Fuguay, one hand covering the sealed bag, used the other to wipe the tears and mucus caused by the mugwort smoke. Hearing that the smoke had indeed filled the burrow, Lee Wesan finally relaxed his grip on the smoking mugwort and turned his gaze westward. Although wild boars typically dig burrows with only 2 exits, animals come in all shapes and sizes, and one could encounter an exceptionally unique specimen. Fortunately, after a thorough observation, aside from Fuguay, who was in tears, there were no signs of smoke emanating from the surrounding grassland. "Brother Sean, I can't take it any longer." After a few more minutes, Fuguy's desperate wail pierced the air. Estimating that the time was right, Lee Wesan instructed Fuguay to release the bag. The burrow of the wild boar was not deep, merely about 2 feet from the surface, and the surrounding soil was loose, making excavation easier. Each taking a side, the two began to dig with short-handled shovels. Though somewhat dim-witted, Fuguay possessed an imposing physique, wielding his shovel with the strength and prowess of a small bulldozer. While Lee Yueshan had only dug a few paces, Fuguay had already uncovered more than half of the burrow. "Brother Shan, come quickly." While engrossed in his task, Lee Yueshan heard Fuguy's urgent call and immediately set aside his tools to rush over. Beneath Fuguy's feet, nestled in the excavated pit, was a wild boar, entirely black and roughly the size of a dog. Though it appeared small, it was robust, with a large head and thick neck, its bare snout resembling that of a domestic pig. Lee Yueshan first used an arrow to cautiously prod the back of the wild boar, and upon noticing that it remained utterly still, he reached down to lift it out. To his surprise, it was an old badger, weighing over 20 pounds. While the creature had been coiled up in the earth, its true size had been concealed. Now that Lee Yueshan held it aloft, he could clearly see its thick, sharp front claws. He inverted the badger and promptly drew his hunting knife, making incisions just above its hind paws. "Fuguay, take a few steps back. This could get a bit pungent," he cautioned. After slicing open the skin along the tendons of the hind legs, Lee Yueshan used a hemp rope to suspend the badger and turned to Fuguay, who was intently watching the scene unfold. Although Fuguay was uncertain of Lee Yueshan's intentions, he obediently retreated several paces. Lee Yueshan then tore a small opening in his coat, extracting some cotton which he rolled into a ball and stuffed into his nostrils. Though the wild boar was a rarity in Beiyao, many villagers had managed to capture one. Its most valuable asset was not its flesh, but the layer of fat beneath its skin. Once processed, this fat could treat ailments such as hemoptysis, hemorrhoids, frostbite, and burns. When taken to the local supply cooperative, it could be exchanged for a wealth of goods. With a swift motion, Lee Yueshan grasped the cut skin and began to peel it away from the badger. "Oh dear, this stinks." Fuguay, who had been standing 3 paces away, nearly toppled over from the overwhelming stench that wafted from the skin as it was removed. The meat of the wild boar was quite fragrant, but only when freshly captured. A badger that had succumbed to smoke in its den bore a scent reminiscent of decaying rodents. Having spent nearly a decade in Beiyao, Lee Yueshan seldom heard of anyone capturing one of these creatures alive. The reason was simple: they were highly agitated, and once ensnared, they would often struggle to the point of self-destruction. Furthermore, with only himself and Fuguay present, it was prudent to employ the most efficient methods. Suppressing the acrid odor assaulting his senses, Lee Yueshan deftly removed the entire hide. He then carefully used his hunting knife to scrape away the layer of fat between the skin and the flesh. He had brought a small leather pouch with him into the mountains and filled it with the rendered fat. Upon weighing it, he found it to be a substantial 5 pounds. Luckily, it was winter, and this creature had accumulated fat over several months for hibernation, benefiting both Lee Yueshan and Fuguay. After stowing the pouch, Lee Yueshan instructed Fuguay to refill the hole with earth, and he extinguished the smoldering grass with a stream of urine. By the time they emerged from the lookout, the morning had slipped into midday. Winter days were brief, and they needed to return to the lookout swiftly. "Brother Shan, there are still plenty of wild chickens around," Fuguay remarked, gazing longingly at the thicket as Lee Yueshan prepared to turn back. Despite the commotion they had caused, wild chickens were elusive. Those frightened from the east would often return from the west. The thicket was expansive, and it was likely that many more wild chickens remained concealed within. Observing Fuguy's wistful expression, Lee Yueshan paused momentarily. In his mind, the words of the old man echoed from the previous night, his ramblings lingering. The winter hunt in the mountains was undertaken by those seeking sustenance to survive, and the beasts of the forest were no different. Whether it be the hunters or the animals emerging from the woods, both sought to borrow life from one another to sustain their own. Once one entered the mountains, facing the wild creatures within, one must possess a ruthless heart, yet never succumb to greed. Gazing at the reluctant form of Fuguay, Lee Yueshan seemed to grasp the wisdom hidden within the old man's words. "Do not be overly sentimental. Once darkness descends upon the forest, we truly cannot return," he remarked lightly, patting the arm of the hefty companion. The winter hunt would last several days, and spending the night in the woods was akin to courting death. The lookout tower had become a temporary refuge for the mountain hunters. Despite some reluctance, Fuguay was obedient. Gathering their belongings and following Lee Yueshan back, they retraced their steps, checking the traps they had set earlier. Originally, the intention was merely a habitual check. Yet fortune favored the inexperienced duo. A hapless rabbit had unwittingly stumbled into one of the traps Lee Yueshan had set just that morning. The wild creatures of the mountain were fierce, and by the time they arrived at the scene, the unfortunate rabbit had gnawed off a significant portion of its trapped hind leg, driven to desperation. The rabbit was capable of biting not only at its captor, but even at itself. Lee Yueshan swiftly placed his foot upon the rabbit's head to prevent it from biting, and with a deft motion, he drew his hunting knife and cleanly severed the creature's head. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable sensation surged from the soles of his feet, coursing through his knees and shins in a wave of tingling numbness. This ephemeral sensation vanished before Lee Yueshan could fully comprehend it. Chapter 8. The Wolf. Shaking his head, Lee Yueshan dismissed the feeling, attributing it to the numbness from squatting. He proceeded to clean the rabbit and also collected the sinew. The wild creatures were astute. Once they had traversed a trap, they would never return to the same spot. After tidying up, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay made their way towards the lookout tower. However, just as they neared the edge of the forest, Lee Yueshan spotted a severed snare rope at the initial trapping site. The sinew tethered to a nearby tree root had been broken, and scattered about were traces of blood and feathers from a wild chicken. What truly furrowed Lee Yueshan's brow, however, was a somewhat pale pile of feces on the ground not far from the trap. The droppings had not yet hardened, indicating they had not been there long. Having roamed these mountains for over 20 years in his past life, Lee Yueshan recognized it immediately as the sign of a wolf. It seemed the wild chicken caught in the trap had attracted a passing wolf. It was likely that the predator who had claimed Lee Yueshan's intended quarry was a solitary wolf, expelled from its pack. Yet, as twilight approached, the area, despite its proximity to the lookout tower, was fraught with danger. Lee Yueshan hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly removed a wild chicken from Fuguay's waist and suspended it by its feet from a nearby pine branch. He then retrieved a length of cord and set a snare beneath the wild chicken. Having completed these tasks, Lee Yueshan proceeded with Fuguay towards the lookout tower. Wolves are notoriously greedy creatures, particularly solitary wolves that have been driven away, their hunting success rate already low. When presented with such an easy meal, they are unlikely to indulge only once. As for the outcome, it would naturally reveal itself the following day when they ventured into the mountains. Oh, you two haven't come to seek the favor of the mountain spirit, have you? Have you raided the wild chicken nest? Exclaimed Zhao Donglin, the forest ranger, who was leaning against the outer gate, smoking a cigarette. His eyes widened in astonishment as he observed Lee Yueshan and Fuguay approach, the former carrying a rabbit and the latter adorned with a collection of wild chickens. Though such finds are not particularly remarkable in the mountainous terrain, the sheer quantity was indeed startling. Lee Yueshan offered no reply, merely smiling as he handed the rabbit to Zhao Donglin. This gesture adhered to the unwritten rules of the mountain. Given the considerable distance between the mountains and the village, the journey often left little time for anything beyond travel. Spending the night in the mountains was only for those who had truly earned it. Thus, the lookout tower, established within the mountainous expanse, had become a customary resting place for mountain travelers. To share some of their bounty with the ranger was a tacit understanding among them. Upon reaching the storeroom to rest, Lee Yueshan carefully placed his backpack and bow and arrows, then took 2 wild chickens from Fuguay to prepare. Meanwhile, Fuguay strung up the remaining chickens on a beam in the corner of the storeroom. After borrowing a pot and stove from Zhao Donglin, they cooked a pot of chicken seasoned with salt and pepper, which they enjoyed alongside cornbread prepared by Wu Hui, filling their bellies to satisfaction. Once they had eaten and extinguished the fire, the winter hunting party returned to the lookout tower. Leading the group was Zhao Erlong, who also carried a rabbit and cheerfully offered it to Zhao Donglin. Although he accepted it, Zhao Donglin's expression betrayed a hint of pity. A group of burly men, armed and accompanied by dogs, had returned from the hunt with far less than the 2 inexperienced hunters. Zhao Erlong was no stranger to winter hunting and understood the local customs well. Without needing Zhao Donglin's invitation, he led his party into the storeroom. Upon opening the door, they discovered Lee Yueshan and Fuguay nestled in a sheltered corner, wrapped in their coats, fast asleep. Above their heads, a string of wild chickens hung, a testament to their success. Despite having caught 5 hares, the bulk of their quarry had been driven towards them by a pack of 7 or 8 mountain dogs. Ultimately, they had only managed to claim 2 wood grouse, a meager bounty insufficient to satisfy their hunger. In the next moment, The group collectively turned their gaze towards Zhao Erlong. "What are you all staring at me for?" he snapped, glancing back at the others before coldly declaring, "If anyone regrets it, feel free to follow those two tomorrow. I won't stand in your way." Silence ensued as the others, heads bowed, each sought a sheltered spot to wrap themselves in their coats. They sipped from their water skins and nibbled on some dry rations before gradually succumbing to sleep. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Erlong led the winter hunting team into the mountains. After the team had departed, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay arose, inspected their belongings, and ventured into the woods. They were there to procure sustenance for their families, and with the winter hunt coinciding with heavy snowfall, there was no time for delay. Once in the forest, rather than rushing to the traps buried the previous night, Lee Yueshan took a considerable detour before heading towards his objective. Although they had identified a lone wolf, once in the mountains, certainty was a luxury they could not afford. To contend with the wild beasts of the forest, one must exercise utmost caution. After more than an hour, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay finally circled back. The wild chicken, intended as bait, still hung from the branch of a pine tree. Upon seeing the chicken still in place, Fuguay hurriedly dashed around the tree to untie the cord. "Come back." In an instant, Lee Yueshan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, his bowstring taut like a crescent moon. Just as he called out, a gray wolf, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, lunged from behind the tree, aiming for Fuguay's throat. In a previous life, having viewed countless short videos where so-called experts claimed that an unarmed adult male could easily subdue a mature male wolf, Lee Yueshan could not help but curse vehemently at the screen. If only the circumstances allowed, he would have gladly switched places with that so-called expert and Fuguay, eager to witness how many pairs of trousers the self-assured scholar would soil. With no time for further contemplation, Lee Yueshan released his arrow, which soared toward the wolf. Just as the wolf was about to seize Fuguay's neck, it suddenly faltered, its charge collapsing. Simultaneously, Lee Yueshan's arrow struck true. From a distance of 7 or 8 paces, the power of his sturdy bow was formidable. The arrow pierced the wolf's left jaw and exited beneath its right eye socket. In pain, the wolf attempted to flee, yet its right leg was ensnared by the cord beneath the tree. Lee Yueshan intended to knock another arrow, but noticed Fuguay standing frozen in shock. Although broad and strong, Fuguay's mind was somewhat sluggish. He was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events. With little time to spare, Lee Yueshan drew his hunting knife, crouched low, and dashed forward, pushing Fuguay aside with a swift kick. Beneath the tree, the wolf continued to struggle fiercely. It was then that Lee Yueshan observed the numerous deep scars marring the creature's face, some so severe that bone was visible. Notably, a deep gash ran vertically across its left eye, rendering it eyeless, while Lee Yueshan's arrow had just destroyed its right eye. Chapter 9. Changes in the body. Watching the still struggling wolf, Lee Yueshan first retrieved a short-handled shovel, extracting the wooden tool, and then drew a length of cord from his pouch. He fashioned a slip knot around one end of the short wooden handle, gripping the taut end of the cord in his hand. Cautiously, he circled to the rear of the thrashing wolf, waiting for the opportune moment to slip the knot over the wolf's protruding snout. With a sudden tug on the tightening cord, the noose swiftly constricted, binding the wolf's jaws tightly shut. Lee Yueshan stepped forward, deftly lifting the wolf's chin, as his hunting knife traced along the neck, severing the artery. As the blood flowed away, the wolf's struggles gradually diminished. Moments later, it lay still beneath the pine tree. At that precise moment, as the wolf succumbed to death, Lee Yueshan was about to turn to check on Fuguay when an unexpected tickle surged in his nostrils. After a series of violent sneezes, he finally regained his composure. Noticing something unusual, Lee Yueshan moved to assist Fuguay, who, despite his towering stature, exhibited a rather immature disposition. Startled by the turn of events, he seemed dazed and unresponsive to Lee Yueshan's calls. In desperation, Lee Yueshan resorted to an old method to jolt him back to reality. With a forceful slap, Fuguay erupted into tears, his face a mess of tears and mucus. Fortunately, after a prolonged bout of crying, he finally collected himself. Lee Yueshan chose to disregard him for the moment and approached the wolf. The creature's pelt was its most valuable asset, followed by its bones. The optimal time to skin the wolf was while the body was still warm and supple. Armed with his knife, Lee Yueshan began to carefully peel off the entire pelt, taking advantage of the fact that, despite its severe injuries, the wolf's hide remained intact. not wishing to waste any part of the animal. He subsequently draped the removed pelt back over the wolf's body, securing it with twine. He also tied a length of rope horizontally between the neck and hind legs for easier transport. After completing this task, Lee Yueshan leaned against the pine tree, exhausted, and took a swig from his water pouch. With the wolf in tow, along with the several pounds of rendered lard he had collected earlier, he felt a renewed sense of hope for the upcoming new year. After resting for a while, he called Fuguay to rise. Originally, Lee Yueshan had planned to return to the village with fellow hunters in a few days. However, with the wolf in his possession, he reconsidered. Staying could yield even greater rewards, but this was his first venture into the mountains, and his family, particularly his mother, would surely be anxious. With these provisions, they would have no trouble weathering the new year. Once the festivities were over, his 2 dogs could accompany him into the mountains, allowing him to venture forth alone. The northern Yao mountain range was nearby. It wasn't he going anywhere, so there was no rush to amass wealth. Although Fuguay had been startled, he soon felt a lingering sense of yearning. Yet, with Lee Yueshan adamant about leaving, he said nothing more, hoisting the wolf and following closely behind. Aware that they would not return before the new year, Lee Yueshan adhered to the customary practice of collecting any untouched traps along their route. After rounding the forested ridge and retrieving the last trap, he was preparing to depart when a sudden furrow of concern crossed his brow, and he caught a faint scent in the air. "Follow me," Lee Yueshan called out to Fuguay, then proceeded towards the gully beneath the ridge to his right. With every few dozen steps, he would slightly twitch his nose, subtly altering his course. After walking intermittently and circumventing the gully to pass through a grove of white birches, Lee Yueshan found himself staring in astonishment at a sight not far away. About 100 paces ahead, a group of blue sheep were scattered among the trees. What left Lee Yueshan astounded was not merely the presence of the sheep, but the fact that he had detected their scent from over 2 miles away. Under normal circumstances, even in an open area with the wind at one's back, it would be nearly impossible for a person to perceive a scent from such a distance, let alone within the dense woods of this gully. "Stay hidden and remain quiet," Lee Yueshan whispered to Fuguay as he pulled him behind a tree. Regardless of how he had caught the scent, he had no intention of returning empty-handed after the mountain lord's favor. Fuguay nodded obediently, concealing himself behind the tree. Lee Yueshan lowered his bow and stealthily made his way through the underbrush of the forest. The nearest blue sheep was still over 100 paces away, rendering his bow practically useless at this distance. Fortunately, the underbrush was thick enough to effectively conceal him if he proceeded with caution. Herbivores are inherently alert. Whenever one sheep lowers its head to graze, the others are sure to raise theirs in watchfulness. Thus, as he approached the nearest sheep, now less than 30 meters away, Lee Yueshan treaded particularly carefully. Tightening his grip on the sturdy bough, he realized that to ensure a definitive shot, he would need to close the distance by another 10 steps. Suddenly, as he lifted his foot to advance, a small bird fluttered from a nearby branch. This slight disturbance caused the entire flock of blue sheep to lift their heads in alarm. The closest sheep, upon noticing the lurking predator concealed in the grass, instinctively leaped and dashed deeper into the woods. A surge of urgency gripped Lee Yueshan. As he raised his bow, he propelled himself forward with force. With a swift leap from the underbrush, Lee Yueshan surged 5 or 6 meters ahead, simultaneously releasing the arrow aimed at the fleeing sheep. Although the sheep had reacted quickly, the distance between them was still under 30 meters, and Lee Yueshan's calculated leap ensured that the arrow struck with optimal force. The arrow pierced the sheep's abdomen, causing it to stagger and crash against a nearby birch tree before desperately attempting to flee. My goodness, Lee Yueshan did not pursue the wounded sheep. Instead, he turned to inspect the patch of grass from which he had just emerged. The ground bore 2 depressions where his feet had pressed into the earth. If detecting the scent of the blue sheep from 2 miles away was an anomaly, how could he explain this sudden leap of 5 meters? Contemplating this mystery, he beckoned Fuguay to follow and traced the blood trail left by the sheep. Lee Yueshan understood that the arrow had struck the sheep's lung, and it would not escape far. Indeed, after following the blood trail for less than 2 miles, he discovered the sheep lying in a thicket, frothing at the mouth. Lee Yueshan approached, clearing the underbrush to draw his hunting knife and bleed the sheep. As Qingyang breathed its last, Lee Yueshan distinctly felt a searing pain radiating from the soles of his feet. Chapter 10. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The first time he sensed something unusual was when he decapitated a rabbit. At first, he thought his leg had simply gone numb. The second incident occurred when he bled the old wolf, causing a sharp pain in his nose, and thereafter, he effortlessly detected the presence of a herd of Qingyang 2 miles away. Upon reflecting on the events that transpired after entering the mountains, Lee Yuanshan gradually began to understand. He surmised that any creature he hunted would somehow resonate with him, imparting its characteristics. Yet, he pondered why, despite killing numerous wild chickens and a boar, he had not experienced any peculiar sensations. Furthermore, what did the pain in his foot signify? After thinking for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Lee Yuanshan decided to conduct further research upon his return, suspecting that this was perhaps a boon of his rebirth. At present, the priority was to transport the Qingyang and the old wolf back. Skinning the sheep required adequate conditions, which were lacking in the wilderness. Lee Yuanshan tied the Qingyang's hind leg and then cut a birch branch about the thickness of his wrist. The two of them proceeded to carry the sheep together. When Lee Yuanshan and Fuguay returned to the observation tower, Zhao Donglin's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Approaching them in a few swift strides, Zhao Donglin circled the Qingyang before turning his gaze to the old wolf being carried by Fuguay. The old wolf weighed at least 60 to 70 pounds, while the Qingyang was nearly 50. Zhao Donglin looked incredulously at the two seemingly unscathed individuals and instinctively asked, "Did you both truly hunt these?" Lee Yuanshan set down the Qingyang and replied with a smile, "Uncle, considering your words, we brought these back ourselves, so naturally, we hunted them." However, gazing at the old wolf behind Fuguay, Zhao Donglin found himself at a loss for words. One fool and one frail individual managing to catch a few wild chickens and rabbits was one thing, but given the wolf's size, even seasoned hunters from the northern regions would hesitate to confront such a formidable beast without proper equipment. Upon regaining his composure, Zhao Donglin's gaze toward Lee Yuanshan shifted. He understood that solitary wolves were typically male, thus he declined the wild chickens offered by Lee Yuanshan. With a smile, he produced 5 pounds of fine flour tickets and half a pound of sugar tickets, insisting on exchanging them for the old wolf's prized pelt. The two had entered the mountains early in the morning, and it was just past noon now. Hearing that Lee Yuanshan intended to return with his treasure, Zhao Donglin readily assisted, harnessing the donkey cart and handing it over to Lee Yuanshan, advising him to deliver it to the emergency defense office in town. After expressing his gratitude, Lee Yuanshan also requested that Zhao Donglin inform Zhao Laoyan upon the return of the winter hunting team that he and Fuguay were leaving first. This small favor was naturally agreed to by Zhao Donglin. Having departed from the observation tower, Fuguay drove the donkey cart as the two made their way swiftly toward Hanshui town. The Hanshui town, situated at the foothills of the distant mountains of Long County, is the largest town near the Linchong, encompassing 2 townships and numerous villages. Among these, Bile village, home to Lee Yuanshan and Fuguay, is relatively distant from Hanshui town. In the past, Lee Yuanshan frequently traversed the mountains to trade goods, thus becoming quite familiar with the town. During the era of planned economy, the supply and marketing cooperatives not only sold products but also managed the procurement of materials. Lee Yuanshan and Fuguay, driving a donkey cart, made their way to the entrance of the cooperative. The area was bustling with activity, and as Lee Yuanshan parked the cart aside, he called upon Fuguay to assist in unloading the blue sheep. Just then, an elderly man carrying a bag of grain emerged from the cooperative. Fuguay looked up and greeted the old man with a silly grin. Second grandpa. The elderly gentleman, known as Zhao Laodi, was a renowned figure among the mountain dwellers, residing in Dongyao village, and was a distant relative of the Zhao family in Beiyao. "I heard that you and your father joined the village's winter hunting team. With that load, it seems you've struck gold?" Zhao Laodi approached with a hearty smile, first casting a glance at Lee Yuanshan before his gaze fell upon the quarry at their feet. "Oh my, what a sizable wolf. And this, at this moment." The old man's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly crouched down, seizing the horns of the blue sheep and examining its mouth. "Blue sheep? Where did you get this?" He sprang up, astonished, fixing a penetrating stare at Fuguay. Given Hanshui town's proximity to the expansive mountain forests, many came to the cooperative to trade mountain goods. Rare finds from the mountains became a common occurrence here, but the old man's exclamation puzzled most, except for the seasoned hunters who quickly gathered around. It was said that the blue sheep was a spiritual creature of Beiyao, a leg substitute for the mountain deity. Historical records even noted that Zhuge Liang's troops were trapped in the western gorge of Beiyao when they stumbled upon the blue sheep, which guided them to safety. Of course, such stories were steeped in mystique and should be taken lightly. However, those from the older generation who had encountered this creature claimed that blue sheep's hide repelled water, bore no unpleasant odor, and did not attract flies, making it an exceptional commodity. "My goodness, it truly is a blue sheep, just as my grandfather described," exclaimed one onlooker. "Could it be? It's been decades since anyone mentioned such a creature in Long County. Is the old man mistaken?" The characteristics were unmistakable. No beard beneath the jaw, short, slender horns, a narrow and high skull, and a neck adorned with short black mane. It was indeed a blue sheep. The crowd that had gathered was primarily composed of hunters. For the average person, even those living in the mountains, knowledge of the blue sheep was scarce. Despite years of working as a forest ranger, Zhao Donglin had never even seen one. Conversely, the wolf, though sizable, garnered little attention. After all, wolves were common in Han Shui, being backed by the largest forest area in Long County. As the crowd continued to swell, Lee Wesan hastily signaled to Fuguay, and the two of them carried the blue sheep and wolf into the cooperative. "Is that old Lee's grandson?" As the two entered the supply and marketing cooperative, the other onlookers dispersed, leaving only Zhao Lar, who furrowed his brow at the hanging bow of Lee Yuanshan. The cooperative's storefront featured a goods counter for purchases, while the collection of mountain goods was situated at the innermost counter on the right side. Due to its proximity to the forest farm, this cooperative had dedicated inspectors for mountain goods. "Old man, could you please take a look at how these items are to be collected?" Upon arriving at the mountain goods counter, Lee Yuanshan piled his items onto the counter in one go. "Indeed, this is a Qingyang sheep." The old man, who had just heard the commotion at the entrance, swiftly pushed aside the wolf skin, his eyes nearly glued to the sheep's face. Similar to Zhao Lauder at the entrance moments ago, the old man grasped the sheep's head, pulled back its lips to inspect its teeth, and then reached beneath the neck to feel around. After glancing at Lee Yuanshan and Fuguay, the old man's eyes twinkled as he casually remarked, "This item is indeed rare, but old sheep skins hold little value. Were it not for the favor of the mountain lord, it would fetch the same price as any ordinary sheepskin." Lee Yuanshan, observing the old man's demeanor, nearly spat in his face. Not only did he know the rarity of the Qingyang sheep, but even if he didn't, the words of the seasoned hunters outside had made it clear that this item was not inexpensive. The old man's intentions were not lost on Fuguay, who stood behind Lee Yuanshan. Just as Lee Yuanshan was about to speak, a young woman with an elegant appearance approached. "Master Chun, is this the northern Yao Qingyang sheep that the elders spoke of?" After casting a glance at Lee Yuanshan, she smiled and inquired of the old man. Su Lingling looked at the Qingyang sheep, her eyes betraying her delight. Her father had seen many things in his lifetime, and those that caught his eye were even more precious. When she had been sent down from the provincial capital to Longxian Hanshui town, her father had often mentioned wanting to see the northern Yao Qingyang sheep. Little did she expect to encounter it here. If she were to take it back, her father would surely be overjoyed. "Indeed, this item is quite rare. In my years, I've only seen it twice," Master Chen replied, lifting his gaze to the woman with a smile. The old man's demeanor was notably thick-skinned, as his words had caused Li Yuanshan's Qingyang sheep to flip back and forth several times. Hearing this, Li Yuanshan turned his head, curiously assessing the young woman before him. She appeared no older than 20, with delicate, fair skin, and her loose, plain work attire failed to conceal her excellent figure. Especially when she bent down to examine the Qingyang sheep, her curves accentuated the voluminous garment. Although the woman spoke politely, she seemed somewhat out of place in her surroundings. Yet, in his previous life, Li Yuanshan had frequented this Hanshui town supply and marketing cooperative, but he had never encountered such a young, beautiful saleswoman. "Master Chun, what is the purchasing price for this kind of Qingyang sheepskin at our cooperative?" The woman gently touched the Qingyang sheep on the counter and then addressed the inspecting master. Old Chun, wise in his years, naturally understood that the director's personal connection had taken a keen interest in this item. The elderly man cast a subtle glance at Lee Wesan. Upon noticing the young man's slight nod, he began to speak. "This is difficult to ascertain. Since we opened our establishment, we have yet to encounter such an item, nor do we possess a reference." The woman nodded in understanding and then turned to Lee Wesan, extending her hand. "Greetings, comrade. I am Su Lingling, a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative. I am interested in purchasing your green goat skin. What do you think?" Chapter 11. No grain. Lee Wesan refrained from extending his hand and instead turned to the elderly man inspecting the goods. Noticing the inquiry in Lee Yueshan's gaze, the old man comprehended the young man's apprehension and reassured him. Rest assured, once you step through this door, regardless of to whom your item is passed, it will not implicate you. The cooperative's acquisition of goods is classified as a public sale. However, once the item falls into personal hands, it becomes susceptible to speculation and profiteering. Having heard the old man's words, Lee Yueshan no longer hesitated. However, I do not wish for money or grain, he stated calmly before Su Lingling could inquire about the price. No money or grain. Both Su Lingling and the elderly inspector were taken aback. In these times, every household is struggling, and those who venture into the mountains typically hope to exchange something for food to survive the year. Thus, nearly all mountain runners visiting the cooperative aimed to trade for grain. After a moment, Su Lingling was the first to regain her composure. She furrowed her brow and inquired of Lee Wesan. Then please tell me, within the bounds of my ability, I shall consider it. Lee Wesan pondered briefly before counting on his fingers, 2 each of thin-walled corner touch bearings, numbers 70 and 30, steel wire, bidirectional coil springs, and nylon rope. Hearing Lee Yueshan's rambling list, the old man was left bewildered. These items were neither consumables nor essentials. What purpose could they serve? While most requests were straightforward, the bearings would require some time. Su Lingling, unfazed, regarded Lee Wesan with a calm demeanor and asked, if I may inquire, what do you intend to do with these items? To craft a bow, Lee Wesan replied, flashing a smile and gesturing toward the sturdy bow hanging behind him. Su Lingling paused, suddenly noticing the peculiar hard bow that Lee Wesan bore. A horn composite bow. Did you make it yourself? Lee Wesan raised an eyebrow. Somewhat surprised by Su Lingling's perceptiveness, she had discerned the bow's origin at a glance. He nodded and elaborated. A couple of years ago, 2 villages in Xixia engaged in violent conflict, resulting in numerous casualties. The county's armed forces confiscated firearms, and now, apart from a few old hunters possessing crude guns, those who traverse the mountains must rely on this. However, traditional hard bows require considerable strength, and their power is limited, making mountain running notably more perilous than before. I intend to utilize these items to devise some clever methods. He explained extensively, aware that while most of his requests were reasonable, the bearings were a particularly sensitive matter. Su Lingling glanced at Master Chun, and upon receiving his nod, she took out paper and pen to jot down Lee Yueshan's requested items. Very well. Since both of you have agreed, I shall arrange for someone to strip the skin. Upon witnessing the consensus reached between the two, Old Shin called out to the back. Juzi, take this beast to the workshop. Following his command, a short yet robust man entered through the back door. This individual, clad in a leather apron, stood under 5 feet 6 inches and bore a rather corpulent visage. In an era where every household lacked sufficient resources, he exuded an undeniably greasy aura. Heh. Comrade Su. As soon as he appeared, he bared his teeth and approached Su Lingling, grinning foolishly without uttering a single word. Su Lingling, feeling a shiver run down her spine, instinctively edged closer to Lee Wesan. The man paused, momentarily taken aback, then cast a wary glance at Lee Wesan, who stood beside Su Lingling. What are you staring at? Hurry and drag this beast inside and deal with it. This is a transaction for Comrade Su. Handle it with care. Old Chun raised his hand, delivering a slap to bring Juzi back to his senses. Heh. Our craftsmanship is unparalleled in the entirety of Hanshui town, Comrade Su. Just you wait and see. Juzi glanced at Qingyang, then confidently patted his chest while assuring Su Lingling. His peripheral vision, however, inadvertently drifted toward Lee Wesan, radiating a sense of smugness that was incomprehensible to ordinary folk. Lee Wesan was left speechless, observing the man who resembled an infatuated teddy bear. Fuguay, go inside and lend a hand. Lee Wesan turned and gently patted Fuguay's shoulder. Fuguay nodded and followed Juzi into the back workshop. Old Chun, watching Fuguay enter, finally regarded Lee Wesan with a discerning eye. Although this lad appeared youthful, his insights were more profound than many seasoned patrons. Subsequently, Old Chun provided a total of 32 pieces for the wolf skin, inclusive of bones and flesh. It was evident that this price exceeded the standard rate by 20%. Su Lingling, unfamiliar with such dealings, seemed oblivious. But both Lee Wesan and Old Chun were acutely aware of the situation. After more than half an hour, a complete piece of goat skin was presented. Juzi, with a sycophantic expression, handed the skin to Su Lingling. Despite his unsettling demeanor, His craftsmanship was indeed commendable. Comrade Su, this raw hide cannot be left unattended. It must be promptly processed by a tanner, lest it be ruined, old Chen advised, rolling up the goat's skin and passing it to Su Lingling. She accepted the skin and turned to Lee Wesan, stating, "It may take 2 to 3 days, when ready. Please find me at the dormitory behind the supply and marketing cooperative." Understood. Lee Wesan nodded, responding with a smile. Su Lingling acknowledged him with a nod, expressed her gratitude to old Chun, and then turned to leave. As Su Lingling departed, Zhuzi wore a glum expression. "What are you staring at? There's no grass growing on your family's grave. Get back there." Observing his disciple's disheartened gaze at the entrance of the cooperative, old Chun unleashed a tirade. Zhuzi, sulking, shot a glare at Lee Wesan before finally retreating into the workshop. "You foolish creature," old Chun muttered under his breath, then turned to Lee Wesan with a beaming smile. "My friend, could you spare me some?" After slightly rising and leaning closer to Lee Yueshan, the old man whispered. Lee Yueshan pondered for a moment before nodding. He reached out and took the blue goat from Fuguay's hands, unsheathing his hunting knife to pierce the large intestine, revealing a collection of perfectly round sheep droppings. Many mountain dwellers had heard the elders mention the blue goat and recognized its rarity. However, most were unaware that the most precious aspect of the blue goat was not its skin or meat, but rather the droppings encased within its intestines. The northern Yao blue goat preferred alfalfa over weeds, often foraging for mountain herbs like Ganoderma lucidum, tianma, and Cotinopsis palacula. Thus, among those knowledgeable, the droppings of the northern Yao blue goat had an alternative name, herb essence. Initially, old Chun believed Lee Yueshan was uninformed and intended to discreetly pocket the treasure. However, upon entering the workshop, he realized Lee Yueshan had brought Fuguay along, indicating that he had encountered a seasoned veteran. Chapter 12. The winter hunting team in silence. Old Chin quickly grabbed a wooden box, placing a leather pouch inside before carefully collecting the droppings. "Young man, if you come across anything valuable in the future, come find me in the alley after closing. This place is crowded, making it difficult to speak freely." After casting a cautious glance at the sales clerk standing nearby, old Chun spoke carefully. Lee Yueshan nodded in agreement. Though old Chun was somewhat shrewd, he was ultimately a man of principle. Such mutually beneficial arrangements were difficult for Lee Yueshan to refuse. Subsequently, he removed one goat leg, selling the remainder to the supply and marketing cooperative. In his previous life, lamb chops were far more sought after than goat legs, yet in this era, quantity was prioritized over quality. As for the lard, Lee Yueshan refrained from revealing it all at once. Good things should be disclosed gradually. Revealing too much at once could lead to complications. After all, in these times, no household was affluent, and many resorted to desperate measures for a meal. In total, Lee Yueshan earned 36 yuan from this venture. Currently, cornmeal was priced at 10 cents per pound, and without grain tickets, it was a pound of coarse flour. White flour cost 18 cents per pound, while those without tickets faced a price of 60 cents. Other staple foods and meats were similarly affected, with significant price disparities between those with and without tickets. Ordinarily, it was impossible to purchase grain without tickets at the cooperative. Yet, exceptions existed, especially in this remote area where no one would be overly scrutinizing. Lee Yueshan was neither aware nor concerned about the intricacies of these dealings. He simply wanted his money to convert into food. He first spent 32 yuan to acquire 80 pounds of cornmeal. Although it was hard on the throat, it would sustain him through the winter. Then, he presented the fine grain and sugar tickets given by Zhao Donglin, exchanging them all at once, 5 pounds of fine white flour and half a pound of large white rabbit milk candy. In this era, milk candy was a rare commodity, and its price was astonishing. 5 pounds of white flour cost 90 cents, while half a pound of milk candy set him back 1 yuan and 30 cents. As Lee Yueshan emerged from the supply and marketing cooperative, he paused momentarily before turning back to purchase a yuan's worth of bulk liquor, a rather unrefined spirit. This diversion left him with a mere 80 cents in hand. Fortunately, this expedition was not in vain, for at least his family would have something to savor during the upcoming new year. Fuguay, having exited the cooperative, wore a broad grin that seemed glued to his face. Simple-minded as he was, he remained oblivious to the complexities of their adventure, merely feeling that after years of idly consuming food at home, he had finally earned his keep. After departing from the cooperative, the two first returned the donkey cart to the forestry emergency office, then hurried towards Baiyao village. By this time, dusk had begun to settle in. The lookout tower at Bayao Mountain had finally seen the winter hunting party return before darkness enveloped the landscape. However, apart from the occasional howl of a mountain dog, the rest of the hunters trudged back with their heads hung low. "Uncle, I apologize, but it seems that the mountain lord didn't favor us today, so I can't offer you anything." Zhao Erlong forced a smile as he addressed Zhao Donglin, who stood by the gate. "Ah, we are indeed genuine relatives. There is no need for such formalities," Zhao Donglin responded generously, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Erlong quickly nodded in agreement. "By the way, where's old Nian?" Zhao Donglin inquired, glancing back at the members of the winter hunting party. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Laonian raised his head in a somewhat wooden manner to look at Zhao Donglin. "Brother Donglin, what do you need from me?" Zhao Laonian asked, his face a picture of endearing simplicity. "Shanzi wanted me to convey a message. He and your son Fuguay have returned ahead of you, so do not worry," Zhao Donglin said, patting Zhao Laonian on the shoulder with a smile. "Returned?" At this revelation, everyone was taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of disdain. They had barely been in the mountains for 2 days. Was it too much for them to bear? Zhao Erlong surveyed the members of the winter hunting party before sneering. "Weren't you all eager to go yesterday? Why not accompany them? To return with just a couple of wild chickens for the new year? You might as well be waiting for death." With that, he cast a derisive glance at Zhao Laonian. Zhao Laonian, however, felt no offense. He merely appeared somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of the others. "Ah, it's my fault for not being clearer," Zhao Donglin interjected, observing the collective gaze on Laonian. "Your son is remarkable. He left with Shanzi in the morning, yet the two returned before noon. And upon their return, you'll never guess what happened." All eyes turned eagerly towards Zhao Donglin, filled with curiosity. Even Zhao Erlong's interest was piqued. Hunting in the mountains was their norm. After all, what could one accomplish in just a few hours? My word, they brought back a massive lone wolf. Zhao Donglin, a forest ranger accustomed to solitude for weeks on end, relished the attention as he gestured animatedly. "Wolf." Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is Fuguay injured?" Old Zhao, who had always appeared downcast, suddenly stepped forward and grasped Zhao Donglin's shoulders tightly after hearing his words. Unlike the astonishment of those around them, old Zhao's immediate concern was for his foolish son. Hey, old Zhao, don't be anxious. I never said your precious Fuguay was hurt. Why are you so worked up?" Zhao Donglin grimaced, realizing the strength in old Zhao's grip. Only after confirming that Fuguay was unharmed did he feel a wave of relief wash over him. However, it quickly dawned on him that if Fuguay was safe, then it must be Lee Wesan who was injured. That boy truly is something else. A mere stroll around the watchtower could lead to such trouble. What kind of wolves did he provoke? Zhao Donglin surveyed the group before continuing. Not a single hair on him was harmed. No dogs, no guns, no support, just a fool and a frail lad who has never ventured into the mountains. Yet they managed to capture a lone wolf unscathed? Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of skepticism. "I knew you wouldn't believe it. Look here. This is what we retrieved from the old wolf caught in the mountains." Zhao Donglin turned and lifted a processed wolf whip from the nearby railing. "Just look at the size of this. It's clear that the wolf was no small creature. Indeed, with this catch, old Lee's family will surely have a prosperous year. Ah, such is fate. Who can say we aren't cursed?" The onlookers, having glimpsed the wolf whip in Zhao Donglin's hands, spoke with a tone tinged with sarcasm. Zhao Erlong's face darkened, yet he refrained from saying much. After all, it was he and his father who had forced Lee Wesan out of the winter hunting team in the first place. Zhao Donglin, caught up in the thrill of his tale, continued unabated. "You're envious over just one wolf. This is merely the beginning." The crowd shuddered at his implication, realizing that the two newcomers had likely achieved even more than they had been led to believe. Chapter 13. The flavor of milk candy inside the watchtower's storage. The winter hunting team members huddled in their coats, faces grim. After listening to Zhao Donglin's account, they felt a mix of emotions. Initially, they had adamantly refused to let anyone accompany them into the mountains. Now, it seemed that the others had finished their work early. And with both lambs and wolves in their haul, their bounty was substantial. If only Zhao Donglin had recognized that green lamb. Otherwise, their frustration would have reached new heights. Even so, they felt a tight knot of resentment in their chests. A group of strong men, armed and accompanied by dogs, had spent 2 days catching merely a few rabbits and wild chickens. Not to mention, this meager catch was hardly sufficient for the 7 or 8 local dogs to gnaw on. Since we've exited the mountains, We shall head east tomorrow. After taking a drag from a pouch of dry tobacco, Zhao Erlong spoke in a low voice, his face stony. The others, wrapped in their coats and chewing on their rations, offered no response. They were seasoned mountain hunters, well aware that certain trails would yield little in the short term. Yet, after hearing Zhao Donglin's description, they couldn't shake off the feeling of discontent. When Lee Wesan and Fuguay returned to the village, night had completely fallen. Lee Wesan handed Fuguay a bag of cornmeal and 2 wild chickens, then, after a moment's thought, pulled out 5 pieces of milk candy and gifted them to Fuguay. Wealthy and merry, Fuguay joyfully accepted the items and dashed homeward. There lies an advantage to innocence. When offered something, one simply takes it, devoid of the pretentious refusals and modesty that often accompany such gestures. In contrast, Lee Yueshan refrained from sharing any surplus with Fuguay. It is a customary rule in mountain forays. One reaps rewards proportional to one's efforts, given their respective roles in the expedition. The provisions Lee Yueshan bestowed upon Fuguay had already far exceeded what he was entitled to. After bidding farewell to Fuguay, Lee Yueshan shouldered the remaining items and made his way home. Though he had traversed Beiyao Mountain for 2 decades in his previous life and hunted numerous creatures, never had he felt such a complex array of emotions as today. In this new existence, having been granted a second chance by the heavens, he vowed to ensure that the Lee family would not endure any further hardships. Beneath the moonlight, Lee Yueshan arrived at the gate of his home. Before he could even push the door open, 2 barking pups in the yard began to howl. The door of the adjacent room swung open, and Wu Hui hurried to the gate. Upon seeing her son so near, tears streamed down her face, unable to be contained. In truth, since Lee Yueshan had entered the mountains, he had only been away for a single night. Yet for a mother like Wu Hui, each day felt as protracted as a year. During these past 2 days, she had not even blinked. "Mother, I am hungry," Lee Yueshan said softly, smiling at the tear-streaked woman before him. Hearing her son's words, Wu Hui, who had been on the brink of despair, found her composure. "Hungry? Come inside. I shall prepare you a meal." Wiping her tears, she quickly stepped forward to take the grain sack from Lee Yueshan's shoulder. The weight of the sack brought a pang to Wu Hui's heart, for it represented a life that her son had fought to reclaim. At that moment, Yunxiu also emerged, ready to shout upon seeing Lee Yueshan. However, before she could utter a sound, he swiftly placed a large white rabbit candy into her mouth. The rich, creamy sweetness instantly caused her eyes to squint in delight. This treat was likely unfamiliar even to the most affluent child in the village, let alone Yunxiu. Once inside the courtyard, the old man slowly opened the door to the main room. Observing Lee Yueshan unscathed, a subtle sigh of relief escaped him. "Mother, I crave wontons," Lee Yueshan stated as he handed the sack of fine grain to Wu Hui with a smile. "All right, I shall prepare them for you," Wu Hui replied, taking the sack and then lifting a leg of lamb that Lee Yueshan had set aside, beckoning a still-dazed Yunxiu into the kitchen. "Here you go. Don't take too much, just a little." After Wu Hui and Yunxiu exited, Lee Yueshan removed the water pouch from his waist and presented it to the old man. The elder was momentarily taken aback. When he opened the pouch, a smile creased his face. In the kitchen, Yunxiu carefully poured some fine white flour into a basin. "If we have more than a bowl of flour, we can make extra dumplings," she mused. Observing her daughter's meticulousness, Wu Hui affectionately patted Yunxiu's head and replied, "Dear, this fine flour is precious. Let us save some for your brother and grandfather." Before Yunxiu could finish, Wu Hui gently shook her head, her smile warm. "If we make too little, your brother won't have enough." As Wu Hui spoke, images of Lee Yueshan distributing wild chicken eggs to them a few days prior danced in her mind. This son seemed to have transformed overnight into the pillar of the Lee family. Soon, steaming lamb dumplings were served on the Kang table. Yunxiu grabbed 2 and darted away, while Wu Hui, unable to resist her son, also indulged in a couple. The old man paired his drink with one, leaving the remaining dumplings for Lee Yueshan. Lee Yueshan, without any pretension, swiftly devoured the remaining 10 or so dumplings. Seeing her son well-fed and satisfied, Wu Hui finally rose to tidy up, beckoning Yunxiu to their side room to sleep. In the main room, the 2 men sat cross-legged on the Kang. Lee Yueshan recounted everything that had transpired since entering the mountains. The old man remained silent, puffing on his pipe, his expression inscrutable. Just before bedtime, the elder unexpectedly remarked, "Indeed, this child is blessed." The following day, when Lee Yueshan awoke, The morning had already passed. Wu Hui had long departed with Yun Xiu for work. Although winter was a slack season for farming, preparations for the next year's soil were necessary, prompting the production team to organize work. Grabbing the corn cakes Wu Hui had left for him, Lee Yuanshan set off towards Dongyao village with his 2 dogs. Dongyao village lay atop the river ridge and had been established in the 60s when it was separated from Beiyao. Thus, the 2 villages were divided by a river ridge. "Eighth uncle, are you home?" Lee Yuanshan called out upon arriving at a mud brick house at the northern end of Dongyao village. In this vicinity, even the party secretary and accountant's homes could not compare to the wealth of the Zhao family, known as the 8th Zhao. The reason was simple. Zhao Laoba was the finest carpenter in the entire Hanshui town. In the courtyard, a burly man with a pencil tucked behind his ear was planing wood. "Which family do you belong to?" Zhao Laoba inquired, glancing up from his work to see a young man standing at his door. Lee Yuanshan smiled and replied, "Eighth uncle, I'm from the Li family of Beiyao. Here to ask for your assistance." As he entered the courtyard, he pulled a few large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and slipped them into Zhao Laoba's. "Please don't think this is shabby. In these times, this treat carries far more prestige than modern candies. You lad, if you need something, just ask. What is this for?" Zhao Laoba chuckled, instinctively patting his pocket as he spoke. Lee Yuanshan glanced at the wood Zhao Laoba was working with and said, "Eighth uncle, I'm looking for a piece of mulberry wood. Could you help me think of something?" "Mulberry wood? What do you intend to use it for?" Zhao Laoba set down his plane, took a puff from his pipe, and then turned to Lee Yuanshan. "I'm crafting a bow mold. Could you take a look?" Lee Yuanshan replied, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper depicting various components. "A bow?" Zhao Laoba examined the paper, frowning slightly. "Ordinary mulberry wood won't suffice. You'll need Osage orange wood." What is this you're drawing? It doesn't resemble a bow, nor does it look like a proper structure." The daiwozi is a tool utilized in rural areas for capturing soil rats, resembling a bow in shape. Gazing at the blueprint in his hands, Zhao Laoba appeared utterly bewildered. While the curvature and dimensions of the bow arms were quite standard, the configuration of the bow's head and the rivet openings on either side left him perplexed. This contraption, known as a composite bow, featured rivets designed to accommodate bearings, allowing the steel shaft to leverage its force after wrapping around the bow arms. Despite being merely a carpenter from a remote village, Zhao Laoba possessed remarkable craftsmanship and insight. Upon hearing Lee Yuanshan mention bearings, an epiphany struck him regarding the project's essence. This indeed presents a novel endeavor. With palpable excitement, Zhao Laoba removed the pencil tucked behind his ear and commenced sketching on the paper Lee Yuanshan had provided. Lee Yuanshan remained patient, quietly observing from the side. Craftsmen of that era, whenever engaged with matters pertinent to their expertise, exhibited a profound focus. After half an hour, Zhao Laoba finally shifted his gaze from the blueprint. "This venture holds promise. However, it is my first attempt, so I will require some time." He turned to Lee Yuanshan once more, stating, "Additionally, many materials specified herein necessitate industrial tickets, which are unavailable in our village. You shall have to devise a solution for that. As for the wood required for the bow arms," at this point, Zhao Laoba instinctively touched the pocket containing his milk candies. "Uncle Ba, fret not. I shall handle the bearings, springs, and steel shafts. As for the wood," Lee Yuanshan interjected, raising his hand to reveal half a bag of approximately 5 pounds of cornmeal, followed by extracting 50 cents from his pocket. "This is a deposit. Once the mold is completed, I assure you I will compensate for any shortages." He placed the money atop the grain bag, subsequently setting the bag on the wooden table before Zhao Laoba. Observing the items before him, Zhao Laoba took a puff of his dry tobacco without uttering a word. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out and took the 50 cents from the grain bag. "This deposit is sufficient. Take the grain back. Your family requires it. And Uncle Ba does not mind this contribution." Without further ado, he insisted on returning the grain bag to Lee Yuanshan. Zhao Laoba's gesture momentarily stunned Lee Yuanshan. Having been bullied by villagers due to his background since childhood, he held a certain aversion towards the Zhao family. However, it became apparent that not all members of the Zhao family were like the village secretary and accountant of Beiyao village. Just then, a cacophony of barking erupted from outside. As Lee Yuanshan contemplated declining the offer, he stepped outside to find a throng of villagers clamoring around an elderly man, hastily advancing towards the western part of the village. Zhao Laoba approached, grasping the arm of a curious lad to inquire, "What is happening?" "Uncle Ba, The winter hunters from Bile village have returned, claiming they encountered large game in the mountains, and some were injured. They've come to summon Lu Yi, the boy replied before scurrying off to join the commotion. Sighing, Zhao Laoba turned and re-entered the courtyard. It is often said that one relies on the mountains for sustenance. Yet under no circumstances would anyone willingly venture into the mountains to confront peril alongside livestock. In this region, during the winter hunts, it is not uncommon for lives to be lost. Uncle 8, I shall take my leave now, Lee Yueshan called out towards the courtyard. Receiving only a silent wave from Zhao Laoba. With 2 dogs in tow, he made his way homeward. Logically, the fate of the winter hunting team should bear no consequence for him. Nonetheless, an inexplicable unease gnawed at him as he approached his home. Upon entering the village and nearing his doorstep, a sudden shock overcame Lee Yueshan. From a distance, he spotted a throng gathered outside his family's earthen wall enclosure. He hastened forward, pushing through the onlookers to enter. Uncle, I implore you, please save my husband. A burly figure, Fuguay, knelt in the courtyard, accompanied by a middle-aged villager woman, her head wrapped in a scarf. As she spoke, she quickly produced a grain sack and 2 freshly prepared wild chickens. Fuguay pulled several pieces of milk candy from his pocket, placing them atop the sack of grain. The crowd, initially merely spectators, now gaped in astonishment. Upon the return of the winter hunting team, word had spread through the village of the partnership between Lee Yueshan and Fuguay. Yet, none could have anticipated that their expedition would yield such bounty for the simple-minded Fuguay. The grain sack appeared to weigh at least 30 pounds. And those few pieces of candy were prized possessions indeed. If even a fool could receive such a fortune, one could only imagine the benefits accrued by the Lee family. Aunt Lu, Fuguay? As Lee Yueshan squeezed through the crowd into the courtyard, he was taken aback by the sight of the kneeling figures. The 2 were prostrating themselves before the main hall, weeping profusely as they bowed their heads repeatedly. Meanwhile, Wu Hui, ever compassionate, stood beside Yin Xiu outside the side room. Her eyes filled with pity, yet she made no move to stop the kneeling mother and daughter. Old Lee sat silently on the threshold of the main hall, puffing on his pipe without uttering a word. Brother Shan, please save my father. Upon seeing Lee Yueshan's arrival, Fuguay seized him with fervor, his cries echoing with desperation. What has transpired? Did old Nian meet with misfortune? Lee Yueshan, observing the scene before him, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Earlier that day, they had encountered a black bear in the woods, and old Nian had been bitten on the thigh, tumbling down a rocky cliff. As Lee Yueshan inquired, a villager who had entered the mountains alongside them stepped forward, saying, "The black bear? What nonsense! What time of year is it to encounter a black bear? Besides, did you not enter the forest from the west? How could it lead to a rocky cliff? Where is Zhao Erlong?" Lee Yueshan scanned the area, noting the absence of both the team leader and the accountant among the spectators. Erlong has also been injured. Zhao Lu is tending to him, the villager replied before retreating. If he is injured, then he should be treated promptly. Coming to my house to wail is of no use. Lee Yueshan gazed at the mother and daughter kneeling on the ground, wailing in despair, somewhat perplexed. "Come inside with me," he said. Just then, the old man squatting at the threshold, smoking his pipe, tapped the bowl and rose to address Lee Yueshan. Chapter 15. Entering the door of the old Lee family, Zhao Erlong and his companions traversed the familiar path you had walked, only to encounter a famished bear. The unfortunate old man was caught by the beast, resulting in him plummeting down a rocky cliff, both of his legs shattered. After Zhao Laolu examined him, he applied herbal remedies to preserve his life, yet retaining the use of his legs was another matter entirely. The old man shook his head slightly as he spoke of this. "Then hurry and send him to the county hospital. Crying here is merely a waste of time." Although Lee Yueshan had grasped the situation, he remained utterly bewildered. "Is it that easy to enter a hospital?" The old man shot a displeased glance at Lee Yueshan. Taken aback by the old man's words, Lee Yueshan finally came to a realization. Setting aside the fact that Bile village was 70 to 80 li away from Long County, the medical expenses were not as exorbitant as in later times, but for a family of modest means, every penny mattered. Furthermore, the ravenous bear had a heavy bite. Even if they went to the hospital, survival was uncertain. What then? Just wait to die? Lee Yueshan exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. In the current rural landscape, if Zhao Laolian were to truly succumb, it would not only be his demise, but the entire family would be dragged down with him. Suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through Lee Yueshan, and he turned to the old man, tentatively asking, "Do you have a solution?" The old man nodded, softly uttering 2 words, "By long." Upon hearing the old man's mention of by long, Lee Wesan's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Fuguay and his mother had not sought a doctor, but rather came to their home in supplication. By long, known as the Chinese giant salamander, thrives in rushing streams and has exceedingly stringent requirements for water quality and environment. This creature also bears the moniker bone-mending elixir, and in Beiyao, it is found only in one location, the East Ridge's oneline sky, where the cliffs rise steeply and only a time-worn path exists between the 2 mountains. However, therein lies the dilemma. According to village elders, anyone who traverses this path inexplicably descends into madness and meets a tragic end within oneline sky. Although no one had witnessed such an event, the belief was deeply entrenched among the folk in the surrounding areas. Even if by long were indeed effective, what relevance did it hold for them? Lee Yueshan remained baffled. The old man lifted his pipe, his voice hoarse as he said, 20 years ago, I ventured there once. That won't do, Lee Yueshan exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. It dawned on him that the old man was the only person to have returned alive from oneline sky in decades. Yet, despite his amicable ties with Fuguay, that did not justify risking the old man's life. Though the old man spoke with ease, Lee Yueshan could discern the underlying truth. His return had been a stroke of luck. Moreover, 2 decades had passed. The old man was well into his twilight years. So, Zhao Laoyan's life was valuable, but his grandfather's life was not. As I grow older, I find myself reflecting on a life that is nearing its end, and I regret not having left you any inheritance. The fortunate lad, Fuguay, possesses abundant blessings and is not fated to clash with you. Thus, I shall commit an act of transgression to secure some resources for your future. The old man, pipe in hand, muttered to himself. Observing the old man's demeanor, Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow and inquired, is it absolutely necessary? Indeed. In the courtyard, as the 2 elders of the Lee family entered the main hall, whispers began to circulate among the gathering crowd. After all, the ominous reputation of that perilous place was etched deep within the bones of the people of Beiyao. Moreover, many individuals over 30 in Beiyao were well aware that the tales surrounding it were no mere fabrications. Many years ago, when the feudal remnants were shattered, people had come from both town and county. Yet, not a single soul who ventured into the treacherous path of the oneline sky had returned alive. In the past few decades, the only survivor had been the old man in the hall. As the crowd speculated whether the old man would indeed venture forth, the door of the main hall swung open, and the 2 Lee family elders emerged. 6th aunt, please rise. I shall take it upon myself to seek the white dragon for my family patriarch, Lee Yueshan declared as he stepped into the courtyard, addressing Zhao Laoyan's wife. 6th aunt was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lee Yueshan in disbelief. Shanzi, Wu Hui, who had remained silent until now, suddenly became agitated. Mother, ever since I entered the mountains, the burden of the Lee family's legacy has fallen upon my shoulders. From this day forth, I shall protect you as you once protected me, Lee Yueshan asserted earnestly, not allowing Wu Hui to step forward. Tears filled Wu Hui's eyes. But upon hearing Lee Yueshan's declaration, she stood frozen in place. Lee Yueshan then turned to 6th aunt and continued, I will endeavor to enter the oneline sky on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee that I will secure the white dragon. Regaining her composure, 6th aunt nodded repeatedly, understanding that obtaining the dragon would be a stroke of luck for Laoyan, while failing would be his fate. After all, despite Laoyan's shortcomings, he remained a pillar of support. Should he truly fall, it would leave her and her children with no hope. Yet, I have one condition. Lee Yueshan interrupted 6th aunt, who was incessantly bowing in gratitude, and turned his gaze towards Fuguay, who was kneeling nearby. Shanzi, you must agree that as long as 6th aunt can manage it, it will pose no issue. I require your son, Zhao Fuguay, to be adopted into the Lee family. Lee Yueshan's calm words left not only 6th aunt aghast, but also caused those around them to gasp in shock. What? This scoundrel from the Lee family has lost his mind. How dare he, a mere outsider, act in such a manner? Does he wish to sever his ties with Beiyao? Fuguay, no matter how foolish, is still of the Zhao lineage. Is he not spitting in the face of our ancestors? The crowd erupted in outrage. A few older villagers, upon discerning the expression of old Lee behind Lee Yueshan, immediately urged the younger generation nearby, quickly, summon the elders, and also bring the captain and the party secretary. A single act had stirred a tempest. As Lee Yueshan's words settled, the initially curious villagers turned their gaze towards the Lee family, their eyes filled with fervor. To be adopted into the family, this was a custom in Beiyao, akin to forming a close kinship. The only difference lies in the fact that while anyone may acknowledge a foster kinship, one must belong to the family for the formal ceremony, among those of the same lineage. If there are children who are unable to thrive or are frail from a young age, they are often entrusted to relatives within the clan. Although the biological parents are still referred to as such, the child no longer truly belongs to the original family. Shanzi, this is simply unacceptable. Lao Nian is our sole offspring. I cannot make this decision. After a moment of shock, Aunt Lu stuttered in her response. In modern times, saving a life is paramount. What is the harm in acknowledging a foster relationship? However, in today's rural landscape, this is a matter of utmost gravity, particularly when the party involved is of a different surname. At this juncture, the issue transcends the authority of Aunt Lu, a mere rural woman. Chapter 16. A journey to the celestial divide. Aunt Lu was at a loss, while the villagers behind her grew increasingly agitated. They were indifferent to the fate of a fool, yet the thought of subjecting an outsider to such humiliation was unbearable. As for Lao Nian's life or death, it held no significance for them. Observing the crowd's rising fury, Yun Xiu felt a surge of fear and instinctively hid behind Wu Hui. Without uttering a word, Li Yueshan emerged from the woodshed wielding a chopping knife. He pushed past Aunt Lu and Fuguay, advancing towards the most aggressive of the crowd, Zhao Shihu, and struck him head-on. This man, the accountant's son, was notorious for bullying Li Yueshan. Yet, confronted with Li Yueshan's impassive demeanor, Zhao Shihu felt an inexplicable sense of dread. This was not the bravado of a mere child. Before he could contemplate further, Zhao Shihu turned tail and fled, only to find the entrance blocked by the throng. Stop! At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see two elderly men, their white beards reaching their chests, being assisted forward. Zhao Shihu instinctively sighed in relief, but just then, a sharp pain shot through his back. Li Yueshan showed no signs of hesitation as the knife struck heavily against Zhao Shihu's back. Fortunately, due to the accountant's affluent background and the thick clothing worn by his children, coupled with the knife's dullness, he did not bleed despite the pain. Meeting Li Yueshan's calm gaze, Zhao Shihu swallowed hard and quietly slipped away from the crowd. Witnessing Li Yueshan's genuine intent to strike, those who had previously pushed forward in anger quickly retreated from the courtyard. Only the two elderly men continued to enter, supported by their younger kin. Shall we speak inside? One of the old men stepped forward, glancing at the elderly Li, who was squatting on the threshold, smoking a pipe, and cautiously inquired. After a moment of silence, old Li rose and entered the main room. The two elderly men freed themselves from their supporters, leaning on their canes as they trembled into the hall. Meanwhile, Li Yueshan, who was prepared to fight, appeared utterly bewildered. Despite being merely a 15 or 16-year-old youth, his mind was filled with over a decade of life experience. In the presence of these two venerable men, the most esteemed in Beiyao, he felt a sense of timidity akin to standing before his own grandfather, tinged with a hint of fear. Uncertain of what the three elderly men discussed, as the door to the main hall swung open, the two emerged, instinctively casting a glance at Li Yueshan, who held a woodcutter's axe. One of the elders, passing by Li, spoke in a low voice. If you truly possess the courage and skill to retrieve the white dragon from the oneline sky, I shall speak on behalf of the Lu family. His words resonated loudly, drawing incredulous expressions from the surrounding crowd. It is worth noting that the old-timers are often quite obstinate in their beliefs. As the elder departed, the assembly of people dispersed, their concerns shifting from the trivial matters of the old Lu family to the pressing issue of grain supplies as the year drew to a close. With insufficient reserves from the production team and the complications arising from the winter hunt, the prospects for the upcoming year were indeed precarious. After lunch, the team leader, Zhao Hongxing, sent for the mule cart from his home, directing it to Li Yueshan's doorstep. With the nod of both elders, the younger Zhao members refrained from further comment. After all, Li Yueshan's venture was fraught with uncertainty regarding his return. Moreover, this perilous undertaking was ultimately for the benefit of Zhao's kin. Thus, after much contemplation, Zhao Hongxing resolved to send the mule cart. The journey from Beiyao to Dongling involved over 30 miles of mountainous terrain, and having a mule cart would certainly ease the travels. As the two men set forth, they found the entire village gathered at the entrance. with nearly all the young and old present. Even individuals from neighboring villages, having heard the news, arrived to witness the spectacle. Many among them had only heard tales from the elders about the terrors of the one-line sky, yet none had experienced it firsthand. Those privy to the deeper truths mostly directed their gazes towards the elder driving the cart, for he had ventured there 2 decades prior, and the haunting image of his return remained vivid in their memories. The white dragon inhabits the cloud creek that winds around the sheer cliffs of the rear precipice, appearing only in areas cloaked by the shade of overhanging pines. This elusive creature is highly sensitive, perishing upon exposure to light, and it is imperative to remember to enclose it within the skin pouch I provide upon capture. The most perilous location lies along the ancient path at the mountain's waist. Heed my words, regardless of what you encounter on that ancient road, do not approach or touch it. Throughout their journey, the elder regaled Lee Yueshan with numerous tales concerning the one-line sky, which Lee listened to with great interest. While others feared the unknown, Lee remained composed, for he had ventured to that place more than once in a future time. Of course, that was after a cement factory had been established beyond the one-line sky, blasting the mountains for stone. No matter how eerie the locale, a few kilograms of explosives would render it manageable. The elder and the youth drove the mule cart for nearly 3 hours before finally reaching the outskirts of Dongling. From a distance, the view revealed 2 towering mountains standing sentinel, separated only by a narrow cleft. Was that the one-line sky? Lee Yueshan scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly inquiring. After 1992, geological experts from the county discovered high-quality limestone suitable for cement within these mountains. Consequently, a cement factory was established in Dongling, initiating the blasting of the mountains for stone extraction. As Lee Wesan and his companions arrived at the cement factory for labor, the once majestic exterior of the mountain had been utterly transformed by explosives. Now, witnessing its original form, Lee Wesan felt a flush of embarrassment. Before the founding of the nation, this place was known as Enyang Mountain. The peaks on either side of the narrow passage resembled the duality of Yin and Yang. Legend had it that every 60 years, the 2 mountains would unite. The elder, unperturbed, gazed at the distant, vividly shaped mountains and softly elucidated. Just as Lee Wesan marveled at the wonders of nature, a colossal figure emerged from the grass behind the mule cart. The east ridge was already peculiar, and this unexpected appearance startled Lee Wesan into jumping. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the foolish Fuguay. "What brings you here?" Lee Wesan exclaimed, somewhat astonished as he leapt down from the cart. "I worried you might not return if you came alone, so I followed the mule cart," Fuguay replied, scratching his head. "Brother Shanzi, please don't tell my mother." Lee Wesan remained silent, instead turning his gaze to the elder. The elder looked at Fuguay and gently remarked, "The mountain path is treacherous. It is prudent for the 2 brothers to accompany one another for mutual support." Lee Wesan nodded in agreement, and Fuguay cheerfully approached, gathering the belongings from the cart. The elder sat atop the cart, observing as the 2 ventured into the woods before he reached into his pocket, retrieving an object resembling a waste drum. The deep sounds reverberated through the tranquil forest. Moments later, from the underbrush beside the cart, a gray shadow measuring about a foot in length darted out. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a remarkably large rat. Chapter 17. The wild fox colt Lee Wesan and Fuguay entered the east ridge, one following the other. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain near the winding stream, it was already late afternoon. Remarkably, this area, untouched by human presence for years, had yielded a considerable number of game along their journey, more abundant than in the vicinity of the observation tower. However, despite Fuguay's simplicity, he understood that now was not the time to engage with these wild creatures. As the white dragon only emerged at night, they needed to traverse the ancient path along the mountainside before darkness fell completely. After crossing the winding stream, they discovered a set of stone steps nearly concealed by overgrown weeds at the foot of the shady mountain. This staircase was referred to as the ghost path by the locals of Hanshui. Amidst the foliage, the steps could be seen ascending along the mountainside, leading into a crevice. "Fuguay, follow closely once we ascend, and refrain from looking around or speaking carelessly," Lee Wesan instructed, glancing at the steps before turning to the inquisitive Fuguay. "Understood." Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, a rare seriousness graced Fuguay's face. The duo ascended the steps, quickly arriving at the mountainside near the narrow passage. From a distance, it appeared as if the heavens had opened a slit, yet upon closer approach, they realized there was a distance of nearly 10 feet between the two mountains. The ancient path carved into the mountainside was merely 2 feet wide. On the opposite side of the mountain path lies a sheer cliff, towering dozens of feet high. A gust of mountain wind sweeps through the ancient trail, emitting a haunting wail. Even with a prepared mind, Lee Wesan could not help but shiver. He grabbed the rope draped over Fuguay's shoulder, fastening one end around his own waist and the other around Fuguay's. "Be cautious, and do not rush," Lee Wesan reiterated before turning to venture deeper into the ancient path. After walking along the trail for nearly 10 minutes, Lee Wesan's taut nerves began to relax. Apart from the foreboding atmosphere and the mournful howling of the wind, there was nothing particularly alarming. Suddenly, as the two rounded a bend in the mountain, the cliff's edge came into view. At that moment, Lee Wesan felt the rope around his waist tighten abruptly. He turned to see the foolish Fuguay, having pulled down his trousers, urinating against the mountainside. Lee Wesan could only manage a wry smile as he turned back. However, that brief turn of his head sent a chill down his spine. At the curve of the mountain path, perched precariously at the cliff's edge, lay an exquisite compound bough. The carbon fiber limbs and intricately woven string structure momentarily left Lee Wesan in a daze. At the same instant, a peculiar metallic scent wafted into his nostrils, snapping him back to reality. Seizing this moment of clarity, Lee Wesan slapped himself across the face. The sting rejuvenated his senses, allowing him to discern that aside from a few withered grasses, there was nothing else at the cliff's edge. But before Lee Wesan could catch his breath, a strange cry echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw the foolish Fuguay squatting on the ground, hands grasping the freshly moistened soil, smearing it all over his face. His mouth was stuffed, and dirt had even found its way into his nose and eyes. Yet, as if possessed, he continued to shove the urine-soaked mud into his ears. "Fuguay!" Panic surged through Lee Wesan as he rushed forward to restrain the hapless giant from his self-destructive antics. However, Fuguay's sheer strength was beyond Lee Wesan's control. If this continued, Fuguay would suffocate himself with the very mud he was shoving in. Damn it! In a moment of desperation, Lee Wesan kicked Fuguay in the stomach. The force of his kick was significant. Whether by fate or fortune, it caused Fuguay to retch uncontrollably, despite his hands still grasping the soil, attempting to consume it. Just as Lee Wesan contemplated intervening again, a shrill cry resonated from above. Suddenly, a mountain cat, considerably larger than a typical dog, tumbled down from the cliff's face. Clinging to its neck was a rat of similarly daunting size. The mouse clung tenaciously to the bobcat's jaw, one of its forepaws burrowing into the right eye socket of the creature. The bobcat, in turn, had seized the other forelimb of the large rodent, its claws having already eviscerated the unfortunate creature. Yet, despite this dire predicament, the mouse refused to relinquish its grip, enduring the bobcat's frantic flailing of its hind legs. How could it possibly shake off the mouse clinging to its face? Is this a wild fox colt? Lee Yueshan was taken aback, his eyes widening at the sight of the robust bobcat. The mountains were home to many mystical creatures, but none were as renowned as the fox. After all, the reputation of the fox spirit is unmistakable, resonating through time and across lands. In Beiyao, there is a saying that a female fox that attains spiritual essence is called a fox spirit, while a male fox that does the same is referred to as a wild fox colt. This entity is as well known in Beiyao as the five immortals are in the Northeast. Elders spoke of its ability to seek out a peculiar item called bewildering soul in secluded mountain areas, which could seal a person's 7 orifices. A sudden thought struck Lee Yueshan. His grandfather had mentioned that mountain creatures could utilize the hallucinogenic plant mandragora for hunting, and he and Fuguay had just fallen victim to this trickery. Ultimately, a mouse is still just a mouse, despite its considerable size. It was no match for the wild fox colt. After struggling for a moment, the creature finally managed to shake off the mouse that had been clinging to its face. However, instead of fleeing, it astonishingly stood upright, fixating its remaining eye on Lee Yueshan from a distance. "What are you staring at?" The fierce expression on the creature's face provoked Lee Yueshan, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. "You played me for a fool, taking advantage of my momentary distraction. And now you dare to glare at me." Without hesitation, Lee Yueshan knocked an arrow and aimed directly at the bobcat's remaining eye. Already severely injured and merely 5 or 6 meters away, the creature had no hope of evasion. The arrow pierced through the eye socket, and with a powerful force, the bobcat's body recoiled backward. Lee Yueshan quickly approached, his hunting knife firmly in hand. To his astonishment, the beast suddenly summoned a burst of strength, dragging the arrow embedded in its eye socket as it plummeted down the cliffside beside the ancient path. Damn it, I was careless. Lee Yueshan cast a regretful glance at the cliffside. Despite the bobcat's eerie demeanor, its pelt was of exceptional quality. If he were to skin it and bring it to the supply and marketing cooperative, he could certainly exchange it for a wealth of fine goods from Su Lingling. Chapter 18. The White Dragon. Fortunately, Lee Yueshan's timely kick had helped Fuguay expel much of the mud from his mouth and nose. As the creature tumbled down the cliff, Fuguay gradually regained his senses. Fuguay, how are you feeling? Lee Yueshan inquired, observing Fuguay's dazed expression. Upon hearing Lee Yueshan's question, Fuguay finally snapped back to reality and, patting his belly, replied, Brother Shan, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Suppressing the urge to deliver a good beating to this foolish companion, Lee Yueshan quickly led Fuguay out of the ancient path. They proceeded westward along the ridge, and upon crossing the ridge, they arrived at the sheer cliffs behind the Yin Mountains. On the summit of the shadowy cliff of Yueshan, there is a spring that flows ceaselessly throughout the year, cascading down the crevices of the precipice. Some slightly wider gaps on the cliff are filled with the rushing spring water, forming unique cloud streams that wind around the mountain. The mountain stream salamander, known locally as the White Dragon, resides within these crevices on the sheer cliff. The two adventurers reached the cliff's edge, where Fuguay sought out a spring to cleanse his face of grime. Lee Yueshan, meanwhile, located a sturdy large tree along the cliff's edge. To catch the elusive White Dragon hidden within the cloud stream, one must be lowered down the cliff by a rope. Such a task was certainly ill-suited for the clumsy and dim-witted Fuguay. By the time Fuguay finished washing his face, Lee Yueshan had already secured the rope they had tied around their waists to the trunk of the larch. Initially intending to tie a bowline knot, Lee Yueshan reconsidered upon seeing Fuguay, who had just washed his face and was now curiously watching him while munching on corn cakes. Thus, he opted for a secure knot instead, prioritizing safety. With everything prepared, night had fallen. Fortunately, the two towering stone mountains of Dongling Tian offered a sparse landscape, with only a few larches apart from the rocky terrain, rendering it relatively safe from wildlife. While I descend, you must watch the rope. Remember, you are only to observe, not to touch. Lee Yueshan reiterated after inspecting the rope, securing his pouch and hunting knife. All right, replied Fuguay, wiping his nose and nodding. Removing his shoes and the cloth wrapped around his feet, Lee Yueshan took a deep breath and cautiously began his descent down the cliff using the rope. The reason for removing his shoes and socks was that it is crucial not to look down while descending. The stones on the cliff face were mostly fragile, and being barefoot allowed him to better gauge the stability of his footholds. Following the trail of the mountain spring, Lee Yueshan groped his way down. The back cliff of Yueshan, spanning over 100 zhang in width, was densely woven with winding cloud streams. Fortunately, the old man had mentioned that the White Dragon would only appear in areas obscured by large trees atop sheer cliffs. Lee Yueshan's chosen spot had 6 larches extending from the cliff below. However, it seemed that fortune had turned against him today. He felt increasingly anxious as he searched several cloud streams concealed by the larches, finding not a single trace of the creature. Upon reaching the last larch, Lee Yueshan's nose twitched slightly. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted through the branches. The scent was almost imperceptible, and had it not been for Lee Yueshan's keen sense of smell, he might have missed it entirely. Following the source of the aroma, he pushed aside the branches to reveal a beehive the size of a dustpan. Well, I may not have caught the White Dragon, but at least I have a consolation prize. Lee Yueshan's expression softened somewhat upon sighting the beehive, despite his earlier frustration. The hunting knife pried open the earthen exterior of the beehive, revealing rows of pristine white honeycomb before Lee Yueshan. The previously faint aroma had intensified considerably. Fortunately, it was the winter month, and the cliff bees within the hive would vacate their home before the chill set in, seeking refuge in a more temperate location for the winter. Had this hive been encountered during another season, its considerable size would have spelled disaster rather than fortune. Lee Yueshan deftly sliced a small piece of honeycomb and placed it in his mouth, where a burst of fragrant sweetness exploded on his palate, delightfully aromatic yet not overpowering. Sweet yet not cloying. This mountain-esque great black bees preferred to build their nests on remote cliff faces and branches, hence their designation as cliff bees. They favor the nectar of rare alpine flora, rendering their wild honey one of the finest and imbued with significant medicinal properties. After slicing off approximately 1/3 of the hive, he stored it in his leather pouch. In such circumstances, the mountain folk of this season would never consume everything, leaving a portion of the hive behind for the cliff bees to return in the spring. Having gathered the honeycomb, Lee Wesan, intent on exploring elsewhere, inexplicably cast a glance at the severed hive. To his surprise, he noticed a bifurcated stream concealed behind the hive's remnants. What thrilled Lee Wesan was the fleeting glimpse of a living creature darting through the crevice. He quickly advanced, securing himself with one hand on the rope while the other ventured along the bifurcated stream behind the hive. Moments later, maneuvering around a rock pine, he swiftly produced a prepared mat of felt to block the descending exit. As he sealed the opening, he distinctly saw a palm-sized little salamander retreating into the shadows. Not daring to linger, Lee Wesan tightened his grip on the rope and returned towards the hive, using the felt to seal off the stream's mouth where he had just spotted the white dragon. With both exposed mouths of the stream blocked, the little creature would find itself cornered today unless there were further branching paths within. After rummaging through his coat, Lee Wesan retrieved a split section of bamboo. He angled the bamboo beneath the felt that sealed the upper stream's mouth, thus temporarily diverting the mountain spring's water outside the cliff. Returning to the lower stream's mouth, he took out the leather pouch given to him by the old man, swiftly removing the felt while placing the pouch over the opening. Though the stream's flow was rapid, its volume was limited. Once the water was redirected by the bamboo, the section of the stream soon ran dry. The white dragon trapped inside could only helplessly tumble into the pouch Lee Wesan had prepared. Listening to the faint struggles within the pouch, Lee Wesan grinned. Despite the heart-stopping nature of this venture, it had not been in vain. After securing the pouch and wrapping it in a damp cloth, he grasped the rope and began his ascent up the cliff. The night winds in the mountains were bitterly cold, especially at the cliff's midway point, where the gusts were particularly fierce. In his bare feet, Lee Wesan climbed resolutely upward, entirely unaware of a figure rapidly approaching him from below the cliff. Chapter 19. Perilous encounters Fuguay, lower the rope. Upon ascending to within 7 or 8 meters of the cliff summit, Lee Wesan shouted towards the precipice. Fuguay peered down, responding with a shout, and soon a length of rope tied to a short pine log was lowered. Lee Wesan unfastened his backpack, securely binding it with the rope, and instructed Fuguay to hoist the sack filled with beehives upwards first. Feeling the weight lift, Lee Wesan's ascent quickened considerably. Just as he was about to grasp the cliff's edge, a sudden tremor surged through him as he glanced upward. There stood Fuguay at the cliff's brink, arms raised, brandishing a stone the size of a child's head, aimed directly at him, suspended mid-air. "Fuguay, you fool! Get down!" Before Lee Wesan could finish his exclamation, Fuguay's urgent voice reached his ears. Stunned, Lee Wesan was then assailed by a sharp, metallic scent of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off from the crevice where his feet were lodged, swinging himself to the side under the rope's tension. The stone, accompanied by a whistling sound, plummeted past him. In that fleeting moment, he dared to glance below. The sight nearly struck terror into his heart as he beheld a mountain cat, its eye sockets adorned with arrows, prowling dangerously close, less than 3 feet away. What in the world? Is this never-ending? Lee Wesan recognized it instantly. This was the wild fox cub that had its eyes gouged out by a rat on the ancient path, and which he had subsequently blinded with a single arrow. Had they been on level ground, facing this half-defeated creature would have been a simple task for Lee Wesan. Yet now, suspended precariously on the cliff, relying solely on a rope for survival, he found himself utterly helpless against it. Although blinded, the wild fox cub's sense of smell remained acute, and with its agile body, it maneuvered through the cliff's crevices far more adeptly than Lee Wesan could. Fuguay's stone struck the beast's lower back, yet the creature, being light of frame, merely staggered slightly before it caught the scent of Lee Wesan and lunged toward him. Faced with this desperate creature seeking mutual destruction, Lee Wesan had no choice but to grip the rope tightly and draw his hunting knife. On the cliff, Fuguay had located a stone even larger than before. Yet, despite holding it aloft, he hesitated to let it fly. Though somewhat dim-witted, he understood the gravity of the situation. The creature was too close to Lee Wesan, and a well-aimed throw might just as easily strike its intended target as it could its own companion. Meanwhile, the mountain cat had already darted to Lee Wesan's feet, snapping its jaws toward his calf. With a mouth full of sharp teeth, a bite would not sever his leg, but it would surely rip away a sizable chunk of flesh from his calf. Gripping the rope with all his strength, Lee Yueshan lifted his legs just in time to evade the attack. The wild fox cub, having missed its strike, twitched its nose and lunged upward once more. Fuguay, what on earth are you doing, holding that stone like a fool? Quickly, pull the rope and haul me up, Lee Yueshan shouted to Fuguay, who was at the summit, poised to hurl a rock. Upon hearing this, Fuguay relinquished the stone and rushed to grasp the rope tied to the pine tree at the cliff's edge, pulling with all his might. They were perilously close to the cliff's summit. As Lee Yueshan strained upwards, Fuguay pulled desperately from above, and in an instant, Lee Yueshan found himself outside the cliff face. Fuguay even extended his hand, almost grasping the outstretched palm of Lee Yueshan. However, at that moment, a faint sound echoed. Simultaneously, Lee Yueshan felt a sudden slack at his waist, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloping him. The rope had snapped. This rope, crafted from hemp by their own hands, should not have broken so easily. Lee Yueshan had meticulously inspected it before the descent. Yet, in his frantic evasion of the beast, he had swung back and forth along the cliff, gradually fraying the rope against the jagged stone. Coupled with Fuguay's forceful tug, the hemp rope finally gave way at the very moment Lee Yueshan was ascending. Fuguay stood in shock, staring at the severed rope in his hands, momentarily rendered speechless. Lee Yueshan, now suspended in midair, felt his mind go blank as his hands instinctively clawed at the cliff face. Behind him, the beast relentlessly pursued, drawn by his scent. In the next heartbeat, Lee Yueshan found himself miraculously pressed against the cliff wall, astonished. Upon glancing down, he discovered his feet nestled within a narrow crevice, allowing him to maintain his precarious position against the sheer rock face. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Lee Yueshan's feet exhibited peculiarities. His big toe and the second toe were tightly aligned, while the remaining 3 toes mirrored this alignment. Strangely, the 2 aligned toes diverged at an extraordinary angle. After a brief moment of confusion, memories of the blue goat he had previously hunted in Baiyao Mountain surfaced in Lee Yueshan's mind. He recalled the searing pain in his feet at that time, yet could not fathom its significance. Now he understood that the blue goat, accustomed to licking mineral salts from the cliff sides, navigated the precipice with ease. This inherent ability, while not granting him the same freedom as the goat, allowed him to find purchase within the rocky fissures. Meanwhile, the beast had ascended swiftly. Lee Yueshan crouched slightly, retreating. As the wild fox colt drew near, he seized the moment and plunged his hunting knife upwards, piercing the creature's jaw with precision. The knife penetrated through the wild creature's sharp jaw, emerging from its mouth. Fuguay, where the hell are you? Lee Yueshan bellowed, one hand wielding the knife that impaled the still struggling mountain cat, while the other clung desperately to the crevice in the cliff. Despite his secure position against the rock face, he dared not attempt to climb higher. A slip could lead to his utter demise. Fortunately, before Lee Yueshan could call out several times, the wealthy man finally regained his senses and hurriedly approached to lower the severed rope. This time, with support from his feet, Lee Yueshan effortlessly climbed up. Lying atop the cliff, he gazed at the countless stars in the sky, unable to suppress a tremor that coursed through his body. His life had hung by a thread. Such a thing must never be attempted again. Meanwhile, the injured wild fox, which had already suffered greatly and had its mouth pierced by Lee Yueshan's blade, fell silent from excessive blood loss. Damn it! Originally lying on the ground and gasping for breath, Lee Yueshan suddenly sprang up, cradling his head and wailing, before promptly fainting. Chapter 20. The rat tamer. When Lee Yueshan opened his eyes again, he found his little sister, Yunxiu, with her head so close. "Brother, you're awake?" Yunxiu exclaimed, her excitement causing her to bounce up. Before Lee Yueshan could inquire, she dashed outside in a flurry. Shaking his head, Lee Yueshan noticed nothing amiss. In fact, his mind felt clearer than usual. Rising from the bed, just as he was about to step out of the room, the little girl dragged Wu Hui inside. Seeing her son awake, Wu Hui finally relaxed her anxious heart, but it was inevitable that she would express her grievances. Life had been difficult, yet at least it had been peaceful. Ever since her son took on greater responsibilities, their lives had seemingly improved, but the constant worry had been exhausting. After comforting his mother, Lee Yueshan was about to inquire about events during his unconsciousness when he noticed the wealthy man entering the courtyard with a bowl. Upon seeing Lee Yueshan awake, The man scratched his head in excitement. Fuguay, what brings you here? Lee Yueshan asked, noticing the empty bowl in the man's hands. Wu Hui, standing nearby, gently inquired, what do you have there? Upon hearing this, a look of embarrassment crossed Fuguay's simple face. Mayam. Sixth Master said to persuade Bailong to use fine flour as bait, but we don't have any. After speaking, Fuguay cast a furtive glance at Lee Yueshan beside him. In these times, even a fool knew it was inappropriate to go begging for food, especially fine grains. Yet, Fuguay had no choice. He only knew that Lee Yueshan's family had fine flour. Give it to me. Wu Hui replied with a gentle smile as she accepted the bowl from Fuguay and turned towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Fuguay squatted down, pinching a handful of tobacco leaves from the old man's pipe pouch and meticulously grinding them. You released that rat, didn't you? Lee Yueshan stood beside them, glancing at the old man before asking in a calm tone. The old man, holding the pipe, was momentarily taken aback but chose not to elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. On the ancient path of dongling, when Lee Yueshan encountered the wild fox and ultimately killed the beast, it was indeed the large rat that initially gouged out the fox's eyes that had exerted the most effort. In his previous life, while sorting through the old man's belongings after his passing, Lee Yueshan had come across a peculiarly shaped waste drum. Later, with the rapid advancement of technology and an explosion of information, Lee Yueshan once stumbled upon a short video introducing the mysterious rat tamer of Beiping. The waste drum showcased in the video bears an uncanny resemblance to the one I once disposed of and incinerated. If I could master this craft, my ventures into the mountains would be far more secure. Such pursuits are mere distractions that compromise one's moral integrity, and I must not engage with them. After the old man finished his pipe, he rose and addressed Lee Yueshan. Just as Lee Yueshan was about to voice his queries, Wu Hui approached with a bowl in hand. The earthen bowl brimmed with finely milled white flour, weighing more than a pound. Fuguay carefully accepted the bowl, grinning foolishly at Wu Hui before making his way outside. I'll go take a look, Lee Yueshan greeted Wu Hui and then followed Fuguay, accompanied by Yunxiu. Although he had procured the white dragon, truth be told, he had yet to discern its true form. It was dark at the time, and all he had glimpsed was a head resembling that of an eel flashing past. Moreover, this peculiar creature required white flour as bait, which sounded quite intriguing. With Yunxiu by his side, the two hurried towards Fuguay's home. Upon reaching the gate of Fuguay's house, they encountered a throng of people gathered in lairs. Though the white dragon was known in North Yao, few had actually seen it, and everyone was eager to witness this rarity. Shanzi, you've come. Brother Shanzi, you're here to join the excitement too. The villagers greeted him with fervor, even bordering on flattery, leaving Lee Yueshan bewildered. These individuals typically scolded him at the slightest opportunity, and their sudden warmth was disconcerting. Had they all undergone a collective transformation? Some greeted him, while others displayed apprehension. For after so many years, only the old Lee family had survived the perils of dongling. Lee Yueshan entered the main room with Yunxiu. In these times, apart from the homes of a few leaders from the commune or skilled artisans like old Zhaoba, most households bore a striking similarity in their modesty. On the calm, old Zhao Nian lay propped up, while a spirited elder sat beside him. This elder was old Zhao Lu, a figure from the grandfather generation of Dong Yao village, akin to old Zhao Nian of Bei Yao village. Shanzi has arrived. Upon seeing Lee Yueshan enter, Aunt Lu quickly stood to offer her seat. Old Zhao Nian, however, remained silent, merely inclining his head in Lee Yueshan's direction, grateful for being saved by him. He found it difficult to reconcile the fact that the old Lee family had leveraged this act of kindness to secure a marriage for their only child. At that moment, a wave of wheat fragrance wafted in from outside, followed by the sound of eager swallowing. In these times, every household faced financial constraints. Though white flour was consumed in small quantities during festivals, what was distributed in the village was merely a blend of inferior flour. The substance in front of them, procured by foolish Fuguay, was the premium flour available only at the town's supply cooperative. Aunt Lu took part of the fine flour borrowed from Lee Yueshan's home to make several lotus leaf pancakes. Once the pancakes were served, old Zhao retrieved a pouch wrapped in damp cloth from his belongings. Opening the tube, a lively creature tumbled out, resembling a yellow eel with claw-like appendages. However, this peculiar being possessed wide eyes and an almost endearing expression. Zhao Laolu, indifferent to the creature's charm, extended his gnarled fingers and grasped the back of its forepaws. Before anyone could react, the old man seized the wriggling little salamander and promptly nestled it within a steaming lotus leaf pancake. "Here, eat quickly while it's still lively," he exclaimed, handing the squirming white dragon to the ailing Zhao Laonian, who lay on the kong. Without hesitation, Laonian snatched the pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. The silent salamander, now in Laonian's mouth, emitted sounds reminiscent of a baby's cries. This unsettling scene sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, including Lee Yueshan, who felt a chill at the bizarre spectacle. Today was indeed an eye-opener. The countryside healer's methods were quite disconcerting. Nevertheless, he had heard in his past life that such creatures were reputed in traditional Chinese medicine for their ability to invigorate the qi, alleviate pain, and mend bones. It was a desperate remedy. After a few bites, Laonian consumed 2 more pancakes to suppress the earthy taste lingering in his throat. Zhao Laolu then proceeded to prepare some herbal poultices before taking his leave. As the crowd dispersed, having lost interest in the commotion, Lee Yueshan contemplated explaining the situation to Laonian, but ultimately decided against it. After all, such a taciturn individual would likely struggle to comprehend any additional information. Chapter 21. The precious cliff honey. Upon exiting the affluent household, Lee Yueshan strolled through the village with Yunxiu. Anyone who spotted the siblings either greeted them warmly or hastily withdrew. Their recent expedition along the Dongling line had firmly established the Li family's reputation in the village. Upon returning home, they found the old man busy preparing a wild fox pelt. "Where's the head? Shouldn't the entire fur, including the head, be removed for it to be considered complete?" Lee Yueshan inquired, noticing the pelt hanging from a wooden beam. Typically, the fur of creatures like foxes is taken along with a portion of the head for it to be deemed whole. However, the fox pelt before him had been meticulously cut cleanly from the neck. This was of greater concern to Lee Yueshan than the white dragon that Zhao Laonian had consumed, for this pelt was undoubtedly earned at the cost of a life. "This is unlike ordinary fox fur," the old man remarked while scraping the skin, though he did not elaborate on the differences. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. One early morning, after breakfast, Lee Yueshan packed the fox pelt and 2 enamel jars of cliff honey prepared by the old man, setting off towards Hanshui town. When he had purchased the goat skin, Su Lingling had mentioned that it would take approximately 3 days to gather the necessary items. Thus, today's visit to Hanshui town served a dual purpose: to collect debts and to sell the fox pelt and honey. The duo traversed the mountainous path for over 10 miles, arriving in town just past noon. However, upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, they found the doors firmly shut. "Oh dear." Lee Yueshan tapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that nowadays, whether in workplaces or stores, they all strictly adhered to their closing times, without a moment's delay. The supply and marketing cooperative was no exception. It closed at 11:30 and reopened at 2 in the afternoon, tardiness not tolerated. "Good sir, what fine goods have you procured this time?" Just as Lee Yueshan was preparing to head to the dormitory behind the cooperative to find Su Lingling, a voice came from beside them. Turning his head, he saw Master Chun, the inspector of mountain goods from the cooperative, approaching. "Uncle Chun, I was just wandering in the mountains and stumbled upon a few items, thinking of trading them for some provisions for the new year," Lee Yueshan replied with a smile, lifting the leather pouch slung over his shoulder. Seeing the bulging pouch, Master Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's just past noon. You two must be hungry after your journey. Come, let's have a bite to eat at my place," Master Chen said warmly, putting his arm around Lee Yueshan's shoulder. "Sure." Lee Yueshan accepted without hesitation, smiling in agreement. The 3 of them made their way towards an alley on the main street, soon arriving at a mud brick house. "Don't be shy. Come in and make yourselves comfortable." Master Chen opened the door, inviting the 2 men inside. Once Lee Yueshan and Fuguay were seated, the old man retrieved a bottle of clear liquor, a dish of peanuts, a plate of dried tofu, and several steamed buns from a nearby cabinet. As he enthusiastically encouraged them to eat, his gaze remained fixed on the leather pouch by Lee Yueshan's feet. "Good sir, what intriguing item have you brought this time? Let me see." After a couple of drinks, Master Chen grew impatient. When it came to reading people, this seemingly wise old man was no match for Lee Yueshan. The art of subtle negotiation was something Lee Yueshan had mastered through countless short videos in his previous life. Setting down his chopsticks, Lee Yueshan opened the pouch and pulled out an enamel jar. As he opened it, a faint, sweet aroma wafted through the air. "Wild honey?" Master Chun took the enamel jar, dipped the other end of his chopsticks into it, and tasted a bit. As the flavor registered, Master Chen's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this cliff honey?" Where did you come across it? Lee Yueshan was pleased with Master Chen's reaction. At least he wasn't employing any manipulative tactics to deceive him. Nodding, Lee Yueshan casually replied, on the cliffs behind the Yin Mountains. Yin Mountains? The old man paused, looking at Lee Yueshan with confusion. Which Yin Mountain? There are several near Baiyao Forest Farm. Lee Yueshan chuckled, the Yin Mountain beyond the dongling line. Ah, young man, I was merely curious. If you choose not to share, that's fine. No need to press me. Master Chen initially looked startled, then waved his hand dismissively. The dongling line? He was uncertain about the existence of cliff honey there. Yet any mention of that area sent shivers down one's spine. Uncle Chen, what price can you offer for this cliff honey? Lee Yueshan was not concerned with whether the old man believed him. He simply wished to ascertain how much he could trade for this delicacy. The elderly man smacked his lips somewhat regretfully as he covered the enamel jar. This matter is rather complicated. Shaking his head, Old Chen finally spoke. If this were taken to the county, one could sell it for 30 to 50 per pound without much fuss. But here, at most, it fetches 8 yuan. What? Even Lee Yueshan was taken aback, his mouth agape. He could not fathom that the price of this item could surpass that of the old wolf hide. Well, Uncle Chen, how much do you think you could offer for this enamel jar? Stop right there. This item was never intended for folks like us. My monthly salary is merely 26 yuan and 50 cents. I cannot afford such luxuries. Before Lee Yueshan could finish, Old Chen quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Even considering the local price for wild honey, it's still 8 yuan per pound. With my income, I can barely afford 3 pounds of honey in a month. Moreover, such items are often available but rarely found. It's common to go 3 to 5 years without encountering them. So, don't tempt me with this. What else do you have from this trip into the mountains? Show me. Old Chen cast a glance at Lee Yueshan's bag, noticing that after taking out the honey, the bag hardly deflated. This suggested that the young lad had more treasures hidden within. Nodding in understanding, Lee Yueshan picked up a small wine cup and filled it with the wild honey from the enamel jar. Once filled, he pushed the cup towards Old Chen. Actually, there is something else that requires your esteemed appraisal. Before Old Chen could decline, Lee Yueshan spoke first. Old Chen observed the cup brimming with honey and nodded appreciatively. The young man indeed conducted his affairs with decorum. Without hesitation, Lee Yueshan produced the wild fox pelt from his bag. A fox pelt? The color and size appear to be. Old Chen seemed as if he had been scalded, retracting his hand abruptly. His expression one of shock as he stared at the fox pelt. Chapter 22. A great prophet, young man. Heed my advice. This item should not be kept. Once Lee Yueshan and Fuguay exited, Old Chen followed closely behind, persistently urging caution. Truly, the old man was wise. With just a glance, he discerned the origins of the fox pelt. The result left him nearly breathless, as he fervently advised Lee Yueshan to dispose of it. He even suggested, in a rather mysterious tone, that Lee Yueshan consult a knowledgeable geomancer for guidance. Lee Yueshan could understand the old man's superstitions. The tales surrounding wild foxes in Long County were still recounted well into the 1990s, often employed to scare unruly children. After leaving Old Chen's home, Lee Yueshan, accompanied by Fuguay, hurried towards the supply and marketing cooperative. After inquiring with a few passers-by, they easily located the dormitory at the back. The cooperative's dormitory was a modest brick-and-mud structure, with the courtyard divided in the middle. Haha, Comrade Xiaoxiu, I've come to visit you. I heard that city girls adore flowers and plants, so I've brought you some. Comrade Xiaoxiu, this grass is not only beautiful, but also edible. Come out and take a look. Outside the female workers' dormitory, Lee Yueshan spotted a greasy little man, clutching a handful of wild jujubes, gazing longingly at the tightly shut gate. Wang Taiju, haven't you had enough of a beating? Just as Lee Yueshan was about to approach and knock, the dormitory gate swung open, and Su Lingling rushed out, wielding a pickaxe. Wang Taiju, undaunted, maintained his foolish demeanor even in the presence of Su Lingling, who appeared ready to unleash chaos. This startled Lee Yueshan. Initially, he found this girl to be knowledgeable and composed, conversing in a calm and pleasant manner. However, the scene before him completely shattered his impression of her. Perhaps I should come back tomorrow? Seeing Su Lingling brandishing the pickaxe, Lee Yueshan felt a tremor in his limbs. Beneath her tranquil exterior lay a fierce spirit. At that moment, Su Lingling noticed Lee Yueshan and Fuguay nearby, and she finally set down the pickaxe. Have you got something good? Su Lingling inquired, her brow arching at the sight of the bulging sack on Fuguay's shoulder. Lee Yueshan nodded mechanically, yet his gaze remained fixated on the pickaxe in her hands. Come in and talk. Su Lingling naturally grasped Lee Yueshan's sleeve, pulling him into the courtyard. Comrade Xiao Su, I get lost. Wang Taizhu followed them into the courtyard, but before he could finish speaking, Su Lingling sent him sprawling with the pickaxe. Standing outside the female workers' dormitory, Wang Taizhu clutched the wild jujubes tightly, his mind awash with thoughts of Lee Yueshan's detestable face. Just right. The items you requested were delivered to me this morning from the county town. I'll fetch them for you. Once inside the courtyard, Fuguay and Lee Yueshan stood waiting as Su Lingling went inside to retrieve the items. Given that it was a female workers' dormitory, it was inappropriate for them to enter. Soon, Su Lingling emerged carrying a canvas bag. I didn't have time to check this morning. Please open it and see if anything is missing, she said with a smile, handing the bag to Lee Yueshan. He nodded, but upon receiving it, he was taken aback by its weight. The way Su Lingling had handled the bag had suggested it was light as a feather. This fierce woman is quite remarkable. He unzipped the bag, inspecting the bearings, steel rods, and springs inside, all of which appeared brand new and hard to come by in Beiyao. I managed to gather a bit of wild honey and a somewhat incomplete fox pelt during my trip into the mountains. Take a look, said Lee Yueshan. He was well aware that his purpose here differed greatly from that of the simpleton outside. The items that Master Chun had been reluctant to part with could only be hoped to yield profits here with Su Lingling. Lee Yueshan produced the jar of cliff honey he had previously shared with Master Chun, removing the fine cloth covering it and placing it before Su Lingling. Cliff honey? Su Lingling's eyebrows lifted, her face brightening at the sight of the enamel jar. Lee Yueshan nodded. Master Chun discerned the origins of this item only after having tasted it. Yet, the young woman before him, who wielded a pickaxe with a readiness to strike, recognized it immediately. Is this all there is? Su Lingling inquired, glancing at the leather pouch on Fuguy's back. Without further ado, Lee Yueshan seized the pouch and produced another enamel jar. Wait a moment, Su Lingling exclaimed, assessing the weight of the two enamel jars before swiftly retreating into the house. Moments later, she emerged, cradling a glass-deep jar in her hands, accompanied by several sheets of beeswax paper. Striking a match, she ignited the beeswax paper and tossed it into the glass jar, waiting until the flames subsided before taking the enamel jar from Lee Yueshan and pouring in the cliff honey. The two jars of cliff honey nearly filled the glass container. In the courtyard stood a small scale, and Su Lingling weighed the contents on the spot. After removing the skin, the total came to 6 jin and 2 liang. You must have inquired about this item before. The price is hard to determine. I will offer you 15 yuan per jin. Does that sound acceptable? Su Lingling remarked, casting a glance at Lee Yueshan. Noticing his apparent indifference, she furrowed her brow and added, of course, if you take this elsewhere, you might fetch a higher price. But in Long County, my offer is likely the highest. Agreed. Lee Yueshan, returning to his senses, nodded in affirmation. His surprise at the 15 yuan per jin stemmed from the fact that prior to his 30th year in his previous life, he had never encountered such a commodity. By the time he did, the market was saturated with adulterated honey, causing prices to plummet. 15 yuan per jin meant 60 for 6 jin, plus an additional 3 yuan for the 2 liang, a staggering sum. As he calculated, Lee Yueshan felt a pang of regret. Earlier that day, he had generously given away 3 yuan without a second thought at Old Chen's house. Indeed, the so-called social niceties taught in short videos from his past life were utterly nonsensical. When Su Lingling handed over the money, not only was Lee Yueshan taken aback, but even Fuguay behind him gaped in astonishment. In Beiyao village, Fuguy's family of 3 worked tirelessly, and their yearly earnings converted to cash likely did not even amount to 60 yuan. I see there may be more in your pouch, Su Lingling remarked, her excitement visibly undeterred by the sum of money, as she gazed eagerly at the leather pouch on Fuguy's back. Chapter 23. Bear hunting. Lee Yueshan hesitated for a moment, then took the pouch from Fuguy's back and extracted a fox pelt. Is this a fox pelt? Su Lingling gasped in surprise at the unfurled fur. Her background had afforded her a breadth of experiences beyond that of the average person, and she had encountered many things that even seasoned mountain dwellers had not seen. The fox pelt was no exception. However, the piece Lee Yueshan presented truly astonished her. Its size exceeded that of a typical fox by more than double. Lee Yueshan nodded slightly, and then remarked, the people of Beiyao hold superstitions regarding such matters. If you intend to gift it to someone, it would be prudent to inquire first. This is akin to the Northeast's 5 family immortals. If it falls into the hands of someone who is averse to it, enmity is assured. That is of no concern. Su Lingling replied nonchalantly, waving her hand. Her father had fought his way through the old society, having personally dispatched no less than 80 foes. Regardless of his staunch materialism, one who bore the weight of countless malevolent spirits would not be swayed by such ghostly superstitions. That's reassuring. Seeing Su Lingling's indifference, Lee Wesan felt a sense of relief. After all, had it not been for her, this item would likely be rejected even if offered for free in Long County. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative did offer a price for fox pelts, with a well-preserved specimen fetching around 70 yuan. As Su Lingling caressed the soft fox fur, she remarked, though this one is missing the top layer. It is far more vibrant than the average fox fur, and significantly larger as well. She continued to speak to herself, while Yueshan chose not to interject. Foxes were not particularly rare in the Beiyao forest farm, yet few ventured to capture them for profit. The legends passed down through generations instilled a sense of reverence towards such creatures in Long County. Even when accidentally caught, few would dare to skin them for money. At that moment, rural folk, particularly those who traversed the mountains, remained quite superstitious about such matters. I'll offer you 150 yuan for this fur. How does that sound? Su Lingling said, glancing up at Lee Wesan. He, with an impassive expression, nodded, though internally he began to tremble. Lee Wesan was no stranger to money, yet the significance of these 200 yuan felt entirely different at this juncture. Upon seeing his nod, Su Lingling turned and re-entered the room, emerging moments later with a thin stack of large black notes. 150 yuan, count it. She presented the money before Lee Wesan. No need to count, he replied, refraining from taking the stack. Instead, he turned to the man standing beside him, Fuguay. Fuguay paused momentarily before stepping forward to accept the money from Su Lingling's hands. Lee Wesan was not attempting to act aloof. Rather, his hands trembled uncontrollably, akin to someone afflicted with Parkinson's disease, making it impossible to suppress. With the transaction concluded, Su Lingling did not rise to see them off. Instead, she curiously engaged Lee Wesan in conversation about the adventures of mountain hunting. Lee Wesan could sense that this formidable woman of intriguing background harbored a keen interest in hunting. However, he had no intention of suggesting an excursion into the mountains with a lady. After all, the beasts within cared little for the status of those who entered their domain. I've heard my grandfather speak of the white dragon, which is officially known as the mountain stream salamander. It possesses remarkable healing properties for bone fractures, she continued. Foxes aren't inherently sinister, either. My grandfather mentioned that in the Northeast, some animals utilize plants like mandrake, known for their hallucinogenic properties, to hunt, leading many uninitiated individuals to believe these creatures have attained a supernatural essence. Did you capture the white dragon because Fuguay's father was injured during the winter hunt? Are bears truly active in winter? After conversing for over an hour, as the time to start work at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative approached, Su Lingling reluctantly released Lee Yueshan and the others. Stepping out of the women's dormitory, Lee Yueshan let out a slight sigh of relief. He was not a fool. Although their conversation had been casual, Su Lingling had subtly steered the topic towards the bear. However, Lee Yueshan chose not to engage. It was common knowledge that bears held significant value, yet even the most rudimentary firearms seemed trivial in comparison to them. Even with a legitimate hunting rifle, without striking a vital area, it would be exceedingly challenging to hunt them. Given Lee Yueshan and Fuguay's current situation, lacking both firearms and hunting dogs, their chances of bear hunting were nearly non-existent, more akin to fattening a blind bear than actual hunting. Upon exiting, the two men made their way to the entrance of the cooperative. It was still a bit early for it to open, but the enticing aroma wafting from a nearby noodle shop caught their attention. Although they had eaten a small meal earlier, they felt slightly unsatisfied and were reluctant to indulge too much at Shinshifu's place. Let us fill our stomachs first, Lee Yueshan declared, leading Fuguay toward the noodle shop. In this region, noodle shops primarily served a particular type of noodle pressed from fine flour. The noodles were firm and smooth, complemented by a generous serving of spicy oil, scallions, and tofu shreds. It was truly delightful. In his previous life, after his circumstances improved slightly, Lee Yueshan had consumed these noodles countless times without ever growing tired of them. 2 servings of the finest noodles, please. Upon entering, the two men found a table near the door and called out to the staff inside. Since the patrons were primarily locals, the the staff maintained a relatively cordial demeanor, and the wall bore no signs prohibiting the unreasonable assault of customers. 1 yuan and 60 cents plus 8 liang of fine-grained tickets. A middle-aged woman approached, wiping the table while smiling at Lee Yueshan. Noodles of this variety could only be made with high-quality fine flour, as coarse grains would not suffice. Ma'am, we don't have any grain tickets. Lee Yueshan said softly, glancing around. The woman paused, looked at Lee Yueshan and Fuguay, then chuckled. You youngsters should speak freely. There's no need to act like thieves. If you don't have grain tickets, there's still a price for that. A few years ago, it would have been a problem. But now the regulations have loosened considerably, and they won't scrutinize it too closely. Lee Yueshan scratched his head and gave the woman a sheepish smile. For the 2 servings of the finest noodles, the woman collected 50 cents from Lee Yueshan. The noodles were served on a plate, with the largest portion being 2 servings. Any more would spoil the flavor. Before Lee Yueshan could properly mix his noodles, Fuguay had already demolished his portion with remarkable speed. Not only the other diners, but even the woman collecting payments turned to watch, intrigued. Slow down. Today we are going to eat our fill, Lee Yueshan said, observing Fuguay's embarrassed expression as he placed 5 yuan on the table with a smile. Chapter 24, Winter Bear Gallbladder. Wow, your appetite is truly astonishing. Have you not eaten for several lifetimes? You must be the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Behold the stature and appetite. It is indeed a challenge for an average household to sustain such a voracious individual. With a grand flourish, Lee Yueshan generously paid 5 yuan, prompting Fuguay to abandon any restraint on his remarkable talent. Plate after plate of sumptuous noodles graced the table, and with each serving, Fuguay devoured no less than 3 chopsticks worth, leaving Lee Yueshan utterly astonished. Come now, my friend, it is not that I am stingy. We shall have ample opportunities in the future. Let us indulge today, shall we? After Fuguay had consumed 13 plates, Lee Yueshan could no longer remain composed. Spending money is trivial, but should he overindulge to the point of causing a gastric hemorrhage, it would spell trouble. All right. Upon hearing Lee Yueshan's words, Fuguay reluctantly set down his chopsticks. After living for over a decade, he finally felt a semblance of satiety. In these times, the portions served at state-run eateries are devoid of any exaggeration. 13 plates, each of substantial quantity. This fellow had managed to consume over 5 pounds in a single meal. It is no wonder that Zhao Laonian has but this solitary air. If 2 more were to appear, it would be impossible to sustain them without fracturing the old man's resources. Once the bill was settled amidst the gazes of other patrons, Lee Yueshan led Fuguay towards the supply and marketing cooperative across the street. In truth, many can consume over 5 pounds in a single sitting, particularly in rural areas, yet few dare to indulge so liberally, especially with such fine noodles. Those who frequent state-run restaurants do not lack for sustenance, making Fuguay's behavior all the more conspicuous. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Lee Yueshan sought out Su Ling, who was diligently at work. With his pockets now comfortably lined, he waved his hand grandly and purchased 100 pounds of fine grain. As the year-end approaches, the shortage of grain has driven prices to 8 jiao without ration tickets. However, Lee Yueshan did not hesitate, having returned from his rebirth. It would be unacceptable for his family to subsist on meager fare. What would be the purpose of laboring alongside livestock if that were the case? Naturally, he also intended to procure some coarse grains, along with canned fruits, condensed milk, biscuits, and other provisions. By the time he exited the cooperative, merely 50 yuan remained in his pocket. Had it not been for the debts owed to Zhao Laoba for materials and labor, Lee Yueshan would have preferred to leave even that amount behind. In his previous life, he had lived frugally, only to return to this world having enjoyed a brief moment of extravagance with old Zhang. As for the savings accumulated, he was uncertain which scoundrel would benefit from them. Once fully stocked, Lee Yueshan bid farewell to Su Ling and Master Chun, escorting Fuguay out of the cooperative's doors. Best keep your distance from Comrade Su, lest you provoke my displeasure. Just as they had not ventured far from the cooperative, Wang Taizhu emerged menacingly from a nearby alley, glaring at Lee Yueshan with a threatening demeanor. Spare me your bravado, Lee Yueshan retorted dismissively, glancing at the obstructive Wang Taizhu before sidestepping him, adding, though my family may be impoverished, we at least possess a mirror. Wang Taizhu furrowed his brow, puzzled by the meaning behind Lee Yueshan's words. While Lee Yueshan chose to ignore him, continuing on his way with Fuguay towards the outskirts of the town. As long as one's eyesight is intact, It is evident that Su Lingling is certainly an extraordinary woman. Such individuals can be pondered upon occasionally, yet they should not be trifled with lightly, lest one finds themselves in perilous circumstances. Shanzi, are you going to deal with him? Whispered Fuguay, who was following behind Lee Wesan, carrying a sack of provisions. Lee Wesan rolled his eyes and ignored him. However, just a few steps out, he heard Su Lingling's voice calling from behind. Lee Wesan, wait. Under the watchful gaze of Comrade Tai Zhu, who harbored murderous intent, Su Lingling hurriedly approached Lee Wesan. Is there something you need? He asked, observing her slightly breathless demeanor with narrowed eyes. She certainly carries weight in this situation. At such a moment, only a simpleton like Wang Taizhu would stare in astonishment. Someone like Lee Wesan, having consumed countless tutorial videos, knew all too well that narrowing his eyes made it difficult for others to discern where his gaze truly rested. You need to come with me. Without allowing for any discussion, Su Lingling seized Lee Yueshan's arm and dragged him into a nearby alley. Fuguay, guard the entrance and ensure no one enters, she instructed before pulling Lee Yueshan into the alley. Rest assured, Fuguay immediately positioned himself at the alley's mouth, casting a hostile glare at Wang Taizhu, who was lamenting from afar. Winter bear bile? Upon hearing Su Lingling's words, Lee Yueshan raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you suggesting I hunt that winter bear? Indeed, Su Lingling replied earnestly, nodding. This is of utmost importance to me. I am willing to pay any price for it. Lee Yueshan scoffed at her words, turning away without uttering a single word. Hunting such a creature was a fool's errand, the bear, being cunning and fierce, especially one that had not fattened up for winter, would prove to be a formidable challenge. Even with Fuguay's assistance, it would be difficult to bring the beast down. He aspired to provide the best for his family, but that was contingent upon his own survival. Feel free to voice any requests. I will fulfill them if within my means, Su Lingling said urgently as Lee Yueshan prepared to leave. The old man had sustained an injury years ago that went untreated, leading to complications as he aged. Numerous experts, both traditional and modern, had been consulted, but to little avail. Ultimately, through the introduction of a comrade, an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner provided a special remedy, which included bear bile. While bear bile might be precious to others, it was not particularly rare for the Su family. However, although the condition had been somewhat controlled, it could not be eradicated. The old expert indicated that the bear bile they had acquired was of inferior quality, only that from wild winter bears would suffice. The term winter bear refers to bears that, prior to the arrival of winter, have not stored sufficient fat reserves and venture out in search of food. These bears, driven by hunger, experience a reflux of bile in their esophagus and gastrointestinal tract, rendering their bile particularly rare and sought after. Earlier, when Su Lingling learned of Fuguay's father's injury from a bear attack, she began to entertain thoughts of such a hunt. That beast roamed the area around the rocky cliffs of Beiyao Mountain. Lee Yueshan remained unmoved, yet he divulged the location of the winter bear's lair. Given Su Lingling's stature, enlisting a few sharpshooters to hunt the winter bear would pose no insurmountable challenge. I comprehend your thoughts, but consider this. If the situation were as straightforward as you envision, would I find myself seeking refuge in Hansui town? Su Lingling shook her head, offering a wry smile as she elucidated. In that case, I am at a loss. Lee Yueshan shrugged, his steps unyielding as he made his way out of the alley. Chapter 25. Returning home. In truth, the two had only met twice. Their interactions merely a transaction of supply and demand. Beiyao Mountain was vast, brimming with commodities that could be exchanged for currency. There was no need for him to court such peril. No, this was not merely a risk. It was akin to courting death. I'll offer 1,000. Su Lingling called out as she noticed Lee Yueshan nearing the alley's exit. Earlier in the courtyard, despite his attempts at restraint, she had observed his hands tremble when she produced 150 yuan. Lee Yueshan, his back to Su Lingling, let forth a derisive smirk. 1,000. Even if you offered 10,000, what use is money when your life is forfeit? Furthermore, if Lee Yueshan's memory served him correctly, this winter, Zhonghai would implement a policy of reform, with that elder delineating a circle in the southern region. Years hence, when this wind reached Long County, what would the prophetic advantages in his mind be worth, even in the realm of 10,000? Seeing that Lee Yueshan showed no sign of halting, Su Lingling's smile faltered further. Just as Lee Yueshan was about to step out of the alley, Su Lingling's gaze sharpened as she fixated on the recurved bow slung over his shoulder. The Type 53 rifle, legally acquired. At the very moment Lee Yueshan was about to cross the threshold, Su Lingling's voice rang out from behind him. He paused, then turned around after a brief moment. The Type 53 rifle, a domestic imitation of the Mosin Nagant, was colloquially known as the water pearls. Are you certain? Lee Yueshan inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded the elated Su Lingling. She stepped closer, her expression earnest as she spoke. If you are willing, grant me a week's time. After 1 week, if you procure the rifle, we can venture into the mountains without delay. Rest assured, the 1,000 yuan will remain unchanged. And should you wish to sell the bear's hide or paws, I shall offer you a fair price. Seeing that Lee Yueshan's interest had been piqued, Su Lingling quickly seized the opportunity. Very well, Lee Yueshan replied without hesitation. The allure of a legally sanctioned hunting rifle was undeniable. The composite bow he had designed could not match the firepower of a genuine compound bow, yet it certainly paled in comparison to the might of a firearm. Although the reform policy would be established this winter, its implementation in the impoverished Long County was far from immediate. For the time being, Lee Yueshan had no choice but to survive in the mountains, scavenging from livestock. However, should he acquire a water pearl, future excursions with Fuguay into the mountains would be significantly safer. More than half an hour later, under Wang Tieju's eager gaze, Lee Yueshan and Su Lingling finally emerged from the alley. If you have any further needs, please express them now so that I can have someone prepare them for you. Su Lingling gently said to Lee Yueshan. Lee Yueshan, feeling no need for formality, pondered for a moment before responding. If it's convenient, could you arrange for a bicycle? And perhaps a compass watch as well? His request was made with a casual air, yet it elicited wide-eyed expressions from Fuguay and Wang Tieju. Goodness, was he preparing to start a life together? That seemed implausible. Even in the context of marriage, such items ought not to be the responsibility of the bride's family. Understood. I happen to have a radio ticket. I can exchange it for a radio at the supply cooperative in the county, Su Lingling replied, nodding nonchalantly, even adding another radio to the list. Suddenly, as they conversed, Wang Tieju unexpectedly covered his face and began to wail, running off into the distance. His spirit had crumbled. He had poured his heart out to comrade Su Lingling, only to receive nothing but a few beatings in return. Meanwhile, this scoundrel from Bile village not only had the audacity to court his beloved, but also expected Su Lingling to provide numerous items. Where could he seek justice for this? After bidding farewell to Su Lingling, and under Fuguay's awestruck admiration, the two made their way back to Bile village before nightfall. Upon returning home with Fuguay, they discovered that, aside from his own family, Aunt Lu was also present. Wu Hui brought out the leftover food from the afternoon, and Lee Yueshan and Fuguay enjoyed a hearty meal. Given that Fuguay had become a part of the family, it was only natural for him to dine at Lee Yueshan's home. As for Aunt Lu, though she was Fuguay's biological mother, she could only watch from the sidelines. After the meal, Lee Yueshan handed over 30 pounds of corn flour purchased from the supply cooperative to Fuguay, along with a can of condensed milk. This 30 pounds of corn flour, combined with the previous 10 pounds given, would be sufficient for Aunt Lu and her husband to get through the new year. As for Fuguay, according to the customs of the visit, his meals and drinks would now be at Lee Yueshan's home. What else do you have in that pocket? Fuguay, it looks like fine grain, Aunt Lu inquired tentatively as they exited Lee Yueshan's courtyard. Lacking guile, Fuguay casually responded. That pocket contains 100 pounds of high-quality flour, along with canned fruits and biscuits. 100 pounds. Aunt Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, her steps halting as she slowly turned back to glance incredulously at Lee Yueshan's home. 100 pounds of fine flour, alongside biscuits and canned fruits. And just earlier when Lee Yueshan offered her condensed milk, she had noticed several cans in that pouch. The Lee family was indeed fortunate. Although they went to Dongling to invite the White Dragon for her husband, they had collectively acquired those provisions. Even the man had been carried out from the narrow space by her own son, yet they ended up with such a bounty, leaving only coarse grains for her. Aunt Lu gazed at Fuguay with a tinge of envy and reproach. Mother, today, Brother Shanzi treated me to some noodles in town. Fuguay shrugged, lifting the grain sack on his shoulder as he spoke. You are nothing but a fool. What value could you possibly hold? As she observed her son still defending Lee Yueshan, Aunt Lu rose onto her toes and delivered a sharp slap to Fuguay's nape. Fuguay merely pouted in silence, trudging home with a heavy heart. Aunt Lu trailed behind, muttering under her breath. Had she not seen the splendid possessions of the Lee family, She would have been profoundly grateful for the 70 caddies of coarse grain bestowed upon them. However, after witnessing such treasures, all that remained in her heart was resentment. As for who had once knelt in the Lee courtyard, pleading desperately, Aunt Lu had long since forgotten. At the Lee residence, Wu Hui could not contain her tears as she watched her son extract items from the bundle. Unlike Aunt Lu, who harbored bitterness, Wu Hui was reminded of the day her son had been carried back, unconscious, by Fuguay. Lee Yueshan offered a wry smile as he comforted Wu Hui, discreetly handing cookies to Yunxiu. Regarding the condensed milk, he scooped out 2 generous spoonfuls, dissolving them in warm water before he exited the main room. Here, a treat for you both. After placing the dissolved milk on the ground in the yard, Lee Yueshan beckoned to the 2 pups in the woodshed. Chapter 26. The composite bow. Watching her son feed such a fine delicacy to the dogs, Wu Hui felt a pang of sorrow, yet she refrained from voicing her concerns. She understood that the quicker the pups matured, the greater the assurance her son would have while venturing into the mountains. However, feeding condensed milk to dogs, this was not something one would witness even in bustling cities during these times, let alone in Beiyao village. Of course, whether one could part with such a treat was one matter, while the courage to do so was another. The 2 pups scampered over, diving headfirst into the dissolved milk. Nearly 6 months old, their baby teeth had nearly all fallen out, particularly the white bear, whose physique was steadily expanding and whose demeanor was becoming increasingly fierce. In no time, the milk was licked clean by the 2 little creatures. After their feast, the pups lifted their heads, wagging their tails enthusiastically at Lee Yueshan. "No need to thank me," Lee Yueshan replied with a semblance of formality, but the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, as he regarded the pups with a look of disbelief. Had they just spoken? He crouched down, wrapping his arms around the white bear's neck, scrutinizing the creature. Woof woof. The sound was bright and clear, yet it remained the bark of a dog. Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow, for he had distinctly understood the joy expressed by the 2 pups moments earlier. Still hungry? He gazed at the pups for an extended period before gradually realizing that it was not the dogs who had spoken, but rather he had comprehended their desires with greater clarity than usual. This sensation was indescribable, yet unmistakable. It was likely a response from that wildcat. After much contemplation, Lee Yueshan speculated it might be connected to the earlier hunt of the wild fox colt. Once he captured living creatures in the future, he would test this understanding further. "Scram, you can only have this once a day, no more." He gently nudged the white bear with his foot, then picked up the earthen bowl and turned to re-enter the main room. The following day, after lunch, Lee Yueshan picked up a canvas bag filled with various components and made his way to Dongyao village. "Uncle 8, are you busy?" Lee Yueshan called as he entered with the bag. Zhao Laoba was still perched on a wooden beam, engrossed in his work with the timber. "Ah, you've arrived, mountain boy. Just hold on a moment while I finish this task," Zhao Laoba responded, glancing at Lee Yueshan as he continued his labor. Lee Yueshan, unperturbed, set down the canvas bag and positioned himself beside Zhao Laoba, observing his industriousness. At that moment, Zhao Laoba held a twisted wooden strip about the thickness of 2 fingers, while behind him lay several similar small wooden pieces on a coarse cloth. Before long, the wooden strip was smoothed out, and Zhao Laoba crouched down on the cloth behind him, picking up one piece after another and carefully joining them along the pre-drilled holes. In the span of merely a cigarette's worth of time, countless small wooden strips transformed into an ornate window frame. Zhao Laoba twisted both ends with vigor, nodding in satisfaction. "Uncle 8, your craftsmanship is extraordinary," Lee Yueshan exclaimed, genuinely giving a thumbs up. "This is merely the means of making a living. After doing it for so long, it loses its novelty," Zhao Laoba replied, though a hint of pride crept onto his face. After all, he was the only one in the vicinity with such skill. "Uncle 8, I've brought everything. Take a look," Lee Yueshan said, reaching into his pocket to produce 2 packs of Jinbinma cigarettes, which he stuffed into Zhao Laoba's pocket. "You young lad, I told you not to bring useless things when you come to Uncle 8's place. If you don't bring anything, do you think I'll pay you any mind?" Zhao Laoba remarked, eyeing the cigarettes in his pocket with mild astonishment. Each pack cost 70 cents and required a ticket, while at present, even flour with a ticket was only 18 cents. It appeared that the rumors circulating in the village over the past few days were indeed true. This fellow had struck a good deal in dongling. Though he feigned refusal, his grip on his pocket did not loosen in the slightest. "All right, Uncle 8, I'll remember that. I'll be more mindful next time." Li Yuanshan replied with a grin. Zhao Laoba then stood up and entered a nearby lumber room. Moments later, he emerged with two objects resembling bow arms. Don't rush. I've reviewed your blueprints. Although they're simple to make, the overall weight is a bit hefty, so I made some modifications. You see, with the bow arms separated, the front end and sides hollowed out, the bearings can be embedded inside when the two sides of the bow arms close. Moreover, areas along the bow body can also be hollowed out. The points of stress for the bow do not lie in these areas. So it won't affect the bow's performance, and it will also lighten the weight. Fearing that Li Yuanshan might misunderstand, Zhao Laoba hurriedly explained, then proceeded to close the two bow arms together. Uncle Zhao Laoba turned to see Li Yuanshan staring blankly. After a moment, Li Yuanshan took the improved bow body from Zhao Laoba and finally raised his head to say, "Your ingenuity is truly remarkable." Zhao Laoba was perplexed, but Li Yuanshan was far from oblivious. The blueprint he possessed could barely be considered a mere sketch. However, under the meticulous manipulation of Zhao Laoba, the bow's body and bearing were designed with such precision that they bore an uncanny resemblance to the compound bow etched in his memory. Even the hollowed-out sections were almost flawless in their alignment. Were it not for the knowledge that Zhao Laoba had passed away in the early 90s, Li Yuanshan might have surmised that this old fellow had somehow been reborn. In truth, not just in the 90s, but even around the turn of the millennium, the people of Beiyao were largely oblivious to the concept of a compound bow. In his previous life, Li Yuanshan considered himself a half-hearted mountain dweller. Yet his encounter with such an apparatus only occurred around 2008. Stop flattering your uncle and quickly bring out the treasures you've unearthed. Let us see if we can set them up. Zhao Laoba chuckled, gently delivering a playful punch to Li Yuanshan before gesturing toward the canvas bag behind him. Li Yuanshan nodded, turning to unzip the canvas bag and extracting its contents. Wow, your connections are quite impressive. These are all brand new, top-notch items. Although Zhao Laoba was a carpenter, his discerning eye was remarkable, and he quickly recognized the quality of the materials. Li Yuanshan offered no response, instead smiling as he handed the bearings and steel cables to Zhao Laoba. After some tinkering, they assembled a compound bow that, while not aesthetically pleasing, closely resembled the one from Li Yuanshan's memories. Here, give it a try. Zhao Laoba handed the assembled bow to Li Yuanshan, his face alight with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuanshan drew the bowstring. Compared to the crude bow he had fashioned from bamboo, this one required minimal effort. With a swift release, an unusual sound echoed, distinct from that of an ordinary bowstring. I'll give it a shot. Li Yuanshan was quite satisfied, but the expression on Zhao Laoba's face soured upon hearing the noise. As he released the bowstring, Zhao Laoba's brow furrowed even deeper. "What's the matter, Uncle Ba?" Li Yuanshan inquired, puzzled by Zhao Laoba's frown. Zhao Laoba did not reply. Instead, he raised his hand and released 3 more arrows in succession. Upon the final release, a subtle yet disconcerting sound emanated from the bow. The toughness of the mulberry wood was adequate, yet its inherent strength was insufficient to withstand such force, leading to chaotic tension in the bowstring with consecutive shots. Zhao Laoba scrutinized the compound bow in his grasp, his expression grave. Li Yuanshan remained silent, patiently awaiting his expert evaluation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Laoba released 2 more arrows, carefully noting the slight quiver of the bow upon the release of tension. Although the combined rivets were sturdy, they lacked the necessary tightness during retraction. While wrapping the bow with fine hemp string could remedy this, Zhao Laoba turned to Li Yuanshan and said, "If we could procure some thin iron sheeting to encase the joined bow body, it should resolve the issue. Of course, aluminum sheeting would be even more reliable. The 2 halves of the bow, interconnected with mortise and tenon joints, could then be wrapped in a lightweight aluminum casing to secure the structure. This way, the unified bow body would effectively concentrate the bow's power." "All right, I shall return and ponder further solutions." Li Yuanshan nodded in agreement, exchanging a few more words before departing from Zhao Laoba's home. On the journey home, Li Yuanshan found himself preoccupied with thoughts of aluminum sheeting. The only solution that came to mind was to procure some aluminum lunchboxes from the supply and marketing cooperative, melt them down, and fashion them into aluminum sheeting. However, this approach would significantly inflate the cost of the composite bow. At this time, aluminum products were considered quite a luxury. A standard aluminum lunchbox at the cooperative was priced at around 30 yuan. To create a bow with a length of over a meter, he would need to melt down at least 5 or 6 lunchboxes. By this calculation, the cost of the bow's limbs alone would exceed 200 yuan. This amount, prior to the conflict between the two villages along the Hanshui River, could have easily purchased a small-caliber firearm. Lee Yuanshan hesitated. After all, if he were to obtain the water-cooled gun promised by Su Lingling in a week's time, this composite bow would merely serve as a toy. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that Su Lingling's insistence on procuring winter bear bile indicated her serious commitment. Should circumstances change, the legality of the gun would be questionable. Moreover, Lee Yuanshan understood that the government would continue to tighten its grip on firearm regulations. Even with Su Lingling's assurances of legality, confiscation was merely a matter of time. Although the composite bow was becoming increasingly costly, it represented Lee Yuanshan's true reliance for the future. Damn it, let us do it. As he approached his doorstep, Lee Yuanshan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He opened the wooden gate and, lost in thought, stepped into the courtyard, where he noticed the old man busily working with 2 pieces of deer hide about a foot long, while Fuguay sat brooding nearby. The 2 dogs, upon seeing Lee Yuanshan, excitedly raced over and circled around him, wagging their tails vigorously. Fuguay, what is wrong with you? Lee Yuanshan inquired, gently patting the head of the white dog, before smiling and approaching Fuguay. Just as Fuguay was about to speak, the old man gave him a light kick from the side. With a heavy sigh, Fuguay lowered his head once more. Observing the silent duo, Lee Yuanshan furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, the old man secured the deer hide and turned to Lee Yuanshan, saying, "Come inside with me." After speaking, he led the way into the main room. Lee Yuanshan glanced back at the downcast Fuguay, then followed him inside. What is going on? Once inside, Lee Yuanshan asked the old man again. The old Nian family has taken an interest in the items you brought back yesterday, the old man replied, lighting his pipe and taking a puff. Fuguay couldn't keep it to himself, and after you left this morning, he came to speak with me. What does Fuguay think? Lee Yuanshan inquired, momentarily taken aback. His tone neutral. The old man remained silent for a moment before turning to retrieve a wrapped object from behind the door. That boy is innocent, but after all, it's meat that came from the old Nian family. Although it has entered our Lee family, blood is indeed thicker than water. My grandfather's methods may be somewhat underhanded, but for you and him, it might not be altogether a bad thing. As he spoke, the old man handed the wrapped object to Lee Yuanshan. Although Lee Yuanshan is merely 16 years old, he possesses the wisdom and experience gathered over more than a decade in his previous life. The elderly man's refusal to allow Fuguay to speak earlier was intended to instill a sense of guilt in Fuguay towards Lee Yuanshan. Such matters, once voiced, gradually lose their significance. The object he handed to Lee Yuanshan was none other than the ironwood horned bow of the old Lee family. By entrusting it to Fuguay, Lee Yuanshan deepened Fuguy's feelings of remorse. For individuals with innocent hearts, such a display of benevolence can be profoundly impactful. However, for someone as oblivious as Fuguay, employing such cunning is, as the elderly man remarked, rather despicable. Lee Yuanshan gently caressed the horn bow in his hands before turning to leave the main hall. Don't hang your head. Come, give this a try. Lee Yuanshan playfully slapped Fuguay and then unwrapped the large horn bow, presenting it to him. Fuguay stared at Lee Yuanshan, bewildered. Despite his simplicity, he recognized the value of the horn bow. Who in Beiyao wouldn't covet it? Brother Shanzi, Fuguy's eyes reddened, his lips trembled. Yet words eluded him. Enough with the theatrics. Hurry and see how many you can draw, Lee Yuanshan urged, placing the horn bow into Fuguy's embrace. Fuguay, listen to your brother Shanzi, and see if you can draw the bow. The elderly man chuckled and nodded at Fuguay, with tears in his eyes. Fuguay lifted the massive horn bow. His frame, already larger than most, combined with the formidable ironwood horn bow, exuded an intimidating presence. Huh. Fuguay let out a low growl, straining to pull the bowstring with all his might, the bow gradually bending. Yet, after only partially drawing the bow, Fuguay found himself exhausted. A deep and powerful twang resonated in the ears of the three, and Fuguy's thumb, which held the string, was already bleeding. Lee Yuanshan watched in astonishment. It was known that since he could remember, no one had ever managed to bend this bow in the slightest. From now on, take it slow when applying force. You'll get the hang of it eventually, the elderly man advised, pulling a thumb ring from his pocket and handing it to Fuguay. Gazing at the ring in his hand and the legendary horn bow nestled in his arms, Fuguay fell silent. Though he was simple-minded, he could discern right from wrong. Chapter 28. Inquiring at the door, his mother had her eyes set on something belonging to another, unable to keep her thoughts to herself, leading to a situation that might have severed ties with others. Yet, Bai Yi and Bai Nyang said nothing, and Brother Shanzi even bestowed the hornbow upon him. This left Fuguay with an indescribable sense of grievance. His parents often referred to him as a fool, yet the Lee family had never once labeled him as such. This was the primary reason Fuguay cherished his time with Lee Yueshan. While many believed that the fool was oblivious to the world, who could fathom that this seemingly simple-minded individual cared more than anyone else? Fuguay, they are, after all, your biological parents. Your journey through life, regardless of circumstances, has left you indebted to them. If you wish to repay their kindness, I shall not stand in your way. However, now that you have entered the Lee family, I shall not allow you to partake in anything less than substantial. As for other matters, what I can provide will not be scant, while what I am unwilling to offer shall not exceed a fraction. Lee Yueshan gently spoke while stroking the head of the crouching Fuguay, who buried his face in his knees, obscuring his expression from view. Over the subsequent days, after lunch, the old man would take Lee Yueshan, Fuguay, and the two pups to the riverbank. Do you still possess martial skills? Lee Yueshan inquired, astonished. As he watched Fuguay swinging his arms at a tree in a nearby grove, he turned to the old man for clarification. In my youth, amidst the chaos of war, I learned a few survival skills, the old man replied, puffing on his pipe. Lee Yueshan, his curiosity piqued, whispered, would you mind teaching me a few techniques? The old man lifted his eyelids, scrutinizing his grandson before turning away. What does that look in your eyes signify? Do you think little of me? Lee Yueshan retorted, feeling provoked by the old man's gaze, which silently conveyed that he was not cut out for such endeavors. At that moment, the two pups returned. Noticing that no one was paying him any attention, Lee Yueshan approached the deer hide that was suspended nearby. Bai Xiong suddenly leaped forward, springing high into the air to bite down on the hide, his body swinging in midair. Haizi followed suit, albeit smaller in stature. After bouncing back and forth a couple of times, he finally managed to grab hold of the deer's skin. Watching the two pups suspended in the air, Lee Yueshan began to mentally count as he swayed the hide. Approximately 6 minutes later, Haizi could no longer hold on and fell. Bai Xiong, however, remained suspended for a remarkable 13 minutes. Once the pups caught their breath, Lee Yueshan took out a pouch and, upon unfastening it, released a wild rabbit. The rabbit, upon emerging, glanced around before lowering its head and lying flat on the ground. Damn it, Lee Yueshan thought, feeling somewhat speechless at the sight of the limp rabbit. This creature had been caught alive by Lee Yueshan in a trap, intended to train Bai Xiong and Haizi. On the first day, once the pouch was opened, the rabbit had bolted away with astonishing speed. The two pups had exerted considerable effort to retrieve it. However, after several days of training, the rabbit now lay motionless on the ground, as if resigned. Lee Yueshan, drawing from his experience with the wild fox, could somewhat comprehend the rabbit's mindset. Simply put, it was exhausted and wished for an end. Meanwhile, Fuguay, whose palms were red from striking the tree, came to a halt as the old man applied some homemade lard to soothe the swelling. Originally, Lee Yueshan intended to trade for supplies at the cooperative, but as time passed, the old man decided to prepare the oil himself. Thus, 5 days slipped by, and Fuguay could now barely draw the bow. According to the old man, Fuguay's martial practice had gradually opened his meridians. As for the two pups, they had also grown considerably in size. After all, the mountain dog that has lost its baby teeth is growing robustly. On this particular afternoon, 3 people and 2 dogs were returning home when they spotted the village secretary standing at the gate of his house from a distance. With the 2 men of the Lee family outside, only Wu Hui and Yun Xiu, the 2 women, remained at home, even with the secretary's arrival. He had to wait outside. Secretary, do you have something to discuss? Lee Yueshan stepped forward and opened the gate, inviting him in. The secretary glanced at the 2 men carrying the horned bow behind them before nodding and entering the yard. In just a few days, he felt as if this fool had transformed into a different person, his demeanor now somewhat unsettling. Upon entering, they found the kang table already set in the main room. Wu Hui and Yun Xiu had prepared the meal for the 3 men. Have you eaten, secretary? Would you care to join us? Lee Yueshan turned to the secretary, picking up a steamed bun. The secretary swallowed hard, yet shook his head, indicating he had already eaten. In these times, every household struggled with their rations. and it was customary to bring food when visiting. Observing the Lee family's modest meal of plain white buns, he wondered how much fine grain had been used to make them. Even in his position as secretary, he would not dare to indulge so lavishly during the new year. However, as a village secretary, he would not let a few simple buns affect his dignity. Lee Wesan said no more and began to eat. His initial politeness was merely for show. He had no intention of inviting the secretary to dine with them. The mutton bone soup paired with white buns was so delectable that Zhao Hongqi felt a pang of envy watching Lee Yueshan and Fuguay devour their food. Shanzi, I'm here to relay a message. The supply and marketing cooperative in town has informed me that the items you requested have arrived. You can go pick them up tomorrow. The secretary finally spoke, unable to resist the tempting aroma any longer. Lee Yueshan paused mid-bite, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't anticipated that Su Lingling would act so swiftly. It had only been 6 days. What interesting item did you manage to procure from the supply and marketing cooperative? The secretary leaned in, curiosity piqued. Since this ailing man had entered the mountains, not only had their living conditions improved, but their social connections had also become increasingly perplexing. It was noteworthy that the message had come from Director Liu of the Han River Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a significant figure not to be trifled with, even by the town mayor. How had this ailing man managed to establish such a connection? Nothing much, just a water-cooled repeating rifle. After all, one cannot venture into the mountains with just a bow and arrow. It's prudent to have a firearm for reassurance. Assented? Lee Yueshan responded casually, not concealing the truth. Oh, you young lad. If you don't want to share, just say so. Why do you have to leave me in suspense? Zhao Hongqi initially stared in surprise, then muttered in dissatisfaction before turning to exit the main room. A rifle? A water-cooled repeating one. Even the malicious firearms have been confiscated. No matter how capable Lee Yueshan is, he couldn't possibly acquire such a thing. Chapter 29, 53 Steps of the Gunmother. Please fetch the enamel basin and prepare a large white bun. After finishing his meal, Lee Yueshan glanced at Fuguay and then called out towards the kitchen. Wu Hui responded promptly, filling the household's enamel basin with a large white bun, while Lee Yueshan retrieved a jar of honey tangerine preserves from the cupboard. He gathered the items in a net bag, contemplating for a moment before pulling out 2 large black notes. I'll take these home so your parents can also savor something new. As he spoke, he handed the money and the net bag to Fuguay. Fuguay took a step back, remaining silent and refraining from accepting the items. Lee Yueshan stepped forward, firmly placing the items into Fuguay's hands, and declared, "Brother has promised. I shall not withhold a single cent." Fuguay was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if understanding something profound, he accepted the items without further hesitation and turned to exit the main room. Did you promise the townsfolk entry into the mountains? After Fuguay departed, and Wu Hui finished tidying up before taking Yunxiu to a side room for rest, the old man, puffing on his pipe, inquired in a neutral tone. Yes, Lee Yueshan nodded, revealing the request made by Su Lingling. The old man pondered in silence for a while, shaking his head as he replied. With just you and Fuguay, even armed, it would be insufficient. Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow slightly. He could discern from the old man's tone that he was not merely dissuading him, but rather weighing the pros and cons. What should we do then? Borrow a dog. The following day, when Lee Yueshan awoke, he discovered that Fuguay had been waiting in the yard since early morning. So early, Lee Yueshan approached with a smile. But his expression suddenly turned cold. Fuguay looked up, his eyes red and swollen. Did you stay out all night? Lee Yueshan asked, noticing the remnants of white frost on Fuguay's shoulders. Fuguay remained silent, unsure how to articulate his grievances to Lee Yueshan. After returning home with the items last night, instead of receiving praise, his mother had only lamented more, incessantly berating him for being foolish, claiming that the Lee family could afford to share such things with a fool. Unaware of how much he had squandered, the more his mother complained, the greater Fuguay's sense of injustice grew. Naturally tongue-tied, he found himself unable to retort. Feeling stifled at home, he had sneaked out. His mother was too preoccupied with the potential uses of the money and items to notice her son as distress. Thus, in the biting cold of winter, this foolish boy spent an entire night squatting outside his own door, covered in frost. If not for his robust constitution, he might not have survived the ordeal. Since you have entered my household, you are now my son. If your parents no longer wish to have you, you are welcome to stay here, Wu Hui remarked as she approached, placing a steaming bun into Fuguay's hands. This time, Fuguay did not cry. Instead, he beamed at Wu Hui, nodding vigorously in appreciation. After they had breakfast and tidied up, the two set off towards the town, having made several trips already. The route was now quite familiar. By noon, just past the zenith of the sun, they arrived at Hanshui town. As usual, Lee Yuanshan first led Fuguay to the noodle shop opposite the supply and marketing cooperative. They indulged heartily, drawing the attention of those around them. Even some have clandestinely placed bets on how much dough this simpleton might produce today. It is indeed you. After settling the payment, Lee Yuanshan gazed at the blissfully burping Fuguay with genuine admiration. There is a certain merit to being foolish. Regardless of one's mood, eating and drinking are never impeded. Having satisfied their hunger, Lee Yuanshan led Fuguay to the courtyard outside the female workers' dormitory of the supply and marketing cooperative. Lee Yuanshan stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A melodious female voice rang out from within, clearly not belonging to Su Lingling. "From Beiyao village, seeking Su Lingling," Lee Yuanshan replied through the courtyard gate. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from inside, and moments later, the courtyard door swung open. Upon seeing the person who opened the door, even Lee Yuanshan, who had encountered many modern beauties, could not help but steal a few extra glances. The one who answered was a young woman, her delicate features complemented by shoulder-length hair, exuding a sense of competence. She was clad in a woolen coat that concealed her figure, while her lower half sported a pair of jeans, quite rare for this era. Although the jeans were somewhat loose, they could not conceal the unique allure of her legs. "Sister Lingling is waiting for you inside. Please come in." The beauty appraised Lee Yuanshan from head to toe before stepping gracefully into the courtyard. This turn was even more remarkable, though her coat obscured her form. The curvature of her silhouette revealed stunning contours. What a splendidly alluring figure. Just the sight of her back ignited an inexplicable warmth within Lee Yuanshan. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he followed her into the courtyard. "I brought the items. Take a look first." Su Lingling emerged from the inner room, holding something wrapped in military green cloth. Handing the item to Lee Yuanshan, she then produced two unopened cardboard boxes. As he unwrapped the military green cloth, a well-maintained 53 type cavalry rifle came into view. Lee Yuanshan could even detect a faint scent of gun oil. This firearm was a domestic imitation of the old Mosin Nagant, tracing its origins back to 1900, with production ceasing in the 1960s. Skillfully pulling back the bolt and cycling the action, Lee Yuanshan examined the rifling and nodded slightly. Although the gun was an antique, it was in excellent condition and had seen little use. He rewrapped it and then opened one of the boxes to find 25 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. "Time is of the essence. This is all I could procure for you." As Lee Yuanshan inspected the bullets, Su Lingling handed him something resembling a certificate. "Temporary patrolman of Beiyao Forest?" Lee Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback at the red seal on the paper. This document was far more valuable in Beiyao than the rifle itself. With this piece of identification, the weapon in Lee Yuanshan's possession would have legitimacy. Just then, the young woman who had opened the door earlier wheeled over a brand new 2/8 bicycle and parked it beside Lee Yuanshan. Su Lingling then retrieved a military satchel filled with various items, including a compass and other essentials. Not to mention, there was also a Seagull brand wristwatch. At last, Su Lingling produced a red lantern radio. With this single trip, Lee Yuanshan could almost gather enough for a complete cycle of 3 sounds. If only he had a sewing machine. In those times, not only in the rural areas of Beiyao, but even among city dwellers, there were few families capable of amassing such a substantial item. "Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall deliver the items you requested before the year's end." Lee Yuanshan gathered his belongings and addressed Su Lingling. "However, let me state this clearly. Whether we encounter that beast again is up to fate. Agreeing to venture into the mountains is one matter, but the vast expanse of the Beiyao Forest Farm presents another challenge entirely." "Understood." Su Lingling nodded. Lee Yuanshan handed over the items to Fuguay and then pedaled his bicycle towards the gate. "Wait." At that moment, the beautiful woman beside Su Lingling stepped forward to obstruct Lee Yuanshan's path. Chapter 30. Winter hunting is no child's play. Gazing at the woman blocking his way, Lee Yuanshan furrowed his brow. "I have gone to great lengths to deliver these items." The woman raised her delicate chin slightly, asserting, "So what?" Lee Yuanshan ignored her and turned to Su Lingling behind him. "Do not underestimate Sister Lingling. Since I have brought the items, you are certainly welcome to take them. But I have one condition." The woman waved her hand dismissively, her tone imbued with an air of superiority. Fuguay. Lee Yueshan cast a cold smile at the woman before summoning Fuguay back. Upon seeing Lee Yueshan's gesture, Fuguay promptly returned and removed his firearm. Without further ado, Lee Yueshan took the gun and, along with his military backpack and bicycle, presented everything to Su Lingling. Before Su Lingling could utter a word, Lee Yueshan had already departed with Fuguay towards the gate, affording her no opportunity to speak. "Stop!" The woman was momentarily taken aback, then furiously shouted towards the doorway. However, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay remained oblivious, continuing their stride. Su Lingling hurriedly rose to pursue them, casting a disdainful glance at the woman as she passed. Lee Yueshan, wait. Let me explain. She rushed to the entrance and positioned herself before them just as they were about to step out. Explain what? Lee Yueshan regarded Su Lingling with an expressionless gaze. The items were obtained by Xiaoxiang. She means no harm. She simply wishes to accompany you into the mountains for some experience. Su Lingling shot a glare at Sun Xiaoxiang before hastily elaborating. Huh. Lee Yueshan's face revealed a trace of self-mockery upon hearing this. After a moment, he finally spoke. Su Lingling, I truly wish to understand. In the eyes of people like you, just how laughable do you believe our lives to be? Entering the mountains? Are you aware of the dangers that lurk within the Bile forest farm? Do you know the greatest fear of those who traverse the mountains is running out of supplies and being forced to barter their lives for livestock? A winter hunting team from Bile village was nearly obliterated by that winter bear, and the bear gallbladder you seek is something my brother and I would have to risk our lives to procure. Is our existence merely a jest in your eyes? Lee Yueshan turned to gaze at Sun Xiaoxiang, his sarcasm unmistakable. You think you can accompany us into the mountains merely based on your status? Do you dare to look down upon me? Sun Xiaoxiang felt her face flush with indignation, but upon meeting his gaze, a surge of unnameable fury welled up within her. I recognize you as the daughter of a prominent family, yet the beasts of the mountains do not. Lee Yueshan scoffed, pushing past Su Lingling and reaching for the door. Stop! A low shout rang out from behind. Sun Xiaoxiang, shedding her wool coat, leapt agilely towards Lee Yueshan, aiming to reach the door before him, unencumbered by her coat. Her movements were strikingly graceful. Yet, at that moment, Lee Yueshan's mind was far from indulgent. Although she appeared slender, her explosive physicality was quite astonishing. He stepped back just in time to evade her sweeping leg. Simultaneously, a jarring screech echoed in the ears of the onlookers, causing Su Lingling and Sun Xiaoxiang to pale in shock. Su Lingling, disregarding everything else, seized Sun Xiaoxiang by the collar and pulled her back. In the next instant, the sturdy door brace that had been lying behind Sun Xiaoxiang was split in two. The thick wooden beam, typically used to prop the gate closed at night, was shattered by the sheer force of the clumsy giant that Lee Yueshan had brought along. As the hulking figure advanced menacingly towards them, Lee Yueshan's voice rang out. Halting him, the giant paused, eyes fixed on Sun Xiaoxiang, his previously jovial demeanor replaced by an overwhelming aura that rendered those nearby breathless. Palm strike. Sun Xiaoxiang glanced at the severed wooden beam, swallowing hard as she whispered, still shaken. Lee Yueshan paid no further attention to the stunned duo, leading the giant outside and back towards their original path. Initially, he had hoped to procure ample supplies, but instead found himself 6 yuan poorer without having gained anything. Yet, Lee Yueshan felt no regret. Bringing an arrogant fool into the mountains, did she truly believe that the creatures there would be benign? Lee Yueshan, wait. Just as they were about to exit the town, Su Lingling's urgent voice called from behind. Turning around, Lee Yueshan nearly burst into laughter. There she was, one hand gripping a bicycle and the other cradling a 53-style rifle, with a military bag slung across her shoulder, and a shiny new radio dangling from the front of her bicycle, which swayed precariously as she approached. Lee Yueshan, wait. I have something to say, she shouted, pedaling rapidly towards him. Passers-by looked on with curiosity, many recognizing her as the new sales clerk from the supply and marketing cooperative. Lee Yueshan extended a hand to steady the bicycle, and Su Lingling dismounted, her eyes slightly reddened as she stared at him. First, I apologize on behalf of Xiaoxiang. With that, Su Lingling bowed deeply to Lee Yueshan in the middle of the street. The surrounding crowd gasped, incredulity etched on their faces as they witnessed the scene unfold. Without discussing the young lady's appearance, merely the identity of a sales clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative is enough to draw admiration from many. If your intention for coming here is solely based on that, then there is no need. Lee Yueshan shook his head expressionlessly. No, that is not the case. Su Lingling hurriedly waved her hand, taking a deep breath before continuing. I apologize for the words you spoke in the courtyard earlier. I had underestimated the complexities of venturing into the mountains. However, I have never looked down upon you or disregarded your lives. Some experiences are simply beyond our grasp. And without guidance, we cannot empathize. Please believe that from the moment I first met you, I regarded you and Fuguay as friends. Su Lingling's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. You must accept these items. As for the winter bear bile at this moment, she took a deep breath, preparing to speak, but was interrupted by Lee Yueshan. In that case, our previous agreement remains in effect. Lee Yueshan gestured for Fuguay to receive the items. Be careful and remember my words. Everything must prioritize your safety. Upon seeing Lee Yueshan accept the items, Su Lingling finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. Where on earth did the sun rise from this morning? Chapter 31. Biking back to the village, quickly head back and keep an eye on your sister. She is a bit too audacious and might stir up trouble again. After taking the items, Lee Yueshan smiled at Su Lingling. Huffed. Su Lingling chuckled, playfully rolling her eyes at Lee Yueshan before turning to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Lee Yueshan suddenly called out, causing Su Lingling to turn back, puzzled. Lee Yueshan scratched his head awkwardly, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. As friends, we should speak openly. Su Lingling, noticing Lee Yueshan's discomfort, smiled and turned to Fuguay, asking, What do you think, Fuguay? Hee. Fuguay grinned foolishly. No one would have anticipated that this simpleton was a concealed expert. Su Lingling had an uncanny ability to read people. Earlier, after Fuguay had broken the door latch in the courtyard, she had sensed a murderous intent in his gaze directed at her and Sun Xiaoxiang. The success rate of hunting winter bears would significantly increase with this tool, yet there was still something essential lacking. Lee Yueshan shot a glare at Fuguay before speaking. What is that? Mountain dogs. Su Lingling was taken aback, then frowned. That's quite a challenge. Hunting dogs are treasures, and as an outsider, I cannot procure one quickly. Actually, it can be arranged, Lee Yueshan replied. Both Dongyao and Beiyao have numerous hunters, and others also keep dogs. We could negotiate borrowing one for a trip into the mountains. However, this was a difficult proposition for Lee Yueshan, who prided himself on not being overly sensitive. Fuguay, hand me the bicycle. Su Lingling, being exceptionally clever, immediately grasped the crux of the issue. She seized the bicycle from Fuguay and swiftly disappeared from sight. As the onlookers noticed that the main characters had departed, their interest waned, and they left, muttering under their breath. Only in a nearby alley did Wang Taizhu, with his greasy head, cautiously peek out. Moments later, Su Lingling returned, a cloth bag in her hand. Here are over 200 yuan. This is all I have. If it's insufficient, come early tomorrow, and we can head to the county together. With that, she thrust the bag into Lee Yueshan's hands. Before he could utter a word, she winked at him and turned towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Holding the bag, Lee Yueshan felt reassured. This money was essentially an advance, to be deducted from his future earnings. He rode his sturdy bicycle, with Fuguay in tow, heading towards Beiyao village. Unbeknownst to them, in that secluded alley, a tormented soul was wailing. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet around Wang Taizhu, it seemed as if snowflakes drifted by, with coldness and solitude enveloping him. Wow, a brand new bicycle. What a rare find, exclaimed someone. Look, ISNT, that black box on the front called a radio. Goodness, whose kid is that? Did he stumble upon a treasure? I recognized the cyclist. He is the only child from the Li family in Beiyao. As they left Hanshui town, before they could even reach Beiyao, every villager they encountered paused to watch. On their journey, a mix of admiration, jealousy, and bitterness filled the air. Of course, there were those with ulterior motives, but upon seeing the military green package strapped to Fuguay's back, their intentions quickly dissipated. In these times, anyone daring to rob them would face Lee Yueshan's gun. Finally entering Beiyao, the sky had darkened. Lee Yueshan had hoped that fewer people would mean less attention, but he underestimated the allure of such a spectacle in Beiyao. Those who recognized them had already relayed the news back to the village. By the time Lee Yueshan and Fuguay arrived, the entrance to the village was teeming with curious onlookers of all ages. They're here. They've really brought back a brand new bicycle, complete with a headlight, exclaimed one. What is that behind the silly Fuguay? Could it be a gun? The crowd surged forward, leaving Lee Yueshan momentarily flustered. Meanwhile, the village secretary, Zhao Hongqi, stared in astonishment at the item behind Fuguay. Did he truly bring back a firearm? Some curious children reached out to touch the bicycle, only to be pulled back by their guardians. Surrounded by the crowd. A journey that should have taken 5 minutes stretched into over half an hour before they finally reached Lee Wesan's doorstep. As night fell, the onlookers hesitated to follow them inside, and one by one, they dispersed. "Secretary, I have a matter to discuss. Would you like to come in for a drink?" As the crowd began to disperse, Lee Wesan called out to Zhao Hongqi, who paused, surprised, but nodded with a smile. The group entered the courtyard, with Fuguay's mother following closely behind. However, unlike the spectators, her expression was decidedly grim. No wonder Fuguay received such gifts yesterday. It turns out Datu is here. He claims that the Lee family has lost their conscience, yet his own foolish relative is reluctant to listen. Just look at them now, with bicycles and radios. Who knows what treasures lie within that satchel? Meanwhile, his own simpleton was easily dispatched with just a few white bonds. After entering the house, Wu Hui brought out the leftover food. This time, Zhao Hongqi did not decline. He joined the old man on the kang and shared a few cups of liquor. "Fool, what are you lingering here for? Why don't you go back?" As soon as they finished the meal, Lee Wesan's wife scoffed at Fuguay in a sarcastic tone. After all, he is a simpleton, indulging in white buns while leaving his mother standing idly by. With her words, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Wu Hui glanced at Fuguay, who hesitated for a moment before following Lee Wesan's wife out the door. The Liu family was clearly envious and ungrateful. The members of the Lee family said nothing. But Zhao Hongqi, lifting his cup, let out a cold snort. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone with functioning eyes and ears could discern the intricacies involved. Without Lee Yueshan, their family would struggle to even survive the year. After merely a few bites of a hearty meal, they were already thinking of smashing dishes and berating the cook. How could you have chosen such a family to associate with after having your eyes open for a lifetime? Zhao Hongqi's words dripped with evident bitterness. Initially, when he heard that Zhao Laonian intended to have his son join the Lee family, he had cursed repeatedly at home. Yet, in just a few short days, his perspective had undergone a significant transformation. Compared to the average villager, as the village chief, he frequently attended meetings in town and had even visited the county several times. His experiences and insights naturally surpassed those of ordinary villagers, leading him to understand that reputation and honor are merely illusions. Only what fills one's pockets is of true value. He had 6 sons. Should the elder of the Lee family express willingness, he could promptly send 2 over with great fanfare. Chapter 32. Training dogs. After several rounds of drinks, Zhao Hongqi set down his cup and turned to Lee Yueshan. "Nephew, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Lee Yueshan pondered for a moment before replying. "Uncle, I initially planned to venture into the mountains again, but my pups have just lost their teeth. I would like to request the village chief's help in borrowing a few mountain dogs from the hunters." "Borrowing dogs?" Zhao Hongqi looked at Lee Yueshan in surprise. Lee Yueshan nodded and continued. "To be honest, all this is provided by a prominent figure from the city. Of course, nothing comes for free. He desires winter bear bile." Zhao Hongqi gasped in astonishment. Initially, as Lee Yueshan spoke, his thoughts had started to race. After all, in Beiyao, what Lee Yueshan could procure would be simpler for him as the village chief. However, with several injured winter bears still lying on the kang in the village, whether they could survive the winter depended on the whims of fate. At this moment, even with great profit at stake, it would be challenging to muster people to hunt winter bears. I find myself in need of some fiery companions, alongside a few trivial matters. Yet what I truly require are the mountain dogs that can traverse the hills. Uncle, as the village secretary, your words carry significant weight. I humbly request your assistance in this endeavor. Of course, I shall ensure your efforts are duly compensated." As he spoke, Lee Yueshan unwrapped a cloth bundle, revealing a stack of substantial black notes that shimmered even under the dim light of the oil lamp. "I do not inquire about the quantity. I simply require dogs capable of entering the mountains. Each dog that ventures into the hills earns 15 yuan, and for those that do not return, an additional 15 will be provided. Furthermore, come spring, I shall take responsibility for procuring pups. 15 yuan, without the need for grain tickets, can secure 10 jin of corn flour. Moreover, should a dog fail to return, the compensation not only covers 80 jin of provisions, but also guarantees the acquisition of pups in the following year." The conditions presented by Lee Yueshan genuinely startled Zhao Hongqi. "As for you, "Uncle, for each mountain dog borrowed, I shall provide an extra yuan for transportation." Upon concluding his statement, Lee Yueshan counted out 160 yuan and handed it to Zhao Hongqi. 16 substantial black notes caused Zhao Hongqi's hands to tremble slightly. As the village secretary, his family's resources undoubtedly exceeded this amount. Yet, he was acutely aware that this young man, Lee, was no longer the frail individual he once was. To entrust such a sum to a mere youth, to have the supply and marketing cooperative director relay messages, to procure such valuable items, these were the true reasons behind Zhao Hongqi's trembling hands. "I am the secretary of Beiyao village, and you even address me as uncle. Can I truly accept this money?" After a brief contemplation, Zhao Hongqi returned a black note to Lee Yueshan. Taken aback for a moment, Lee Yueshan quickly regained his composure and did not decline. Instead, he poured Zhao Hongqi a cup of wine. Zhao Hongqi drank it in one go and then took the money as he exited the main room. Lee Yueshan escorted him to the gate, and they exchanged polite farewells. "If that rascal from the Liu family causes trouble in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." Before departing, Zhao Hongqi affectionately patted Lee Yueshan's shoulder. "Certainly." Lee Yueshan grinned in response. As he observed Zhao Hongqi gradually fading into the distance, Lee Yueshan's expression grew increasingly serene. Can a mere smile erase past grievances? It was something Lee Yueshan could not achieve, nor had he ever contemplated. Were it not for his rebirth and the trials faced over the past month, Zhao Hongqi, the village secretary, might have found him unworthy of even a fleeting conversation. His mother might have ventured into the mountains to carry stones. His father could have been overpowered by a winter bear, and his sister might have met an untimely fate. Therefore, when it comes to the villagers, Lee Yueshan would not hesitate to exploit them when advantageous. As for settling debts and grievances, he would not shy away when the time came. The following day, shortly after lunch, a cacophony erupted outside the courtyard. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay arose from their beds and stepped out of the main room to find Zhao Hongqi leading 7 or 8 individuals into the house. "Nephew of the Lee family, come out and see if this is sufficient." Knowing the quality of meals at Lee Yueshan's home, Zhao Hongqi refrained from bringing everyone inside. In these times, when many struggled to make ends meet, one family feasting on lamb soup and white bread could easily incite envy. "Uncle, it is indeed you." Lee Yueshan emerged from the main hall with a smile, observing the hunters, each leading a dog, and grinning from ear to ear. It was evident that Zhao Hongqi had put considerable thought into this arrangement. After all, the mountain dogs from the hunters' households were far more formidable than those of the average villagers. A total of 13 mountain dogs had been brought by the 7 or 8 hunters. As the dogs entered, the previously calm white bear and Blackie became restless. These two had been the old man's pride. Despite having just lost their milk teeth, they showed no fear in the presence of the seasoned hunting dogs. The hunters accompanying Zhao Hongqi were perceptive, their eyes lighting up as they observed White Bear. "My dear nephew, you've spent all the money I gave you, and yet there are still 3 extra dogs left. Choose wisely." Zhao Hongqi gestured, and the hunters stepped forward to bring the dogs closer. "Farewell, esteemed uncles and brothers. Your visit is a rare occasion. Please take the excess dogs with you." Lee Yueshan greeted everyone amiably and then produced money to settle the remaining payments. After receiving their dues, the hunters departed, leaving behind the dogs. However, each dog belonged to a different owner, and once the hunters left, the dogs began to exhibit signs of agitation. Lee Yueshan called out to Fuguay and led all the dogs toward the woods of the riverbank ridge. Mountain dogs are generally obedient, but with so many gathered together and their masters absent, a period of acclimatization was necessary. The simplest method for this adjustment was through feeding and discipline. White Bear and Blackie excitedly followed Lee Yueshan as they raced to the riverbank ridge. "That one, the grayish-white one, give it a smack." In the forest, Lee Yueshan first utilized the leftover sheep entrails, finely chopped and mixed with cornbread, to provide a hearty meal for the restless dogs. Once they became somewhat familiar with their surroundings, he gradually loosened the leashes, allowing them to frolic freely. However, during this process, he would intermittently point out 1 or 2 dogs for Fuguay to reprimand with a swat. Thanks to the unique ability granted by the wild fox colt, Lee Yueshan could clearly perceive the general thoughts of the dogs. This made managing the pack considerably easier. Over the course of 2 days, the dogs gradually accepted Lee Yueshan and began to comprehend some of his simple commands. To his astonishment, he discovered that the dogs were indeed intelligent. In just 2 days, White Bear, emboldened by its fierce nature and its special bond with Lee Yueshan, had emerged as the leader among the pack. Under White Bear's guidance, the dogs began to coalesce into a structured group, while the smaller Blackie took on the role of the rear guard. Seizing this opportunity, Lee Yueshan also took the time to familiarize himself with his firearm. Perhaps due to his steady hands, he found that his accuracy at a distance of 50 to 60 meters was quite commendable. In the context of mountain hunting, this range was more than sufficient. As the days passed, the sky grew progressively darker and a dry, cold atmosphere settled in. Lee Yueshan understood that winter snow was imminent, and it was imperative to venture into the mountains soon. Chapter 33. Into the mountains, hunting bears. At the west end of the village, in the accountant's home, the village secretary Zhao Hongqi learned that Lee Yueshan was to venture into the mountains the following day. He summoned his elder brother, the production team leader Zhao Hongxing, and together they made their way to the residence of their second brother, Zhao Hongqiao, who served as the accountant. Zhao Hongqi's intentions were rather straightforward. While Lee Yueshan's expedition into the mountains was not particularly remarkable, the connections he was bringing along piqued his interest. Although he lacked the courage to enter the mountains himself, he could certainly offer some assistance to Lee Yueshan. Thus, they convened at the home of the second brother to discuss the possibility of lending the production team's mule cart to Lee Yueshan. That mule cart belongs to our family. Why should we lend it for free to someone from outside? Protested a 12 or 13-year-old boy, furrowing his brow as he shouted at the adults engaged in discussion. Be quiet. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? That mule cart is the commune's property, not ours, reprimanded Zhao Hongqiao, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap to his younger son, his voice laced with anger. Although everyone present was aware of the underlying truth, it was deemed inappropriate to voice it so bluntly. After chastising his son, he cast a puzzled glance at his younger brother Zhao Hongqi. The Lee family had a poor reputation. They had been subjected to scrutiny in the past few years. So why was the youngest brother now siding with them? Consider this. The commotion caused by the Lee family's child is all for that winter bear. If he truly manages to hunt it, won't our village also have a share of the spoils? Zhao Hongqi quickly clarified as he perceived his brother's gaze upon him. Hunt a winter bear? With those few dogs and a fiery temperament? Or relying on a sickly lad and a fool? Scoffed the eldest brother Zhao Hongxing, feeling a twinge of discomfort as he observed the Lee family's rising fortunes. What about the East Ridge? Zhao Hongqiao inquired, his tone devoid of emotion as he glanced at his elder brother. Upon hearing the mention of the East Ridge, both brothers fell silent. After all, the East Ridge posed a far graver threat than the winter bear. If they could return from that place unscathed, perhaps they could indeed eliminate that beast. If Lee Yueshan were to embark on this journey alone and successfully return with the bear, it would leave them without a viable excuse. Regardless, since the mule cart was communal property, they would incur no loss, would they? Very well, let us lend them the mule cart, Zhao Hongxing concluded after deep contemplation. Let the third brother take it over. I refuse to be the one to risk my reputation. Zhao Hongqiao, the accountant, expressed his reluctance. Although the three families had all been involved in scrutinizing the Lee family, his family seemed to harbor a deeper animosity towards them. Just half a month prior, his children had given the Lee family's child a good thrashing. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hongqi nodded slightly. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the eldest and the youngest brothers took their leave from Zhao Hongqiao's home. As they reached the fork in the road, Zhao Hongxing waved and headed towards his own house. Once his elder brother had walked away, the village secretary, Zhao Hongqi, wore a peculiar smile upon his face. The following day, Lee Yueshan finished his preparations and set out with Fuguay. Almost everyone in Beiyao was aware that Lee Yueshan was heading into the mountains to hunt bears, and they flocked to witness the spectacle. Wu Hui, knowing she could not dissuade her son, repeatedly cautioned him. Be careful, be careful. At that moment, the village secretary arrived in the courtyard with a mule cart. Nephew, I spoke with the team leader and agreed to lend you the production team's mule cart. After all, venturing into the mountains without assistance is impractical. Zhao Hongqi cheerfully handed the whip to Lee Wesan. The onlookers gazed at the secretary in disbelief. Wondering if he had lost his senses, Lee Wesan expressed his gratitude and loaded his gear onto the cart. Upon leaving Beiyao, they headed straight for the observation post. Unlike the grand procession of their previous expedition, this time only Lee Wesan and Fuguay ventured forth, yet their resolve was undiminished. 13 mountain dogs accompanied them into the wilderness, a sight both imposing and magnificent. As for Bai Xiong and Haizi, After much contemplation, Lee Wesan decided to leave them behind. If they were to encounter that winter bear, some of the dogs would undoubtedly not return. Given by Xiong's temperament, it would be the first to fall. Are you two really coming back? At the observation post, Zhao Donglin looked on in astonishment as Lee Wesan and Fuguay, accompanied by a pack of dogs, made their way forward. The winter hunters of Beiyao had nearly been undone by the bear, and hunters from other villages had gradually retreated in recent days. Yet these two daring souls returned to the observation post just before the snowstorm. Judging by their current demeanor, they seemed intent on pursuing larger game. Last time, thanks to Uncle Zhao, Fuguay and I managed to bring that creature back. We thought we would try our luck before the snow arrived and bring something for Uncle Zhao. Lee Wesan laughed, retrieving a jar of white pear preserves and a bottle of loose tea from a nearby sack. Upon seeing the preserves, Zhao Donglin's eyes lit up. Such items were rare here, especially since obtaining food tickets was no easy feat. Unlike grains, one could not acquire these without proper vouchers. That's splendid. But you must avoid the eastern side, particularly the area around Shitia. Zhao Donglin chuckled as he accepted the items, not forgetting to issue a warning. Lee Wesan agreed with a smile. Little did Zhao Donglin know that these two rascals were indeed headed straight for Shitia. After arranging the mule cart and checking their gear, Lee Wesan and Fuguay, accompanied by the mountain dogs, entered the southern forest. Once inside, Lee Wesan fastened a slightly larger black dog and released the remaining dogs. The moment they were freed, the pack dashed into the woods, creating a frenzy of movement. Lee Wesan did not restrain them. Instead, he pressed deeper into the forest. Shituya lay beyond the ridge to the east, and they could circumvent it from the south to reach its base. The mountains were deep and the trees dense. And even as Lee Wesan hurried, by the time they arrived at the foot of Shituya, the sun had already begun its descent. Being the hunting dogs of a hunter, they had traveled a dusty path, and while Lee Wesan was preoccupied, the mountain dogs returned with 5 rabbits, 3 mountain chickens, and a few quails and pigeons. Beneath the rocky cliff, Lee Yueshan selected a hollowed-out alcove, where he kindled some mugwort to create a smoky ambience before erecting a rudimentary shelter with the canvas he had brought. By the time the bonfire blazed to life, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. Lee Yueshan meticulously gathered all the items retrieved by his dog, ensuring that even the entrails were collected, while the remainder was consumed by the 2 of them and their 13 dogs, leaving not a trace behind. After spending several days together, the dogs had grown quite affectionate towards Lee Yueshan. After all, they had never encountered a master who shared their meals with them. Despite having endured a slap on the cheek a few days prior at the riverbank, their 3 daily meals consisted of steamed buns soaked in condensed milk. Such treatment was likely unprecedented for them. One could surmise that even the hunters who raised them had never experienced such luxury. Once they were well fed and content, Lee Yueshan retired to the shelter for sleep, while Fuguay kept watch over the bonfire outside, with the dogs huddled together, nestled outside the shelter. In the dead of night, Lee Yueshan would emerge to relieve Fuguay, for in the mountains, one could forego many things, but not the flickering light of the fire. Chapter 34, Fire. The winter nights in the deep mountains were far colder than those outside. Even with the bonfire crackling, Lee Yueshan, wrapped in his coat, still shivered from the chill. Earning this money was certainly no easy feat. As he tossed a dry branch he had previously collected into the flames, he muttered to himself, with conditions like these, that foolish woman, Sun Xiaoxiang, insists on joining the fray. If she truly came along, this very cold would be enough to make her wail for her mother. As he mused, he remained vigilant, watching the bonfire. Time slipped away gradually, and the coldness at his back was slowly dispelled by the warmth of the fire before him. As Lee Yueshan began to feel the comforting warmth envelop him, he could no longer suppress his drowsiness and started to doze off. In a hazy reverie, he found himself transported back to that room filled with intoxicating allure. "Sir, is the water temperature to your liking? Sir, you seem quite vigorous. Sir, aside from the traditional foot bath, we also offer more exclusive services. What do you think?" Suddenly, as Lee Yueshan contemplated adding another hour, a sudden cacophony of barking jolted him back to reality. He awoke with a start to find the bonfire extinguished. The dogs, as if stirred from a slumber, sprang up, their backs arched, baring their teeth and barking furiously at the distant woods. Before Lee Yueshan could gather his wits, a dark figure burst forth from the trees, charging towards them with alarming speed. The lead black dog dashed out first, while the other mountain dogs flanked it on either side, preparing to pounce on the shadowy figure. By the heavens! Lee Yueshan gasped as he witnessed the leading black dog being struck down, its spine shattered by the sheer force of the dark figure. The creature before him was a formidable beast, easily measuring 2 meters in length, with a broad head and elongated snout. Its neck, occasionally raised, bore a white collar, and a large white crescent-shaped marking adorned its chest, extending along its back to the shoulders. "Curse you!" Lee Yueshan exclaimed in disbelief. Upon discerning the true visage and stature of the creature before him, Lee Yueshan hastily reached for the water bead gun nestled within the makeshift shelter, his mind seething with expletives. This was no mere black bear, it was a formidable grizzly. Though both are bears, they exist on entirely different scales. The largest black bear weighs no more than 300 pounds, whereas the beast before him, even without having sufficiently fattened for autumn, was estimated to weigh around 600 pounds. As Lee Yueshan brandished the water bead gun, Fuguay erupted from the shelter, equally startled by the imposing figure. With the head dog slain, a black and white dog from the flanking pack leaped forward, charging directly at the grizzly. Seizing the moment, the remaining dogs circled in, darting about in search of an opportunity to strike. Yet, the grizzly's hide was thick and tough, its fur denser than that of a black bear. Though the mountain dogs managed to inflict minor wounds, the damage was negligible. Fortunately, Lee Yueshan had loaded ammunition before entering the mountains, and now he steadied his gun, aiming at the grizzly that was alarmingly close. Damn it! Despite the gun in his grasp, his hands trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't a matter of cowardice. Anyone in such a dire situation would find it challenging to maintain composure. However, Lee Yueshan understood all too well that any unexpected turn of events could spell doom for them, reducing them to mere dung beneath the creature's claws. With a sharp slap to his own face, Lee Yueshan gritted his teeth, forcing steadiness into his hands. "Go, go, go." Meanwhile, Fuguay, armed with a horn bow, shouted commands to the dogs engaged in the assault on the grizzly. This was a colloquial expression among mountain dwellers signaling the dogs to retreat. Instantly, all the dogs fell back, and Fuguay dashed forward, releasing the bowstring like a full moon while sprinting towards the cliff's edge. The retreating dogs followed suit, racing alongside Fuguay. Whoosh! In tandem, the bowstring twanged as a fearsome arrow, accompanied by a dreadful whistling sound, hurtled towards the grizzly. The iron-tipped arrow, encased in lead, struck the beast's foreshoulder, eliciting a furious roar of pain. In that moment, the arrow also incited the grizzly's wrath, prompting it to pivot and charge at Fuguay. Having successfully drawn the grizzly's attention, Fuguay turned and sprinted desperately towards the cliffside, but the grizzly's speed was unmatched, quickly closing the gap. Among the mountain dogs following Fuguay, 5 or 6 turned back, resolutely launching themselves at the grizzly. In a single encounter, one dog was crushed beneath a powerful paw, while another was seized by the neck, destined for a grim fate. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out from behind the grizzly, a spray of crimson erupting from its neck. In agony, the grizzly released its grip on the dog it had fatally bitten and pivoted to charge at Lee Yueshan. Simultaneously, hearing the gunfire, Fuguay halted, once more drawing back his bowstring, and the dogs that had accompanied him turned to charge. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow slicing through the air resonated once more. This arrow, a fortunate misfire, found its mark as the grizzly turned to snap at a nearby dog, piercing its ear. In theory, an arrow penetrating over 2 inches into the ear should surely inflict significant damage. However, those who have truly encountered the great beasts of the mountains understand that even a grievous injury to a vital area may not result in immediate demise. Though not fatal, the pain is undeniably excruciating. The bear, pierced through the ear, was consumed by a furious rage, its powerful claws grasping a mountain dog and tearing it apart with a fierce force. The scent of blood combined with its agony drove the bear into a complete frenzy. Initially, the bear, having received the arrow, would have charged toward the source of its torment. Yet, in an unexpected turn, it cast aside the 2 halves of the dog and recklessly charged at Lee Yueshan, who stood with a gun in hand. Bang! Lee Yueshan fired another shot. Perhaps due to nerves, he misfired. The beast charged like a small bulldozer. Despite the dog's desperate attempts to obstruct it, they were of little hindrance to its speed. In the blink of an eye, the bear had already reached Lee Yueshan. At that moment, he could distinctly see the jagged fangs within its gaping maw. With no time to ponder, Lee Yueshan turned and fled, but behind him was the cliff, leaving him nowhere to escape. He flung the gun onto his back and, grasping the smooth cliff face, began to scale upwards. What initially appeared to be an unyielding ascent, he managed to climb 7 or 8 meters within merely 2 breaths. Below, the enraged bear clawed at the rock wall, bellowing towards Lee Wesan, who had distanced himself. The cliff was treacherously slick. None present, apart from Lee Wesan, possessed the agility to navigate it. Chapter 35, Homeward Bound. Once Lee Wesan steadied himself against the cliff, he called out to the distant Fuguay. Fuguay, call the dogs back. Hearing Lee Wesan's voice, Fuguay immediately summoned the dogs encircling the bear. Lee Wesan felt secure bringing Fuguay into the mountains precisely because of the latter's obedience. Had it been a typical person, regardless of their motivations, they would not have summoned the dogs back at such a precarious moment, especially with Lee Wesan isolated atop the cliff. Yet Fuguay adhered to Lee Wesan's command without hesitation, disregarding all else. As the dogs retreated, the bear did not pursue but remained at the base of the cliff, roaring at Lee Wesan. Perhaps it believed that the fall of this man was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Lee Wesan chambered around and aimed at the bear, which was less than 5 meters below him. Roar! Bang! At the instant the bear howled at Lee Wesan once more, he decisively pulled the trigger. The searing bullet penetrated the bear's mouth, instantly traversing its throat and exiting through the back of its skull. The bear, which had been roaring just a moment prior, lowered its head, its massive body curling in defeat. Observing the fallen bear, Lee Wesan did not descend immediately. Instead, he reloaded and fired 2 more rounds into the creature. After expending all 5 bullets, he carefully made his way down the mountain. Woof! Woof! On the other side, Fuguay, accompanied by his dog, approached, finally exhaling in relief upon seeing the bear curled up at the entrance of their makeshift shelter. After descending the cliff, Lee Wesan leaned against the mountainside, feeling utterly drained. Today, his life felt as if it had been borrowed. Were it not for the cleverness of these dogs, or Fuguay's swift action to divert the bear's attention, or the earlier guidance he received from Qingyang regarding climbing, he might not have survived. As Lee Wesan leaned against the cliff, catching his breath, he suddenly sprang to his feet and hastened towards the bear. 3 bullets had struck it squarely in the front. Logically, even the strongest should meet their demise under such circumstances. Yet, Lee Wesan was reluctant to accept this fate. Under Fuguay's puzzled gaze, he drew his hunting knife, raising the bear's massive head with one hand while plunging the blade into its neck, targeting the artery. Warm, foul-smelling blood gushed forth. And just when he thought the bear was lifeless, its limbs twitched violently before falling still. At that moment, Lee Wesan gasped sharply. A heat, clearer and more intense than any he had previously experienced, surged through his body, especially in his limbs, which throbbed with unbearable pain. Unlike the fleeting sensations from before, this agony persisted for over a minute. Once the pain subsided, he collapsed onto the ground. "Brother Sean, are you all right?" Fuguay rushed over, noticing Lee Wesan drenched in sweat. "I'm fine. Go light the bonfire and let the remaining dogs scatter." Lee Wesan waved his hand dismissively, then instructed Fuguay. The bear had a strong territorial instinct, and since this was its domain, it was unlikely other predators lurked nearby. However, caution was still warranted in the mountains. Fuguay first ignited the bonfire and then retrieved some cornbread, crumbling it and mixing it with condensed milk from his water pouch to feed the remaining dogs. Initially, there had been 13 mountain dogs accompanying them, but in the blink of an eye, only one, Shitiao, remained unscathed. The odds of returning alive alongside Lee Wesan and Fuguay were slim, likely resting solely on Shitiao. For the dogs, a confrontation with the bear meant severe injury at the very least. As he fed them, Fuguay began to sob quietly. He felt foolish, apart from the Lee family. No one truly cared for him. Yet these dogs were different. Though their time together was brief, they meant more to Fuguay than his relatives from Beiyao. After resting for a while, Lee Wesan rose and approached Fuguay, who was crouched beside an injured mountain dog, and gently patted his head. The atmosphere was so heavy that he felt a pang of sorrow himself. He had intended to comfort Fuguay, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, Lee Wesan returned to the bear, withdrawing his hunting knife once more. He traced the blade along the arterial wound, guiding it down to the inside of the left shoulder, then twisted the knife to create an opening. He reached inside, and after a moment, the knife followed his hand, slightly lifting as he probed deeper. A bear gallbladder, approximately 10 centimeters long and oval in shape, found its way into Lee Wesan's hands. Having roamed the Bile Forest farm for over 20 years in his previous life, he may not have hunted a horse bear, but he had certainly subdued a few common black bears. Thus, he was well acquainted with the location of the gallbladder. He tightened the opening of the gallbladder with hemp rope and subsequently placed it into a small leather pouch he had prepared earlier. After more than 2 hours, daylight gradually began to emerge. Lee Wesan, accompanied by Fuguay, ventured into the nearby woods to fell 2 birch trees, each as thick as an arm. Using the hemp rope and canvas he had brought along, he fashioned a makeshift stretcher. With a mighty effort, Lee Wesan grasped the forepaw of the horse bear, uttered a low grunt, and hoisted the creature, which weighed 600 pounds, onto his shoulders. Fuguay merely stood momentarily astonished at Lee Wesan's feat. Had it been anyone else, their jaw would surely have dropped to the ground. After a flurry of activity, they managed to place the horse bear onto the stretcher, lifting it in tandem as they made their way toward the observation tower. Naturally, all the miscellaneous gear was now strapped onto Lee Wesan. Thus, they ambled along, stopping intermittently, until they finally reached the observation tower, well past midday. This was primarily to accommodate Fuguay, for even with their combined strength, the burden of such a massive creature was taxing. Conversely, Lee Wesan felt utterly unencumbered throughout the journey, had it not been for the bear's substantial size, which made it cumbersome for him to carry alone. He could have easily transported the beast by himself. Upon entering the observation tower through the wooden gate, Zhao Donglin, who was feeding the mule, turned at the sound to see the 2 men approaching, one in front and the other behind. Just as he was about to greet them, his expression morphed into one of shock as he dropped the fodder in his hands and hastened towards them, his eyes wide in disbelief at the enormous creature they had discarded on the ground. Is that a horse bear? After spending over a decade at the Bile Forest farm, Zhao Donglin was well versed in the wildlife of the area. Lee Wesan nodded with a smile. You two have truly extraordinary luck, Zhao Donglin remarked enviously, gazing at the horse bear on the ground before leaning in closer to Lee Wesan and asking, tell me, where exactly did you find this magnificent beast? Found it. Lee Wesan's expression shifted from one of joy to confusion at Zhao Donglin's question. You expect me to believe you could find such a creature? Zhao Donglin's familiarity with the forest animals led him to quickly deduce that while some creatures might perish from accidents, like falling from cliffs, the gunshot wounds on the horse bear's body were undeniable. It was evident that the only dog that had accompanied them into the woods was Shitiao. Don't tell me you two were the ones who shot this. Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Donglin stiffened and turned to Lee Wesan, who simply brushed the bear's head aside and patted the water pouch strapped to his back. Zhao Donglin was rendered speechless. What on earth had these 2 rascals brought back? This was their first excursion into the mountains, and they had already returned with wild chickens and rabbits. Although numerous, they remain within the realm of his comprehension. Then there are the old wolf and the goat. While their existence may seem implausible, with some effort, one can grasp the concept. However, upon gazing at the horse bear lying at his feet, Zhao Donglin found himself at a loss for words. Uncle Donglin, this creature is also male, Lee Wesan said with a smile as he approached Zhao Donglin. It was only then that Zhao Donglin snapped back to reality, his eyes lighting up at Lee Wesan's remark. Yet, he soon sighed and shook his head. With my constitution, having that old wolf is sufficient. Possessing more would not be advantageous. Despite his words, Zhao Donglin's gaze lingered on the horse bear with a sense of reluctance. He understood all too well that the value of this creature vastly differed from that of the old wolf. Given the meager contents of his pocket, he knew it would be insufficient. He could leverage his authority over the watchtower to procure it from Lee Wesan, especially since Lee's family would have to come to him for access to the mountains. Nevertheless, Zhao Donglin suppressed his greedy thoughts. For reasons he could not articulate, he sensed that Lee's family was not easily swayed. Lee Wesan said nothing further and summoned Fuguay to prepare the mule cart. To Zhao Donglin's astonishment, Lee Wesan effortlessly lifted the horse bear and placed it onto the cart. He then dismantled the stretcher, removing the canvas to cover the horse bear securely. With a call, Lee Wesan and Fuguay departed the watchtower. It was only after 10 minutes had elapsed that Zhao Donglin finally stirred, his throat moving as he regained his composure. That creature must weigh at least 500 pounds, he thought, recalling how Lee Wesan had casually hoisted the horse bear without breaking a sweat, sending a shiver down his spine. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay drove the cart toward Hanshui town, where a bustling market was taking place, drawing people from 10 miles around. As they entered the town, their appearance, armed and accompanied by a dog, captured the attention of many onlookers. "Hey there, young man. What is that tightly wrapped in your mule cart? Care to unveil it?" Someone called out. "Exchanging mountain goods for rations? It's more worthwhile than sending them to the supply cooperative. That canvas looks like it's hiding something rare." With the crowd gathering, Lee Yueshan felt compelled to rise and address the assembly with a smile. "Dear folks, we are merely transporting items for someone else. If anything goes awry, we cannot bear the responsibility." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to disperse, recognizing that even a rare item should not be forced upon them. Just as Lee Yueshan intended to seek out Su Lingling for the delivery, a figure obstructed the cart's path. Zhao Sanhu, the third son of Zhao Hongqiao, the accountant from Beiyao village. Half a month ago, this fellow brought along several of the Zhao family's young rascals and knocked himself unconscious. Instead of seeking him out, he has come to me. In Zhao Sanhu's eyes, the sickly scion of the Li family, along with that fool behind him, are merely his playthings. With nothing better to do, he often amused himself at their expense. Thus, regardless of how impressive Lee Yueshan's recent displays have been, Zhao Sanhu perceives him as nothing more than a soft target to manipulate at will. Therefore, upon encountering Lee Yueshan at the market, he naturally assumed that as long as he stepped forward, the sickly Li would not dare utter a word. "You?" Lee Yueshan gazed at Zhao Sanhu, who stood in front of the mule cart, and coldly retorted, "You think I must show you something just because you ask? What makes you more special than anyone else?" Zhao Sanhu was momentarily taken aback by Lee Yueshan's words. "You little bastard. It seems you've grown some backbone in these few days." Regaining his composure, Zhao Sanhu lunged forward, raising his hand to slap Lee Yueshan. Smack! In the next instant, Zhao Sanhu found himself sent flying. The assertive and powerful Fuguay rushed in, delivering a series of fierce kicks to Zhao Sanhu's face. "Fool! How dare you lay a hand on someone?" At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, followed by 5 or 6 young men. Seeing Zhao Hongqiao approach with his nephews and sons, Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow slightly. "Brother Shanzi, should we deal with them?" Fuguay whispered to Lee Yueshan after setting down his bullhorn bow. Lee Yueshan raised his hand, stopping Fuguay, who seemed eager for a fight. Given that they were at the bustling market, Zhao Hongqiao's appearance was entirely reasonable. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Lee Yueshan felt an unsettling aura permeating the air. "Zhao Fuguay, how could you lay a hand on someone?" Zhao Hongqiao initially glanced at Lee Yueshan before waving his hand, commanding, "Go. Capture that fool and take him to the town's security office." As soon as the words left his lips, the young men behind him, who had been eagerly waiting, charged forward. "Don't kill him." Observing the rush of young men, Lee Yueshan ceased to ponder further. Fuguay nodded in acknowledgement of Lee Yueshan's warning and met the oncoming Zhao family's youths. With a larger frame than average, Fuguay possessed considerable strength. However, previously, the Zhao couple had been unable to provide for him. After enjoying good food and drink for half a month under Lee Yueshan's guidance, coupled with old Lee's training, he was no ordinary opponent. The 5 or 6 young men barely managed to withstand 2 minutes against Fuguay, soon groaning and lying on the ground. "Don't move. Raise your hands." At that moment, a middle-aged man with a red armband, accompanied by 2 security personnel, pushed through the crowd. Seeing the 6 or 7 individuals sprawled on the ground, evidently injured, his eyes widened, especially upon noticing the firearm slung over Lee Yueshan's shoulder. In the villages near Hanshui, even the malicious weapons had been confiscated, and he recognized most of the legally armed forest rangers. Chapter 37. Arrest. Lee Yueshan was momentarily taken aback, but then obediently raised his hands in surrender. A diligent security officer approached cautiously, one hand gripping a firearm aimed at Lee Yueshan, while the other deftly relieved him of the weapon secured at his back. The Shitian mountain dog, tethered to the side of the mule cart, was about to bare its teeth when Lee Yueshan intervened with a sharp command. The Han River region, nestled near the mountains, is known for its rugged inhabitants who have long dealt with the livestock of the wilderness, instilling a fierce temperament within the villagers. Disputes often escalate into life-threatening confrontations. Several years prior, there had even been conflicts between villages, where not only small arms, but also mortars and grenades were employed. Thus, when the 3 men beheld Lee Yueshan carrying a standard-issue firearm, their hearts raced with trepidation. Fortunately, Lee Yueshan complied, raising his hands in surrender. Director Zhang. I am Zhao Hongqiao, the accountant from Bile village. The two assailants are villagers from our community, while those injured are my nephews and son. You must not let these scoundrels escape justice. Upon witnessing Lee Wesan disarmed, Zhao Hongqiao immediately stepped forward to address the leader. Zhang Shihai nodded in acknowledgement and beckoned to the security officer beside him. The officer promptly advanced, and upon reaching the mule cart, he tentatively lifted the canvas cover. He stood frozen in disbelief. Xiaozhou, have you discovered anything on the cart? Noticing his subordinates' stunned silence, Zhang Shihai furrowed his brow and instinctively tightened his grip on his firearm. Director, there is a horse bear on the cart. After a moment, Xiaozhou finally turned around, glancing first at Fuguay and Lee Wesan before stammering his report. A horse bear. The crowd, which had begun to disperse, rapidly gathered again at the sound of the officer's revelation. Zhao Hongqiao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress the delight evident on his face. He had not anticipated that Old San's words would ring true. Indeed, these two had managed to capture a winter bear. Moreover, it was not the expected bear of lesser value, but a far more precious horse bear. Indeed, it truly is a horse bear. Just look at its size. It must weigh 500 or 600 pounds. The onlookers gazed in awe at the beast atop the cart, a collective gasp echoing through the crowd. Zhang Shihai hurried to inspect the creature, and upon witnessing the formidable horse bear, a glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. This creature was valuable, exceedingly so. However, as the security director of Hanshui town, he was not in dire need of trifles. Yet, if this beast were to come into his possession, it would transcend mere monetary value. The leaders of the county's organizational department would undoubtedly have a keen interest in such a rare specimen. Having served as the security director for 7 or 8 years, it was high time for him to seek new opportunities. The more he pondered, the more fervently his gaze burned. Cuff them and take them away. Without further ado, Lee Wesan and Fuguay were apprehended and shackled. The individuals who had previously groaned on the ground scrambled to their feet at the sight, their aches momentarily forgotten, finding solace in the sight of Lee Wesan and Fuguay being led away by the officers. Director Zhang, thank you. I will deliver the items to your home this evening. Zhao Hongqiao whispered as he approached Zhang Shihai, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention. Zhang Shihai, however, waved him off with a hint of impatience. Recognizing the cue, Zhao Hongqiao stepped back, then raised his hand to take hold of the mule cart. What are you doing? Zhang Shihai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then shot a fierce glare at Zhao Hongqiao. Director Zhang, this mule cart belongs to the commune. I must return it to the public, Zhao Hongqiao stammered, quickly explaining himself. Upon hearing that Zhao intended to take the mule cart away, Zhang Shihai's irritation escalated. He stepped forward, forcefully pushing Zhao Hongqiao aside, grasping the reins of the mule, and sternly reprimanded him. This is stolen property. We, at the public security office, must seize it according to the law. Zhao Hongqiao looked bewildered at Zhang Shihai, realizing that this twist was not part of their prior discussion. Ignoring Zhao Hongqiao, Zhang Shihai led the mule cart directly to the public security office. As the commotion dissipated, the onlookers gradually dispersed, returning to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, within the crowd, a rather rotund figure hesitated momentarily before turning to dash toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Once Zhang Shihai returned to the public security office, he parked the mule cart to one side of the yard. He gazed at the robust bear resting atop the cart, a flurry of leadership faces racing through his mind. The bear appeared sizable, yet upon reflection, it became evident that there would not be sufficient portions to distribute. Oh, why can't this creature have a few more claws? Zhang Shihai lamented to himself, observing the bear on the cart. The number of supervising authorities was excessive, yet the bear's claws were regrettably few. Just then, Xiaozhou, who had accompanied him outside, rushed back, panting heavily. Director, it seems we may have apprehended the wrong individual, he stated, handing over a document resembling a certificate to Zhang Shihai. This was just retrieved from that young man's possession. Temporary forest ranger of the Bile forestry farm? Legally armed? Zhang Shihai frowned as he examined the paper adorned with a red seal. In this era, while illegal possession of firearms was a criminal offense, there were no relevant laws or regulations. Matters of this nature depended heavily on the interpretation of those in authority. However, with the newfound identity of a forest ranger, it was clear that such a charge could not be applied to the two young men. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shihai's eyes narrowed, as the allure of greed ultimately triumphed over fear. Director you? Xiao Zhou's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face as he watched Zhang Shihai. With a slow and deliberate motion, Zhang Shihai began to tear the document into tiny fragments. Xiao Zhou, how long have you been in Hanshui town? After shredding the paper, Zhang Shihai turned to his astonished subordinate. I was assigned here in the second year after you came to Hanshui town, Xiao Zhou replied, somewhat puzzled but honest. That has been 7 years now, Zhang Shihai remarked, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Xiao Zhou before lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag. Have you never considered moving to the county seat? With the conversation reaching this juncture, Xiao Zhou comprehended the implication. Zhang Shihai had set his sights on the bear. Although the Han River is in proximity to Beiyao Mountain, rare creatures like the bear bile from the winter bear remain elusive even in the county town. A treasure that wealth cannot procure. This rare commodity could serve as a stepping stone for Zhang Shihai's advancement. With just a couple of mountain yam tubers in hand, he could leave this impoverished land behind. After taking a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette, Xiao Zhou looked up at Zhang Shihai and declared, Director, I understand what I must do. With that, he turned and strode toward the detention room. Zhang Shihai watched his departing subordinate with a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 38. Su Lingling's brother. In the courtyard of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's female workers' dormitory, a man in his 30s sat, surveying the surroundings. He possessed a tall and upright stature, and his keen gaze exuded an inexplicable aura of authority. Simply seated there, he radiated an imposing presence. Not far behind him, 2 guards stood at attention, holding submachine guns, their eyes fixed ahead without deviation. Isn't the condition a bit lacking? The man mused with a wry smile. Turning to Su Lingling beside him, she glanced at him without expression, then shook her head. Brother Xingyang, please have some tea. At that moment, Sun Xiaoxiang emerged from the main room, placing a porcelain cup before the man. I intended for you to persuade him, yet you've come to keep Lingling company instead? He remarked, taking the cup with a smile and playfully tapping Sun Xiaoxiang's hand. Sun Xiaoxiang chuckled and replied, I have a task at hand. Once that fellow delivers the goods, I shall return. Winter bear bile? Su Xingyang turned to Su Lingling, who had remained silent since his arrival. As her elder brother, he was well aware of her desire for a firearm. Sun Lao mentioned the need for winter bear bile, and he had dispatched numerous personnel for the task. However, this item is elusive, and despite his efforts, he had yet to find any leads. Do you truly believe he can procure winter bear bile? Su Xingyang asked, a frown creasing his brow, his tone growing heavier. I do. Before Su Lingling could respond, Sun Xiaoxiang interjected. Both Su Xingyang and Su Lingling were momentarily taken aback. You see, Brother Xingyang, you may not know this, but while that fellow seems somewhat foolish, he possesses remarkable abilities. Especially that fool beside him. His skill in combat could likely rival yours. Did you know, the green sheepskin that Lingling sent back was obtained by him, along with the wild fox pelt and cliff honey? Sun Xiaoxiang, known for her lively spirit, continued to chatter excitedly. Hearing Sun Xiaoxiang claim that someone surpassed him in skill did not faze Su Xingyang too much. After all, there are always those who excel beyond oneself. However, the 2 guards nearby exchanged glances, scoffing internally. The claim that someone could outmatch Su Xingyang seemed far-fetched. Now that you mention it, I am quite curious to meet this young man, Su Xingyang mused. Although Su Xingyang was well aware of the exaggerations in Xiaoxiang's words, he nonetheless exhibited a keen interest. It was a simple matter. In a few days, when he delivered the winter bear bile, he would have the opportunity to witness it. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxiang flashed a cunning smile. Su Xingyang was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. He was not oblivious to the little schemes of the Sun family's girl. However, he held no belief in the winter bear bile. After all, encountering such a creature was no small feat, and even if one were fortunate enough to cross paths with a starving bear, it would not be easily subdued with a mere firearm. I have been reassigned to the Armed Forces Department in Wujuan City, and I will be passing through Long County shortly. I must depart soon. It seems I will not be able to wait, Su Xingyang said softly, glancing at the silent Su Lingling. Although directed towards Sun Xiaoxiang, his words were intended for Su Lingling's ears. Wujuan City was a prefecture-level city, overseeing 9 counties, one of which was Long County. This brief statement revealed the considerable influence and status of Su Lingling's elder brother. If you truly do not wish to return, I shall not press you, but at the very least, consider visiting our father this new year, Su Xingyang continued, noticing the change in Su Lingling's expression. Once again, Su Lingling remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Su Zhengyang released a sigh of relief, smiling as he placed a military green satchel before Su Lingling. I shall take my leave now. You must take good care of yourself in this unfamiliar place, he said, rising to his feet. Why not have a meal before you go? Su Lingling, who had not spoken a word until now, finally voiced her thoughts as Su Zhengyang stood up. No. Time is of the essence, and I must return to Long County before nightfall, Su Zhengyang replied, affectionately ruffling Su Lingling's hair before making his way to the gate. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks echoed from the door. Wang Taizhu hurriedly approached the women's dormitory outside the supply and marketing cooperative. After much hesitation, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the familiar voice of Comrade Xiao Su from within. Wang Taizhu found himself wrestling with his thoughts. Logically, he should have been pleased that Bei Yao had been taken away by the authorities. Without that troublemaker, perhaps he and Comrade Xiao Su could indeed cultivate something meaningful. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt that such actions might not be entirely honorable. In Wang Tiezhu's view, such matters were akin to stones in a riverbank. Only true skill could move them. Moreover, the firearm that had been confiscated from that troublemaker had been obtained through Comrade Xiao Su's efforts. This realization led Wang Taizhu, despite his usual obliviousness, to conclude that the bear must have been hunted at Comrade Xiao Su's behest through Bei Yao. Given that it was Comrade Xiao Su's affair, he felt a sense of obligation to act. It was this peculiar line of reasoning that prompted him to return and share the news with Su Lingling. Wang Taizhu, he declared, standing tall. Shedding the usual obsequiousness he displayed towards Su Lingling, now exuding a more masculine presence. A clattering sound emanated from within, followed by the opening of the courtyard door. As the door opened, it was not a person that emerged, but rather a pickaxe. Wang Taizhu, having gained wisdom from his experiences, instinctively stepped back several paces at the very moment the gate swung open. Wait, Comrade Su, please listen to me. I come bearing news. Seeing Su Lingling emerge with an air of menace, Wang Taizhu hurriedly attempted to clarify his intentions. News? What news? Su Lingling, grasping the pickaxe, paused momentarily. Her brow furrowed as she regarded Wang Taizhu on the steps below. Regaining his composure, Wang Taizhu recounted in detail the events he had witnessed in the town. As a patrolman of the forest farm, he believed the public security office would not trouble him unduly. After listening to Wang Tiezhu's account, Sun Xiaoxiang, who had followed Su Lingling outside, gently offered words of comfort, not necessarily. Just then, Su Zhengyang emerged with his guards. Upon seeing a man exit the female workers' dormitory, Wang Taizhu was initially taken aback, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Though somewhat stubborn, his mind remained sharp. The formidable aura emanating from the man, not to mention the two armed guards behind him, was enough to keep him alert. Su Lingling nodded, acknowledging her brother's assessment. Having resided in Hanshui town for several months, she had gained a substantial understanding of the local rumors. To her knowledge, Zhang Shihai, the public security director, was not to be trifled with. Chapter 39. A cornered dog barks. Though Hanshui town was small, its jurisdiction extended over a considerable area, amplifying the power wielded by the town's leaders. If it were a trivial matter, Zhang Shihai might not be overly concerned. However, Wang Taizhu had made it clear that Lee Wesan had procured a bear weighing over 600 pounds. Such a rare find would certainly not escape the notice of Zhang Shihai, a local power broker. As for the trouble, managing 2 villagers should be a simple task for a public security director overseeing 2 townships and numerous villages. The notion of appealing to the county was absurd, if provoked. Even an introduction letter to leave could be denied. Then let us make haste. Sun Xiaoxiang, having absorbed Su Lingling's explanation, felt a sense of urgency. Although Lee Wesan had previously undermined her, this matter concerned the safety of Su Lingling's grandfather. Just the 2 of us won't suffice, she concluded, turning to Su Zhengyang behind her. In the public security office, Lee Wesan and Fuguay were handcuffed, squatting in a corner. Their belongings had been thoroughly ransacked by the officers. Logically, given Lee Yueshan's current capabilities, he should have easily overpowered these officers. Yet, he understood that any physical confrontation would alter the situation's nature. Having been reborn, his desires focused on ensuring his family's stability and prosperity, rather than heedlessly confronting anyone who crossed his path. Moreover, this venture into the mountains was merely a task entrusted to him. With their goods already in the public security office, the one who should truly be concerned was Su Lingling. Based on his insights regarding her, a mere public security director would undoubtedly fall short. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lee Yueshan maintained an air of remarkable composure. As for the negotiations with the public security personnel, that was a matter for Su Lingling to ponder. Although Lee Yueshan had been reborn, he was, in essence, merely a fortunate mountain dweller. Matters concerning officialdom were best resolved by those entrenched within it. At that moment, the office door swung open, and the public security officer who had previously discovered the temporary worker's identification entered. "What did the director say?" inquired another officer, who was leisurely sipping tea from an enamel cup upon noticing Xiao Zhou's arrival. Xiao Zhou did not respond. Instead, he gestured for his colleague to step outside. The officer hesitated, but then, as if grasping the situation, cast a sympathetic glance at the two handcuffed individuals before exiting the office. "What is your name?" Xiao Zhou pulled up a chair and sat before the two, scrutinizing them before focusing on Fuguay. It was evident that Xiao Zhou believed he could find a more promising lead in this seemingly simple-minded giant. "I don't know," Fuguay replied, gazing blankly at Xiao Zhou. "Which village are you from, and which team? Where did you procure that 53-style rifle?" Xiao Zhou pressed on. "I don't know." Fuguay maintained his dazed demeanor. "So you only remember one thing?" "I don't know." Xiao Zhou retorted. "Yes, I don't know." Regardless of Xiao Zhou's inquiries, Fuguay only recalled what Shanzi had said upon their arrival, that no matter who came to ask or what they asked, his sole response should be, "I don't know." After a prolonged questioning session yielded no fruitful information, Xiao Zhou turned his attention to Lee Yueshan. Name: Lee Yueshan, 16 years old. Residing at the eastern end of Bile village, a villager from production team 3. The gun was borrowed, and I shot the bear at the Bile forestry station. Lee Yueshan stated plainly, unperturbed, revealing every detail without hesitation. There was no need to conceal anything. After all, there were certainly others more anxious about the situation than he was, and there was no point in being obstinate over such matters. Xiao Zhou was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a cooperative suspect. Moreover, Lee Yueshan had exhibited a serene demeanor since entering the public security office, and Xiao Zhou could distinctly sense that this tranquility was genuine. It was rare for a villager with such a straightforward identity to remain so calm upon being brought into a public security station, regardless of whether they were guilty or not. This realization made Xiao Zhou somewhat hesitant. Nevertheless, since the director had already spoken and the situation had progressed this far, he could only muster the resolve to complete the documentation in his hands before presenting it. "Just leave your fingerprint, and you can go," he declared, extending the inquiry materials toward Lee Yueshan. Lee Yueshan's brow furrowed slightly as he examined the documents. Indeed, if he were to leave his fingerprint on this inquiry record, he would undoubtedly be allowed to exit the public security office, but his next destination would not be home. Rather, it would be the marketplace for criminals. Theft of a firearm, violent assault, suspected enemy agent. Among the labels presented in the inquiry record, it seemed that violent assault was the least serious accusation. Moreover, the order of the inquiries was notably significant. Stealing the firearm first and committing the crime afterward. If this were reported, those documenting the incident would naturally conclude it to be an act of armed violence. The accumulation of 3 charges would undoubtedly warrant a death sentence, leaving ample room for both him and Fuguay to face execution multiple times. What animosity could drive one to such extremes, to condemn both themselves and another to death? Fear not. Once you press your fingerprints, you may return home. Observing Lee Yueshan lost in contemplation over the interrogation record, Xiao Zhou extended his hand, placing the ink pad beside him, and said, "Comrade, is there a possibility that I can read?" Holding the interrogation record, Lee Yueshan cautiously inquired of the public security officer. Xiao Zhou was taken aback, then scrutinized Lee Yueshan from head to toe. After all, in this era, especially in the impoverished region of Hanshui town, few can write their own names, let alone comprehend such a record. Gazing intently at Lee Yueshan, the officer clenched his teeth, his expression shifting dramatically. Should Lee Yueshan be illiterate, after affixing his seal, a brutal beating would be inevitable. The eventual outcome would see the director intervening, confiscating the weapon, seizing the horse, and subsequently having the personnel from Bile village commune take them back for re-education. This entire procedure would ensure that these two ruffians would not only refrain from causing a scene, but would also express gratitude towards the director for their leniency. This was the true objective of the charade. The interrogation record was merely a tactic to intimidate Lee Yueshan and his companion, not an earnest desire to take their lives. However, if Lee Yueshan could indeed read, this entire process would be thwarted, and he might find himself ensnared. As for the director, should he choose to pursue the matter, it would become apparent that Zhang Shihai had hardly uttered a word throughout the ordeal. If the situation escalated, the inevitable conclusion would be that he had personally handcuffed them, torn the proof from the forest ranger, and authored the interrogation record. At this juncture, aside from solidifying the validity of the record, it appeared there were no alternative courses of action. The more Xiao Zhou pondered, the more anxious he became, his hand slowly reaching for the holster at his waist. Lee Yueshan, noticing the man's instinctive motion, narrowed his eyes, initially intending to wait for Su Lingling to resolve the situation. It was now evident that this individual was cornered and desperate. Bang! Just as the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense, the door was forcefully flung open. Xiao Zhou was about to unleash a tirade when he saw Zhang Shihai enter, his face a mask of despair, accompanied by a group of individuals. Chapter 40. Nonsense. Moments earlier, Zhang Shihai had been standing in the courtyard of the public security office, grinning at the horse and mule cart before him. With this asset, a little bloodshed and some strategic maneuvering would surely facilitate his escape from this wretched town of Hanshui. Just then, a crowd entered the public security office. Director Zhang, greetings. The leading man approached Zhang Shihai, smiling as he extended his hand. Although somewhat bewildered, Zhang Shihai nonetheless offered a token handshake. And you are? He scrutinized the newcomers, recognizing only two among them, one being a sales clerk from the supply and marketing cooperative who had arrived in Hanshui town a fortnight prior, her name seemingly Su Lingling. At that moment, when the woman arrived, Director Wang of the supply and marketing cooperative had specifically instructed him to take special care of her. The other individual was a worker responsible for managing supplies at the cooperative, an apprentice of Master Chun, the butcher of the workshop. My name is Su Jingyang, and I am here to request a favor from Director Zhang. As Su Jingyang spoke, his gaze drifted behind Zhang Shihai. A bear. Upon seeing the bear lying on the mule cart, Su Jingyang's expression shifted dramatically. He had never believed that a mere teenager could acquire such a rare creature. Yet now, that bear lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. Noticing Su Jingyang's attention on the bear, Zhang Shihai furrowed his brow slightly. If you are here regarding this matter, there is no need for further discussion. This individual possesses firearms of dubious origin and has committed acts of violence in public, Zhang Shihai interjected, stepping forward to obstruct Su Jingyang's line of sight. Initially, he recognized that Su Jingyang was no ordinary individual, hence he had spoken courteously. However, he was taken aback to discover that their intention was merely to use him as a stepping stone for their own advancement. How could that be permissible? After all, this was Hanshui town, his domain. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could meet face to face and clarify things, which might resolve the issue. Su Jingyang suggested with a calm smile, speaking deliberately. Misunderstanding? Zhang Shihai scoffed, replying, whether there is a misunderstanding is not for you to decide. Nonsense. The firearms are authorized by the Armed Department, and the documentation is issued by the Forestry Administration of Long County. What could possibly be wrong? Sun Xiaoxiang stepped forward, casting a cold glare at Zhang Shihai as she rebuked him. Young lady, this is a public security office, not your home. It would be wise for you to speak with a bit more courtesy. Zhang Shihai retorted, unyielding. In this territory, no one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. Authorized by the Armed Department? Issued by the Forestry Administration? Do you have any evidence? Zhang Shihai sneered, turning his gaze towards Sun Xiaoxiang, who was on the verge of losing her temper. He possesses a temporary forestry patrolman's work certificate issued by the Forestry Administration. Su Lingling stepped forward to interject. Is that so? Zhang Shihai replied dismissively, continuing, yet we have searched his belongings and found no proof of such documentation. You, Sun Xiaoxiang, infuriated, moved to confront him, but was restrained by Su Jingyang. Observing the apparent helplessness of the group, Zhang Shihai secretly sighed in relief. Just then, the individual who appeared to be the leader turned away and headed toward the communication room. What are you doing? Stop. Seeing Su Jingyang pick up the phone, Zhang Shihai instinctively moved to intervene, only to find himself confronted by two armed guards. The guards, brandishing their weapons, clearly meant business. Zhang Shihai shuddered, cold sweat breaking out instantly. The presence of such heavily armed guards implied the man's significant status. It was at that moment he realized why a mere salesperson would go to such lengths to have the director of the supply and marketing cooperative accompany them to ingratiate themselves with the local authorities. Moments later, the man at the entrance of the communication room turned his head and gestured for him to come over. Zhang Shihai wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly jogged forward. "Chief, I received a call." Su Zhengyang said little, merely pointing to the phone placed aside. Trembling, Zhang Shihai took the phone, and as he uttered a greeting, a cacophony of greetings from his ancestors erupted from the other end. He recognized the voice well. It belonged to the head of the county's public security, the superior of his immediate superior. As he wiped the cold sweat from his brow while nodding and bowing into the phone, Zhang Shihai felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The final words spoken from the other side were clear. If this matter was not handled properly, being dismissed would be the least of his worries. Throughout the call, the identity of the man who had made the call remained undisclosed. "Chief, I. Zhang Shihai stammered as he hung up. Fortunately, Su Zhengyang did not press him further and continued to smile, saying, "First, I would like to trouble Director Zhang to take me to meet someone." "Yes, of course, Chief." Zhang Shihai hurriedly stepped aside and gestured for Su Zhengyang to go ahead. As for everything else, Zhang Shihai dared not contemplate. Merely surviving the day felt like an improbable stroke of fortune. Under Zhang Shihai's guidance, they swiftly arrived outside the office door. Su Zhengyang reached out to push the door, only to find it locked from the inside. His brow furrowed slightly. Although he was not part of the public security system, he had heard of certain tactics employed by local institutions. Without hesitation, Zhang Shihai kicked the door open. Upon entering, seeing Lee Wesan unharmed, Zhang Shihai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no harm had been done. "Director, here is the inquiry record." Upon seeing Zhang Shihai, Xiaozhou casually handed over the record. Zhang Shihai's hand trembled as he turned to Su Zhengyang, who merely smiled and gestured for him to review the document. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhang Shihai, and he glanced in surprise at Su Zhengyang, then at his subordinate Xiaozhou. It dawned on him that he was merely a small fry in this situation, and they had no interest in holding him accountable. They simply wanted to provide a way out for the two villagers who had fled into the mountains. And there stood the very opportunity right before him. Absurd. After feigning a thorough examination of the inquiry record, Zhang Shihai instantly transformed into a dramatic performer. The facts of the assault had been clarified. It was instigated by several villagers from Beiyao village who had attempted to seize the victim's catch, leading to the altercation. I have already verified the firearm issue. The armed department indeed has it on record. Furthermore, he is a specially appointed forest ranger, so there is a trail to follow. By the way, where is Lee Yueshan's work certificate? Zhang Shihai fixed a stern gaze on Xiaozhou, reprimanding him in an authoritative tone. "A work certificate?" Xiaozhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his superior. "Was it handled by you without authorization? To speak frankly, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Ultimately, that exclamation was voiced by Zhang Shihai. What does it mean to speak nonsense with one's eyes wide open? Today, Xiaozhou has thoroughly witnessed it. Indeed, the disparity is glaring. Those in leadership positions seldom possess integrity. Yet, he is a cunning individual. Otherwise, Zhang Shihai would not have entrusted him with such tasks. He has already grasped the leader's intentions. "Director, I apologize. I took it upon myself to destroy Comrade Lee Yueshan's work certificate." Despite the myriad grievances weighing on Xiaozhou's heart, he could only bear the burden stoically. "Xiaozhou, you have greatly disappointed me. As a security officer, you should strive to serve the people, yet you have engaged in such unlawful and chaotic behavior. Tell me, why did you act thus? Just because you are a relative of Zhao Hongqiao, do you think you can act with impunity?" Zhang Shihai asked Xiaozhou with a pained expression. Xiaozhou remained silent, understanding that speaking further would only lead to more mistakes. "Chief, this young man is decent and capable. He merely lost his way this time. Perhaps we could grant him an opportunity to redeem himself? He has already borne the brunt of the consequences. It is time to provide him a way out, lest he be driven to desperation." "Director Zhang, this is the security office. I will follow your lead," Su Zhengyang said with a smile. The chief has consistently appeared gentle. Yet Zhang Shihai felt a prickling discomfort. "You must immediately take your men and apprehend those relatives of yours who have been causing trouble and robbing on the streets." Zhang Shihai stepped forward, patting Xiaozhou on the shoulder, and said, "The law is without compassion, Xiaozhou. You must not be foolish again." "Yes." Xiaozhou immediately saluted and turned to leave. As he reached the corridor outside, he finally understood why the director had been so cautious. A glance at the two guards at the door made everything clear. Comrade Lee Yueshan, it is my mismanagement that has caused you unnecessary troubles. Zhang Shihai personally unlocked the handcuffs binding Lee Yueshan and Fuguay, subsequently handing over the belongings he had collected. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, there are no lingering issues. If necessary, Director Zhang will offer some compensation. Would you agree? Sun Xiaoxiang quickly emerged, winking frantically at Lee Yueshan. Zhang Shihai felt a bitter pang. Unexpectedly, he had gained nothing from this, and would still incur losses. Never mind, compensation would be of no use to me. After all, everything from the supply and marketing cooperative requires receipts, and as a mere mountain runner, where would I procure such documents? Lee Yueshan waved his hand with a smile. That's easy to arrange. I actually have quite a few receipts on hand. Let us consider them compensation for Comrade Lee Yueshan. Zhang Shihai immediately stood up and retrieved a stack of colorful receipts from his desk drawer, consisting of grain tickets, sugar tickets, and miscellaneous food tickets. No, Director Zhang. You are being too generous. Moreover, the receipts are of no use to me. I have no money to exchange them, so it would be a waste. Lee Yueshan looked at the receipts Zhang Shihai offered, resolutely refusing to accept them. Aside from Wang Taizhu and Fuguay, everyone present was rather astute, easily discerning the underlying implications of the young man's words. Zhang Shihai refrained from elaborating, rising to produce a stack of 10 large black banknotes, which he firmly placed into Lee Yueshan's hands. With the notes and over 100 yuan in hand, Lee Yueshan departed the office with a cheerful demeanor, accompanied by Fuguay. Their visit to the public security office had not been in vain. At the very least, they had made an unexpected gain, personally escorting the group. Along with the mule cart, out of the office, Zhang Shihai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, he was still perplexed as to how such a formidable figure could have any connection with a villager from such a remote area. Was it for that horse bear? Zhang Shihai shook his head. While that creature might hold some value for him, it was utterly insignificant to a man who could instill such trepidation in the head of the county's public security. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, the two seemed to share a close bond. However, if this fellow truly possessed such connections, why would he remain in such a desolate place as a mere mountain runner? Zhang Shihai, entrenched within the system, understood better than anyone that individuals of such standing could easily ascend to greatness with a mere flick of their hand. That damned Zhao Hongqiao had indeed landed him in a significant predicament. Just wait. If I cannot contend with Lee Yueshan, I shall still deal with you, you old relic. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Shihai returned to the office with a scowl. Outside the public security office, Lee Yueshan resumed driving the mule cart, delivering the horse bear to the back courtyard of the supply and marketing cooperative. Behind the cooperative was a rear entrance leading to a workshop for gathering mountain goods, conveniently situated opposite the women's dormitory. As the mule cart entered the alley, Wang Taizhu went to the workshop to boil water and tidy up, while Fuguay and the two guards waited outside with the cart. Lee Yueshan followed Su Zhengyang, along with Su Lingling and Sun Xiaoxiang, into the courtyard of the women's dormitory. In the courtyard, they gathered around a stone table, while Sun Xiaoxiang entered the house to brew a pot of tea, bringing it out shortly after. The green porcelain teapot and delicate porcelain cups were a delightful sight. Lee Yueshan raised an eyebrow at the uncommon sight in an era dominated by enamel basins. Despite Sun Xiaoxiang's seemingly violent demeanor, her tea-serving technique was impressively adept. Washing the cups and pouring the tea, a faint fragrance soon enveloped the entire courtyard. After serving the tea, Sun Xiaoxiang gestured invitingly to the group. Su Zhengyang reached out for a cup, taking a delicate sip. Lee Yueshan's nostrils flared slightly, soon revealing a look of astonishment as he remarked, "You truly know how to savor life. The aroma of this tea guanyin is indeed delightful." At that moment, Su Zhengyang, still sipping his tea, raised an eyebrow, meeting the equally surprised gaze of Sun Xiaoxiang. Could this young lad, merely in his teens, truly be just an ordinary villager from the countryside? For them, tea guanyin was not particularly rare, yet for a villager who had never ventured beyond the mountains, to articulate the name of the tea with such precision was nothing short of astonishing. At this juncture, Lee Yueshan reached for a teacup. Observing this, Su Lingling furrowed her brow slightly, subsequently rising and turning back toward the main hall. The crowd was somewhat baffled, but moments later, Su Lingling emerged, holding a small aluminum round box the size of a matchstick. She placed the box before Lee Yueshan, declaring, "This is an ointment for bruising and swelling. It is quite effective." She gestured toward Lee Yueshan's wrist, which bore a faint red mark, a remnant of the handcuffs from his earlier visit to the detention center. "Oh, my skin is tough and my flesh thick. I won't need this," Lee Yueshan replied, somewhat taken aback, dismissively waving his hand after glancing at the mark on his wrist. To a rugged man accustomed to traversing mountains, such a minor blemish was hardly worth mention. Su Lingling remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on him. Reluctantly, Lee Yueshan opened the box and applied the ointment to his wrist, feeling a refreshing chill that was quite pleasant. Upon seeing him finish applying the ointment, a smile finally graced Su Lingling's face. Lee Yueshan felt indifferent, but Su Jingyang, who had observed everything, cast a glance at his younger sister, his brows furrowing slightly. He knew her temperament well. It was rare to see her so concerned about a man. Chapter 42. Do pay up. As the group sipped their tea, each lost in their own thoughts, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. At that moment, Wang Taizhu entered quietly. "That thing is too heavy. Neither I nor the big fellow can lift it," he remarked cautiously, glancing at those seated in the courtyard. "The path from the backyard to the workshop is a bit far, and the mule cart cannot enter." Su Jingyang stepped outside and instructed the two nearby guards. "Go help them." "No need," Lee Yueshan interjected, waving his hand. The path into the workshop was narrow, and a few people carrying the bear could hardly manage. Su Jingyang was taken aback, but then observed Lee Yueshan stride toward the mule cart. Everyone looked on in confusion. "Fuguay, lead the mule," Lee Yueshan commanded, grasping the front paws of the bear and addressing Fuguay. Fuguay complied and stepped forward to take the mule's reins. Simultaneously, Lee Yueshan let out a loud roar, exerting his strength with a sudden jerk. To the astonishment of all present, he hoisted the bear, which weighed over 600 pounds, effortlessly into the air. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, particularly Su Jingyang and his two guards, who could hardly fathom how a seemingly slender youth could so easily lift such a massive creature. Sun Xiaoxiang nearly buckled at the knees. Had it not been for Su Lingling's support, she might have fallen. Earlier, she had attempted to confront Lee Yueshan, only to be intimidated by Fuguay's powerful presence. At that moment, she had thought him arrogant solely because of his companion's stature. But now it was clear that he had simply deemed her unworthy of his attention. After all, considering his raw strength, how could her petite frame withstand even a fraction of his might? "Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and clear the water table." In this moment, Lee Yueshan extended his leg and gave a kick to the already stunned Wang Taizhu beside him. Oh good. It was only then that Wang Taizhu regained his senses. Turning around to fetch water to prepare the slaughtering table, a makeshift station for butchering pigs, Lee Yueshan hoisted the bear and tossed it onto the table that Wang Taizhu had set up. "Do you know how to handle this?" he casually inquired as Wang Taizhu approached with a knife in hand. "Humph, this is my line of work. Do I need you to tell me?" Wang Taizhu, particularly prideful when showcasing his skills before Lee Yueshan, displayed a touch of arrogance. Relaying messages to save lives was one matter, but harboring animosity towards Lee Yueshan was an entirely different affair. This encapsulated Wang Taizhu's straightforward yet stubborn worldview. After handing the bear over to Wang Taizhu, Lee Yueshan stepped out of the workshop and returned to the small courtyard of the women's dormitory. The atmosphere in the courtyard had notably softened compared to before, and Su Jingyang had opened up a conversation. "On my way here, I examined the wounds on the bear. They are primarily located on its head, with the fatal injury piercing through from the mouth to the back of the neck. However, what perplexes me is that, based on my experience, the bullet's trajectory seems to indicate a close range, not exceeding 10 meters. I am curious, how did you manage to kill such a formidable beast?" Upon hearing this, Lee Yueshan paused, taking a moment to appraise Su Jingyang. This fellow possessed keen observation skills, capable of deducing the distance of the shot from the severity of the wounds, a talent not commonly found. The others either marveled at Lee Yueshan's ferocity or were astonished by Su Jingyang's perceptiveness. Yet, only Su Lingling felt a wave of dread wash over her upon hearing that the shooting distance was less than 10 meters. Faced with such a large creature, most people would be incapable of even holding their gun steady, let alone firing it accurately. Had Lee Yueshan known Su Lingling's thoughts at that moment, he would have been profoundly impressed. While Su Jingyang merely inferred the shooting distance from the wounds, Su Lingling had fully anticipated Lee Yueshan's state during the encounter. Lee Yueshan did not withhold details, recounting everything that transpired at the cliff. Naturally, he omitted the part about climbing with his toes. simply mentioning that he had been fortunate to find a ledge that the bear could not reach. With this revelation, the group found the situation to be quite logical. After a few more exchanges in the courtyard, Lee Yueshan reached into his pocket and produced a small leather pouch. Here, this is the winter bear gallbladder you requested. He handed it to Su Lingling, but before she could take it, Sun Xiaoxiang swiftly snatched the pouch, untying it to reveal the gallbladder secured with hemp rope. Seeing the rope tied around the bile duct, Sun Xiaoxiang finally exhaled in relief. According to our prior agreement, I should give you 1,000 as a reward. But this gallbladder is of even better quality than we initially discussed. This price. At this point, Su Lingling turned to Su Zhengyang. No need. Whatever was agreed upon stands. However, Lee Yueshan shook his head, disregarding the frantic gestures from Sun Xiaoxiang beside him. Su Lingling chose not to elaborate further. She merely glanced at the bear bile in Sun Xiaoxiang's hand before handing it over to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang examined the bear bile meticulously. Yet, despite their scrutiny, none of the onlookers made any effort to part with their money. After a prolonged inspection, Su Zhengyang finally returned the bear bile to its small pouch and handed it to a nearby guard. Initially, when Lingling had called to say he could procure such an item, no one in their family believed it. Naturally, he himself had his doubts. However, witnessing it in person today illuminated the notion that there are indeed realms beyond one's comprehension. By the way, I heard from Xiaoxiang that your brother has quite the skill in the art of martial prowess. If you wouldn't mind, could you perhaps demonstrate a bit of that for me to witness? Su Zhengyang continued to speak, while Lee Yueshan merely nodded in agreement, albeit symbolically. Internally, he was cursing vehemently. How infuriating it was to hear so much chatter without a single mention of money. He did not venture into the mountains, risking his life alongside livestock, merely to sit here and endure this incessant prattle. However, with the two heavily armed guards present, Lee Yueshan could only voice these thoughts within the confines of his mind. Wang Taizhu may not excel in wooing women, but he was undeniably adept at gutting and preparing livestock. The group in the courtyard had not engaged in conversation for long when Fuguay emerged, proudly carrying a large bear pelt. This was indeed a rare and valuable find. Su Zhengyang's eyes brightened at the sight of the pelt in Fuguay's hands. The entire bear skin had been expertly removed, and aside from a few minor blemishes, there were no significant damages. These slight imperfections could easily be addressed during the tanning process, thus not affecting the overall aesthetic appeal. Lee Yueshan regarded this upright-looking individual with a newfound sense of caution. Fortunately, upon receiving the bear pelt, Su Zhengyang took a briefcase from the guard. Upon opening it, he extracted 2 stacks of crisp bills. Chapter 43, Enlistment. Su Zhengyang presented the money to Lee Yueshan. One portion was as previously promised by Lingling, while the other was for the bear pelt and the earlier transaction. After Lee Yueshan accepted the funds, Su Zhengyang spoke again. Of course, I shall owe you a favor as well. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I assure you, I will not decline any reasonable request. Lee Yueshan accepted the 2 bundles of cash. Yet the initial thrill had long since dissipated. For him, this income of 2,000 was eclipsed by the excitement of bringing home a few kilograms of flour on a previous occasion. Nevertheless, he scoffed at the notion of the favor Su Zhengyang had mentioned. While Su Zhengyang's words may have been sincere for Lee Yueshan at this moment, such promises felt akin to empty pledges. As a humble villager from a remote mountain area, he might not even have the chance to meet Su Zhengyang again after today. How could he possibly repay such a favor? Rather than indulge in unrealistic aspirations, it would be far more practical to offer tangible benefits. I have a small request, if you would be so kind, Su Zhengyang said, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fuguay, who stood nearby. Then you must pose the question to him. Lee Yueshan understood precisely what Su Zhengyang was insinuating. However, for Fuguay, this might not be an unfavorable proposition after all. Su Zhengyang approached Fuguay, inquiring about his intentions. At that moment, Fuguay turned to Lee Yueshan, and upon seeing him nod, he consented. Which of you will come forward? Su Zhengyang asked the guard. The 2 hesitated, glancing at Fuguay's somewhat naive expression. However, since their superior had spoken, it would be inappropriate for them not to engage in a brief demonstration. I shall go. One of the slightly older guards finally stepped forward. Just give it a try. But remember to hold back, Su Zhengyang advised, well aware of his own guard's capabilities. Understood, the guard replied, disarming himself and striding boldly to the center of the courtyard. If you can't win, just retreat. Don't act foolishly, Lee Yueshan said, unable to remain seated upon witnessing the guard's sudden change in demeanor, and quickly approached Fuguay. With a silly grin, Fuguay scratched his head. The onlookers rose, clearing a space in the center of the courtyard. The guard advanced a step, raising his left hand slightly and clenching his right fist in preparation, his gaze suddenly fierce like a hawk ready to strike. Meanwhile, Fuguay stood there, looking innocently at the vigilant guard. Go. After a brief moment, the guard shouted, launching himself forward, his left hand aiming for Fuguay's throat while his right fist coiled back. The familiar sound of friction echoed, causing Sun Xiaoxiang to shudder. Bang! Boom! Following the jarring sound of friction, a sharp crack was followed by a muffled thud. Everyone stared in confusion at the guard sprawled on the ground. Everything had transpired too quickly. Even Su Zhengyang was caught off guard. Fuguay had withstood the guard's punch and then swung his palm, sending the capable guard crashing to the ground. Can you get up? Fuguay maintained his silly grin, extending his hand toward the downed guard. Gritting his teeth, the guard grasped Fuguay's broad hand and rose with his assistance. Behind them, Taizhu, who had just emerged after dragging Ma Xiong out of the water, quietly retreated upon witnessing the scene. He could never have imagined that the seemingly simple-minded giant beside Bei Yao was so formidable. The rest, except for Sun Xiaoxiang, wore expressions of shock. No one had predicted the beginning, let alone the outcome. What a promising talent! Su Zhengyang appraised Fuguay with unabashed admiration in his eyes. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang's fervent gaze, Lee Yueshan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He glanced at the guard, then at Fuguay, before finally fixing his gaze on Su Zhengyang. Even the best talent in this remote place is destined for a life of toil, Lee Yueshan remarked, pulling out the money Su Zhengyang had just given him, along with the previous funds from Zhang Shihai, placing it back before Su Zhengyang. Can these, along with the sentiment you just expressed, secure a brighter future for my foolish brother? Lee Yueshan asked earnestly, looking intently at Su Zhengyang. Shanzi, be quiet. Although Fuguay was simple-minded, he understood that this price was rather steep. Yet, Lee Yueshan did not grant him the opportunity to speak. In the beginning, at Stone Mountain, that foolish fellow dashed out without a second thought to divert the bear. For this alone, Lee Yueshan felt no regret in treating him well. A bright future? How significant could it be? Su Zhengyang glanced at Lee Yueshan with keen interest, a faint smile gracing his lips. To him, the sum of over 2,000 yuan was negligible, yet he understood that for a villager like Lee Yueshan, it represented a considerable fortune. Lee Yueshan remained silent, his gaze shifting to the two guards standing beside Su Zhengyang. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, Su Lingling stepped forward with an anxious expression, only to be halted by Su Zhengyang. How old are you this year? Su Zhengyang inquired, looking at Fuguay with a smile. Su Zhengyang's demeanor, shaped by his own cultivation and experience, often concealed his emotions. However, in the presence of Fuguay, his eyes sparkled with anticipation and admiration. I'm not going anywhere, Fuguay muttered, ignoring the esteemed figure everyone else regarded with reverence. Enough of this. Lee Yueshan gave Fuguay a light slap and quickly added, don't be misled by his seemingly foolish demeanor. His intellect is perfectly fine. He simply prefers solitude and is a bit reclusive, Lee Yueshan fervently explained, fearing that Su Zhengyang might reject Fuguay based on this trait. Su Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement, but showed no inclination to relent. I promise you, I will ensure that Fuguay is enlisted by the new year to visit his parents and the old man, Su Lingling sighed, addressing Su Zhengyang. Upon hearing this, Su Zhengyang cast a complex glance at Lee Yueshan before nodding. All right, I will arrange for Fuguay's enlistment, but he must wait 2 years as he is not of age. Rest assured, I will ensure his information is processed by the military, and during these 2 years, he will receive his stipend according to the standard regulations. After speaking, Su Zhengyang glanced at Su Lingling and departed the courtyard with his guards before Lee Yueshan could express his gratitude. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Lee Yueshan was somewhat bewildered by Su Zhengyang's words. In his view, merely granting Fuguay the opportunity to enlist was already a significant achievement. After all, enlisting was the sole pathway for a rural lad in these times. The necessary approvals and political scrutiny typically went through the production team, and given the Zhao family's tendencies, even if there were a quota, it would likely never reach Fuguay. Such an unattainable feat for an ordinary person was effortlessly secured with a few words from Su Zhengyang. Yet, What seemed absurd to some felt entirely reasonable to everyone present when articulated by him. Chapter 44. By Yuji after Su Jingyang's departure. Su Lingling hesitated for a moment before ultimately rising to see him off. You really care for your simple-minded brother, spending that amount without a flicker of hesitation. Once the Su siblings had left, Sun Xiaoxiang approached Lee Yueshan. Lee Yueshan rolled his eyes at her comment. Heaven knows, his heart was still racing with anxiety. Nevertheless, despite his concerns, he deemed the expenditure absolutely worthwhile. Shortly after Su Lingling bid farewell to Su Jingyang, she returned to the courtyard. Wang Taizhu had finished processing the bear meat and offal, and with Fuguay's assistance, they transported everything outside. The bear, weighing over 600 pounds, yielded less than 200 pounds of meat after being skinned and butchered. Lee Yueshan took the bear's heart and liver, which, akin to the old wolf's entrails he had previously retrieved, were exquisite offerings for the mountain dogs. Wang Taizhu stood by, observing the division of spoils among a few individuals, hesitating to speak. Today's events owe much to you. Otherwise, Fuguay and I would still be confined. Take your pick from the cuts as a token of my gratitude. Lee Yueshan said to Wang Taizhu with a smile. This fellow, though a bit eccentric, was still a man of decent character. Wang Taizhu, taken aback, quickly retorted. No need to thank me. My warning was not out of consideration for you. He then cast a furtive glance at Su Lingling, standing opposite him. Lee Yueshan shrugged helplessly. This guy was truly beyond redemption. Could you spare me a claw? Wang Taizhu fixed his gaze on the remaining bear paw, pulling out over 20 coins from his pocket. I don't have much. If it's insufficient, can I owe you until after the new year? The only paw that could truly be classified as a bear paw was the right front paw taken by Su Jingyang. The others, while decent, were somewhat lacking in comparison. Nonetheless, such an item was indeed rare and valuable. I didn't realize you had a taste for the finer things, Lee Yueshan remarked, momentarily taken aback, before tossing the left front paw over to Wang Taizhu. With the new year approaching, there was little to offer his master. This might be something the old man would cherish. Wang Taizhu caught the bear paw, cheerfully placing the coins before Lee Yueshan. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, he said, surprising everyone, including Sun Xiaoxiang, who complimented him. Having lost my parents at a young age, it was my master who raised me. He is my only family, so honoring him is only right, Wang Taizhu explained with a smile while holding the bear paw. This sentiment caused Lee Yueshan to regard this somewhat greasy fellow with newfound respect. Wang Taizhu, clutching the bear paw with a broad smile, turned and exited the courtyard. Though he appeared somewhat rough around the edges, his skill in butchering was commendable. Aside from the 10 or so pounds of bear meat Lee Yueshan set aside to taste later, the remainder was sold to Su Lingling as per their prior agreement. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoxiang busied herself, pocketing one of the extracted hind leg bones. The quality of the bear bone was excellent, and paired with some herbs, it could yield a notably effective medicinal liquor. Examining the meticulously cleaned leg bone in her hand, Sun Xiaoxiang expressed her satisfaction. Oh, by the way, my grandfather mentioned a unique white Ganoderma found in the mountains of Long County. Have you seen it? She suddenly turned to Lee Yueshan, inquiring while holding the bear bone. By Yuji? Lee Yueshan responded, momentarily taken aback, before cautiously replying. Yes, that's it. By Yuji. Upon hearing Lee Yueshan utter the name of the medicinal herb, Sun Xiaoxiang nodded with palpable excitement. Let's wash up and sleep, she exclaimed. What does that mean? With a glance at Sun Xiaoxiang's puffed-up expression, Lee Yueshan was rendered speechless. This girl, though young, certainly had a bold demeanor. He had heard of the Bai Yuji, but merely in passing from an old man. Venturing into the mountains to hunt large game required immense effort, yet acquiring a rare item like Bai Yuji demanded more than mere toil. It required favorable ancestral circumstances. Those whose ancestors were buried in less auspicious locations might never encounter such a treasure in their lifetimes. After they had divided their findings, Lee Yueshan bid farewell and proceeded to lead Fuguay out of the courtyard. Wait. At that moment, Su Lingling hurried after them, clutching all the banknotes that Lee Yueshan had previously produced. Without any preamble, she thrust the entire sum into Lee Yueshan's hands. In truth, he had no intention of refusing her, but his reluctance to immediately agree had nothing to do with her. Before Lee Yueshan could respond, Su Lingling began to elucidate. For Su Jingyang, such funds were hardly significant. Moreover, based on her understanding of her elder brother, even if Lee Yueshan remained silent, He would not overlook the opportunity to cultivate a promising talent like Fuguay. Take it. If you feel uneasy, just keep an eye out for some precious medicinal herbs in Beiyao Mountain. Bai Yuji is off the table, but perhaps Zishuwu or aged ginseng. Before Sun Xiaoxiang could finish her sentence, Li Yuanshan turned on his heel with Fuguay and departed. Su Lingling sought the winter bear gallbladder, which at least had a known source and could be procured with some effort. However, when Sun Xiaoxiang spoke, not only did Li Yuanshan find her remarks ridiculous, but even Fuguay perceived her as somewhat deluded. Her words flitted about as if discussing mere vegetables. Exiting the alley, Li Yuanshan and Fuguay maneuvered the mule cart to the front of the supply and marketing cooperative. Due to the bustling market day, the cooperative was particularly lively. Li Yuanshan secured the mule cart and joined Fuguay in the queue to enter the cooperative. "Comrades, what would you like?" the clerk inquired, glancing at Li Yuanshan and Fuguay. "Fine grains," Li Yuanshan replied, rummaging through his pocket for money. "Fine grains are 8 yuan with a ticket and 1 yuan without." There were 3 clerks at the town's supply and marketing cooperative, and apart from Su Lingling, Li Yuanshan had not encountered the other 2. "Prices have skyrocketed?" Li Yuanshan paused in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a steep rise in the cost of fine grains as the year-end approached. As the new year draws near, who doesn't he indulge in a meal of dumplings? The clerk, observing Li Yuanshan's expression, chuckled. "Hey, could you speed it up? If you find fine grains too expensive, just don't buy them. Don't hold up the line for others." Before Li Yuanshan could produce the money, someone behind him expressed dissatisfaction. Every year, as the new year approached, the price of fine grains tended to surge. Of course, those with tickets were exempt from such inflation. Yet, in the entire Hanjin town, only a handful of individuals had access to fine grain tickets throughout the year. The slightly more affluent families would begrudgingly purchase the high-priced grains without tickets. As the clerk remarked, who doesn't he enjoy a meal of dumplings during the new year? Chapter 45. The aluminum lunchbox. The vendor regarded Li Yuanshan with a hint of helplessness on his face. Such occurrences were commonplace as the year drew to a close. Many individuals, regardless of the contents of their pockets, simply relished the bustling atmosphere. "I require 36 pounds of white flour with tickets," Li Yuanshan declared. He rummaged through the stack of receipts he had previously procured from Zhang Shihai, presenting all the vouchers for fine grains. Additionally, "I would like 150 pounds of white flour without tickets, 3 pounds of white rabbit cream candy, 2 pounds of peach crisps, 5 cans of condensed milk, and 3 cans of malted milk powder. Oh, and I shall also need 15 pounds of pork," he added, as he handed over a handful of meat vouchers. The once lively supply and marketing cooperative fell into an eerie silence. "Furthermore, I would like 15 feet of cotton fabric and 6 pounds of cotton wool. And let's not forget 2 bundles of firecrackers, along with a handful of skyrockets." He continued to enumerate his requests, pulling out cash and tickets with an air of nonchalance. The people in line behind him, as well as the vendor, were utterly bewildered. This vendor had worked at the cooperative for several years and had never encountered anyone so extravagantly bold. Where did these 2 acquire such wealth and resources? Perhaps it was not through conventional means. Wait, doesn't that large fellow look somewhat familiar? Aren't they the 2 who were taken away by the security personnel on the street not long ago? Following a brief moment of shock, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Firstly, Li Yuanshan's actions were indeed conspicuous in this era. After all, this was merely a small town in a remote mountainous region. How could an ordinary individual possess such a substantial amount of money and tickets? Moreover, why would someone capable of amassing such wealth even need to visit the cooperative for purchases? Secondly, envy stirred within the onlookers as they beheld the 2 young men producing such a considerable sum. The vendor gradually retreated a step towards the counter, casting a glance towards the nearby security office. In this era, supply cooperatives were institutions replete with wealth and resources, inevitably accompanied by security personnel, some of whom were armed. The security officers had already taken note of the commotion and approached Li Yuanshan. "No worries, let us all attend to our own affairs." At that moment, a woman in her 30s approached, gesturing towards the security personnel. "Director, please look here," she said. The vendor was momentarily taken aback and then turned to the approaching woman. "There's no issue. All these items are above board. Just charge him the standard prices as per regulations," Wang Guifang assured the vendor with a nod. Seeing that the director had spoken, the vendor hesitated no longer and hurriedly gathered all the items Li Yuanshan had requested. "Are you Zhao Fuguay?" Wang Guifang inquired, her tone warm and amiable. "Indeed," Li Yuanshan replied, stepping back and gesturing towards Fuguay beside him. Wang Guifang was momentarily stunned, then turned her gaze back to Fuguay, retrieving a slip embossed with a red stamp from her pocket and handing it to him. Comrade Zhao Fuguay, in accordance with higher directives, starting today you are entitled to a daily stipend of 6 dimes, totaling 18 yuan per month. These funds will be provided by the Hanshui Town Supply Cooperative. This is your stipend voucher. As he spoke, he handed the note to Fuguay. Those around them were left in bewilderment. Who was this simpleton and how did he come to possess a subsidy? 18 yuan a month may seem trivial in the city, but in the remote villages along the Hanshui River, such a subsidy, when converted based on labor points, could equate to the total income of 2 robust laborers. However, upon hearing this, Lee Yueshan felt a shock in his heart. In both his past and present lives, this was the first time he acutely sensed the terrifying nature of power. Merely a single statement, which to others might appear as an empty assurance, had swiftly orchestrated everything. With this note, Fuguay could exchange 18 yuan worth of goods from the supply and marketing cooperative each month, and astonishingly, this amount could be availed without any documentation. Despite being a ticketed transaction, Fuguay, however, displayed no joy upon receiving the note. Rather, he seemed somewhat averse. Lee Yueshan gave the foolish fellow a slap, which reluctantly prompted him to take the note. Wang Guifang glanced at Lee Yueshan, nodded, and turned to leave. Everything you desired has been prepared. After Wang Guifang departed, the shop assistant had already gathered the items Lee Yueshan had purchased. Oh, by the way, how much is this aluminum lunchbox? After collecting his belongings, Lee Yueshan directed his gaze towards the lunchbox displayed at the counter. 35 yuan plus 2 industrial coupons. What? Upon hearing the shop assistant's price, Lee Yueshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had a general impression of the cost of aluminum lunchboxes during this era, he had not anticipated such an exorbitant price. It is worth noting that the average salary in the city at this time hovered around several dozen yuan. If calculated in future terms, that would be over 3,000 yuan for a single lunchbox. This is still based on the first-line distribution and does not even consider the actual purchasing power across 2 different periods. As for the industrial coupons, he had about 10 or so on hand. After a moment of contemplation, Lee Yueshan counted out 12 industrial coupons, then withdrew another 10 large black notes. Observing him produce such a substantial sum, those present instinctively swallowed hard. Altogether, this fellow had already spent nearly 500 yuan. In Hanshui Town, and even in the county seat of Long County, such extravagant spending was indeed rare. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fuguay and Lee Yueshan emerged from the cooperative, laden with numerous packages. Brother Shanzi, here, take this, Fuguay said as he handed the subsidy note to Lee Yueshan after they had organized their purchases on the mule cart. Lee Yueshan glanced at the note and waved his hand, replying to Fuguay, return it to old Nian. After all, he raised you. This will serve as your filial tribute to them. Fuguay hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Originally, after exiting the cooperative, Lee Yueshan had intended to treat Fuguay to a meal at the noodle shop across the street. However, with so many items on the mule cart and no one to watch over them, given the current state of security in the town, they could scarcely afford to leave their belongings unattended even for a meal. They would likely lose everything, including the mule. Fortunately, there was a bun shop in town, and meat buns would suffice to fill their stomachs, wouldn't they? 2 individuals held steaming buns in their mouths, while Lee Yueshan drove a mule cart, not retracing his steps, but rather inquiring along the way until he arrived at an alley not far from the neighborhood security office. The mule cart halted before the alley, and Lee Yueshan instructed Fuguay to keep a watchful eye on it, before taking an oil paper-wrapped parcel from the cart and turning to enter the alley. Following the address he had previously gathered in town, Lee Yueshan approached a secluded courtyard. Bang! Do you still have the audacity to show up? Take your rags and get the hell out. Just as Lee Yueshan was about to knock on the door, he heard a barrage of curses from within, followed by the door swinging open, and a figure was unceremoniously pushed out. An accountant? Looking at Zhao Hongqiao, whose cheeks bore the marks of slaps, Lee Yueshan was utterly perplexed. Comrade Lee, what brings you here? As the accountant and Lee Yueshan exchanged bewildered glances, a furious Zhang Shihai emerged. However, upon spotting Lee Yueshan standing nearby, his anger instantaneously transformed into a warm smile. Director Zhang, there was a misunderstanding earlier, and I thought it necessary to come and clarify. Lee Yueshan raised the oil paper parcel in his hand. Oh, it's no trouble at all. You shouldn't have gone to such lengths. If anyone needs to explain, it's me who owes you an account. Just look at the manner of our conversation at the door. Do come inside. Zhang Shihai's face radiated with warmth. His smile so broad it created creases. This scene left Zhao Hongqiao, who had just been slapped, utterly stunned. How could Lee, this young rascal, become so familiar with the esteemed director of neighborhood security in such a short time? Clearly, Zhang Shihai was attempting to ingratiate himself. Once inside the courtyard, Zhang Shihai promptly ushered Lee Yueshan into the main room. Director Zhang, what with the formalities? There are no outsiders here. And I am of an age comparable to your parents. Just call me uncle. It sounds more affectionate. Zhang Shihai was bustling about, pouring drinks and serving food, with such fervor that Lee Yueshan felt somewhat overwhelmed. No wonder this fellow could rise to the top of public security in Long County. Such adaptability is a rare quality. Uncle Zhang, please don't trouble yourself. It's getting late, and after our conversation, I must take my leave. Lee Yueshan halted Zhang Shihai, who was busy attending to him. If there is something you need, just say the word. I'll do everything in my power to assist you, even if it requires some ingenuity. Zhang Shihai paused, then thumped his chest confidently. Lee Yueshan, a rural lad without a father, he had no need to bow so low. Yet, the one who had dared to storm the neighborhood security office on behalf of this rural boy was indeed a person of considerable stature. After Lee Yueshan and company departed the security office, higher-ups made another call. This time, he finally understood who Su Jingyang truly was. That individual is a figure of considerable stature, one whom even the head of the local security office in Long County would find it challenging to approach. Consequently, regardless of Lee Yueshan's previous lowly status, he could not afford to underestimate him. Moreover, he understood that what appeared to be a close brush with death might not necessarily spell disaster for him. Undoubtedly, there would be instances in the future where he would require assistance from Uncle Zhang. However, his visit this time was to deliver a gift to Uncle Zhang. As he spoke, Lee Yueshan produced a package wrapped in oil paper and placed it on the table. Though I had not received extensive formal education, I understood that the money and tickets previously in the security office were merely a gesture from Brother Su to facilitate matters for Uncle Zhang. It would be unbecoming for me to disregard Brother Su's intentions. Yet, having accepted such a substantial sum from Uncle Zhang left me feeling uneasy, especially since today's events stemmed from a misunderstanding. While conversing, Lee Yueshan glanced at Zhang Shihai, who sat across from him. Oh, that's of no concern. Just take it. Uncle, it's not as if I have much need for it, Zhang Shihai remarked, though internally he felt a pang of regret. The modest sum of money was inconsequential, but some of the tickets were indeed difficult to obtain. In that moment, as Lee Yueshan indicated, it was a gesture from a superior. To lament over such trivial possessions would be rather foolish. I noticed you seem quite interested in that bear, Lee Yueshan tentatively inquired, then continued. But that particular item was specifically requested by Brother Su. I had no choice. At this point, Lee Yueshan unwrapped the oil paper package on the table. Upon seeing its contents, Zhang Shihai was momentarily taken aback. Uncle, compared to the bear bile and paws that Brother Su took, perhaps this item is more suited to you. As Lee Yueshan spoke, he pushed the already prepared bear parts across the table towards Zhang Shihai. Suitable. It is perfectly suitable, Zhang Shihai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. While this item might appear ordinary to others, it was a rare treasure in the eyes of a leader. The desires of the palate are utterly insignificant when weighed against a man's dignity. After more than half an hour, the gate of Zhang Shihai's courtyard swung open. With a broad smile, Zhang Shihai not only escorted Lee Yueshan to the alleyway, but also insisted on loading a considerable amount of fine goods onto the mule cart. It was an insistence that left no room for refusal. It's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. Please inform your family. And if you find yourselves late on your next visit to town, you must stay at my home. As they departed, he cautioned, be vigilant on the way back. When you return to town, you must come see Uncle Zhang. We must share a drink together. After placing the Longchun wine and some other provisions onto the mule cart, Zhang Shihai repeatedly urged him. Anyone unaware of their relationship would likely assume that Lee Yueshan was Zhang Shihai's own nephew. And even a biological nephew would hardly receive such warmth. Lee Yueshan responded with a few pleasantries before driving the mule cart towards Beiyao village. His decision to make this journey was not without its own considerations. Su Jingyang was remarkable, and Su Lingling along with Sun Xiaoxiang were certainly not ordinary individuals. However, Lee Yueshan is ultimately merely a mountain runner scraping by in Hanshui town. Offending the head of the town's security office is certainly not in his best interest at this moment. At the alley's entrance, he watched the mule cart gradually recede into the distance, feeling rather light-headed despite having abstained from alcohol that day. Standing not far away, Zhao Hongqiao was even more dazed as he fixated on the wealthy mule cart. Once he exited the alley, he immediately spotted the cart and the affluent figure beside it, making his mouth water at the sight of the hefty meat bun being devoured by the fool. He initially contemplated approaching the cart, leveraging his status as an accountant to examine its contents, but the fool unsheathed a hunting knife without a moment's hesitation. If it had been anyone else from Beiyao village, he would not have been intimidated. However, with someone like Fuguay, he had to weigh his options carefully. After being rebuffed and slapped by Zhang Shihai at the latter's home, Zhao Hongqiao decided to linger nearby, eager to discover any possible secrets between Lee Yueshan and Zhang Shihai. After half an hour of waiting, he finally saw them emerge, only to realize that the scenario unfolding was entirely different from his expectations. Rather than Lee Yueshan seeking favors, it was Zhang Shihai who was eagerly shoving items into the hands of that scoundrel from the Li family. Chapter 47. Seeking Lee Yueshan. As he watched Lee Yueshan and Fuguay drive the mule cart further away, Zhao Hongqiao hastened back towards the alley. Director Zhang, Director Zhang. Just as Zhang Shihai was about to enter, Zhao Hongqiao trotted up to him. Are you ever going to stop? Zhang Shihai, wearing an unmistakable look of disdain, regarded the sycophantic Zhao Hongqiao with contempt. The village accountant? That merely granted him some fleeting authority in the village, in the eyes of the town's security chief. He was utterly inconsequential. Director Zhang, I must have offended you somehow before, causing your ire. Please, show some magnanimity and don't hold it against me. Zhao Hongqiao stepped forward, hastily producing cigarettes and offering them with both hands. Although Zhang Shihai initially intended to ignore him, he reconsidered and took the cigarette. Zhao Hongqiao promptly struck a match to light it. Enough with the pleasantries. Just tell me what you want, Zhang Shihai said, inhaling deeply before waving his hand dismissively. Director, let us put everything else aside for now. Could you possibly intervene and have my son and a few nephews released? Zhao Hongqiao leaned in, smiling. He had brought the group, yet everyone except him had been detained by the security office. How was he to explain this upon returning? While he could manage his own family's affairs, 3 of the captives were from the Zhao Hongxing household. Having come to town, he had misplaced the 3 fine young men. If he returned alone, the eldest wife would surely tear him to shreds. Old Zhao, do not be misled by my position as the town's security chief. This matter is beyond my control, Zhang Shihai replied, rolling his eyes before feigning a sigh. Please, Director, you are the head of the security office. If you merely put in a word, those children could be released. You must help me. Zhao Hongqiao, with a pained expression, retrieved 2 large black bills from his pocket and discreetly tucked them into Zhang Shihai's pocket. Well, considering our long-standing acquaintance, I shall illuminate a path for you. Zhang Shihai pondered for a moment and gave a slight nod. Zhao Hongqiao, however, was utterly perplexed. What did he mean by illuminating a path? Releasing a few individuals was merely a matter of words for him as the director of public security. Zhang Shihai turned to Zhao Hongqiao and whispered, You must understand that while they are detained at the Public Security Bureau, it is not I who placed them there. You need to seek the right deity in the appropriate temple. The situation stemmed from Lee Wesan, so you must approach him. If he consents, I will immediately release them from my end. Lee Wesan. Zhao Hongqiao felt as though his mind might explode. How could he possibly plead with a wild child? Raised without a father? Old Zhao, do not think I am merely evading you. Allow me to speak candidly. If Lee Wesan does not acquiesce, not only will I, a mere director of public security in the town, be powerless, but even if you were to summon the chief of public security from Long County, your family would have to endure the same fate within the bureau this year. With that, Zhang Shihai disregarded Zhao Hongqiao's astonished expression and promptly closed the door to the courtyard. After a considerable time, regaining his composure, Zhao Hongqiao dashed toward the alley's exit. However, once he emerged from the alley, there was no sign of Lee Wesan in the town. With no other choice, he hastened his steps toward Beiyao village. On the way back to Beiyao village, Lee Wesan drove a mule cart, contemplating matters following the new year. With the reform meeting set to pass by the end of the year, although its implementation in Long County would require time, he needed to seize this opportunity to accumulate some wealth. Presently, the only means to generate income was to venture into the mountains. Once the new year passed, March would soon arrive, marking the season when livestock in the mountains began to breed. Thus, it was uncommon for mountain runners to venture in during this time. This period allowed Lee Yueshan to address various trifling matters. Mountain brother, as Lee Yueshan was lost in thought, Fuguay spoke up. What is it? Noticing Fuguy's hesitance, Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow. That fellow harbors ulterior motives. After a moment of hesitation, Fuguay directed his gaze toward the white liquor and snacks Zhang Shihai had sent with the cart. Zhang Shihai? Indeed. Fuguay nodded. He could not precisely articulate what seemed amiss with Zhang Shihai, but he simply felt that the man's smile was perilous. I understand. Lee Yueshan nodded with a smile and remarked, yet if one wishes to earn a living in this territory, one must inevitably engage with such individuals. Of course, once you join the army and work diligently, earning a promotion to a cadre position, I shall then have a support system, shall I not? Yes. Lee Yueshan's jest was taken seriously by Fuguay, who nodded earnestly. Initially, Fuguay had some reservations about enlisting, but after Lee Yueshan's words, he felt a newfound clarity. The two engaged in a casual conversation, and fortunately, they returned to Beiyao village just before nightfall enveloped the sky. As the two approached the village entrance with their mule cart, they were surprised to find a gathering of about 10 people. Given the current rural customs, most individuals would typically be fast asleep at this hour. Yet, upon their arrival, a cluster of villagers awaited eagerly at the village's threshold. Is that you, returning from the town? A robust, middle-aged woman approached, grasping the reins of the mule cart and eyeing Lee Yueshan with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Lee Yueshan nodded in affirmation. Presently, the conditions in rural areas were rather poor, with most residents bearing haggard expressions. However, this woman appeared quite the opposite, her stout physique indicating she was not lacking in sustenance. Did you happen to see my husband in town? The woman, who was none other than accountant Zhao Hongchao's wife, inquired. In all of Beiyao, only the brigade secretary, the team leader, and the accountant's family possessed such robust figures. I did see him, Lee Yueshan replied nonchalantly. When I left the town, he was drinking with the head of the local security office, looking quite flushed. It was evident he had indulged a bit too much. In truth, Zhao Hongchao's flushed visage was not due to alcohol, but rather the result of a confrontation with Zhang Shihai. What about my boys? Zhao Hongchao's wife pressed further. I haven't seen them. They might be dining at the security office, Lee Yueshan responded sincerely. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. In these times, once darkness fell, the desolate mountain roads could be perilous, and the fate of those who ventured out could remain unknown. With the knowledge that her husband was in town and socializing with the security office chief, Zhao Hongchao's wife muttered a few words before the gathering dispersed. Lee Yueshan, unfazed, guided the mule cart back to his family's courtyard. Chapter 48. I do not want soon. The mule cart arrived at the entrance of their home. Since he and Fuguay had been the first to return from the lookout tower to the town, their family remained unaware of their return. From within the yard, the sounds of Bai Xiong and Hei Zi echoed. Wu Hui, hearing the commotion, rushed outside, and upon seeing her son, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Mother, Lee Yueshan beamed at Wu Hui, who was wiping away her tears. My child, why engage in such perilous endeavors? As long as we can manage. There is no need for you to risk your life. Wu Hui lamented, tears still in her eyes. She was only aware of Lee Yueshan's intention to enter the mountains and had no knowledge that he was targeting the winter bear that had nearly decimated the Beiyao winter hunting team. Had she known, she would have vehemently opposed his journey. After all, it was a winter bear at that, desperate and undernourished from the autumn. Mother, just this once. I promise I won't go again, Lee Yueshan reassured her, scratching his head and gently embracing her shoulders. At that moment, Yunxiu, still half asleep, emerged and upon spotting Lee Yueshan, rushed towards him with excitement. Quick, help with the loading inside. Lee Yueshan chuckled as he watched Yunxiu tiptoe eagerly to glimpse into the mule cart, affectionately patting her head. Yunxiu cautiously approached, lifting 2 bottles of Longshan liquor and several boxes of pastries, all of which had been forcefully given to them by Zhang Shihai and conveniently placed outside the canvas. With utmost care, Yunxiu brought the items into the main hall. In the village, it was customary to display good things in the main room. At that moment, the old man also rose and stepped out of the hall, nodding at Lee Yueshan and Fuguay. Unlike Wu Hui, who was visibly anxious, the elderly gentleman seemed entirely unperturbed. Fuguay, lend a hand, Lee Yueshan instructed, as he grasped the mule cart and pulled aside the canvas covering it. The sight that greeted them was startling, even for Wu Hui. Setting aside the 2 bags of fine grain, the assortment of various side dishes was overwhelming, many of which she had never encountered before. Well, it seems this trip was not in vain. Just then, a figure hurriedly approached. Sixth Aunt rushed to Lee Wesan's doorstep, illuminated by the moonlight, and took in the contents of the cart. Her eyes widened at the sight of so many delightful items, yet her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "So, what are you planning to offer to fool my simpleton at home?" Her gleaming gaze shifted from the cart to Lee Wesan and Wu Hui with a disapproving expression. She had just settled down for the night when she overheard someone mention Lee Wesan's return, prompting her hasty arrival. Indeed, it was yet another cartload of exquisite goods. If she hadn't come, her simpleton might have returned with mere scraps. "Your aunt, along with her 2 children, has had a hard time on this journey. Don't you care if your Fuguay was hurt?" Wu Hui remarked, furrowing her brows as she glanced at the silent Fuguay. "Humph." Sixth Aunt shot a glance at Fuguay, letting out a derisive snort. "Fuguay, help me move this bag of flour," Lee Wesan instructed, ignoring the woman's remarks and pointing to a sack containing over 100 pounds of flour. Sixth Aunt's eyes brightened at his words. That bag of flour looked substantial indeed. "Fuguay, please take this flour into the pantry." Lee Wesan's next statement, however, darkened Sixth Aunt's expression. She reached for a slightly smaller grain bag, which appeared to contain only about 30 to 50 pounds. Yet, before she could grasp it, Lee Wesan seized it first and handed it to Wu Hui. "Mother, please assist Fuguay and ensure nothing spills while transferring it to the pantry," he said, passing the grain bag to her. Taken aback, Wu Hui hesitated, gazing at Lee Wesan. She assumed that since her son had divided the grain into 2 bags, one must surely be for Fuguay. Yet, observing her son's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of sharing. "Go on, Fuguay is clumsy. It would be a pity if it fell to the ground," Lee Wesan encouraged with a smile. With no choice, Wu Hui reluctantly took the grain bag into the kitchen, while Lee Wesan stood beside the mule cart, watching Sixth Aunt with an amused expression. Soon, Fuguay emerged after placing the flour in its designated spot. Subsequently, Lee Yueshan meticulously transferred all the belongings from the mule cart into his own home, right before the eyes of Aunt Lu. "What does this mean for the old Lee family?" she exclaimed, witnessing the cart stripped bare. Unable to contain her frustration, Aunt Lu lamented the sight of a cart brimming with valuable goods now slipping into another's possession. "It's of no consequence. I had no intention of sharing the spoils from this outing," Lee Yueshan replied casually, casting a glance at Aunt Lu. "Are you intent on hoarding it all for yourself?" Aunt Lu's countenance twisted into a grimace, her voice escalating several decibels. The villagers, who had been resting nearby, began to rise and gather to witness the unfolding spectacle. Aunt Lu glared at Lee Yueshan, her thoughts racing. She had anticipated the old Lee family's greed, but not to such a degree. "Fuguay, how much of these goods do you wish to claim?" she inquired, turning to her silent son. "Half. Our family deserves half of everything," Aunt Lu interjected before Fuguay could respond. She was acutely aware of her son's naivety and knew that a mere threat from Lee Yueshan would render him too intimidated to claim anything. The assembled villagers closed in, their murmurs revealing that the tale of Lee Yueshan's bountiful return from the mountains was quickly circulating. "Is this a joke? Over 200 pounds of flour? And delicacies? I may not have seen everything, but I distinctly spotted several boxes of treats on the cart at the village entrance." A chorus of voices arose, echoing Aunt Lu's sentiments. The consensus was that the old Lee family was indeed quite unscrupulous, attempting to monopolize the fruits of their labor from the mountain. As discussions ignited, the atmosphere outside Lee Yueshan's home grew increasingly lively, fueled by Aunt Lu's rhetoric. Nearly all present aligned with her grievances. After all, there were unspoken rules governing such excursions. Even with the most strenuous efforts, a portion of the haul was traditionally shared. "Very well, half it shall be. Fuguay, you go inside and help with the lifting." What took Aunt Lu and the surrounding crowd by surprise was Lee Yueshan's unexpectedly agreeable response. Initially elated, Aunt Lu soon felt a pang of regret. Had she known he would concede so easily, she would have demanded more. Stepping forward, she forcefully shoved her motionless son. "I refuse," Fuguay declared, as Aunt Lu envisioned how to distribute the newfound goods at home. Chapter 49. This is your family's fortune. Aunt Lu froze momentarily, then, without a second thought, raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Fuguay's face. You foolish spendthrift. Why would you turn down such a bounty? After striking him, she pivoted to march into Lee Wesan's home to claim her share, only to be halted by Lee Wesan's raised hand. If Fuguay wants it, I have no objections. But the others, he began, his demeanor calm as he seized the water pistol resting on the side of the mule cart, methodically preparing it. The crowd instinctively recoiled a step back. It was not that Lee Wesan was cruel. Rather, if this matter was not handled with care, there would be more than just Fuguy's mother seeking to benefit from their household. Had they not noticed the glint of covetousness in the eyes of those who had gathered when news of the old Lee family's fortune spread? The simplicity found deep within the mountains arises from a shared state of destitution among the inhabitants. In other words, this essence of simplicity is born out of necessity. However, once sufficient temptation manifests, their avarice and ferocity become truly alarming. What are you all doing gathered here in the dead of night? Just then, a sharp reprimand echoed from behind. The crowd snapped back to reality, only to find it was the village secretary, Zhao Hongqi, prompting them to part ways immediately. Secretary, you must take my side. The Lee family is inhuman. They led my foolish son into peril and now refuse to share any of the benefits. They are driving our family to the brink. I can't go on like this. As the secretary approached, Fuguy's mother dramatically threw herself onto the ground, wailing and rolling about. Daughter, stop. How dare you, you ungrateful wretch. Your father and I have raised you all these years, and you've let your conscience be devoured by a dog. Though Fuguay is simple-minded, he still understands the concept of shame and was about to pull his mother up, only to be met with two resounding slaps from her. Old Nian's wife, if you've got something to say, then say it. Who are you trying to frighten with this nonsense in this new society? Get up. The secretary's stern voice cut through the air. After years of holding office, his command carried weight, and though she was reluctant, Old Nian's wife eventually stood. Nephew, put down your weapon. We are all from the same village, and there's no need for this. After reprimanding Old Nian's wife, the secretary turned to Lee Wesan and advised him. Lee Wesan lowered his gun but regarded the secretary with a furrowed brow. The timing of his visit was indeed significant. Had it not been for Fuguy's mother causing a scene, Zhao Hongqi's arrival would have coincided perfectly with the moment when everything was tidied up, yet everyone was still awake. Arriving at such a moment undoubtedly indicated a purpose. Seeing Lee Wesan lower his weapon, the secretary felt relieved and began to disperse the surrounding crowd. Nephew, I realize I neglected to give you a certificate earlier. Here, take this. As he spoke, Zhao Hongqi handed over a piece of paper. It stated that a mountain beast had caused harm, and the team had specifically dispatched Lee Wesan into the mountains for safety reasons. It bore the village committee's red stamp and the signatures of both the secretary and the team leader. For many, this document might seem trivial, but it must be acknowledged that possessing it provides a justification even when engaging with matters deemed unacceptable. Thank you, Secretary. Lee Wesan replied as he accepted the document with a smile. Secretary, you must be fair. Please consider how to handle our family situation. Upon witnessing the amicable exchange between the two, Aunt Lu's heart filled with suspicion. Logically, when the Lee family faced troubles, the secretary had exerted considerable effort, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe their relationship as one of bitter enmity. Yet, the current atmosphere suggested a surprisingly amicable rapport. No problem. I will go find Old Nian, and with the secretary present, he can serve as a witness. With that, Lee Wesan turned his gaze toward Zhao Hongqi. Agreed. After tidying up the mule cart, the group proceeded to the home of Zhao Old Nian. Zhao Laonian reclined on the kang once more, though it was evident that his vitality had significantly improved since their last encounter. However, when he laid eyes on Lee Wesan, his expression remained one of skepticism. According to custom, having paid their respects, it was understood that the Lee family would provide for Fuguy's sustenance. Yet, it seemed unreasonable to extend such generosity to support the entire Zhao household, for there exists no such precedent. Seated in the main hall, the village secretary regarded Zhao Laonian and spoke. Are we to let our son, whom we've nurtured for over a decade, go unacknowledged? Zhao Laonian remained silent. But Aunt Lu's tongue was far from idle. Even a dog knows to bark for its keep. You speak as if you can simply forget all that has been given. Fine, then, repay me for all the years spent raising him, and I shall consider him as never having been born to me. Once inside their own home, Aunt Lu felt unrestrained in her words. Lee Wesan had intended to interject, but found himself at a loss. The conversation had reached a point where nothing more could be said. Secretary, Uncle Laonian, This is Fuguay's allowance. Lee Yueshan rose, retrieving a note from Fuguay and placing it beside Zhao Laonian. Allowance? What allowance? Both Zhao Laonian and his wife were utterly perplexed. Yet the village secretary suddenly sprang to his feet. I have leveraged connections to secure Fuguay's enlistment. Although he may not meet the age requirement, his documentation has already been submitted to the county's Armed Forces Department. The allowance will be disbursed monthly by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative at a rate of 60 cents per day, and no receipts are necessary for its use. Enlistment? For Zhao Laonian and his spouse, this was an unimaginable stroke of fortune. However, the village secretary, being well versed in the ways of the world, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A person capable of facilitating such arrangements would not simply recruit an ordinary soldier. It was conceivable that he could ascend the ranks within 2 years, transforming this fool into a figure of authority. And where, pray tell, had Lee Yueshan acquired such connections? As this thought crossed his mind, the village secretary shuddered, a man resembling Lee Yueshan vividly appearing in his mind. I am overseeing Fuguay's interests. Upon regaining his composure, Aunt Lu rushed forward to snatch the note, only to find it already claimed by Lee Yueshan, who pressed it into Zhao Laonian's hands. Uncle, refrain from uttering hurtful words about Fuguay repaying you for his maintenance. Regardless of his naivety, he is still your son, sharing your surname. Once he achieves success, you will be able to hold your head high in the Zhao family. This allowance is his filial gratitude towards you. With that, Lee Yueshan cast a pointed gaze at Aunt Lu, enunciating carefully, as for other concerns, let them be forgotten. With that, Lee Yueshan exited the main hall. Old Lu, take care to manage your wife. She must not always feel aggrieved. Fuguay's entry into the Lee family is, in truth, a blessing for your household. After Lee Yueshan departed, the village secretary approached Zhao Laonian, gently patting his shoulder and speaking softly. Chapter 50. Ate treasure porridge the following day. Lee Yueshan awakened at the break of dawn. After days of relentless toil, he finally had the opportunity to enjoy a restful slumber. As for Fuguay's situation, he had done all he could. The remainder lay in Fuguay's own hands to determine. In the early afternoon, having just finished his meal, Secretary Zhao Hongqi arrived once more at Lee Yueshan's home. Accompanying him were several hunters who had previously borrowed dogs. When 13 dogs had ventured into the mountains, only Zisha remained alive. The loss of 9 mountain dogs in a single encounter was a significant blow to Lee Yueshan. Thus, it was no surprise that the winter bear had decimated the entire winter hunting team. Without hesitation, Lee Yueshan compensated the hunters as previously agreed. After all, having traversed the perilous path of life and death, Zisha was worth keeping. Observing Zisha frolicking with the white bear and Hazy in the yard, Lee Yueshan pondered for a moment before addressing the owners of the dogs. Very well, as long as there is money to be made. The most important thing is that come spring, there will be puppies to nurture, and in 8 or 9 months, they can accompany us back into the mountains. Mountain boy, that bow of yours is quite unique. May I have a look? As the group discussed the mountain dogs, a hunter from Dongyao approached the eaves. Intrigued by the sturdy bow displayed before him, Lee Yueshan stepped forward, retrieving the hardwood bow and presenting it to him. As seasoned mountain hunters, they were naturally fascinated by such items. One hunter, who had expressed interest, grasped the bowstring and, after exerting effort to draw the bow, furrowed his brow slightly. The bow utilized leverage at both ends, indeed saving considerable strength. Since they all relied on such tools for their livelihood, they were well versed in the nuances of weight and balance. A mere trial revealed the bow's remarkable design. Let me give it a try. Observing the astonished expression of the hunter, others nearby eagerly anticipated their turn. Lee Yueshan did not deter them. Instead, he generously explained some basic principles of the recurve bow. However, the attendees were all experts, easily grasping the subtleties of the craft. Such knowledge was a valuable skill passed down among men in these mountainous regions. Grateful for Lee Yueshan's willingness to share, the hunters understood that conserving energy in the mountains equated to a greater chance of returning safely. In the following week, Lee Yueshan and the dogs plunged into the river valley. The snow had begun to fall, making the mountains inaccessible, yet in the outer forests, the occasional mountain chicken could be spotted foraging for food. These creatures served as perfect practice for the white bear and Hazy. Compared to the wild techniques taught by the old man Fuguay before venturing into the mountains, their skills had grown even more frenzied. Additionally, due to the ample provisions at the Lee household, their physical condition had notably improved. The iron-tipped cowhorn bow could now draw 6 full arrows with ease. Time swiftly passed to the 8th day of the 12th month. On that morning, Lee Yueshan assisted Wu Hui and Yun Xiu in the kitchen, busily preparing. The mixture of cornmeal and millet for the 8th day porridge, enhanced with raisins and red dates that Lee Yueshan had procured, filled the air with a delightful aroma that enveloped the courtyard. With the family enjoying prosperity, Lee Yueshan generously prepared a large pot of porridge, sweetened with ample rock candy. Fuguay, take this bowl back and let old Nian taste it too. After finishing, Lee Yueshan filled a large bowl to the brim and handed it to Fuguay, who grinned widely before scurrying out of the yard with the bowl in hand. Lee Wesan chuckled as he shook his head, then filled another bowl and handed it to Yunxiu beside him, saying, "Take this bowl to Sister Xiaoyao." "All right," Yunxiu replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing with joy as she cradled the earthen bowl and stepped out of the courtyard. Chen Xiaoyao's home was not far from Lee Yueshan's, making them neighbors. It's amusing to note that in the region of Beiyao Mountain, while other things were scarce, the presence of Chen Shimi was abundant. Like Lee Wesan, Chen Xiaoyao's biological father was among the first batch of educated youth sent to the countryside. During that era in Beiyao, compared to the rough men of the rural areas, these newly arrived educated youths were more appealing to the village girls. As fate would have it, Xiaoyao's mother became involved with one of these young men. However, for reasons unknown, that young man vanished from Beiyao without a trace, returning to the city. At that time, Xiaoyao's mother was already pregnant with her, and her condition was quite advanced. Soon, little Xiaoyao came into the world. In Beiyao, giving birth out of wedlock was an enormous scandal. Unable to bear the incessant gossip from the villagers, Xiaoyao's grandparents tragically took their own lives. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao's mother, overwhelmed by grief, descended into madness. Left unprotected by a man and without parental care, this once beautiful woman, now mentally unstable, faced an inevitable fate in the desolate village of Beiyao. It was evident that a woman of her beauty, driven to madness by a heartless rogue, would encounter dire circumstances. Although Xiaoyao lacked basic necessities, she had blossomed into a striking young woman, comparable in age to Lee Wesan. Over the years, many men have taken notice of her, yet their intentions were merely fleeting thoughts rather than genuine desires for marriage. Perhaps drawn together by shared suffering, or perhaps due to Wu Hui's past assistance to the mother and daughter, the bond between Lee Wesan and Chen Xiaoyao was notably strong. In times when his own family struggled for sustenance, he felt helpless. Now that life had improved, he felt compelled to assist those who had once helped him, or even those who had merely meant him no harm. After sending Yunxiu on her way, Lee Wesan filled a large enamel jar with laba porridge. He packed it into a mesh bag along with a jar of preserved food before making his way towards Dongyao village. "Uncle Ba, has the laba porridge been prepared?" Upon arriving at Zhao Laoba's home, Lee Wesan observed Zhao Laoba still laboring on the woodpile. "Your aunt is cooking it right now. We'll enjoy it together shortly." Zhao Laoba replied with a smile as he rose to greet Lee Wesan. "Let us discuss your aunt's cooking later. First, try my dish," Lee Wesan said as he opened the mesh bag and revealed his offerings. Zhao Laoba was accustomed to Lee Wesan's generosity, merely offering a few polite remarks in response. "Wow!" Zhao Laoba exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the contents of the enamel jar. Though he was considered well off in the area, he had never encountered such lavish laba porridge in his lifetime. "Uncle Ba, how does my cooking compare to aunt's?" "Compare? What kind of comparison is that?" Zhao Laoba retorted, clearly astonished. As Zhao Laoba gazed at the red dates, peanuts, and raisins bubbling in the enamel basin, he remarked with irritation, "With such fine ingredients combined, anyone could partake." After handing the laba porridge to his wife, he turned to Lee Yueshan and inquired, "Have there been any developments regarding the aluminum sheets?" Lee Yueshan nodded, promptly retrieving a brand new aluminum lunchbox from his net bag. Chapter 51. The creation of a lethal tool from the lunchbox. Upon seeing the pristine aluminum lunchbox before him, Zhao Laoba was left with a plethora of questions. "Mountain boy, do not tell me you intend to use this for melting aluminum sheets?" After a moment, Zhao Laoba finally grasped the situation. He reached for another new lunchbox and, upon opening it, noticed the word Guangming imprinted on the back. The supply and marketing cooperative in town does not sell aluminum ingots, and this seems to be the only way, Lee Yueshan stated matter-of-factly. "You prodigal fool." Zhao Laoba's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had anticipated Lee Yueshan's absurd plan, he was nonetheless taken aback. "What is the matter, Uncle Ba?" Is this insufficient? Lee Yueshan shivered slightly, realizing that each lunchbox cost 35 yuan, totaling over 100 for these 6. In the 1970s, while aluminum lunchboxes were commonplace in the city, they remained essential items with a considerable price tag. Listening to Lee Yueshan's tone, Zhao Laoba nearly clenched his back teeth in frustration. If this were from your own household, you would save such extravagance for the new year instead of wasting it. If it's not enough, I can make a trip to town this afternoon and procure more, Lee Yueshan declared, preparing to rise. Given that they owned a sturdy bicycle, a jaunt to town took merely an hour or so. Enough already. Zhao Laoba grasped Lee Yueshan's arm, urging him to nod in agreement. After pulling him back, Zhao Laoba instructed him to wait in the courtyard while he ventured into the materials storage. After a considerable time of rummaging, he emerged wielding a pair of iron tongs and a pot. Bring out that half bag of charcoal from the cellar. Zhao Laoba and Lee Yueshan proceeded to cut the lunchbox into strips of aluminum, each about the width of a finger. At that moment, Zhao Laoba's wife appeared, carrying a small nylon bag from the main room. Upon witnessing the two men transforming the new lunchbox into strips, she was momentarily taken aback, then set down her bag and left the front yard in a huff. In these times, even a slightly affluent family like Zhao Laoba's adhered to frugality. Those like Lee Yueshan, who squandered good materials, were generally frowned upon. Zhao Laoba, unsure where he had unearthed a few bricks, constructed a simple stove in the courtyard. You watch the pot while I tend to the mold, he instructed Lee Yueshan before heading back to the storage. Shortly thereafter, he returned with several shallow molds made of birch wood. Zhao Laoba meticulously sanded the insides of the molds and then carefully laid a layer of fine sand mixed with clay at the bottom. By the time he completed these tasks, the temperature of the pot on Lee Yueshan's side had also risen. Zhao Laoba meticulously placed the aluminum strips he had previously cut into the glowing red pot, watching as they gradually melted into molten aluminum, his heart trembling. This was not merely the process of refining aluminum. It felt akin to burning money. Soon, a pot of molten aluminum was ready, and Zhao Laoba cautiously lifted the pot with iron tongs. Lee Wesan intended to assist, yet Zhao Laoba adamantly refused him. Such was the nature of rural artisans. They preferred to engage in their craft alone, abhorred by the thought of others intervening during the delicate process. Carefully, he poured the molten aluminum into the mold he had prepared earlier. As the aluminum spread, Lee Laoba promptly produced a tool resembling a rolling pin, perfectly fitting between the sides of the mold. With a firm push, the excess aluminum flowed out through a pre-made opening at one end. Zhao Laoba returned the spillage to the pot to be remelted with the subsequent aluminum strips. It was no wonder this material was costly. It contained no impurities whatsoever. Standing beside the pot, Lee Wesan watched as batch after batch of molten aluminum emerged, smacking his lips in admiration. Zhao Laoba rolled his eyes at this. Can you hear yourself? Only the extravagantly family from Beiyao would attempt to melt aluminum from a bright brand lunchbox. Before long, all the lunchboxes had been melted down. In this era, the emphasis was on the quality of materials used. The lunchboxes not only contained no impurities, but also yielded 6 pieces of aluminum sheets, each 20 centimeters wide and 1 foot long. What a waste, lamented Zhao Laoba's wife, smiting her thigh upon witnessing the produced aluminum sheets. Zhao Laoba retrieved a prepared mulberry wood bow and, after assembling the bearing springs and fibers, wrapped the newly shaped aluminum sheets around the bow's arms. Lee Wesan nodded in satisfaction at the completed composite bow. Although the aluminum sheets lacked the sophistication of fiberglass, they were significantly sturdier than wood. Drawing the bowstring, Lee Wesan effortlessly pulled it to full draw. Try this, Zhao Laoba said, turning to him with an arrow wrapped in aluminum sheets. This was crafted from the leftover aluminum. Lee Wesan, astonished, took the arrow and weighed it, nodding in approval. The precision of an old carpenter, inheriting his father's craft, was startling. The weight of the arrow, now encased in aluminum, had changed little. Knocking the arrow, Lee Wesan aimed at the wooden door 10 paces away. Thwack! The arrow pierced through the door the moment he released the string. Uncle Ba, your skills are wasted in this secluded valley, Lee Wesan said, retrieving the arrow and expressing his genuine admiration for Zhao Laoba. In these times, as long as I can eat and drink without worry, I am satisfied. How much is truly enough in this life? Zhao Laoba chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. As long as I avoid large beasts in the mountains, this strength is sufficient. Lee Wesan furrowed his brow, turning to look at Zhao Laoba. He seemed to have grasped the underlying implications of the man's words. "Uncle Ba, what if we encounter a large beast?" Lee Yueshan inquired, putting away his bow and leaning closer. Zhao Laoba glanced at the peculiar bow in Lee Yueshan's hands and replied matter-of-factly, "In that case, it would depend on the feng shui of your ancestral grave." "Oh, Uncle Ba, let us refrain from discussing ancestral graves at this moment. What exactly do you mean?" Lee Yueshan observed Zhao Laoba pulling out a cigarette and hurriedly approached to light it. "With your modifications, this bow has gained both strength and momentum. However, the bow's body has its limitations. While it may suffice for ordinary beasts, if a large one is 30 paces away and not struck at a vital point, it might only inflict a superficial wound. If a metal strip were to be inserted into the bow's body, the wire coiling around the axle could traverse back and forth multiple times, thereby increasing its power. Yet, this aluminum strip won't do. It is too pliable." Zhao Laoba expounded as he took the bow from Lee Yueshan's hands. In this era, carpenters pride themselves on their versatility. They can elucidate various aspects of their craft. Chapter 52, Dismantling Bicycle Spokes. Aluminum is too pliable. Upon hearing Zhao Laoba's words, Lee Yueshan frowned slightly. Although he possessed the water beads procured by Su Lingling, he understood that this was not a valid reason to use them indiscriminately. Should Su Lingling or Sun Xiaoxiang request his assistance with any items in the future, utilizing this gun would be acceptable. However, for the sake of supporting his family, this compound bow would be his primary means of livelihood, thus it must be flawless. Moreover, those who venture into the mountains are well aware that their tools must be completely reliable. While minor issues may be tolerable under normal circumstances, any flaw could prove fatal in the mountains. It is akin to some firearms that, under normal firing conditions, fail to hit the target. Yet, should they misfire, they could be terrifyingly dangerous. "Uncle Ba, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lee Yueshan, and after addressing Zhao Laoba, he turned and dashed out the door. Zhao Laoba reached out as if to stop him, but Lee Yueshan had already bolted through the courtyard gate. With such a spendthrift in the Lee family, it would be a wonder if they could maintain stability. After Lee Yueshan exited, Zhao Laoba's wife emerged. "What do you, a woman, know about anything?" Zhao Laoba chided his wife without reservation. Although he felt a pang of sympathy, he understood the situation all too well. To say nothing of the present, the resources they were squandering today were beyond what the old Lee family could have ever managed. While Lee Yueshan might appear to be aimless, were it not for his seemingly reckless demeanor, the Lee family might not even survive this year's end. Spendthrift? One must have something to squander in the first place. Zhao Laoba took a puff of his cigarette, then extinguished the remaining half of the golden galloping horse before lighting another bowl of tobacco. This commodity was rare. It needed to be savored slowly. Before he had finished smoking, Zhao Laoba observed Lee Yueshan charging into the courtyard on a brand new 28-inch bicycle. "Shanzi, what is this?" Zhao Laoba was taken aback at the sight of the bicycle parked before him. "Aluminum is too pliable, but these spokes must certainly suffice." As he spoke, Lee Yueshan swiftly bypassed Zhao Laoba and retrieved some of the tools that Zhao Laoba used from the wooden beam. "Uncle Ba, lend me a hand." Before Zhao Laoba could react, Lee Yueshan forcefully wielded the pliers toward the front wheel of the bicycle. "Nephew, no. Such a fine object should not be wasted, or misfortune will surely follow." Zhao Laoba was momentarily taken aback, but it was his wife, standing nearby outside the main room, who first registered the situation. Though the bicycle belonged to Lee Yueshan, the thought of wasting such a valuable item made her heart tremble. First, there was the brand new aluminum lunchbox, and then the bicycle, of which there were hardly 3 in the entirety of Yao village in northeast China. What on earth was this scion of the Lee family planning to do? "Shanzi, heed your aunt's advice. You must not squander things any further." At this point, Zhao Laoba had also come to his senses. Spreading his arms protectively in front of the bicycle, his voice tinged with desperation. "Uncle, I would feel sorrowful to dismantle this bicycle, but this bow is my livelihood. Our family depends on it for sustenance." Lee Yueshan gazed at the couple from the Laoba household, who appeared ready to risk everything for the sake of the bicycle. And he smiled wryly. "Just put down the pliers. Listen to your uncle." Zhao Laoba stood firm, guarding the bicycle, and then continued. "We don't necessarily need to remove the spokes from the new bicycle. There are repair shops in town. We could exchange them whenever it's convenient. Even if it costs a little money, it's not going to be much, is it? Furthermore, with the onset of December and the arrival of snowfall, aside from hunting ducks at the Shilling Reservoir, There's no need to venture into the mountains, right? Trust in your uncle's skills. This bow will suffice for the waterfowl. After the new year, we can go to town and swap out the spokes, and I'll make sure it's properly taken care of, all right? Under the heartfelt persuasion of Zhao Laoba and his wife, Lee Yueshan ultimately conceded to spare the bicycle. He picked up the composite bow and pulled out 5 large black bills, handing them over to Zhao Laoba. Zhao Laoba's wife gazed at the money in astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging out. Her husband possessed skill, and they were among the more prosperous families in the neighboring villages. However, crafting something peculiar didn't require much effort or many materials. This sum of money surpassed what the head of the household typically earned in 2 months. Zhao Laoba was momentarily stunned but quickly extracted one of the bills, disregarding his wife's urgent glances, and casually handed the remainder back. Uncle Ba, you've put in considerable effort this time, and in the future, I will undoubtedly need your assistance again, so please keep it. Lee Yueshan understood well that, compared to this task, the payment was indeed more than double. Yet, who else in the 10 Li and 8 village area possessed such skills as Zhao Laoba? If anything were to go awry with the composite bow in the future, he would have to come to Zhao Laoba for help, especially since he admired Zhao Laoba's craftsmanship with aluminum-tipped arrows. Payment should correspond to the work done. That's the principle. Moreover, the items you took from Uncle Ba on your last 2 visits far exceeded the value of this task, so this one bill is hardly excessive. Zhao Laoba was not only stubborn about his craftsmanship, but also resolute in his demeanor. Lee Yueshan declined the money, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? You keep the money to help me procure some mulberry wood for crafting arrows. When I return with some aluminum lunchboxes, we can make more arrows together, shall we?" With a swift motion, Zhao Laoba immediately retrieved the money, not forgetting to admonish, "Nephew, heed your uncle's advice. Leave the aluminum matters to me, and avoid any reckless actions." With Zhao Laoba's agreement secured, Lee Yueshan mounted his bicycle and departed from Dongyao village. "See, this is the spendthrift you speak of," Zhao Laoba remarked to his wife after Lee Yueshan's departure, weighing the hefty black note in his hand. "Has the Li family stumbled upon a treasure?" Observing his wife's bewildered expression, Zhao Laoba shook his head and refrained from elaborating. Winter bears, particularly the horse bears, were no trifling matter. For others, even with firearms and dogs, the question wasn't whether they could hunt, but rather whether they dared to. This young man appeared even more formidable than his father, who instilled fear throughout the entire Yao village. As Lee Yueshan, now in possession of a compound bow, rode home, he reflected on something Zhao Laoba had previously mentioned. During the days from the 15th to the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, hunters from several villages near Beiyao would venture to the Shilling Reservoir to hunt waterfowl. Each year at this time, migratory mallards from the Qin Mountains would winter among the reeds of the reservoir, marking the last hunting opportunity for local hunters before the new year. Slightly larger than a domestic chicken, the mallards boasted firm and delicious meat, with a decent price offered by the local supply and marketing cooperative. If one could catch a few mallards before the new year, it would provide a substantial amount of grain in exchange at the cooperative. Thus, hunting ducks at the Shilling Reservoir after the 15th of the 12th month became a customary practice among hunters. Chapter 53. Into the reeds, however. The expanse of reeds at the Shilling Reservoir was vast. Without an experienced guide, even seasoned hunters dared not to venture in. It was all too common to become lost in the marshes. Moreover, the hidden swamps and muddy pits concealed beneath the reeds posed significant dangers. The greatest fear, however, was the threat of a reed fire. Once ignited, not even deities could escape its wrath. Consequently, the perils of the reed beds were not to be underestimated, rivaling those of hunting in the mountains during winter. Additionally, mallards were exceedingly elusive, making them difficult to locate amidst the reeds, and they would flee at the slightest sound from several paces away. Thus, while the cooperative offered a high price for them, and their numbers were considerable in the Shilling Reservoir, the actual catch each year remained disappointingly low. Lee Yueshan was well aware of the risks, but Zhao Laoba's words ignited a spark of determination within him. "Perhaps I shall go. It would serve as an excellent opportunity to test my 2 pups at home." As he neared his residence, Lee Yueshan resolved firmly. With 6 dogs, along with himself and Fuguay, they should encounter no significant challenges. Even if they failed to hunt mallards, walking the dogs would still be worthwhile. Just as Lee Yueshan arrived at the entrance of his courtyard, a frail figure emerged from beside the wall. "Xiaoyao." He raised an eyebrow at the visibly undernourished girl before him. The young girl appeared quite frail, at an age when one would typically expect to see them flourish. Yet she seemed somewhat emaciated. Nevertheless, her face, albeit marked by the hardships of life, exuded a refreshing and ethereal charm. It was as if she were inherently out of place in this desolate mountain village. Chen Xiaoyao offered a bashful smile, and with a blush, she extended the earthen bowl she held to Lee Wesan. Before he could utter a word, she produced a cloth bag from behind her and handed it to him before darting away. Upon opening the bag, Lee Wesan discovered an assortment of dried mushrooms and various local delicacies. Observing the contents, he let out a soft sigh. In the eyes of city dwellers, Chen Xiaoyao's beauty might have been an innate asset, but in this impoverished corner, it was a curse. Lee Wesan understood that her future would be far more tragic than that of her erratic mother. It seemed that in the 1980s, the girl was discovered lifeless in the hills behind the mountain, her body having suffered unspeakable indignities. The village only hastily dealt with the aftermath, and such a heinous event barely stirred the surface of public concern. At that time, Lee Wesan was laboring at a construction site in the county, and by the time he returned home for the new year, everything had long been settled. Just as Lee Wesan reminisced about the past, he was interrupted by the voice of his mother, Wu Hui. "Indeed, she is quite something," she remarked, though Lee Wesan instinctively questioned the implication behind her words. "What do you mean by that, mother?" "Nothing much. Why didn't you go to Hedao Ridge with Fuguay today?" Wu Hui took the cloth bag from Lee Wesan's arms, deftly diverting the conversation. As Lee Wesan maneuvered the cart into the yard, he replied, "I made a trip to Donyao village to see Zhao Laoba about a project." He then revealed a composite bow from behind him, showcasing it proudly before Wu Hui. Upon seeing the bow, which evidently held considerable value, Wu Hui managed a strained smile. Deep down, she understood that her son's efforts were aimed at securing a livelihood in the mountains alongside their livestock. "Are you planning to go to the Shilling Reservoir?" she inquired softly while tidying up. Lee Wesan was momentarily taken aback. Though his mother had never ventured beyond Beiyao, her intuition was remarkably keen. "Yes," he nodded, recognizing he could not conceal the truth from her. He then gently reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. I will take Fuguay to explore the reeds outside, and we shall return the following day." Wu Hui remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In the afternoon, the old man returned home with 6 lively mountain dogs and a flushed Fuguay. Yunxiu was assisting her mother in the kitchen, preparing a dish of diced potatoes stir-fried with wild rabbit meat, accompanied by a large bowl of white noodles. Having stayed with Lee Wesan for some time, Fuguay had grown comfortable, consuming nearly 3 pounds of food in one sitting. With such an appetite, it was hard to imagine how he would be sustained even after the implementation of household production quotas in the years to come, let alone in this year of famine. As the meals improved, Yunxiu's complexion regained its color, and she became noticeably more vibrant than usual. "Brother, today I went to deliver laba porridge to Sister Xiaoyao, and I saw Yunxiu eating noodles. After much contemplation, I cautiously raised my head to look at Lee Wesan. Hee, I understand your intentions," Lee Wesan said, reaching out to pat Yunxiu's head before turning to Wu Hui. "Mother, our family is now more prosperous. As a widowed mother and her child, we should help when we can. I know, but you are well aware that Xiaoyao is quite stubborn. If you give her a morsel of food, she will repay you with half a bag, even if it means enduring hunger," Wu Hui responded helplessly. She had previously assisted Xiaoyao and her mother, but that girl would invariably return the favor with foraged goods. In truth, Xiaoyao often contributed more than she received. "This truly is a troublesome matter," Lee Wesan admitted, scratching his head. "If only Xiaoyao were a boy, I could take her into the mountains like a treasure, and we would share the spoils. By the way, in a couple of days, I will be going to Shilling Reservoir with your brother Fuguay. Would you like to join?" Lee Wesan suddenly had a bright idea, glancing at Yunxiu, who was busy with her noodles. Yes, Yunxiu exclaimed, nodding vigorously with a noodle dangling from her mouth. Wu Hui initially intended to voice her concerns, but upon reconsideration, she felt that with Yunxiu trailing behind, Lee Wesan would not venture too deeply into the reeds. "But brother, what can I do there? There aren't even any duck eggs to be found in the 12th lunar month." Yunxiu furrowed her brow, expressing her eagerness to accompany Lee Wesan, yet still questioning her usefulness. "Here's the plan. I will go into the reeds with your brother Fuguay, and you will wait outside. If we do not emerge by afternoon, you can light the fireworks I bought for you, so we can find our way back even if we get lost," Lee Wesan explained, pointing to the firecrackers stored behind the cabinet. "Is there such a delightful prospect?" Yunxio's spirits soared. Not only could she accompany her brother, but she could also assist him and, most importantly, set off fireworks. However, I am still concerned about you being alone outside the reeds. Lee Yuanshan frowned, watching Yunxio's excitement. The sudden shift in mood left Yunxio feeling as if the noodles in her bowl had lost their flavor. Wu Hui approached with a smile and gently tapped Yunxio's forehead, saying, "Silly girl, your brother intends for you to invite Sister Xiaoyao to join you." Chapter 54. Duck catching on the 15th of the 12th lunar month. Lee Yuanshan rose early, having prepared all the necessary items. Yunxio, brimming with excitement, hardly slept the entire night and was waiting outside the main room before dawn, fearing that Lee Yuanshan might leave without her. After breakfast, Lee Yuanshan retrieved the heart of a wild boar hanging from the beam in the kitchen, chopped it finely, and mixed it with crumbled cornbread. He then took some condensed milk from the main room, scooped several spoonfuls into a bowl, and poured it all into a wooden basin. Brother Shanzi. Just as Lee Yuanshan was about to feed the dogs with the large wooden basin, a delicate voice came from outside the gate. "Sister Xiaoyao." Yunxio hurriedly ran out and opened the gate. After the girl comprehended Lee Yuanshan's intentions, she promptly sought out Qin Xiaoyao the following day. Initially, Qin Xiaoyao was reluctant to agree. Firstly, she had a mentally unstable mother to care for and could not leave. Secondly, despite lacking formal education, she possessed discernment. It was evident that the Lee family intended to assist the two of them, but their fear of rejection led them to devise this approach. However, unable to withstand Yunxio's persistent persuasion, Qin Xiaoyao ultimately relented, especially when an aunt from the Lee family came to offer counsel. Furthermore, upon her departure, she would accompany her mother to the Lee household to assist in making jute rope. The jute making was merely a pretext designed to alleviate her concerns. As Qin Xiaoyao entered, she felt a blush rise at the sight of Lee Yuanshan, only to be taken aback by the sight of the items in the wooden basin. "Yunxio, converse with your sister Xiaoyao while I feed the dogs. We shall set off soon." With that, Lee Yuanshan carried the wooden basin toward the dog kennel on the other side of the courtyard. "Feeding dogs?" Xiaoyao stared blankly as Lee Yuanshan placed the basin inside the kennel, the air around them perfumed with a sweet scent of condensed milk. The combination of steamed buns, meat, and condensed milk left Qin Xiaoyao at a loss for words. At the entrance of Beiyao village, Fuguay trailed behind with 6 dogs, while Lee Yuanshan rode a brand new bicycle with an excited Yunxio perched on the front beam and a blushing Xiaoyao seated behind. The hunters preparing to head to the Shieling Reservoir were bewildered by the sight. With such an arrangement, it hardly seemed like they were off to gather provisions. Unfazed by the onlookers' scrutiny, Lee Yuanshan appeared indifferent, while Yunxio even displayed a hint of pride. In stark contrast, Xiaoyao nearly buried her head in her armpit. It seemed that in rural areas, only married women would sit shyly in the back seat of a man's vehicle. Once they exited the village, Lee Yuanshan pedaled with greater enthusiasm. The rural roads were typically uneven and bumpy. While Lee Yuanshan rode vigorously, Xiaoyao, seated behind, endured the jarring ride. With no choice, she grasped tightly onto Lee Yuanshan's coat at his waist. Thanks to the bicycle, they traversed the 30-plus miles of mountainous terrain, arriving at the reed marsh of the Shieling Reservoir in under 2 hours. "You two wait here. If Fuguay and I do not return by afternoon, you must set off fireworks." Lee Yuanshan found a relatively flat spot outside the marsh, unpacked their belongings, and instructed Yunxio and Xiaoyao. "Fuguay, leave the white bear behind," he said, turning to Fuguay. Although it was unlikely anyone would cause trouble in broad daylight, Lee Yuanshan still felt a twinge of concern for the 2 girls left outside. After contemplating, he retrieved a water gun from behind and handed it to Xiaoyao. "Brother Shanzi, I don't know how to use this," she said nervously, waving her hands at the weapon Lee Yuanshan offered. "Whether you know how to use it is irrelevant. Simply holding it can intimidate others," Lee Yuanshan replied, firmly placing the gun in Xiaoyao's hands. Having secured the 2 sentinels, Lee Yuanshan and Fuguay ventured into the reed marsh with the remaining dogs. The white bear, left behind, grew anxious and began to pace, but without Lee Yuanshan's nod, it dared not follow into the marsh. As the 2 individuals ventured into the reed marsh, they had traversed nearly several dozen paces when they could no longer discern east from west. Lee Yuanshan and Fuguay removed their shoes, each taking out 2 pieces of roe deer skin to wrap around their feet. The marsh was fraught with mud pits and swamps, and without their shoes, they could better sense the changes beneath their soles. Moreover, by donning the roe deer skin, the sounds of their footsteps were significantly muted. The dogs had already darted ahead, and a rustling sound emerged from the west. As Lee Yueshan and Fuguay cautiously advanced, they kept their ears attuned to the noises emanating from the reeds. The spot-billed ducks were particularly vigilant, which rendered the two men silent upon entering the marsh. After more than half an hour of quiet pursuit, Lee Yueshan was about to change locations when he heard a cacophony from the reeds on his right, mingled with the frantic quacks of the spot-billed ducks. In an instant, he pivoted and drew his bowstring taut. Fuguay swiftly crouched and darted towards the source of the commotion, his hands already gripping the oxhorn bough. It was a rather intricate maneuver, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. A flurry of ducks erupted from the reeds, startled and hastily taking flight towards the distant water's surface. Whoosh, whoosh. Two arrows shot forth almost simultaneously, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Among the fleeing ducks, two unfortunate ones were struck mid-flight, plummeting to the ground. Blackie was the first to surge forward, heading towards the landing site of the spot-billed ducks. While the remaining dogs scattered in pursuit, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay did not relent, quickening their pace to chase after the rising ducks. Unlike pheasants, although the spot-billed ducks did not soar high, their endurance was unparalleled. Once airborne, they would not descend until they touched the water's surface, obstructed by the reeds. Lee Yueshan halted after a few strides, while Fuguay, oblivious to the sharp edges of the reeds, pressed on with determination. Snap! The distinctive twang of the oxhorn bough echoed, and another spot-billed duck fell from the sky. After leaving behind 3 ducks from the flock, the two could only watch helplessly as the remaining ones flew far away. This was largely due to Lee Yueshan's heightened sensitivity from previous experiences, allowing him to react more swiftly than the average person. Had it been someone else, the ducks would have vanished before they could even react. Standing still, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay soon saw the dogs return. Blackie and 2 others emerged, proudly carrying the shot spot-billed ducks in their mouths. Damn it, it feels like a loss, Lee Yueshan muttered in discontent as he gazed at the ducks before him. The ducks were indeed substantial, yet his excessive force had caused one arrow, wrapped in aluminum, to pierce through a duck, and who knows where it had ended up. By value, that arrow with its aluminum covering was worth at least 6 coins, while a single spot-billed duck would fetch no more than 1 coin in town. Chapter 55. Songhua Chicken. One cannot help but admire how Zhao Laoba has managed to secure a brick house in these times. With such craftsmanship, he could thrive anywhere without worry for sustenance. The arrow, wrapped in aluminum foil, exhibited remarkable stability under the immense thrust of the compound bow. The crux of the matter lay in the meticulous control of minute weights. The heft of the aluminum must achieve a nearly perfect harmony with the arrow's inherent material to ensure its steadiness amid fierce propulsion. The previous shot was merely a reflection of Lee Yueshan's failure to grasp the dynamics between bow and arrow. Blackie, come. After a moment of concern, Lee Yueshan beckoned to Blackie, who promptly dashed over and circled at his feet. Lee Yueshan crouched down, placing one of the mallards into Blackie's mouth. He then strung the remaining 2 together with twine and hung them on another hound. Go, deliver these. They needed to continue their work in the reed marsh, and carrying their spoils was rather inconvenient. Blackie, clutching the mallard, darted into the reeds, followed closely by the other hound. Once Blackie and his companion departed, Lee Yueshan did not immediately set off. Instead, he stood still for a moment, gently closing his eyes. The marsh was infused with the stench of mud, intermingled with a subtle fragrance of grass. After a brief pause, Lee Yueshan abruptly opened his eyes and stealthily moved toward the right side of the reed thicket. The mallards were exceedingly wary. Their sudden disturbance would have sent any nearby kin fleeing for safety. Fortunately, Lee Yueshan's keen sense of smell, surpassing even that of the hounds, allowed him to easily detect the scent of the mallards. Upon arriving at a grassy nest with Fuguay and the remaining hound, Lee Yueshan found nothing but a few fallen feathers. Not a trace of the elusive birds remained. While his nose was astute, it could only discern the scent. Clearly, the mallards had been startled from their previous hiding place. Subsequently, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay searched several nests, yielding nothing but feathers. It was no wonder that people preferred winter hunting over confronting ducks in the marshes. After an afternoon of searching, Lee Yueshan began to comprehend the situation. Ordinarily, the cooperative store offered a decent price for these mallards, which traveled in flocks and were abundant. However, the marsh proved perilous, and the birds' vigilance was exceedingly high. With Lee Yuanshan's current setup, they only managed to catch them off guard upon entering the reeds. Otherwise, they too would have returned empty-handed. If Lee Yuanshan faced such challenges, one could only imagine the plight of other hunters. Winter hunting was about securing provisions, whereas pursuing these birds was a gamble, reliant solely on luck. Brother Sean, when dusk approaches, the water ducks will surely venture into the reeds. I'll head toward the water's edge. No. Lee Yuanshan interjected before Fuguay could finish. He understood Fuguay's intent. As darkness fell, the mallards would indeed seek refuge in the marsh. Seizing this opportunity to remain by the water's edge would likely yield results. However, this behavior was well known not only to Fuguay, but to all hunters. But why has no one done this? The reason is quite simple. The closer one gets to the water's edge in the reed marsh, the more shadowy pools and swamps there are. As long as one is not truly desperate, no one would risk their safety for a mere few morsels of meat. Just at that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the reeds behind them. Fuguay immediately turned around, tightening his grip on the cowhorn bough. Don't be alarmed. The dogs have returned, Lee Yuanshan assured, patting Fuguy's shoulder before glancing towards the thicket behind. Moments later, a robust white figure leaped forth, followed by the mountain dogs that had accompanied Heezy back with the prey. You rascal, Lee Yuanshan chuckled, reaching out to stroke the excited white bear's head. It was evident that after Heezy delivered the prey back, this creature had insisted on staying behind, bringing along its companions. Just as Lee Yuanshan was about to pat the white bear's head, he noticed the creature had a delicate claw dangling from its mouth. The white bear wagged its tail in excitement, opening its jaws to reveal a slightly smaller mountain chicken before Lee Yuanshan. With the sky now darkening, visibility in the dense reeds was significantly hindered. Thus, when the white bear emerged, Lee Yuanshan could hardly discern its features. A Songwa chicken. Observing the wild fowl cast at his feet, Lee Yuanshan was taken aback upon realizing its rarity. Although it was indeed a wild chicken, it was far more precious than an ordinary chick. The Songwa chicken is a local term among the Bayao people, and due to its blood-red head, claws, and tail, it is officially known as the blood pheasant. What truly astonished Lee Yuanshan, however, was not the rarity of the creature, but rather how it had come to be here. Songwa chickens typically dwell in coniferous forests and mountainous shrubbery, making their presence in the reed marsh highly improbable. Incredible, Fuguay remarked, stepping closer to scrutinize the Songwa chicken in Lee Yuanshan's grasp, before gently pinching its beak and whispering. You can discern this? Lee Yuanshan asked, astonished by Fuguy's unwavering certainty. Since coming to their household, Fuguay seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Once a clumsy individual who could barely wipe his nose clean, he now exhibited knowledge that left even Lee Yuanshan feeling somewhat ashamed. It's what the old man taught me, Fuguay replied with a start, scratching his head in response. Upon hearing Fuguy's words, Lee Yuanshan's brow furrowed slightly. It was not jealousy over the old man's secret teachings to Fuguay that troubled him, but rather a sense that matters might be more complex than they appeared. From the moment Fuguay entered their home, Lee Yuanshan had sensed something amiss with the old man. Now, observing Fuguy's transformation, that feeling intensified. Just as Lee Yuanshan pondered this further, the white bear began tugging at the leg of his trousers, whimpering insistently. Lee Yuanshan gently patted the white bear's head, prompting it to release its grip before turning back towards the direction from which it had come. Lee Yuanshan and Fuguay followed closely behind the white bear. After wandering for what felt like over half an hour, Lee Yuanshan's frown deepened with each passing moment. He could distinctly detect the scent of the pheasants not far away in the reeds. Indeed, upon rounding a small water pool, the sight that met Lee Yuanshan and Fuguy's eyes caused them both to gasp in astonishment. Scattered among the interlaced reeds were 7 or 8 pheasants. However, when Lee Yuanshan approached to collect these birds, he discovered, without exception, that they had all succumbed to fright. Chapter 56. Eagles and falcons. Pheasants are naturally timid, and these particular ones were even more so than their mountain counterparts. Nevertheless, it seemed improbable that they could die of fright alone. Surely they would band together in some capacity? As Lee Yuanshan surveyed the ground littered with the deceased pheasants, a chill crept over him. The sun was setting, and it was time to gather their findings and depart. Although the key to this mystery eluded him, it did not deter them from collecting their unexpected bounty. In terms of value, the 3 dabbling ducks they had previously caught combined were worth less than a single pheasant. After gathering a total of 11 pheasants from the surrounding reeds, Lee Yueshan was just about to signal Fuguay to lead the dogs away when, at that moment, Bai Xiong emerged from the reeds, triumphantly carrying what could only be described as half a pheasant. As Lee Yueshan retrieved the mangled half from Bai Xiong's mouth, he was taken aback by the sorry state of the bird. The pheasant was unrecognizable, but with decades of experience in the mountains, Lee Yueshan could discern that this was not the handiwork of Bai Xiong. This unfortunate bird had been brutally torn apart, and the nature of the wounds suggested it was the work of a falcon. Nest raiding. A sudden thought flashed through Lee Yueshan's mind. These pheasants had been driven here by a nearby female falcon, likely forced into action due to a late nesting period coinciding with the winter hatching of young falcons. As Lee Yueshan contemplated the gathered pheasants, a conflict brewed within him. Such blood pheasants were seldom encountered by seasoned hunters, and the price offered by the local supply cooperative would undoubtedly astonish anyone. While the official price matched that of ordinary pheasants, market forces could easily inflate it. Would one dare to present a common mountain chicken as a gift to a superior? However, a rare blood pheasant would be an entirely different matter. Thus, there existed a significant disparity between the official pricing and the actual market value. Yet, gazing at the torn pheasants, an impractical thought crossed Lee Yueshan's mind. Fuguay, return the pheasants to their place. You take the dogs back first, and come to trade with me tomorrow. After a lengthy deliberation, Lee Yueshan took the pouch from Fuguy's back. Such opportunities were rare, and once encountered, they should not be squandered. Brother Shan, I'm exhausted and can hardly move. Fuguay replied with a simple smile, clutching the pouch tightly. His intention was clear. He would stay behind to guard the find while urging Lee Yueshan to take the dogs and leave first. As Lee Yueshan was about to voice his refusal, he witnessed the fool scoop up a handful of mud and smear it on his hands before placing the blood pheasants back in their original spot. Be careful. I will return immediately after sending them back. Lee Yueshan understood that this stubborn individual would not listen, and it was more prudent to quickly return two burdensome companions. All right, Fuguay replied with a smile. Without further hesitation, Lee Yueshan left behind the white bear and led the remaining dogs towards the edge of the reed marsh. After wandering through the marsh for an entire day, he had lost all sense of direction. However, moving towards the sunlight and then under the moonlight would surely lead them out. With the dogs guiding the way, they walked for over an hour until darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from the right. Hey, it seems we really need this. Hearing the commotion of the monkeys nearby, Lee Yueshan smiled slightly and hurriedly led the dogs out of the reeds. Minutes later, as Lee Yueshan emerged from the marsh, his expression shifted drastically. He saw Haizi hunched over, baring his teeth in front of Xiaoyao and Yunxiu, while Xiaoyao tightly gripped her water bead gun, her face filled with vigilance. Behind them, 3 spotted ducks were hanging from the bicycle. At that moment, the duck hunters had started to exit the reeds one by one. Compared to Lee Yueshan's bounty, their situation was rather pitiable. Aside from a few fortunate ones who carried 1 or 2 spotted ducks, the majority returned empty-handed. Disheartened, they felt a flicker of excitement upon seeing the 2 girls outside the marsh. However, Xiaoyao's weapon was not a mere toy. Its lethality bore no relation to the age or gender of its wielder. Naturally, only a few entertained ulterior motives. Most were merely there to witness the spectacle. Brother, Shanzi. At that moment, Lee Yueshan pushed through the crowd. Xiaoyao casually returned the water bead gun to him, while several hunters from Beiyao and Dongyao instinctively took a step back. With a decisive click, Lee Yueshan chambered around without uttering a word, casting a cold glance around at the onlookers. They all gasped in surprise and quietly began to disperse. Spotted ducks were indeed valuable, but one must assess the situation first, right? Hadn't they seen that the villagers from his town had already slipped away? Clearly, this young man was not someone to be trifled with. Brother, where's Fuguay? Once the crowd had dispersed, Yunxiu finally felt a sense of relief. However, as she observed Lee Yueshan mounting his bicycle and beckoning them to leave, she noticed Fuguay was nowhere to be seen. Let's head home, Lee Yueshan replied without elaborating, riding the bicycle at a brisk pace. He covered the 2-hour journey in less than half the time. Mother, prepare some food to stave off hunger. Upon entering the house, Lee Yueshan immediately called out to Wu Hui, disregarding everything else. Now, Wu Hui frowned, glancing at her anxious son. Yes, the sooner, the better. Lee Yueshan rushed into the main room, not even pausing to speak with his father as he headed straight for the cupboard. Upon opening the container, He hastily stuffed in the biscuits and other items purchased from the town supply cooperative a few days prior. No time to dawdle. Let's fill some condensed milk into the water pouch. Do a few more, Lee Yueshan instructed, observing the equally bewildered Xiaoyao and Yunxiu. Soon, a pot of cornbread was steamed to perfection, and it was taken out along with the steaming board to cool in the yard. The wind in the 12th lunar month was like a knife. In mere moments, the once steaming cornbread had turned cold. Without hesitation, Lee Yueshan packed everything up, exchanged a few words with his mother, and rode off towards the Shilling Reservoir. After nearly an hour, Lee Yueshan and his dog Heisey finally arrived at the reservoir. He first visited the Water Conservancy office, offering the elderly gatekeeper half a pack of cigarettes and 50 cents before temporarily storing his bicycle there. With the water pouch on his back, Lee Yueshan circled the dam before finally arriving at the edge of the reed marsh upstream. Chapter 57. Awaiting upon reaching the reed marsh, the night was deep and the moon bright. Under the chilly moonlight, as he gazed at the rippling reeds before him, a shiver ran down Lee Yueshan's spine. The scene was too eerie. The vast expanse of reeds, particularly the dark and foreboding entrance, sent chills through him. However, with the thought of Fuguay still inside, he suppressed his fear and decisively instructed Heisey to enter first and forge a path. Together, the man and his dog traversed the endless expanse of reeds. Having grown up alongside the white bear, Heisey was quite familiar with its scent, making their search considerably easier. After half an hour, Lee Yueshan followed Heisey to the previous grass nest. Fuguay? Lee Yueshan's heart sank as he looked at the scattered pine flower chickens on the ground. This scene was more fitting for a horror film than a reality. At that moment, the reeds to his right rustled slightly, and a pitch-black hand emerged from the shadows. Seeing the muddy palm, Lee Yueshan instinctively tightened his grip on his gun, fully aware it was Fuguay. Steeling himself, he approached, only to discover Fuguay covered in muck, lying motionless in the frigid reed nest. "Aren't you afraid of freezing to death?" Lee Yueshan exclaimed, removing his coat to wrap around Fuguay. In this bitter cold, the reeds already harbored a biting wind, and the chill was unbearable. This fellow lay there, coated in mud, utterly still. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since succumbed to the elements. No worries, that creature has a keen nose. It's better to remain muddy. Fuguay grinned, pushing back the coat Lee Yueshan offered. Left with no other option, Lee Yueshan retrieved the pouch filled with condensed milk and handed it over. After taking a couple of sips of the still warm milk, Fuguay felt some warmth return to his icy abdomen. "Brother, your constitution is frail. You should head back. I can keep watch alone," Fuguay quickly urged as he watched Lee Yueshan smear himself with the foul-smelling mud. Lee Yueshan remained silent, meticulously covering every exposed part of his body with the stinking muck. 2 individuals and 2 dogs nestled within a reed nest, their eyes fixated on the bloodied carcasses of pheasants scattered across the waterhole before them. As the night deepened, the chill in the air intensified. Even during this season, lying on a heated bed wrapped in blankets felt cold, let alone in this frigid grassy nest. Yet, Lee Yueshan felt an inexplicable sensation. This hawk, hoarding its prey, was certainly extraordinary. Enduring the coldest dawn, sunlight began to filter through the gaps in the reeds. Lee Yueshan shifted his stiffened arm and turned to glance at the nearby Fuguay. This fellow possessed a truly formidable constitution. Even Lee Yueshan, who had been acclimatized, felt on the verge of collapse. Yet Fuguay still found the energy to grin at him, baring his canines. Both remained motionless, as the temperature gradually rose and the stench of the mud enveloped them more intensely. As noon approached, just as Lee Yueshan intended to nibble on some rations, he sensed a slight movement in his ears. Whoosh! In the next moment, a faint sound echoed, followed by the startling sight of a lifeless pheasant flipping over nearby. The speed was astonishing as a grayish-white shadow flickered past. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay held their breath, while even the white bear and black dog lay low, not daring to make a sound. After the dead bird's startling movement, everything seemed to return to tranquility. The 2 men and their dogs dared not move. Even their breathing slowed considerably. Minutes later, that shadow descended once again, this time at a more measured pace. A gray-backed hawk, with a pale belly, precisely landed beside the pheasant it had just overturned. Its piercing gaze scanned the surroundings, and in the next instant, it pounced upon the pheasant's body, its sharp talons swiftly piercing through the bird's skull. A gray-backed hawk, Lee Yueshan observed the majestic figure before him, his brow slightly furrowed. He had indeed encountered a few of these hawks. The seasoned hunters from Beiyao who ventured into the mountains were known to train them. However, this species typically did not grow large, averaging around 30 centimeters in length. Yet, the one before him was at least double that size. As Lee Yueshan pondered this anomaly, the gray-backed hawk seized the pheasant and soared toward the right hillside. Almost simultaneously, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay sprang to their feet, their gazes locked onto the hawk's departing trajectory, and they took off in a sprint. The two dogs dashed ahead, racing toward the open expanse. Covered in mud and having endured a night of cold, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay's speed was considerably hampered. By the time they reached the birch forest beyond the western ridge, they had already lost sight of the raptor. "You stay here. I will wait by the reed nest." Lee Yueshan glanced at the dense thicket without losing hope. In the eyes of mountain dwellers, this creature was revered. Acquiring it with ease would only stir unease in their hearts. Before Lee Yueshan could turn, Fuguay had already taken the lead, carrying his pack and the white bear toward the reed marsh. It was clear to all that, compared to remaining in the birch forest, the dampness of the reed marsh would be far more uncomfortable. Wealthy Gu only believed that Lee Yueshan's physique was frail, and prolonged exposure to such a damp and chilly environment would be detrimental to his health. After waiting for the falcon to catch its prey, he remembered to release the squirrel monkey. Lee Yueshan called out to the already distant Gu, who turned back with a grin after having run several hundred steps away. Once Gu departed, Lee Yueshan sought out a sunlit hillside, neglecting to clean the mud from his body, instead reclining beneath the winter sun. The warm rays gradually dispelled the chill enveloping him, yet also awakened the foul odor of the muck, a precise effect Lee Yueshan desired. He spent the day in this monotonous state, and once the sun set, he found a sturdy birch tree. Climbing a few steps, he ascended approximately 5 meters before tying himself to the trunk with a hemp rope. Scaling the waterhole yesterday and hanging from a tree today, such hardships would truly challenge the resolve of an ordinary person. Crucially, even Lee Yueshan himself understood that enduring this might not guarantee success. Yet, there was little choice. While many hunters in Beiyao could endure the rigors of falconry, few possessed the skill to train a hawk, underscoring the worthiness of Lee Yueshan's efforts. The night passed in silence. By midday the following day, as Lee Yueshan finished loosening his bowstring, a sharp sound pierced the air from the left side of the reed marsh. He swiftly hung the bough behind him and squinted, focusing intently on the sky above the marsh. Soon, a rapid figure darted into view. Without hesitation, discerning the direction of the gray-backed falcon, Lee Yueshan patted the head of his dog, Heisey, and turned to dash into the mountains. Chapter 58. Stealing the falcon. Chick Heisey remained still, though his eyes were eager, his body unmoving. Soon, the figures of Baixiong and Gu appeared before him. Heisey barked excitedly a couple of times before sprinting off in the direction Lee Yueshan had taken. Although their pursuit lacked verbal communication, the synergy between the two men and their dogs was remarkably harmonious. Before long, Gu spotted Lee Yueshan's prone figure in a meadow beyond a ridge. Silently drawing closer with the two dogs, Gu said nothing as he too crawled into the meadow. "There," Lee Yueshan whispered, gesturing toward the sheer cliff on the opposite side of the ravine. In the misty gorge, there was a small crevice in the opposite cliff, from which dried grass and unknown fur protruded. This was the nesting place of the gray-backed falcon. Though the distance was considerable, Gu could still vaguely discern the silhouette of the falcon. Yesterday at noon, the female falcon had gone to the reed marsh to gather food. Today was the same time. Yet considering the feeding schedule, the falcon chicks would require more than just a single pine chicken, and the mother falcon needed to eat as well, did she not? Lee Yueshan reclined on the meadow, his gaze fixed on the sky as he mused aloud. Gu, lying low and focused on the nearby nest, softly replied, "So, the mother falcon has more than one place to gather food." Upon hearing Gu's response, Lee Yueshan turned his attention to him. Has he truly had an epiphany? Now is not the time for hesitation. Even the slightest misstep could startle the mother falcon. If she is alarmed, she may abandon the nest, and before fleeing, could mercilessly kill all her chicks. This is precisely why, although there are many eagles in Beiyao Mountain and a fair number of individuals skilled in falconry, very few possess a hunting falcon. These creatures are exceedingly proud, particularly the brooding mother falcon. As time passed, even though their lips were parched, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay did not take a sip from their water pouch. Both were acutely aware that any disturbance, no matter how minor, could prove catastrophic. Soon, As the afternoon waned and the sun began its descent, the mother falcon cautiously peeked out from her cliffside nest. After surveying her surroundings with keen eyes, she swiftly soared across the ravine and darted away. "Let us go." Lee Yueshan immediately sprang to his feet, leading Fuguay and the two dogs toward the opposite cliff. The falcon's speed was impressive, and since she was not hunting but rather fetching food, her absence would be brief. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay had to act swiftly, seizing the moment before the mother falcon returned. As they navigated the ridge, Lee Yueshan had already secured the hemp rope around his waist. Before long, they reached the ledge above the eagle's nest. "Fuguay, hold tight." Lee Yueshan dared not pause for even a moment. He tossed the hemp rope to Fuguay and, removing his shoes and socks, retrieved a previously prepared bloodied pheasant from his pack. Drawing his hunting knife, he severed the pheasant's neck and thrust his hand into the flesh, tearing it open. In the next instant, he skillfully removed the feathered skin of the wild chicken. Observing the bloodied pelt, Lee Yueshan stowed it away and then began his descent down the cliff. Fortunately, thanks to the feedback from Qingyang, his rock climbing skills were commendable, and the hemp rope around his waist instilled him with greater courage. With agile movements, he quickly reached the edge of the eagle's nest. What? Upon seeing the nest concealed within the mountain crevice, Lee Yueshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the nest, there were 4 chicks, yet the largest among them was disproportionately large. Judging by the feathers of the chicks, they should be no more than 2 months old, while this one was nearly the same size as the mother falcon who had just flown off to hunt. Was it a case of squatters' rights? There was no time for further contemplation. Lee Yueshan refrained from touching any part of the nest initially and instead retrieved the bloody chicken skin from behind him. With great effort, he maneuvered his hands through the opening of the neck and lifted the reopened pheasant skin, wrapping it around the largest chick. Having completed this task, he suddenly lost his footing and tumbled downwards. After plummeting 7 or 8 meters, he finally halted and tugged at the rope around his waist. Above on the cliff, Fuguay sensed a rhythmic tug on the hemp rope and responded by pulling a few times in kind. Once he received a reply, Fuguay gently tugged to the left, indicating to Lee Yueshan that he would be moving in that direction. Soon, the rope began to stir, and without further hesitation, Fuguay secured the hemp rope tightly around his wrist and dashed to the left, pulling the rope with fervor. Simultaneously, Lee Yueshan, positioned below the cliff, sprang into action, racing along the precipice in pursuit of Fuguay. After sprinting several hundred meters, Fuguay finally tugged on the rope, hoisting Lee Yueshan up from the depths of the cliff. Though it may sound intricate, the entire endeavor from Lee Yueshan's descent to the present had taken less than 5 minutes. Retrieving the nestling falcon was never meant to be this complicated. Ideally, once the mother falcon departed, one could simply descend and take the young one, or even more ruthlessly, wait in hiding to shoot the mother and then seize the nestling. As for netting, that might work in the arid grasslands, but in these woods, it was sheer folly. However, such actions would certainly provoke the mother falcon to eliminate all of her young without hesitation, while capturing an adult hawk could yield a hunting falcon. The success rate was alarmingly low, and at this time, the individuals involved lacked the resources to endure such a venture. During Lee Yueshan's first foray into the mountains, the elder had repeatedly cautioned that one must be resolute but not greedy. Holding the nestling falcon wrapped in a blood-soaked skin, Fuguay cast a complex glance at the retreating Lee Yueshan. This expression of Fuguay was one that outsiders, save for the elder of the Lee family, had never witnessed. His mother had spoken of Lee Yueshan's heartlessness, and the villagers labeled him as malevolent. Yet, the fledgling in his embrace revealed to Fuguay, who had been perceived as a fool for over a decade, that the man before him possessed an incomprehensible kindness. Had it been anyone else, one could only speculate on how they would treat these newly acquired nestlings. The mother falcon's hoard from the reeds would surely have been completely taken. Yet, Lee Yueshan had only taken 3. At that moment, Fuguay finally grasped the wisdom in the elder's advice. One should never be too excessive in any endeavor. Let us hurry. If the mother falcon returns and finds any signs, we'll be in trouble. Lee Yueshan secured the hemp rope and beckoned Fuguay and the 2 dogs to swiftly circumvent the ridge. The 2 men and their dogs did not pause for a moment, and after traversing the birch forest, they skirted the riverbank to reach the hydraulic station at the Shilling Reservoir. The old man guarding the gate beamed at the sight of the pine hen, hanging from Lee Yueshan's waist. However, Lee Yueshan had no time to engage in idle chatter. He shoved the old man aside, who was dawdling and hoping to gain some advantage, then seized his bicycle and took off. Chapter 59. The Fool Draws the Bow. Are you afraid? Lee Yueshan pedaled furiously on the bicycle, while Fuguay securely cradled the blood-hued falcon skin wrapped in a layer of roe deer hide. The fledgling falcon was not meant to see the outside world just yet. Hold it steady, but don't grip too tightly, Lee Yueshan reminded Fuguay as he stood to pedal. After all, being a young bird, if the bicycle jolted unexpectedly and Fuguay tightened his grip, all their efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Understood, Fuguay replied succinctly, wrapping his arms around the pouch protectively. Despite the bicycle's bumps, the contents within remained secure. The two sped along, and after more than half an hour, they finally caught sight of the large locust tree at the entrance of bile village. Lee Yueshan involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, a cacophony of roars erupted from the front, the urgent and powerful cries of the polar bear and the black creature indicating that they had encountered formidable opposition. Lee Yueshan slowed his pace, his gaze icy as it fixated on a gathering of people ahead. You little wretch from the Lee family, halt. As the two approached the village's grand locust tree, a throng of village women and young men surged forth. Leading the charge was Zhao Hongchao's wife, the accountant of the brigade. She rushed forward, seizing the handlebars of the bicycle, her voice laced with fury. If you don't return my son today, I'll break your legs and burn your house down. Ren Hongyan clutched the handlebars, unleashing a torrent of invective upon Lee Yueshan. Earlier, when Lee Yueshan returned from town, she had inquired about her husband and children. Yet, this little miscreant lied outright, claiming that her son and husband were dining at the town's public security bureau. It was only after her husband's return from the West Heaven that she learned the truth. Indeed, they had dined there, but it was prison fare. Her own boys, along with a few from the Zhao family, had been apprehended by the Public Security Bureau. According to her husband, the reason given was highway robbery. In these times, such an accusation could lead to dire consequences. All of this turmoil stemmed from the sickly Lee family's misdeeds. With Lee Yueshan away at the Shilling Reservoir for 2 days, she had waited at the village entrance alongside her eldest daughter-in-law. Fortunately, she had finally caught up with this little scoundrel. Your son has broken the law. His fate is in the hands of the Public Security Bureau, and it has nothing to do with me, Lee Yueshan retorted with a cold laugh, eyeing the corpulent woman before him. If it weren't for your denunciation, would the Public Security Bureau have come rushing to apprehend anyone? You better plead for my son's release, or else your Lee family can vacate Bile village. Yes, confiscate everything and leave Bile village, echoed a chorus from behind, as several sisters-in-law and villagers eager to curry favor with the accountant and the team leader joined in the clamor. Lee Yueshan was about to respond when a voice from behind interrupted. Shanzi, something feels amiss. Turning, Lee Yueshan saw that the bundle in Fuguay's arms was thrashing violently. The surrounding uproar had startled the chick within the sack. Give it to me. Lee Yueshan extended his hand, gently receiving the bundle. Yet a fierce urge to resist surged within him. He realized this impulse was a response from the chick. Ever since returning from the narrow passage, he had been able to faintly perceive certain simple thoughts of animals. Lee Yueshan cultivated a calming emotion in his mind and transmitted it to the chick through this inexplicable method. Indeed, the struggling within the bundle lessened significantly. You little rascal. Don't think that remaining silent absolves you of guilt. Let me tell you, if my son, at that moment, Ren Hongyan spoke up again. This time, she released the bicycle handlebars and reached for the bundle in Lee Yueshan's arms. Bang! In the next instant, Ren Hongyan's hefty form was sent flying. Are you all right, my dear? At that moment, Zhao Hongchao, who had been lurking behind, suddenly sprang forth and approached the woman with feigned concern. The onlookers were taken aback. In this era, how audacious for an outsider to strike the wife of an accountant. Step aside, Lee Yueshan declared without a hint of hesitation, narrowing his eyes at the villagers who obstructed his path. The crowd was startled by his fierce demeanor, yet none dared to retreat. Such is human nature. As long as the blade remains sheathed, pride often outweighs life itself. I can no longer endure this. An outsider is bullying our kin, and you, the Zhao family, merely stand by and watch. Ren Hongyan cried out, pushing Zhao Hongchao aside in desperation. Oh heavens, our family has been driven to the brink, and the roots of the old Zhao family in Beiyao are being uprooted. Riches, Lee Yueshan growled, his gaze turning menacingly toward the wailing Ren Hongyan. A low, ominous sound resonated from behind him as the tension escalated. There stood Fuguay, bow in hand, its arc resembling a full moon. The sharp arrow was nocked, its icy tip aimed squarely at Ren Hongyan, who had momentarily forgotten her lament. Make another sound, and I dare you to imagine what Fuguay would do to silence you. Lee Yueshan's words dripped with a chilling smile. Instinctively, Ren Hongyan clamped her mouth shut and shifted backward slightly, her resolve wavering. It was Lee Yueshan who wielded the bow. She could hardly believe he would dare to draw it. Yet, the archer was known to be the village fool. There was no reasoning with him. Lee Yueshan, cradling a leather pouch, disregarded the fearful and resentful gazes of the crowd as he made his way homeward. Fuguay followed closely, bow in hand, while two fierce dogs prowled beside them, baring their teeth at the onlookers. As for the shiny new bicycle left behind, neither of them paid it any heed. Those scoundrels not only harmed my son, but also dared to intimidate me. This bicycle shall serve as compensation, Ren Hongyan thought, watching as Lee Yueshan and Fuguay departed. Gradually regaining her composure, upon coming to her senses, her attention was immediately drawn to the pristine bicycle that Lee Yueshan had abandoned. With determination, she approached and began to push the bicycle, and the surrounding crowd displayed envy. After all, such an item was exceptionally practical. It was no exaggeration to say that with this bicycle, her son would no longer have to worry about finding a bride. In these times, a bicycle was more valuable than a luxury car in later years. If you don't wish to accompany your son to the police station, you should abandon your greedy thoughts. Just as Ren Hongyan steadied the bicycle and prepared to take it home, a dispassionate voice emerged from behind her. The crowd turned to see Secretary Zhao Hongqi approaching leisurely. Third brother, what are you up to? Ren Hongyan instinctively shielded the bicycle as Zhao Hongqi stepped forward. Without engaging in further conversation with the greedy woman, Zhao Hongqi directed his gaze toward the second brother, who was contemplating a foolish act. Let go. Zhao Hongqiao, upon receiving a piercing glare from the third brother, immediately stepped forward to pull his wife away. The matron was oblivious to the severity of the situation, yet he, as an accountant, was acutely aware. The look in the third brother's eyes conveyed everything. How did the young men from their own household and the elders manage to gain entry? If they were to return the bicycle, it would likely not be long before the town's security office descended upon their family in full force. As Ren Hongyan was dragged away by her husband, the others began to disperse. After all, with the victim gone, there was no longer any need to contend with the madness of the Lee family. Given the foolishness of Fuguay, even a single blow would be entirely unwarranted. Moreover, rumors had been circulating in several villages over the past few days that this simpleton had caught the attention of a significant figure and had been specially recruited into the army. With such dual accolades, Fuguay had nearly become invincible in the surrounding 10 miles. Zhao Hongqi pushed his bicycle towards Lee Yueshan's home. When his second brother returned, he was the first to seek him out. After hearing his brother Zhao Hongqiao's account, he became even more resolute in his determination to keep a tight grip on the treasure that was Lee Yueshan. After all, a person capable of eliciting favors from the head of the town's security office could not be trifled with. Furthermore, Zhao Hongqiao had mentioned that the director of the security office stated that as long as Lee Yueshan did not acquiesce, even the county's top official would be of no consequence. Despite the potential exaggeration, this statement was sufficient to solidify Zhao Hongqi's resolve. Unlike his elder and second brothers, he held the position of village secretary, an official role. Meetings had been convened at both the town and county levels, and he had even participated in educational sessions at the county's administrative school. He possessed a certain sensitivity to shifts in policy. His brothers were indifferent. As the village elections were rife with corruption, any changes could result in their removal. However, his situation was different. Although he occupied the lowest administrative tier, he still held a recognized title. This was also the ultimate purpose behind his close association with Lee Yueshan. In the eyes of the villagers, he was the secretary, the highest official in Beiyao. Yet, he was acutely aware that outside of Beiyao, he had no acquaintances in official circles with whom he could engage in conversation. By aligning himself closely with Lee Yueshan, he could establish a connection with the town's security director, and from there, perhaps even gain access to county leadership. This step was particularly vital in the realm of governance. As Zhao Hongqi pondered his future plans, he arrived at Lee Yueshan's doorstep. If Lee Yueshan were to learn of his intentions, he would undoubtedly give a heartfelt thumbs up. With such awareness and vision, he would be deemed suitable for high office even in the provincial capital, let alone as a mere village secretary. Lee Yueshan cautiously carried the bundle back home. As he opened the wooden gate, a few dogs in the yard began to bark, only to be silenced by Xiong and Hazy. Yunxiu hurried out, but was gently admonished by Lee Wesan. Wu Wei observed her son's cautious demeanor and, not daring to inquire further, took Yunxiu to hide in a side room. What could it be? The old man was assisted out by Fuguay, and upon seeing Lee Wesan standing in the yard, he furrowed his brow slightly. Take a look, Lee Wesan said as he carefully adjusted the bundle, slightly lifting one side. Tiger cubs, eagles. The old man narrowed his eyes and swiftly approached, clearing the wood shed on one side of the yard. He also retrieved several burlap sacks, beckoning Fuguay to cover the entire entrance of the shed. Careful now, don't jostle it. The old man, more cautious than Lee Yuanshan, gently took the skin pouch. Slowly opening it, a small head with a few sparse feathers emerged. Although its appearance was somewhat unrefined, its piercing eyes were chillingly captivating. This fledgling, having shed its down but not yet grown new feathers, should, by all accounts, be unable to survive. The old man pinched the fledgling's slightly reddened beak with 2 fingers and remarked, "Why is that?" Lee Yuanshan, observing the struggling bird, asked curiously. The old man pointed at the sparse feathers on its head and explained, "Typically, fledgling hawks shed their down in October. By this season, they would have grown most of their new feathers, allowing them to withstand the harsh winter. Yet this one, even now in the depths of winter, has only just begun to grow its new plumage. It is likely to perish during the late spring cold. Furthermore, judging by the timing of its feather shedding, its size surpasses that of a regular hawk, indicating it is a variant." As he spoke, the old man tightened his grip slightly, causing the fledgling to struggle even more fiercely. It possesses quite a fierce temperament. A variant? Lee Yuanshan suddenly recalled a female hawk that was twice the size of an ordinary gray-backed hawk. The survival of such a creature depended on the whims of fate, and even if it did survive, its future would be uncertain at best. The old man sighed softly as he regarded the fledgling before him. "What does that mean?" Lee Yuanshan inquired, bewildered. The fledgling hawks of this breed, being larger and possessing a more appealing form, are considered top-tier among falcons. However, it must be noted that their hatching is inherently slow, and after shedding their down, they typically struggle to survive the winter. Even if they manage to endure, their growth trajectory can diverge into 2 extremes. They may either become exceptionally fierce and agile or remain sluggish, with even the act of flying becoming a distant luxury. After finishing his explanation, the old man gently released the beak, covered the pouch again, and handed it to Lee Yuanshan. The decision of whether to keep the creature or not was left entirely to his grandson. Lee Yuanshan, instead of feeling the anticipated conflict, gently took the pouch and placed it in the crevice of the wooden frame protruding from the side of the shed. "You two can keep watch. I'll take care of it." Initially intending to have Baixiong and Haisi guard the fledgling, he reconsidered and decided it was safer for him to do so. It is well known that rural areas can harbor all sorts of creatures. If a water wolf were to sneak in at night, it could easily snatch the fledgling right under Baixiong's nose. After settling the fledgling, Fuguay took the responsibility of watching over it while Wu Hui fetched water. After Lee Yuanshan washed up and enjoyed a bowl of lamb noodle soup, he grabbed a bedding roll from the main room and stepped into the woodshed. The necessity of staying in the shed stemmed from the heavy presence of people in the main room. Bringing the bedding inside, he exchanged places with Fuguay to wash up and eat. With his bow never far from his side, Lee Yuanshan kept a vigilant watch over the pouch on the wooden table in the corner, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. After finishing his meal and personal grooming, Fuguay returned home briefly, only to come back with a bundle of bedding in his arms. It was evident to him that Lee Yuanshan was quite invested in the young falcon. Over the next few days, the two of them took turns residing in the woodshed, nearly 20 hours a day, vigilantly watching over the young bird. On the 5th day, which happened to be the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, a day of significance for northern folks as it marked the little new year and the day of honoring the kitchen god. That morning, when Lee Yuanshan was exchanging shifts with Fuguay, he noticed a furry little head emerging from the bag, with a slightly reddened beak tugging at the already dried, bloodied feathers of a chicken. Chapter 61. Training the falcon. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of joy broke through Lee Yuanshan's weariness. It was a good sign that the bird was vocalizing. At that moment, the old man approached Lee Yuanshan, nodding slightly at the young falcon that was diligently tearing at the chicken skin. The first step in training a falcon is to encourage the proud creature to make a sound. This step often sees the highest success rate with chicks. as most adult hawks tend to perish from starvation at this stage. I'll go fetch some food for it, Lee Yueshan exclaimed, turning eagerly to leave the woodshed. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when the old man stopped him. Not yet, he said, fixing his gaze on the young falcon struggling with the chicken skin. Feeding it now will diminish its fierceness. A tiger cub stripped of its ferocity is worthless, no matter how fine its form. When would be the appropriate time to feed it then? Lee Yueshan asked, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the falcon's laborious efforts. He recognized the old man's wisdom. Yet he could vaguely sense the young bird's hunger. That is something that cannot be articulated, the old man replied, shaking his head, his eyes still fixed intently on the falcon. Although Lee Yueshan had never engaged in falconry in his previous life, he had seen countless methods showcased in short videos. Now, juxtaposed with the old man's techniques, he realized that those videos merely presented a script. Training a falcon involves more than just tempering its pride. Many intricate details constitute genuine, foundational methods. The struggle of tempering its spirit is merely the beginning of a contest between man and this fierce raptor. You and Fuguay should make a trip to the riverbank and gather some branches of pine, elm, and paulownia. Oh, and keep an eye out for a crow's nest. If you find one, bring it back, the old man instructed, tugging at the chicken skin in the bag. Seeing that the young falcon was not releasing its grip, he turned to Fuguay and Lee Yueshan to give his orders. Lee Yueshan did not inquire further and swiftly set off with Fuguay towards the riverbank. This location lay nestled between 2 mountains, offering a diverse array of trees. The two quickly collected a substantial number of branches, and finding a crow's nest was a simple task. The mountain children might not know much, but they were well aware of which trees hosted various birds and their nests. There were plenty of crow nests at the riverbank, and Lee Yueshan and Fuguay selected a nearly new one to bring down. Upon returning home, the old man removed the surrounding underbrush from the crow's nest and began to weave in the pine and old elm branches. He even carved out a modest hole in the earthen wall of the woodshed. The 3 men toiled throughout the morning, finally managing to place the raven's nest into the hollow they had prepared. Yet, something was still missing. The old man gazed at the pouch in his arms, muttering softly to himself. What was lacking? Lee Yueshan, with his keen ears, turned to scrutinize the old man. Having come this far, they were not about to falter over trivialities. If they were to proceed, it must be done to perfection. The old man paused, momentarily taken aback by Lee Yueshan's words. Instead of providing an immediate answer, he gently caressed the pouch. It has now spoken. Do you intend to feed it mountain chicken or bear meat? After a long silence, the old man turned to Lee Yueshan, sidestepping the query and posing a question of his own. Bear meat? Lee Yueshan was taken aback, having initially planned to use mountain chicken. However, the old man's insinuation suggested a deeper strategy at play. Indeed, the old man nodded, intending to elaborate but faltering, his lips parting without a sound. This method of nourishment was akin to raising a polar bear. Dogs that had dined on bear hearts and wolf entrails were far more ferocious than their ordinary counterparts. Prolonged exposure to such scents would lead them to perceive these predators as food. If they regarded it as sustenance, fear would dissipate, a boon for both the hunting dogs and falcons. Yet, this fortune came at a cost. The suppression of bloodline essence would instill fear in the fledgling. And should they fail to overcome this hurdle, it would be too late to change their diet. Should fear of the essence take root, it would spell disaster. Lee Yueshan, having watched the polar bear and the dog grow, understood this precarious balance all too well. Would they raise a common falcon or one of exceptional ferocity? A choice had to be made at this very moment. Raising a hawk was, from the outset, a gamble of grand proportions. As the old man's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. This choice was critical. Unless the fledgling could endure, any decision would be fraught with doubt. After a prolonged contemplation, Lee Yueshan emerged from the shed, his expression impassive. When he returned, he held in his hands the remaining half of a horse's heart, left over from the polar bear and the dog. Rich in blood essence, this offering bore a more potent aroma than mere flesh. If he was to gamble, he would wager everything. What more was needed? Lee Yueshan presented the horse heart to the old man, then, with an even tone, inquired further. The old man merely waved his hand in response. Though perplexed, Lee Yueshan chose not to press the matter further and departed the shed with Fuguay. The fledgling had just begun to vocalize. The atmosphere could not be too heavy, so the old man remained to supervise. What game was this old fellow playing? As he exited the shed, Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow, seemingly speaking to himself, yet questioning Fuguay, who followed closely behind. Fuguay simply grinned, baring his teeth in a silly smile. Today was the small year festival, and with the old man watching over things, they decided to venture into town. Unable to decipher the old man's intentions, Lee Yueshan resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Previously, the dabbling ducks and blood pheasants retrieved from the marshes still resided in Lee Yueshan's home, merely serving as an additional mouth to feed for the family. However, this hunting expedition had also yielded a peony, a girl of considerable stubbornness who would refuse any gifts outright, and if she were to accept, she would devise ways to return them. It would be far more prudent to barter these items in town for a reasonable price, allowing the two of them to procure some provisions and secure a tranquil year. Lee Wesan, accompanied by the dabbling ducks and the pine flower chickens, gathered additional mountain goods and rode his sturdy bicycle towards the town. As the new year approached, the town buzzed with heightened activity compared to previous times. Upon reaching the women's dormitory of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Lee Wesan was taken aback by the sight before him. A 212 Jeep was parked at the entrance, an exceedingly rare sight in Hanshui town. Before they could approach, they observed Sun Xiaoxiang directing two burly men as they loaded items into the vehicle. Though clad in casual attire, their every movement exuded a palpable air of competence. Were they departing? Lee Wesan and his companion, Fuguay, stepped closer, glancing at the assortment of goods in the Jeep's rear, before turning to Sun Xiaoxiang. As Lee Yueshan's words fell, the two robust men paused in their labor, casting their gaze toward him. Under their scrutinizing stares, Lee Yueshan felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, Fuguay subtly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lee Yueshan. The two men's eyes gleamed with a hint of menace at the sight of the imposing figure before them. "They are friends of me and Sister Lingling. They come in peace," Sun Xiaoxiang interjected, waving her hand and speaking with a slightly awkward southern accent. Only then did the men resume their task, though they continued to steal glances at Fuguay, who stood guard over Lee Yueshan. In the realm of skillful individuals, the mere observation of demeanor could reveal the prowess of one's opponent. They undoubtedly recognized that this man, bearing a horned bow, was a rare talent. "Come in." Sun Xiaoxiang beckoned, her typically loquacious demeanor replaced by an unusual reticence. Without further inquiry, she led them both inside. In the yard, Su Lingling sat beside a stone table, her expression somewhat vacant. Was she truly preparing to leave? Lee Yueshan approached and placed a cloth bag before her on the table. Startled from her reverie, Su Lingling blinked in disbelief at the familiar figure before her, seemingly unable to reconcile her presence with the notion that he might never return. She herself could not fathom why such an absurd thought had crossed her mind. Since her parents' call from Jincheng, she had been grappling with an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Was it Lee Wesan? Perhaps, but not entirely. After all, in her life, she had encountered men of all types. Yet, after pondering this matter for several days, it wasn't until the arrival of the vehicle meant to take them away that she began to grasp the depth of her feelings. Lee Yueshan, a man of both nonchalance and unwavering integrity, is indeed a rarity in her circle. Having spent some time by the Han River, she contemplated returning home for a visit. After the initial surprise and excitement faded, Su Lingling appeared more composed than ever. "Are you not coming back?" Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow slightly. It was not every day he encountered a substantial buyer, and just as he was beginning to prosper, she was preparing to leave. "Do you wish for me to return?" Su Lingling paused, her cheeks flushing softly as she inquired. Lee Yueshan found himself at a loss for words. While he was somewhat of a gentleman, it did not equate to being foolish. The subtle shift in Su Lingling's tone hinted at something deeper. Yet, historically, those of humble means who sought grandeur often met with unfortunate fates, and he was certainly not as obstinate as Wang Taizhu. His instincts advised him to steer clear of such discussions. "Today marks the small new year, and I had prepared a few Songhua chickens and a special duck from Beiyao for you to taste. However, if you are leaving, you might as well take them home to share with your family," Lee Yueshan said, swiftly turning to retrieve his catch from behind Fuguay and placing it on the stone table. He intended to depart with Fuguay. Considering the benefits he had already gained from Su Lingling, these wild delicacies would serve as parting gifts. Blood pheasants. Su Lingling's thoughts were not focused on the game Lee Yueshan had presented, but Sun Xiaoxiang observed keenly. Indeed, in Beiyao, this is known as Songhua chicken. Though not particularly valuable, it is quite rare. Lee Yueshan, eager to depart, quickly provided an explanation. He merely wished to ensure that his family could live comfortably, and he did not wish to delve into other matters at this moment. Let us share a meal before you leave. After all, we are friends. And consider this a farewell for me, Su Lingling suggested with a serene smile as she noticed Lee Yueshan's urgency. Perhaps it is best not to trouble you. You all seem busy, Lee Yueshan replied, but before he could decline, Fuguay chimed in. Do not refuse. Everything is nearly prepared. A meal is but a fleeting moment. Su Lingling asserted, seizing the wild game and mountain goods from the stone table, not allowing Lee Yueshan a chance to protest as she headed into the kitchen. Sun Xiaoxiang cast a glance at Lee Yueshan before following her inside. Moments later, she emerged from the kitchen, making her way out of the courtyard. Lee Yueshan stood somewhat bewildered in the yard. Logically, he should assist Su Lingling in the kitchen. Yet, his rationality urged him to keep his distance from her. Considering he was not alone in the world, he had a sister, a mother, and old Lee to think of. Though he appeared carefree, many circumstances constrained Lee Yueshan. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, Sun Xiaoxiang returned. Accompanying her into the small courtyard was a middle-aged man whom Lee Yueshan had not encountered before. Along with Wang Guifeng, the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and Zhang Shihai, the security chief. Ah, my dear fellow, what delightful delicacies have you procured this time? The aroma is simply exquisite. Upon entering, Zhang Shihai swiftly approached Lee Yueshan, playfully patting his shoulder in a familiar manner. The other two merely nodded at Lee Yueshan, acknowledging his presence. Director Zhang, you jest. It's merely a few spoonfuls of spoon-billed ducks, Lee Yueshan replied with a smile, glancing at Zhang Shihai. Zhang Shihai closed his eyes slightly, his nose twitching, and retorted with a grin, do not play coy with me. Those spoon-billed ducks do not possess such a flavor. Moreover, we are all comrades here, so there's no need for formality. Before Lee Yueshan could respond, Su Lingling emerged from the kitchen, carrying a heaping platter of stewed wild game and potatoes. In these times, the notion of delicacy was virtually non-existent, especially in Hanshui town, where the emphasis lay on generous portions. Xijia chicken. The middle-aged man could not help but take a second glance at the wild game on the table. The blood pheasant, in this region of Long County, is as rare as the flying dragon in northeast China. Su Lingling beckoned everyone to gather around the stone table, producing some snacks and canned goods from the house. For leaders of their stature, such a spread might seem rather commonplace. But if it weren't for the presence of blood pheasant and Su Lingling's invitation, they might have dismissed the meal altogether. Once seated, Su Lingling poured a bottle of Qin Chuan Daku for everyone, filling their cups. Though this liquor was not particularly expensive, it was unavailable in Long County, found only in the supply cooperative of Jincheng. Though I have only been in Hanshui for a little over 3 months, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, and I would like to offer this toast in your honor. With that, Su Lingling raised her cup and downed a shot of Qin Chuan Daku, approximately 1 tael in volume, in one swift motion. Chapter 63. The red thread. The Qin Chuan Daku was smooth and fragrant, with origins tracing back to the Tang dynasty. Its craftsmanship cherished by the present era. Yet, even its smoothness could not mask the potency of the liquor. Consuming over a tael in one go would challenge even the most seasoned drinkers. A flush of crimson spread across Su Lingling's face, enhancing her already delicate features with a touch of allure. Ah, Comrade Su, such indulgence is detrimental to your health. Besides, isn't it customary for us to care for you? Such words implied distance. The most earnest-looking middle-aged man among them was the first to voice concern. Mayor Han is correct. One should not consume spirits so hastily. Wang Guifeng quickly chimed in, urging caution. Yet, it was Zhang Shihai, who yearned for advancement, that remained silent. Casting a glance at Lee Yueshan without uttering a word, his silence was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a recognition of the complexities of the situation. He wished to align himself with Su Zhengyang, yet he had little rapport with Su Lingling, and speaking up now would only undermine his position. The intricacies of this situation were perplexing to an outsider. No worries, Su Lingling said, taking the bottle again to refill her cup. This may be my last chance. And some words must be spoken. Holding her cup, her tone softened. Come, let us not let this splendid feast grow cold. We must eat swiftly. Lee Yueshan felt increasingly uneasy, hastily reaching for his chopsticks. Snap! Zhang Shihai raised his hand and knocked the chopsticks from Lee Yueshan's grasp, then turned to Su Lingling and said, Child, We are all ears." After speaking, he shot a glare at Lee Yueshan. This action appeared to show a lack of awareness of his position, yet it intriguingly left those around them bewildered about his relationship with the Su family and Lee Yueshan. With these words, Lee Yueshan, mindful of Su Lingling's reputation, could not rebut him. Meanwhile, Su Lingling was grateful for his timely interjection, as it provided her with the opportunity to express her thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Shihai's standing resembled that of an elder to Lee Yueshan, subtly bridging the gap between him and Su Lingling. In any official capacity, regardless of how minor the position, one must possess a certain finesse to navigate the complexities of social interactions. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to convey that with friends like you and Fuguay, my journey to Hanzhong has not been in vain. As Su Lingling spoke, she attempted to raise her glass once more, only to be halted by Lee Yueshan. We are still young. Speaking of parting and loss feels overly sentimental. Let us wait until we have more time. Before he could finish, Su Lingling offered a bittersweet smile and downed her cup of Qinchuan Daku in one swift motion. The surrounding individuals fell silent. Even a blind person could discern the palpable tension between the two. Lee Yueshan glanced over at Sun Xiaoxiang, only to find him obliviously indulging in his meal. After finishing her drink, Su Lingling exhaled a breath of alcohol, appearing more spirited than when they first met. In my life, I have never believed in waiting, she declared. Rising to stand before Lee Yueshan, she produced an utterly ordinary red string and, without hesitation, tied it around his left wrist. Here in Hanzhong, with him and Fuguay as my friends, it is needless to say that Fuguay has a bright future ahead. However, he is not one to eagerly seek advancement. He will likely remain in Hanzhong. I implore you all, out of respect for the Su family, to offer him assistance whenever possible. Turning back, Su Lingling raised her glass once more and downed its contents. After consuming nearly a cup of potent liquor, she began to sway slightly. Are you a starving ghost? At least say something to dissuade her. Lee Yueshan called out to Sun Xiaoxiang, who was busy jostling with Fuguay over food. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoxiang merely rolled his eyes. Even with the bond she shared with Su Lingling, at this moment, she chose to remain an observer. To intervene might jeopardize their years of friendship over something trivial, in her view. Leave me something to hold on to as a memory. Su Lingling's cheeks flushed with a hint of intoxication, her words becoming increasingly brazen. Leave an egg. Lee Yueshan cursed inwardly. Everyone understood that this was an opportunity others could only dream of, yet having lived for over 60 years, he knew all too well that the deeper the entanglement with Su Lingling today, the greater the peril faced by their families. If he were merely a solitary figure, one might argue that he should indulge in a moment of savagery. However, that is not permissible, sacrificing his sister, mother, and even old Lee, let alone the wealthy. For a fleeting moment of gratification, what meaning would his return hold? Was the purpose of his journey merely to succumb to momentary temptation? With a smirk, he presented a slip of paper bearing a telephone number to Lee Yueshan. Although Su Jingyang harbored lofty ambitions, he was forthright in his discourse. When he acknowledged a debt of gratitude, it was not mere rhetoric. In the future, should any matters arise, he was to be sought after. Su Lingling placed the paper with Su Jingyang's number before Lee Yueshan. As an ordinary citizen, what could possibly warrant Su Ji's intervention? Perhaps it's best to let it be, Lee Yueshan replied, shaking his head and pushing the paper back. His outlook was quite pragmatic, yet Zhang Shihai, standing nearby, was visibly perturbed. To others, that slip of paper was trivial. To him, however, it was a stepping stone to advancement. Su Lingling paused, scrutinizing Lee Yueshan as if seeing him for the first time. In that case, Director Zhang, please keep it for him. If any situation arises, I would appreciate your assistance in contacting Su Jingyang. Su Lingling's background allowed her to see through Zhang Shihai's intentions instantly. Although such individuals might harbor unsavory thoughts, they were also the most useful. Is that appropriate? It seems too burdensome for Director Zhang, Lee Yueshan expressed concern. Not at all, not at all. It's merely a matter of raising a hand. It's no trouble whatsoever, Zhang Shihai interjected, discreetly kicking Lee Yueshan under the table to steer the conversation. If this young man continued his discourse, when would he ever progress? I shall take my leave. No need to see me off, Su Lingling stated decisively, rising from her seat after glancing at Lee Yueshan once more. Sun Xiaoxiang also wiped her mouth and, after a puzzled glance at Lee Yueshan, uttered an enigmatic remark. The Lin family hails from the northeast. Although I grew up in Jincheng, Sister Lingling is a true northeasterner. With that, she turned and exited the courtyard. Northeasternu? The others were left bewildered by Sun Xiaoxiang's comment, uncertain of its relevance at that moment. Among them, only the silent Fuguay instinctively glanced at the red string adorning Lee Yueshan's wrist. Chapter 64. Tiger Skin. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, Sun Xiaoxiang spotted Su Lingling already in the jeep, her face turned away, obscuring her expression. "Let us go," she instructed as she climbed into the vehicle, addressing the two guards assigned to escort them. The two guards separated, one taking the driver's seat while the other settled in the passenger side. As the jeep roared to life, the guards frequently cast glances back towards the courtyard. "Stop looking. Even Chen Beixiong is no match for him. And you two are merely wasting your breath," Sun Xiaoxiang remarked with irritation, observing the guards' lingering gazes. Their pupils constricted in disbelief, followed by a sharp intake of breath. In the Jincheng military district, while there might be individuals capable of defeating Chen Beixiong, they were certainly few and far between. To assert that he was not even a worthy opponent was an absolute rarity. Moreover, if these words had come from the lips of another, they would likely have been met with derision. Yet, when uttered by Sun Xiaoxiang, disbelief was no longer an option. After the initial shock, the two individuals found their eyes alight with excitement. Sun Xiaoxiang paid them no heed, nor did she engage in conversation with Su Lingling. Once they had departed the town in their jeep, Sun Xiaoxiang presented a delicate leather pouch to Su Lingling. "This is for you." Su Lingling, momentarily taken aback by the pouch, cautiously accepted it and opened it to reveal a jade ring, resplendent in its verdant hue. Ah, how generous this fellow is. The imperial green ring. Although Sun Xiaoxiang's skills may be average, her discerning eye for value was astute, instantly recognizing the worth of the ring. Su Lingling's eyes glistened with emotion as she carefully repacked the ring into the exquisite pouch. At times, a man's excessive cleverness can be a double-edged sword. Observing Su Lingling's expression, Sun Xiaoxiang murmured softly to herself. After Su Lingling's departure, Lee Yueshan also left the female workers' dormitory, accompanied by Fuguay. Of course, despite having gifted away all the spoils of the hunt, he could not afford to skimp on provisions. Fortunately, his finances were still relatively sound, and with Su Lingling's counsel before her departure, Wang Shufang was quite agreeable. They procured both fine and coarse grains, while Lee Yueshan paid little mind to other secondary products. After all, his visit had been prompted by that girl, Xiaoyao. When it came to supporting such matters, moderation was key, lest it backfire. A few pounds of fine flour, coupled with enough provisions for the mother and daughter to see through the new year, was a matter of precision. "I must communicate with the factory regarding the construction materials. I will provide you with a definite answer after the new year," Director Wang remarked as they left the supply and marketing cooperative. Now, at the very least, their home was free from famine, and after the new year, the first few months would be unsuitable for mountain excursions. With a few spare coins in hand, Lee Yueshan contemplated renovating his old residence. In stark contrast to Su Lingling's caution, Lee Yueshan and Bei Yao seemed oblivious to the adage of not flaunting wealth. Wealth, after fulfilling basic needs, serves primarily as a means of ostentation, does it not? Very well, once you have news, just send word. I shall not hesitate to trouble you. Lee Yueshan replied with a smile. Wang Guifang exchanged pleasantries before watching him depart. Is this person truly clever or not? She pondered, observing his retreating figure. One might argue that he is astute, yet given the willingness of the Su family girl to lower herself, he seemed as unyielding as a block of wood. Those present, aside from Lee Yueshan, may have understood that this was an opportunity that could elevate him to great heights. Later that afternoon, Lee Yueshan returned to Beiyao village with Fuguay. Upon arriving home, he first had Yunxiu and Fuguay deliver the exchanged provisions to Xiaoyao's family, and then he hurried to the woodshed, unable to contain his eagerness. In the woodshed, the old man held a severed heart of a horse bear and casually placed it beside the newly constructed nest. Although the fledgling falcon had yet to fully develop its feathers, it was already acutely sensitive to unusual scents. The moment it caught the scent of the horse bear's heart, the little creature began to struggle vigorously. Fear was a natural response, especially since it had not yet shed its downy coat. Observing his grandson frown, the old man spoke up. However, Lee Yueshan merely shook his head. He possessed a unique sensitivity, and at that moment, he could clearly discern that the fledgling was not frightened. Rather, it was exhibiting a state of agitation. Faced with the unknown, even humans would experience trepidation. Yet, This little creature in the nest displayed an irrational restlessness in response to the unfamiliar scent. You mentioned this morning that we are merely one step away. What exactly does that entail? Lee Yueshan turned to the old man and inquired. The old man offered no reply. His gaze fixated intently on the fledgling in the new nest. A few minutes later, the irritable fledgling stretched its head out and swiftly grasped the sliced horsebear's heart, dragging it into the nest. The old man let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Lee Yueshan, softly stating, "Whether we take that step or not is inconsequential now. Having passed this hurdle, the fledgling has already shown potential to become a hunting falcon." Yet, Lee Yueshan remained still. His eyes locked onto the old man. Regardless of his previous life or this reincarnation, he detested half-finished statements that felt like riddles. If not for the fact that this old man was his grandfather, he would have certainly given him a good thrashing. "Mountain leopard," the old man softly uttered, leaving Lee Yueshan momentarily bewildered. The mountain leopard was a creature of legend in Beiyao, and in his past life, Lee Yueshan had researched much about it. However, it had always been a myth, whether it was the larger bobcats or the abandoned cubs of tigers. No one had ever seen this creature in reality. Yet, hearing it from the old man's lips rendered disbelief impossible. The ferocity of the mountain leopard was notorious. If such a creature's hide were to be placed in the nest of a tiger cub, the cub would emerge fierce and unafraid of any scent. The old man narrated this with an air of gravity, while to Lee Yueshan, it felt as if he were recounting a profoundly mysterious and terrifying awakening ritual. "Your words are rather mystical. Where would one procure such a thing?" Lee Yueshan, recovering from his reverie, shot the old man an exasperated glance. "There is one in Beiyao village." The old man contemplated for a moment before softly adding, "Old Zhao's second grandfather has half a mountain leopard hide." Upon hearing the first part, Lee Yueshan's heart surged with excitement, but the latter part caused his expression to droop. Old Zhao was notoriously difficult to deal with. Acquiring anything from him was akin to scaling a mountain. Although Lee Yueshan had changed significantly, it would be unreasonable to resort to theft. Chapter 65. The Kitchen God with a Heavy Heart. Lee Yueshan exited the woodshed. The old man's words were more frustrating than silence. Now that he was aware of a potential method, he felt utterly helpless, leaving him with an unsettling sense of longing. In the evening, after dinner, Fuguay prepared 12 oil cakes. On the 23rd day of the 12th month, it is a tradition in the north to honor the kitchen god by offering oil cakes and sugar, hoping for blessings from the deity. In previous years, such practices were deemed superstitious. However, since around 5 years ago, attitudes toward customs and traditions have become significantly more lenient. Eating more is considered a blessing. After the evening ceremony for the kitchen god, Fuguay distributed the oil cakes among everyone. In these times, encountering fine grains is a rarity, let alone these oil-drenched cakes. Fuguay indulged and consumed 7, while even Xiao Yunxiu managed to eat 2. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Fuguay asked with concern. Noticing her son, Lee Yueshan absent-mindedly holding his oil cake. Coming to his senses, Lee Yueshan shook his head with a smile, though his mind was preoccupied, making even the most fragrant oil cake unappetizing. Fuguay was about to inquire further when old Lee silenced her with a glance. He understood that his grandson's thoughts had been completely captivated by a half-piece of snow leopard skin from the Zhao family. After a satisfying meal, Fuguay rose to check on the fledgling falcon in the woodshed, while Fuguay took the already drowsy Yunxiu to a side room. Lee Yueshan, preoccupied with thoughts of Zhao's second master, lay on the kang, unable to find any semblance of sleep. "I say, old man, besides that mystical snow leopard skin, is there truly nothing else that could serve as a substitute?" "Yes," Old Lee responded after a brief silence. "Really? Do tell, what could replace the snow leopard skin?" Upon hearing his grandfather's affirmative, Lee Yueshan sprang up, shaking the old man awake. Old Lee, observing his grandson's fervor, scoffed, "Caspian tiger, lynx, floral leopard, and the large spotted cat. Sleep now." As Old Lee continued to ramble, Lee Yueshan, his face darkened, turned, and lay back down. "Listen to this old fool. Is he even speaking sense? Apart from the occasional sighting of a lynx, the others are mere hearsay. A Caspian tiger? A floral leopard? Even if the laws protecting wildlife hadn't emerged, encountering either of those would still lead to trouble. And as for the lynx, sightings are counted by years. Ultimately, it seemed that Zhao's second master was indeed more reliable. In a daze, Lee Yueshan drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself at home caring for the fledgling falcon, when Zhao's second master appeared, holding a piece of snow leopard skin, weeping and begging him to accept it, almost kneeling in supplication. He, Lee Yueshan chuckled in his sleep, startling old Lee beside him. After some contemplation, he decided to swallow his pride and pay a visit. At this rate, if the matter remained unresolved, they would surely have another Fuguay on their hands. The next morning, after breakfast, Lee Yueshan took Fuguay to the southern ravine to dig for clay. Since the fledgling falcon had already begun to vocalize, it could only be monitored by old Lee during the day. The two gathered a sack of clay, which they crushed and mixed with wheat straw to form mud bricks. Lee Yueshan and Niantu, along with Fuguay, were diligently crafting earthen bricks, while Yunxiu and Xiaoyao assisted in spreading and drying them. Wu Hui busied herself in the kitchen. Each person was fulfilling their respective duties, bringing a lively atmosphere to the once quiet Lee household. By midday, a portion of the earthen bricks had dried, although not completely. They were still usable. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay constructed a sizable earthen stove in the courtyard from the dried bricks. Just as they were engaged in their tasks, the voice of the village secretary, Zhao Hongqi, resonated from outside the gate. "Shanzi, I hear your family is preparing for the new year?" Lee Yueshan looked up to see Zhao Hongqi arriving in a mule cart, delivering the large iron pot that the production team had used for communal meals. "Indeed. With the new year approaching, we thought we'd prepare some festive dishes," Lee Yueshan replied, stepping forward to open the gate. Zhao Hongqi, with a beaming smile, strained as he lifted the heavy pot. Lee Yueshan offered to assist, but Zhao insisted on carrying it alone, managing to bring the hefty 12-liter pot into the courtyard by himself. "Lee family sister-in-law, where do you think this should go?" Zhao Hongqi inquired, beaming at Wu Hui as she emerged from the kitchen. The others were taken aback by his enthusiasm. After all, he was the secretary of Beiyao village. Yet today he seemed to be acting like a tenant laboring for a landlord in the old society. "Just place it on the stove. Shanzi, lend a hand." Wu Hui quickly responded, regaining her composure. No need. This little task doesn't require your help. I can manage," Zhao Hongqi insisted, placing the pot onto the earthen stove. After setting it down, he added, "This pot has been idle in the production team for quite some time. It needs to be heated with a couple of pots of water before use." Though Lee Yueshan felt somewhat perplexed, he still offered a cigarette. Zhao Hongqi slightly bowed, accepting the cigarette with both hands. "Secretary, is there something you need?" Lee Yueshan asked directly after lighting the cigarette. Zhao Hongqi hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly smiled. "Uncle, if there's something you need, just say it. I will do my utmost to assist." Observing Zhao Hongqi's demeanor, Lee Yueshan felt a sense of reassurance. For someone who had wielded power for over a decade to be so humble, the matter must indeed be significant. Zhao Hongqi took a deep drag from the cigarette and looked at Lee Yueshan. "Shanzi, with the new year upon us, could you perhaps speak to Director Zhang and see if those rascals can return early?" Upon hearing this, Lee Yueshan furrowed his brow, remaining silent. It was not that he was acting aloof. Rather, he sensed that something important had slipped his mind when Zhao Hongqi made that request, and he could not quite recall what it was. "Shanzi, I know it was Air and those rascals who provoked you first. Technically, this is not something I should be addressing, but as we are all from the same family, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Once they return, I will ensure they come to apologize. If you are still not appeased, I will take responsibility. Feel free to give them a good thrashing." Seeing Lee Yueshan's silence, Zhao Hongqi hurriedly continued to persuade him. At this moment, Lee Yueshan's mind was consumed with thoughts of what might have been overlooked. Yet Zhao Hongqi incessantly chattered in his ear. The more Zhao prattled on, the more muddled Lee's thoughts became. "How about this? Let everyone else stay inside, and at least allow DeLong to return?" Zhao Hongqi suggested in a tone bordering on desperation. Zhao DeLong. Upon hearing that name, Lee Yueshan's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 66. Boasting wealth through cooking meat in the period surrounding the establishment of the nation. Yao village was divided into East Yao and North Yao. The inhabitants of these two villages predominantly bore the surname Zhao. East Yao belonged to the lineage of the Zhao family patriarch, while North Yao was associated with the second patriarch. In theory, the two villages were nearly indistinguishable in terms of familial ties, as they shared a common ancestry. The Zhao Delong mentioned by Zhao Hongqi was the eldest son of Zhao Hongxing, the team leader of North Yao's production team, and he was a great-grandson of the second patriarch. Although society had transformed, rural customs still revered the hierarchy of age. During the New Year festivities, Everyone was expected to pay respects to the second patriarch, with the exception of Zhao Hongxing and his eldest son. As Zhao Hongqi spoke, Li Yuanshan's mind immediately conjured the image of this individual. "All right, in a few days, I shall inquire in town," Li Yuanshan responded readily. However, before Zhao Hongqi could express his delight, Li Yuanshan abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation. "That said, he is the director of the Public Security Office. Whether my humble words will hold any weight is uncertain." With that, Li Yuanshan cast a troubled glance at Zhao Hongqi. Taken aback, Zhao Hongqi noted the internal conflict on Li's face, yet his eyes revealed a different story. The second Zhao Hongqiao had previously mentioned the relationship between Li Yuanshan and Zhang Shihai, and Zhao Hongqi had conducted his own inquiries. Furthermore, it was clear from the second's earlier remarks that unless Li Yuanshan personally intervened, no one else would be effective. However, observing Li Yuanshan's tone and gaze, it was evident that he was attempting to evade the issue. "Please, don't jest with me. I implore you, uncle. The new year is approaching, and further delays will complicate matters," Zhao Hongqi pleaded, clutching Li Yuanshan's sleeve with a pained expression. In truth, Zhao Hongqi's willingness to intercede stemmed from a desire to ascertain the depth of Li Yuanshan's relationship with Zhang Shihai. His concern for Zhao Dalong's fate was negligible. In his eyes, the demise of the second patriarch's great-grandson would be advantageous, particularly if it also meant the end for the eldest of the second's lineage. Such an outcome would allow him, as the third, to reap the most significant benefits. "Very well then, for your sake, I shall inquire in town tomorrow morning." Li Yuanshan contemplated for a moment before responding. Seeing Li Yuanshan concede, Zhao Hongqi finally released his grip. After bidding farewell to Zhao, Li Yuanshan resumed his tasks while contemplating the best course of action. Allowing Zhao Dalong to escape unscathed was inconsequential. Yet he remained preoccupied with the treasures belonging to the second patriarch's family. Swapping a great-grandson for half a tiger skin did not seem like a loss to him. Before long, the large pot atop the earthen stove began to bubble, releasing a musty aroma into the air. After boiling 3 pots of water, the lingering odor finally dissipated. Cold water was added to the pot. After scrubbing the large pot clean, Li Yuanshan poured in pristine spring water, followed by several freshly cleaned mountain chickens and strips of pork. As the water gradually came to a boil, Li Yuanshan skimmed off the froth and added a bundle of spices. "Xiaoyao, go to your home and fetch some dried mushrooms and wild onions. And if you have any cotinopsis or astragalus, bring some of those as well." As the delicious aroma of meat filled the yard, Li Yuanshan turned to the busy Xiaoyao and spoke. "All right." Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then agreed and stepped out of the courtyard. "Brother, don't we already have these things at home? Besides, last time Sister Xiaoyao brought quite a bit. It should be enough, right?" Watching Xiaoyao leave, Yunxiu looked at Li Yuanshan with a puzzled expression. "One must put in effort to receive rewards. That is the rule. No exceptions, even for those we are familiar with." Li Yuanshan gently tapped Yunxiu's forehead, smiling as he explained. Just then, Wu Hui emerged from the kitchen, observing the girl and shaking her head with a smile. Though her son's words were somewhat blunt, his heart was genuinely kind. Giving and exchanging, the latter is more likely to be accepted by someone with a stubborn disposition. Before long, Xiaoyao returned to Li Yuanshan's courtyard, carrying a cloth bag. The meat had already begun to boil, and Li Yuanshan poured in everything Xiaoyao had brought. In these times, agricultural products were a rarity, and the items Xiaoyao collected from the mountains were entirely natural and free from pollutants, requiring no washing. The combination of mountain delicacies and herbs mixed with the savory aroma of meat made everyone present instinctively swallow hard. In a short while, the area outside the fence was filled with children, and some villagers had even wandered over, drawn by the enticing scent. In this era, having a hearty meal was a matter of pride. Such a large pot of meat had not been enjoyed since the collective canteen days of the 1960s after the split from Beiyao. Even if one had the means, who would not indulge in secret? Who would be as open as the Li family? "Hey, Shanzi, your stewing skills could rival those of the chefs in the city. Couldn't they? And it's got to be plenty of meat. The more meat, the better the flavor." Indeed, unlike our family, where a small amount of meat barely covers the bottom of the pot, no matter how skilled you are, it won't make a difference, will it? The children merely swallowed repeatedly, while the adults who gradually gathered around began to chat among themselves. After all, speaking could mask the movement of their throats, couldn't it? Observing the villagers gathered outside, Yunxiu, unaccustomed to being the center of attention, felt somewhat flustered. Xiaoyao lowered her head, silently staring at the fire, her slightly flushed cheeks betraying either embarrassment or the warmth from the flames. After all, it was easy for an unmarried girl to attract gossip by helping others during the new year. Yet, the onlookers were entirely captivated by the steaming pot of meat. Oblivious to these concerns, Yunshiao, go to the main room and bring the sugar jar and also fetch a basin. As the meat simmered to near perfection, Lee Wesan instructed Yunshiao, who nodded and retreated into the main room. Moments later, she emerged with a jar of malted milk powder filled with white sugar, effortlessly balancing a new enamel basin in her hands. Lee Wesan accepted the jar and evenly sprinkled a portion of the sugar into the pot. My goodness, such fine white sugar. The Lee family must have stumbled upon a treasure from the heavens. With a large pot of meat and the addition of fine sugar, even the mayor's household would hesitate to indulge in such extravagance. Is there a particular significance to adding sugar when cooking meat? As Lee Wesan poured the sugar into the pot, the villagers outside stirred with excitement. The price of white sugar was modest, around 8 dimes, yet during this era, it was an absolute rarity, available only through strict rationing and allocation. In Long County, a small town in the northwest, even workers with stable jobs received less than 2 taels per month. Furthermore, supplies from the cooperative often ran dry. Thus, for the villagers, that fragrant pot of meat was undoubtedly less valuable than the jar of fine white sugar that Lee Wesan possessed. Chapter 67. The significance of the red string as the sugar dissolved in the pot. The aroma of the meat wafted even more enticingly through the courtyard. Lee Wesan took the enamel basin and scooped the meat out. The sight of the delectable mountain chicken, wild rabbit, and pork made the villagers outside widen their eyes in anticipation. Concealing such treasures? Lee Wesan had never entertained that notion. The ancestral wisdom of thieves suggests that purchased items are far more satisfying than those stolen. To Lee Wesan, watching the Zhao family covet what they could not have intensified his own enjoyment of the feast. Sisterly, could you spare some of the broth from the pot for me? Just as Lee Wesan cleaned the meat from the pot, someone outside inquired tentatively. This question was, of course, directed at Wu Hui, as the Li family was not one to flaunt their resources. Living in the same village, it felt inappropriate to ask for a piece of meat, but surely a little broth wouldn't be too much to request? Huh. Wu Hui was taken aback, glancing towards Lee Wesan beside the pot. Xiaoyao, add some more fuel to the fire. Lee Wesan did not waver in his focus, simply instructing Xiaoyao to stoke the flames. Once the fire blazed anew, he added the pre-cooked pig skin, cutting it into thin strips and placing it into the pot. This was a matter of principle. Even if Lee Wesan was inclined to share, he could not set such a precedent. It had nothing to do with being stingy. Once the door was opened, that pot of broth would surely fall short. Regardless of whether he chose to give or not, someone would inevitably take offense. Not to mention that Lee Wesan had no intention of sharing. As the broth boiled and the pigskin shrank, he drew the fire back and extracted the remaining thick broth, wrapping it in a fine cloth. This pigskin jelly harmonized the flavors of the wild chicken and rabbit, promising a delightful taste. With no more hopes to cling to, the adults mumbled and began to disperse from the Lee household. Meanwhile, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay washed the pot and brought fresh water to a boil, preparing to steam the white buns. In this era, iron products were still quite scarce, and the bamboo steam buns in rural areas were crafted with corn husks. Though seemingly rudimentary, the steamed buns exuded a unique, fragrant aroma. A family toiled from midday until dusk, finally extinguishing the cooking fire. In the living room of the Lee family, there was an ample feast of wild garlic with pork, astragalus stewed with wild chicken, accompanied by an abundance of steamed buns. After the meal, Yunshiao burped contentedly, while Lee Wesan leaned against the edge of the kang, his belly protruding. Meanwhile, Fuguay appeared unfazed, his stomach seemingly an insatiable abyss, consuming without end. However, Xiaoyao was overwhelmed by the lavish spread. She had never even seen such a meal, let alone partaken in it. As they prepared to leave, Wu Hui handed Xiaoyao the already portioned meat and buns. Normally, Xiaoyao would have protested and hesitated, but for reasons unknown today, she merely cast a furtive glance at the distracted Lee Wesan and accepted the offering without objection. Fuguay, tomorrow you will accompany the elder to watch over the falcon chicks. I will go to town with Zhao Hongqi, Lee Wesan announced, contemplating his plan. All right, Fuguay nodded, gathering his bedding and coat as he headed towards the woodshed. Wait. Lee Wesan suddenly halted, intercepting Fuguay. Brother Shanzi, what is wrong? Fuguay asked, his brow furrowed in concern. "Where's the ring?" Lee Wesan stepped closer, seizing Fuguay's right hand and coldly inquiring about the bare thumb. Fuguay's expression stiffened, and he stammered, "I gave it away." "To whom?" Before Lee Wesan could speak, the old man sitting on the kang, smoking his pipe, inquired with an impassive face. The old man's demeanor incited an instinctive sense of danger in Lee Wesan. Even Yueshan, who had just burped, instinctively recoiled slightly. "I gave it to Su Lingling." Fuguay's admission nearly caused Lee Wesan to bite his own tongue in shock. Subsequently, Fuguay recounted the events of yesterday in detail. It turned out that while at the female workers' dormitory of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Fuguay had sensed something amiss with Su Lingling. After much consideration, he decided to give the ring, which had been entrusted to him by the old man, in Lee Yueshan's name, to Sun Xiaoxiang, asking her to pass it on to Su Lingling. Though their interaction had been brief, Fuguay felt that Su Lingling might be worthy of his brother Shanzi. "You foolish spendthrift. Even if that ring holds little value, it is certainly more precious than a piece of string. You could have at least consulted me." Despite feeling relieved internally, Lee Yueshan's words were unyielding. Sun Xiaoxiang mentioned that Sister Lingling's ancestry is from the northeast. Fuguay murmured quietly, observing Lee Yueshan's pained expression. "Ancestry from the northeast? What does that mean?" Lee Wesan furrowed his brow slightly at Fuguay's words. He recalled that when Sun Xiaoxiang departed, she had indeed made a point to mention this. But what could that possibly signify? Realizing this, Lee Wesan turned to Fuguay. If this foolish lad had the audacity to bestow the ring, then he must surely understand the implications of that statement. In the northeastern region, there has long existed a tradition of mountain gatherers. Upon discovering treasures of the mountains, they do not immediately harvest them. Instead, they bind them with a red string. While many assert that this is merely a precaution against the ginseng escaping, the elder mountain gatherers hold a deeper significance. As the old man recounted this, he took a puff of his cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, a nostalgic expression graced his face. The vast expanse of the Huaxia territory is marked by diverse customs and habits, with notable differences between the north and south. Yet, red universally symbolizes good fortune, celebration, and protection against evil. Thus, the elder mountain gatherers' practice of tying red strings embodies their hope for safety and smooth endeavors, steering clear of calamity. Upon hearing this, Lee Yueshan instinctively lowered his gaze to the red string tied around his wrist by Su Lingling. "That girl, with the surname Su, hails from the northeast?" The old man pondered for a moment before gently inquiring. "Yes, it is said she grew up in Jincheng, and her family wields considerable influence within the military." Lee Yueshan disclosed everything he knew without reservation. Observing Su Jingyang's prowess, one could easily deduce the Su family's significant standing in the military. "That is it," the old man murmured to himself, then turned to Lee Yueshan and said, "As for material possessions, if they are given, so be it. Even if there is no destined connection, cherishing a thought and a remnant of affection is still worthwhile." Lee Yueshan sighed and nodded in agreement. To claim that he harbored no sentiment would be utterly untrue. After all, a young lady like Su Lingling, possessing both beauty and a prominent background, would certainly stir envy in any man. Yet, Lee Yueshan understood that once entangled in that vortex, he would not be the only one caught in its current. Chapter 68. A guiding light. The following morning, upon rising, Lee Yueshan encountered Zhao Hongqi, who was anxiously shivering outside his yard. This fellow had arrived at dawn, fearful that Lee Yueshan would stand him up. To onlookers, his devotion to his brothers was commendable, especially considering that the ones apprehended were the eldest, Zhao Hongxing, and the second eldest, Zhao Hongzhao. A man who could go to such lengths as an uncle would surely earn admiration from anyone who witnessed it. "I say, secretary, couldn't you at least wait until after breakfast?" Lee Yueshan remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he looked at Zhao Hongqi. Were it not for his foresight regarding future events, he might have genuinely been moved by this fellow's fervor. Years later, following the implementation of reform and opening up policies in the household contract responsibility system in the countryside, this man would, in the name of righteousness, betray both Zhao Hongxing and Zhao Hongzhao. After all, during that peculiar period, the Zhao brothers had engaged in numerous heinous acts. Consequently, the eldest and second eldest families fell into despair. Although the team leader and the accountant would tally significant labor points at year-end, actual work was scarce. After the introduction of the household contract system, while other villagers excelled in farming and land reclamation, the sons of these two families struggled in every endeavor. Farewell, Shanzi. Today marks your 25th birthday, and with the new year approaching, we cannot afford any delays, he said. As Lee Yuanshan exited, Zhao Hongqi hurriedly approached him. At least have a meal before you go. Lee Yuanshan was in no rush. The more anxious the Zhao family became, the smoother his plans would unfold. Let's eat in town. There are steamed buns and noodles, and my uncle will treat us, Zhao Hongqi declared, reaching out to pull Lee Yuanshan closer. Very well. Lee Yuanshan nodded. Shall we go? He had just lifted his leg to depart when he noticed the frantic Zhao Hongqi standing motionless at the door. Nephew, given the distance through these mountains, shouldn't we ride your bicycle? Zhao Hongqi remarked, craning his neck to glance at the sturdy two-wheeled bike parked by the window of the main room. Unfortunately, it was out of commission. Out of order? Zhao Hongqi stared incredulously at the pristine bicycle, nearly losing his composure and striking Lee Yuanshan. However, this was not the moment for such concerns. Zhao Hongqi promptly accompanied Lee Yuanshan to the brigade office to harness a mule cart. The two of them set off, the cart swaying gently as they made their way toward Hanshui town. Lee Yuanshan distinctly sensed that once they left the confines of Beiyao village, Zhao Hongqi's previous urgency dissipated rapidly. The rugged mountain path stretched for several dozen miles, and it took them over 2 hours to arrive at the town. Once there, Lee Yuanshan, unreserved, indulged in over a pound of noodles. Are you going empty-handed? After satisfying their hunger, Lee Yuanshan observed Zhao Hongqi's empty hands and remarked, that seems rather inappropriate. Zhao Hongqi held back his impatience and returned to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase various items. With the new year approaching, prices at the cooperative were exorbitantly high, yet to reassure himself and lend a helping hand to the second branch of the Zhao family, he persevered. Knocking on the door of the alley adjacent to the security office, the two men called out to Zhang Shihai's residence. Who is it? A voice emerged from within after a brief pause. Hearing the response, Zhao Hongqi glanced back at Lee Yuanshan, who stood silently, surveying the surroundings without uttering a word. Is Director Zhang at home? I am the village secretary from Beiyao village. With no other option, Zhao Hongqi responded. Fortunately, moments later, the wooden door finally creaked open to reveal Zhang Shihai. Hey, Shanzi, what brings you here? As the door swung wide, Zhao Hongqi attempted to step forward, only to be gently pushed aside by Zhang Shihai, who warmly welcomed Lee Yuanshan. Surprisingly, Zhao Hongqi felt relieved rather than offended. Zhang Shihai's demeanor indicated that the most crucial aspect of their visit had already been achieved. Uncle Zhang, this is our village's secretary. We have a matter to discuss, Lee Yuanshan said with a smile, pulling Zhao Hongqi closer. Oh, come in, Zhang Shihai replied, glancing at Zhao Hongqi with a neutral nod. The momentary neglect left Zhao Hongqi feeling quite pleased, as the shift in attention underscored Lee Yuanshan's significance in Zhang Shihai's eyes. Once inside the main room, Zhang Shihai invited them to sit. This is about Zhao Dalong and his associates from Beiyao village, isn't it? Without waiting for Zhao Hongqi to speak, Zhang Shihai astutely discerned the purpose of their visit. Yes, Director, we are from the same village, having played together since childhood. However, you cannot trivialize the act of highway robbery in broad daylight as mere playfulness. Before Zhao Hongqi could finish, Zhang Shihai's expression darkened immediately. Zhao Hongqi was momentarily at a loss for words and turned to Lee Yuanshan beside him. Uncle, do you think it would be possible to release Zhao Dalong? After all, the new year is approaching, and it would not reflect well for him to remain inside. Lee Yuanshan looked at Zhang Shihai and replied in a calm tone. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhao Hongqi, beneath the table, Lee Yuanshan subtly stepped on Zhang Shihai's foot as he spoke. Zhang Shihai, being perceptive, quickly grasped Lee Yuanshan's intention upon noticing his tone and the movement under the table. Of course, they would release him, but it would require some form of concession. Shanzi, although you have a good relationship with your uncle, this is a matter of principle. We cannot afford to show favoritism in the face of the law. Zhang Shihai's demeanor was grave, and his words were resolute. If it were a different situation, even without your presence, I would have shown some leniency. But this matter is particularly egregious. Robbing people on the road in our town. Do you think the local security bureau is merely for show? Zhang Shihai's indignation grew as he spoke, and one might mistakenly believe him to be an incorruptible official. Enough. If you truly came here for this matter, you should return. Seeing that the moment had come, Zhang Shihai stood up to dismiss them. Lee Yuanshan, with a resigned glance at Zhao Hongqi, rose and exited the hall. Zhao Hongqi was taken aback. He was no fool. He could sense the underlying motives. Yet, Recognizing the truth of a situation is one thing, while confronting it is another. Wait, take the items back. As Zhao Hongqi turned to leave, Zhang Shihai swiftly grabbed the items from the table and returned them to him. Zhao Hongqi attempted to refuse, but Zhang Shihai's stance was unwavering. Thus, within 5 minutes of entering, they departed Zhang Shihai's home, one after the other. Nephew, guide me. How should we proceed with this matter? Upon exiting and reaching the alley, Zhao Hongqi asked Lee Yuanshan with a troubled expression. Lee Yuanshan glanced at the items Zhao Hongqi held and replied, "Clearly, they do not find your offerings satisfactory. Then what would be appropriate?" Zhao Hongqi pressed, "Uncle, do you know how I managed to get in touch with Director Zhang?" Chapter 69. The profligate woman Lee Yuanshan looked at Zhao Hongqi and quietly explained, "After all, he is the director of the local security bureau. He holds a position of authority and would not be interested in ordinary items. My ability to communicate with him stems from the bear I procured earlier. For Director Zhang, the rare goods from our mountainous region are likely to pique his interest. If you could find something unique, I should be able to make another visit without much issue." Rare mountain goods? Zhao Hongqi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. There are indeed rare mountain products in Beiyao, but they are not easy to procure. With only a few days left and the snow already beginning to fall in the mountains, time was of the essence. At this moment, venturing into the mountains is fraught with peril. Not only is it uncertain whether one can procure rare treasures, but the likelihood of returning is a mere fraction. Look at the heavy snow that has already fallen, and now the mountains are completely snowbound. Even if one were to seek rare goods from the mountains, it would have to wait until spring, wouldn't it? Zhao Hongqi lamented, casting a glance at Lee Yuanshan beside him. Although he was merely a village party secretary, he was, after all, somewhat entrenched in the system. From his earlier demeanor, it was evident that there was a significant rapport between Zhang Shihai and Lee Yuanshan. "I find myself at a loss. Perhaps you should return and confer with your esteemed elder?" Lee Yuanshan shook his head, responding in an ostensibly casual tone. Though his voice bore a slight weight upon mentioning the elder, Zhao Hongqi paused, then scrutinized Lee Yuanshan, a flicker of realization igniting within him. This was not merely a matter of Zhang Shihai's preferences. It appeared that Lee's intentions might be directed towards the elder. "Very well, let us return for now." Zhao Hongqi, having discerned the underlying nuances, refrained from saying more. After all, the intricacies of this affair did not concern him directly, by all accounts. His objectives for the day had been achieved. In other words, if he wished to advance, he would now need to assist Lee Yuanshan in deceiving his own grandfather. Though both were acutely aware of the situation, neither dared to voice it. The mule cart swayed as they made their way back to Beiyao village shortly after noon. Lee Yuanshan greeted Zhao Hongqi and headed home, while Zhao Hongqi proceeded to Zhao Hongchao's residence. "Has the third son returned? Where's my boy?" Upon entering the house, Zhao Hongchao's wife approached, her expression darkening at the sight of Zhao Hongqi alone. The mission had failed. Clearly, the influence of the Li family's young man was negligible. Zhao Hongqi retorted with annoyance, striding into the main room. Upon entering, he was nearly apoplectic at the sight before him. The elder Zhao Hongxing and the second Zhao Hongchao were seated cross-legged on the kang, indulging in wine. In this bitter cold, he had toiled to secure their release in town, only to find them merrily drinking. What is going on? Was it not said that the Li family's scion held considerable sway in town? Why is it so burdensome to secure someone's release? The second, cheeks flushed, looked at Zhao Hongqi as he entered and questioned, his speech slightly slurred from drink. "What exactly is happening? Speak up." The elder Zhao Hongxing, still somewhat composed, offered Zhao Hongqi a seat and poured him a cup of wine. "The situation is as follows." Zhao Hongqi took a sip and recounted the events in town and the words exchanged with Lee Yuanshan. Of course, he deliberately omitted certain crucial details. Zhao Hongqi understood that while the second brother might lack cunning, the elder Zhao Hongxing was quite astute. If he were to catch wind of something amiss, it could jeopardize his position. After all, in matters of human sentiment, one might manage to glean something on their own, but if both were in pursuit of the same, it could very well lead to a complete debacle. Conveniently, the elder is present, so I need not make an additional trip. You two should hasten to deliberate and devise a plan. As Zhao Hongqi was about to lift his cup, he noticed the second brother's wife entering the main room with a net bag. Why does this bag seem so familiar? As Zhao Hongqi observed his second daughter-in-law clutching a net bag intended for the storage cabinet, a wave of confusion washed over him. However, upon discerning the cans and assorted provisions within the bag, his temper flared instantly. Is this all you value from the second family? Your son is squatting in the stocks. Yet you still ponder over these trivialities? Zhao Hongqi leaped from the bed, snatching the net bag from his daughter-in-law's grasp. Isn't this the favor you received when you came to our home? How dare you wish to reclaim what has already been given? The second daughter-in-law, no pushover herself, immediately protested vehemently. Zhao Hongqi, trembling with indignation, pointed at her, feeling a visceral anger that he had never encountered before in such a self-serving individual. It was no wonder that every year the commune faced numerous deficits. With a daughter-in-law like this, how could the production accountant worry about starvation in the team? Third brother, did you purchase this in town? Zhao Hongxing, the eldest son, stepped forward, eyeing the bag in Zhao Hongqi's hands. With a frown, Zhao Hongqi shot a glare at the still-dazed second son before replying. After all, she is the director of public security. Could I have gone empty-handed? Even this was deemed insufficient, which is why I returned to discuss it with you. That's perfect. If she looks down on us, we save ourselves the trouble. The second daughter-in-law's eyes brightened at this, and she reached once more for the net bag held by Zhao Hongqi. Get lost. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Zhao Hongqi erupted. Just as the second daughter-in-law opened her mouth to retort, Zhao Hongxing pushed her out of the main room. Eldest brother, you must think of a solution quickly. The new year is approaching, and we cannot allow Dalong to spend it at the Public Security Bureau, can we? As for the second family, they seem to have no expectations for their son's return, so let us not entertain their madness, Zhao Hongqi coldly remarked, glancing at Zhao Hongqiao, who was still dazedly drinking horse urine from the bed. We are all family, why speak in anger? You know your second sister-in-law well, and there is no need for you to harbor resentment toward her. As the eldest of the Zhao family, Zhao Hongxing offered a few words of consolation. I believe we should inform the old man. After all, he has witnessed much in his lifetime and may indeed have a solution. Zhao Hongqi suggested subtly upon returning to the table. Zhao Hongxing furrowed his brow and resolutely rejected the idea. No way, the old man is of advanced age. What if it causes him distress? Brother, at this point, you still fear the wolf and the tiger? The new year is nearly upon us. How long can you keep this hidden? If Dalong does not return for the new year, and with many relatives visiting the old man's home, wouldn't that only exacerbate his frustration? Moreover, if this incident were to leak out, Dalong might struggle to find a respectable bride in the future. Chapter 70. The second patriarch of the Zhao family. Upon hearing Zhao Hongqi's words, a look of conflict crossed Zhao Hongxing's face. Although he was the team leader, the potential scandal surrounding his eldest son's confinement could indeed complicate future matrimonial prospects. Moreover, in this day and age, the rural populace often cannot distinguish between detention and sentencing. Once one enters the Public Security Bureau, their reputation is akin to that of someone imprisoned. Observing his elder brother still in a state of confusion, Zhao Hongqi took a sip from his cup of liquor and remarked with indifference, "Of course, you might not even need to worry about marrying off a daughter-in-law." What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongxing initially believed there was a glimmer of hope and looked at Zhao Hongqi with a face full of expectation. Brother, I went to the town to see the head of the Public Security Bureau. Do you know what crimes he assigned to several young lads? What crimes? Noticing the expression on the third brother's face, Zhao Hongxing's heart sank, sensing that he was still somewhat lucid. A gang was implicated in highway robbery, and it occurred broad daylight on the main street of Hanshui town. What? Upon hearing Zhao Hongqi's words, Zhao Hongxing abruptly stood up, his inebriation dissipating. Zhao Hongqi leisurely raised his cup and said, "Brother, ponder over what consequences such a charge might entail. Huffed, that destitute fellow from the old Lee family. What could he possibly possess that is worth our while to steal? Brother, don't listen to the third brother's nonsensical chatter. That's just the officials in the town trying to extort us. Execution? Let him execute one and show me." Before Zhao Hongxing could become agitated, the already disoriented Zhao Hongqiao carelessly shouted. Zhao Hongqiao was already irked. In this small patch of North Yao, no one dared to provoke him. Yet that day, he had humbled himself to plead with Zhang Shihai, only to receive a slap that left him with lingering pain in his molars. Moreover, he was well aware of what Zhang Shihai was. He had initially coveted Lee Yueshan's bear and sought to claim it for himself. Such a person, apart from intimidating someone like the third brother and extorting a little, what else could he accomplish? Third brother, I believe the second brother has a point. The young men from the same village may have some disagreements, but at most, it would merely result in a fight. To label it as robbery seems excessive. After all, what valuable possessions could the old Lee family possibly have? Zhao Hongxing cautiously suggested, glancing at the third brother. Sigh. Zhao Hongxi let out a breath. While his elder brother possessed a modicum of intellect, it was certainly limited. At this juncture, was it merely a matter of how much to rob? Brother, if you think so as well, then consider my words as if I never spoke them. With that, Zhao Hongxi stood up, picked up his net bag, and descended from the bed. Just as he was about to exit the main room, he paused, turned to his elder brother, and said, Brother, to my knowledge, the bear that Lee Yueshan hunted is valued at over 1,000. How much? Even the dazed Zhao Hongchao was taken aback, gasping in astonishment. A household worth 10,000 is typically associated with urban residents, at the very least, a dual-income family, ideally a family of engineers. In the village, earning work points. One would not accumulate a household worth 10,000 even after a lifetime of toil. Thus, the over 1,000 from Lee Yueshan was enough to drop the jaws of the three self-proclaimed tycoons of North Yao. After the initial surprise, Zhao Hongchao's eyes began to dart about in confusion. Zhao Hongqi, keenly observing the expression of the second brother, let out a cold snort and remarked, Second brother, conceal your misguided intentions. I am fully aware of what you are plotting. Out of familial loyalty, I shall offer you a word of caution. That bear is procured through the supply and marketing cooperative, entirely legitimate. The three brothers had toiled in bile for many years and were well aware of each other's natures. Zhao Hongchao merely sought to leverage the guise of speculation to snatch a morsel from Lee Yueshan's grasp. Yet, he alone understood that the current Lee Yueshan was not so easily provoked. Third brother, wait for me. As Zhao Hongqi exited without a backward glance, the eldest brother promptly leapt from his bed to follow. His own greed was undeniable, yet he still possessed a modicum of sense. After the second brother's proclamation, his thoughts spiraled into a turmoil of images. The phrase a gang ambushing and robbing goods worth over 1,000 lingered ominously in his mind. With just their family and a few of the second brother's boys involved, a firing squad could easily claim 3 lives without consequence. In a panic, he disregarded Zhao Hongchao beside him, hastily donned his shoes, and pursued. In the heart of Biao village stood a modest earthen-walled dwelling. Inside the main room, Zhao Hongqi and Zhao Hongxing bowed their heads in silence. Seated upon the kang was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white. This man was the Zhao family's second elder, invited during the time of the prosperous Li family. Upon returning, he had advised them to avoid provoking the Li family. After a prolonged silence following Zhao Hongqi's account, the elder abruptly uttered a perplexing statement. To Zhao Hongxing, this matter seemed scarcely related to Lee Yueshan. After all, it was the Public Security Bureau that had apprehended the individual, and Lee Yueshan had even attempted to intervene, though perhaps not with sufficient clout. Yet, the elder's sharp perception soon revealed the truth. From beginning to end, Lee Yueshan was orchestrating events, and his true target was not Zhao Dalong, but rather himself. But what could be done? The eldest son of the main branch was firmly in another's grip. After finishing a pipe of dry tobacco, the elder rose and approached the cupboard, unlocking it to retrieve a red silk package. What is this? Zhao Hongxing asked, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the package. Present this to the lad from the Li family, and your son shall be released, the elder indicated, offering no further explanation. Just as Zhao Hongxing reached for it, Zhao Hongqi seized the package first. Through the seams of the wrapping, he glimpsed a glimmer of vibrant yellow mixed with a sheen of oil. Third brother, what lies within? After exiting the second elder's residence, curiosity got the better of Zhao Hongxing, who leaned closer. I do not know, Zhao Hongqi responded, his mind swirling with complexity, leaving him too preoccupied to engage with the eldest brother. Shall we open it and take a look? Zhao Hongxing suggested, his curiosity piqued. Recalling the Zhao family's former prominence and the likelihood of treasures in the elder's possession, Zhao Hongqi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hongxing. The latter felt a chill at the scrutiny and quickly laughed nervously, retreating. As for visiting the Li family, as a captain, he could hardly bring himself to do so. After Zhao Hongxing departed, Zhao Hongqi hesitated for some time before unwrapping the parcel in his hands. A piece of fur, half a meter long, emerged from the wrapping. The fur shimmered with a lustrous sheen, and delicate black stripes danced across the vibrant yellow coat, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Was it a tiger's skin? No. The size suggested it belonged to a snow leopard. Chapter 71. The Acquisition of the Tiger's Skin. Being a native of Beiyao, Zhao Hongqi pondered briefly before discerning the origin of the object in his grasp. Even he had only heard tales of such a thing from the elders. Nonetheless, Zhao Hongqi was aware that those who spoke of it were not necessarily those who had truly encountered a snow leopard. So it was. Upon seeing the treasure in his hands, Zhao Hongqi finally confirmed his suspicions. Yet, a sense of trepidation gripped him as he contemplated the cunning nature of the second elder, which left him somewhat alarmed. Throughout the unfolding of events, despite his full participation, he had merely harbored some conjectures. However, upon hearing his words, the second elder had instantly grasped the crux of the matter. This meant that in future dealings, he would have to be wary of that old rascal. With his thoughts swirling, Zhao Hongqi proceeded to the home of Lee Yueshan. "Shanzi, take a look at this," he said, handing the red silk-wrapped parcel to Lee Yueshan in the main room of his home. To Zhao Hongqi's surprise, Lee Yueshan did not even glance at it. He simply accepted the parcel and set it aside, saying, "Secretary, you should visit the town again tomorrow morning." Though unspoken, the implication was clear to all. Zhao Hongqi nodded. Curiosity piqued, and asked, "Shanzi, aren't you going to open it?" "No need," Lee Yueshan replied, shaking his head. It was not that he placed excessive trust in Zhao Hongqi, but rather that upon his entrance, aside from the two dogs, Bai Xiong and He, none of the other mountain dogs dared to approach Zhao Hongqi. This alone was sufficient to indicate that Zhao Hongqi bore an aura that instilled fear in them. The dogs in Lee Yueshan's household had encountered substantial beasts in the mountains, so an ordinary presence would not intimidate them. What could Zhao's family possibly offer, apart from the snow leopard skin mentioned by the old man? Zhao Hongqi chose not to linger any longer and left Lee Yueshan's home. Once Zhao Hongqi departed, Lee Yueshan eagerly took the parcel and rushed into the woodshed. "Look, is this what it is?" he exclaimed as he began to unwrap the package. "Where did you get this?" Old Lee, astonished, stared at the snow leopard skin before him. This was the lifeblood of the Zhao family. He had been contemplating how to visit the second elder's household, only to discover that his eldest grandson had brought it home. During this period, Old Lee had been cooped up in the woodshed, completely unaware of the events transpiring outside. "Don't worry about it. The Zhao family willingly gave it," Lee Yueshan reassured him, recognizing from the old man's expression that the item in hand was undoubtedly authentic. "Are we really going to use it as bedding?" The old man took the snow leopard skin, examined it for a moment, then raised his gaze once more to Lee Yueshan, who glanced at the new nest in the wall hole. In recent days, the feathers atop the fledgling falcon's head have grown considerably, and its form has become more pleasing to the eye. After a moment of silence, Lee Yueshan nodded. Old Lee did not utter another word. Instead, he carefully ascended the ladder to the new nest. He extracted the skin of a mountain leopard from his bundle, folding it meticulously before slowly inserting his palm along the edge of the nest. The fledgling, already on high alert, let out a series of sharp calls, its entire body tensing as its new feathers fluffed out. Unperturbed, Old Lee's hand remained as steady as a mountain. The fledgling, detecting the scent, grew increasingly agitated, opening its sharp beak to peck fiercely at the old man's hand. "Be careful," Lee Yueshan exclaimed in surprise. "Silence," Old Lee replied sharply without turning his head, his voice low but intense. This was a critical moment. Any distraction could lead the fledgling to react unpredictably. It was akin to an individual engrossed in a horror film. Though their face remains impassive, their inner resolve battles against fear. However, should someone nearby scream, that inner strength could shatter in an instant. Lee Yueshan dared not speak further, his gaze fixated on the new nest. Old Lee's palm was pierced by the fledgling's sharp beak, blood trickling down his hand. The scent of blood only heightened the fledgling's agitation. Suddenly, while intently watching the fledgling, Lee Yueshan felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by a wave of dizziness. Before he could fully comprehend this sensation, he was astonished to discover that he could distinctly perceive the fledgling's thoughts. Previously, he had experienced some feedback, but that vague awareness was entirely different from the clarity with which he now understood the fledgling's emotions. Taking a deep breath, Lee Yueshan forced the dizziness aside, striving to convey a sense of calm through this mysterious connection. Upon fully inserting the mountain leopard skin, Old Lee paused in surprise. The fledgling, although still hunched and fluffed, had ceased its attacks. "You've stumbled upon a treasure," he remarked as he descended the ladder, observing the fledgling's gradually stabilizing demeanor with genuine admiration. "This little creature is quite perceptive. Once it becomes accustomed to the scent of the mountain leopard, it will undoubtedly prove to be an exceptional companion. Remember, once the new feathers are fully grown, In matters of training and handling the falcon, no one but you should be involved. After praising the fledgling, old Lee's expression shifted, his demeanor rare and serious as he fixed his gaze on Lee Yueshan. Taken aback, Lee Yueshan nodded in understanding. He held no suspicion towards Fuguay, yet he recognized the validity of old Lee's caution. Some matters should not be overlooked. In the days that followed, Lee Yueshan nearly resided in the woodshed, never straying far, day or night. Before long, the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. On that morning, snow finally blanketed the village, enveloping the entire Beiyao in a flurry of large, feathery flakes. Many of the village elders sighed in relief. Although the heavy snow had come late this year, it had finally arrived. Unlike later generations, the village now appears somewhat silent beneath the heavy snowfall. Winter has always posed a formidable challenge for the villagers at this time of year. Moreover, this year, Beiyao is facing a shortage of supplies. The winter hunt yielded nothing, and they almost lost several able-bodied men in the process. The end of the year is indeed difficult. As noon approached, a sudden burst of firecrackers shattered the stillness of the village. The villagers, upon hearing the sound, understood that the Lee family was about to feast. In the entirety of Beiyao, perhaps only Lee Yueshan's family could still rejoice at such a time. Fuguay, come and try this. In the main room, Fuguay presented a brand new coat to Fuguay. Lee Yueshan had recently procured a considerable amount of fine goods from the supply and marketing cooperative, including cotton fabric and cotton. Although Fuguay was a woman, she possessed a keen sense of purpose. The cotton fabric, aside from being sufficient for Yueshan, was just enough to make this outfit for Fuguay, something even Lee Yueshan lacked. Fuguay gazed at the new coat in his hands, his eyes brimming with emotion. He had been present when Lee Yueshan purchased the fabric, yet he never imagined it was meant for him. After all, even Lee Yueshan wore old garments. Fuguay's reasoning was simple. As the girl grew, she would need to present herself to the world, and a new coat would enhance her appearance. While Lee Yueshan and his father-in-law donned tattered clothing, at least it kept them warm. It was only this foolish Fuguay, oblivious to Zhao Laoyan's intentions, who wore just a few thin layers in the dead of winter. It was merely his sturdy constitution that had kept him from succumbing to the cold, for a typical child would have perished by now. Fuguay, with reddened eyes, looked up at Fuguay. She did not say much, simply reaching out to pat his head. Stop dawdling and help chop the meat, Lee Yueshan chided playfully as he approached with a light smack. In Beiyao, the custom on New Year's Eve dictates that the evening meal be prepared in the main room rather than the kitchen. The earthen stove, positioned in the main room, radiated warmth once the steam began to rise. The succulent pork belly was chopped into minced meat, infused with the fragrance of wild scallions. Lee Yueshan also produced 2 boxes of luncheon meat, which he diced and mixed in. This delicacy, gifted to him by Zhang Shihai during a recent trip to town, was a rare commodity that money could not easily procure, far superior in taste to the starchy meat of later times. Once the dumpling filling was ready, Fuguay and Yueshan began wrapping the dumplings, while Lee Yueshan busied himself with the marinated meats he had prepared a few days prior, particularly the jelly-like skin, glistening amber and laced with strips of pig skin, which was simply mouth-watering. Where did you learn such skills? Even old Lee could not resist leaving his bed to inquire as he observed Lee Yueshan at work by the stove, with the lid of the clay pot removed. A well-prepared duck nestled within, its clear broth enriched with mountain mushrooms, complemented by dates and goji berries sent by Xiaoyao, exuding an alluring fragrance. At old Lee's question, Lee Yueshan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed difficult to explain. After all, he couldn't reveal that he had gleaned these techniques from short videos of the future. Fortunately, old Lee did not linger on the subject. Soon, a large table laden with hearty dishes was set before them. The guests gathered around the table, and Lee Yueshan rose to fetch a bottle of Longchun wine from the cupboard. He poured wine into cups for everyone except Yueshan. Although Fuguay typically abstained from alcohol, she could not refuse upon seeing her son's eager expression. As the wine cups were filled, all eyes turned to Lee Yueshan. Yet, at that moment, he found himself speechless. For the first time in many years, the old Lee family was celebrating a new year filled with flavor. Despite the busyness of the day, everyone wore cheerful expressions. However, as they beheld the sumptuous spread before them and felt the unprecedented warmth of the hall, a bittersweet sensation stirred in their hearts. The new year had arrived. Ultimately, it was the elderly man who broke the silence, gently raising his cup to utter a few words. Fuguay, with teary eyes, lifted her cup. her smile more radiant than ever. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay also raised their cups, cheerfully proclaiming the arrival of the new year. After a few cups of wine, the atmosphere of silence was thoroughly shattered, filled instead with laughter and joy. Yunshiu, meanwhile, was puffing her cheeks out like a hamster. Fuguay, not to be outdone, displayed a strength far surpassing that of the little girl. Once the hearty dishes had been mostly consumed, Wu Hui stood to prepare dumplings. In Jincheng, within a brightly lit two-story house, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with that of Li Yuanshan's home. Although adorned with festive decorations, it exuded a sense of confinement. In the spacious and well-lit living room, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit sat regally on the central sofa. Surrounding him were 6 elegantly dressed men and women. Younger relatives gathered at the lower end of the living room. A legacy of prosperity and a full house of descendants. This scene epitomized the ultimate dream of every citizen. Yet, the seemingly lively space bore a distinct hierarchical structure. "Old Shi, I heard that Lingling has returned?" the elder inquired, casting a glance at one of his sons seated nearby, his tone unremarkable. After speaking, he surveyed the room but found no trace of his granddaughter. "Yes, father. She just arrived home yesterday," replied the man seated third to the elder's right, slightly bowing. Their demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a father and son. Instead, it felt more like a superior and subordinate dynamic. Still unwilling to accept the family's arrangements, the elder frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. "Father, please give me a little more time," the son implored. The mere act of the elder's frown caused beads of cold sweat to form on his son's forehead. "How much more time do you require?" The elder remained silent, while the eldest son turned to old Shi, his tone laced with undisguised reproach. "Old Shi, it's not that I am criticizing you as the eldest brother, but you are well aware of the current situation. Moreover, this engagement was long ago settled by father. Since Lingling is betrothed to the Su family, some matters are unavoidable. Originally, the engagement was to take place in September, yet Lingling silently retreated to a remote and impoverished area, causing the entire Su family to become the subject of ridicule and jeopardizing Xinjiang's future. What further price are you willing to pay for this?" Su Chunglin gazed at his taciturn brother, his expression darkening gradually. The Su family, since the patriarch rolled up his trousers to bear arms, has always been imbued with a certain fervor in all their endeavors. Yet this elder son, like a simpleton, is incapable of managing his own daughter. Although we reside in a new society now, the bonds and friendships of the previous generation are largely sustained through the means of marriage. "Father, dinner is ready." At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached and softly addressed the elder. The elder nodded and then turned to the elder son, saying, "Since the child has returned, you should have a good talk with her." With that, he rose and proceeded toward the dining room, followed by the family members in succession. In the spacious dining room, 2 large round tables were already laden with an array of dishes. The elder took his seat, and only then did the others dare to join him. "Grandfather, Happy New Year." Once everyone was seated, a man in his 30s from the younger generation stood up, raised his glass, and approached the elder with a bow and a smile. "Good, good." A hint of a smile finally graced the elder's face as he reached into his pocket and produced a red envelope. He felt quite pleased with this eldest grandson. In this era, even a family as esteemed as the Su still adhered to the traditional values of respecting elders. The Su family members began to raise their glasses one by one, offering New Year-esque greetings to the elder. He did not maintain a stern demeanor. After all, it was the new year, and even the most solemn must wear a smile, right? Nevertheless, everyone remained cautious. The elder wore a smile, yet his gaze frequently drifted toward the younger generation's table, specifically to Su Lingling seated at the back. Since the day she left Hanshui town, Su Lingling had understood what awaited her. In a prestigious household, beyond the assurance of food and clothing, many matters were, in essence, beyond one's control. Soon, everyone at the younger table had offered their New Year-esque greetings, and under her father's anxious gaze, Su Lingling took a deep breath, raised her glass, and stood up. "Lingling, your grandfather must sincerely thank you. Had it not been for the winter bear gall you procured, this old body of mine might not be seated here today." As Su Lingling approached, the elder seldom made a jest. Truth be told, he held a favorable view of this girl, although her actions had been somewhat rash. They did reflect a fragment of his own youthful spirit. However, Su Zhong had experienced far too much in his lifetime, and many truths only became clear with age. Having principles and a fiery spirit is commendable, but in such a vast family, it may not always be applicable. Father, what are you saying on this festive occasion? The eldest son sitting beside the elder quickly interjected, it is all due to your great fortune and destiny, turning calamity into safety. As Su Qinglin's words fell, those nearby quickly echoed their agreement. The old man is the stabilizing force of the Su family, despite its flourishing branches and leaves. Any issue affecting him would send shockwaves throughout the entire clan. This illustrates the significance of human connections. Thus, in this context, intermarriage has become the most secure means of maintaining ties. However, such unions require careful consideration. Not just any female descendant of blood relatives will suffice. An intermarriage signifies a binding of interest between two families, making the choice of partner exceedingly critical. Although the old man of the Su family may appear unassuming, his daughter possesses a semblance of the old man's shrewdness and demeanor from his prime. Consequently, among the prosperous Su family, the number of women capable of solidifying the family's status is quite limited. Grandfather, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of fortune that I have come to this, Su Lingling said, forcing a stiff smile in response. Compared to the caution of this household, she yearned for the carefree days spent in Hanshui town. Regrettably, she bears the Su surname. Will you not venture out this time? The old man inquired, handing her a red envelope. Though it was a question, his tone bore an unmistakable authority. The Su family members took turns wishing the old man well for the new year. But this red envelope had only ever been presented to the eldest grandson, standing beside the old man with a glass in hand. Su Lingling bit her lip and nodded in response to her father's expectant gaze. That is splendid. The old man smiled broadly and grasped Su Lingling's left hand, placing the envelope gently into her palm. Just as everything seemed settled, the old man's expression abruptly changed, his gaze fixated on Su Lingling's wrist. A slightly loose red cord adorned her wrist, on which dangled a jade ring that captured the old man's attention. This ring was a parting gift from Lee Wesan, entrusted to her by Sun Xiaoxiang when she left Hanshui town. Due to its size, the ring was unwieldy for her, so she had secured it with a red cord around her wrist, allowing her to hold it discreetly. The old man's complexion shifted dramatically as he trembled, carefully pinching the ring between his fingers. The imperial green hue, along with its luster and quality, indicated its considerable value. Su Qinglin, standing closest to the old man, leaned in for a closer examination and offered his appraisal. The others craned their necks in curiosity, but dared not intrude. Where did this come from? After a prolonged silence, the old man finally raised his head, his expression grave as he turned to Su Lingling, his tone now more severe. Su Lingling froze for a moment, contemplating before responding. A friend gifted it to me just before I left Hanshui. What is your friend's surname? The gravity in the old man's eyes deepened, and his tone grew heavier. Lee, Su Lingling said, wanting to conceal details but knowing such concealment would be futile with her grandfather. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately rose, looking at Su Lingling with urgency. Come with me to the study. Father, be quiet and behave yourself. Su Qinglin was taken aback and was about to speak when he was sternly reprimanded by the old man. The once lively dining room fell into an immediate hush. Rising from his seat, Su Laoyizi made his way to the study on the second floor, with Su Lingling hesitating for a moment before following suit. The Su family members exchanged glances, bewildered. As time ticked by, no one knew what was transpiring between the grandfather and grandson in the study. After what felt like an eternity, Su Laoyizi finally returned to the dining room. His expression softened, with Su Lingling trailing behind, her eyes red-rimmed from tears. Dad, did Lingling cause trouble outside? Su Loxi inquired, noticing his daughter's tear-streaked face. The old man merely smiled and waved a hand dismissively before turning to Su Qinglin, uttering a statement that left everyone astonished. Eldest, tomorrow, accompany me to the Han family. Let the matter between Lingling and that young man from the Han family come to a close. What? Su Qinglin and the others present widened their eyes in disbelief. Though the old man's words were vague, they grasped the implication. Was he calling off the engagement? This was a matter of profound significance, for the Han family held considerable influence, not to be underestimated. Such a cancellation of an engagement in their circle equated to forging a bitter enmity. What could possibly provoke the usually supportive old man to alter his stance so abruptly? Su Qinglin opened his mouth to speak again, but upon meeting Su Zhong's gaze, he swallowed his words. Turning his attention to his niece, Su Lingling, his eyes gradually fell upon the red string adorning her wrist, which held a jade ring. The Su family's New Year's dinner concluded under this peculiar atmosphere. Originally, they were to stay up after the meal, yet Su Zhong dismissed everyone, opting to remain alone in the study. On the second floor, the study was shrouded in smoke as Su Zhong sat behind his desk, retrieving a yellowed book from a drawer. As he opened it, a slightly yellowing old photograph slipped out from between the pages. Chapter 74. Courage derived from wine dumplings are ready. In the Lee family's main room, Wu Hui approached the Kang table, carrying a large basin of steaming dumplings. Upon seeing the aromatic dumplings, Yunxiu's little face fell. Although the family's meals had varied greatly during this period, it was the first time they had such a lavish spread. Unfortunately, she had filled up on appetizers and now, with the enticing aroma of the dumplings wafting through the air, her stomach could hardly accommodate more. The others were similarly affected, aside from Fuguay. Lee Yueshan and his wife had only sampled a few dumplings. Fuguay, take these back for your parents to taste. Once Fuguay had eaten his fill, Wu Hui filled a large bowl with dumplings and placed it in front of him. Wu Hui was a woman of keen insight. Although the old woman had caused her share of trouble for the Lee family, Fuguay was still at home. She couldn't allow anyone to speak ill of them. Take it over. Your father's legs haven't healed yet, and it's the new year. It's good to accompany him and share a few words. Old Lee watched Fuguay with a sense of conflict. Before finally speaking, Fuguay nodded, holding a clay bowl as he exited the hall. Fuguay, return early. We still need to keep watch for the new year together. Observing Fuguay leave, Lee Wesan contemplated and then instructed, we are well aware of the temperament of that old woman. Sending this bowl of dumplings back will inevitably lead to Fuguay receiving another round of complaints. Rather than allowing this fool to suffer at home, it is better for him to return and share the vigil with us. Understood. Fuguay, who had reached the courtyard gate, turned back to the hall and replied, before making his way home with the dumplings, take this bowl to the Xiaoyao family. After Fuguay departed, Wu Hui filled another large bowl of dumplings and placed it before Lee Wesan. I should deliver it. Lee Wesan paused, then hesitated. Is it appropriate for me to go at this late hour? After all, the Xiaoyao family consisted only of the two women. A young man visiting at night could be seen as improper. Yet, upon hearing Wu Hui's response, her brows narrowed. You do realize it's late. Would you have Yunxiu, a young girl, go instead? Fine, I'll go. Lee Wesan, glancing at his mother, could only nod in agreement. She was right. It indeed was inappropriate for Yunxiu to make the delivery. As for his mother, she was not much different from a widow. Venturing out at this hour could lead to gossip. Looking around, it seemed he was the most suitable candidate. Descending from the Kang, Lee Wesan donned his coat and stepped outside with the steaming dumplings in hand. In the village, at Zhao Ertai's home, the New Year festivities had traditionally been lively there. Although Zhao Ertai's son had died early, his three grandsons managed the household, ensuring that there was never a lack of food. Moreover, all three grandsons had children, with over 10 great-grandchildren. In previous years, the entire family would gather, creating a scene of familial abundance. However, this year, the atmosphere was different. The commotion nearly caused Zhao Ertai a heart attack. Zhao Dalong had been released from the detention center just days ago, but he was the only one set free. Logically, Zhao Ertai's sacrifice seemed not in vain, as his great-grandson had been rescued. Yet, this led to discontent in the second son's family. Zhao Hongchao's wife created quite the scene, even overturning the dining table at Zhao Ertai's home. Why should only the eldest son return? Is my son not a Zhao? After much persuasion, they managed to calm the second son's wife. The family, however, lost all festive spirit, sitting silently in the hall. Zhao Dalong sat at the Kang table, quietly consuming liquor, one cup after another. His displeasure was not solely due to the second aunt's outburst, but rather his own simmering anger. During his time at the detention center, he had endured relentless mistreatment. Although decades had passed since the onset of the new society, the conditions in such places were beyond the imagination of most. Over those 10 days, Zhao Dalong had begun to believe he would never return to Beiyao alive. In his eyes, the root cause of all his misfortunes was none other than Lee Wesan. The reason is quite simple. Apart from Lee Yueshan, he cannot afford to offend anyone else involved in this matter. Does he dare to hold a grudge against Zhang Shihai, or that supervisor Zhou who apprehended him midway? Thus, Zhao Dalong is well aware that he must reclaim his dignity from that young rascal of the Lee family. Moreover, the incident regarding the snow leopard skin has already spread among their families, and the thought of it still sends shivers down Zhao Dalong's spine. A single snow leopard can fetch over 1,000, Surely, the half-skin collected by the old master would be less valuable than that, would it? Though he dares not act against Zhang Shihai, the snow leopard skin still remains with the Li family. If he fails to retrieve it, how can the Zhao family maintain their standing in the village? The more he contemplated, the angrier Zhao Dalong became, downing drink after drink. It would be better to return and avoid provoking the Li family again. In a couple of days, third brother, take something to the Li family to gauge the situation and see if you can bring back those remaining young lads. By the way, Dalong should accompany you. When it's time to bow one's head, do so without shame. Do you understand? The old master observed Zhao Dalong, who was lost in his drink, and reminded him. The elder speaks to you, are you mute? Seeing his son engrossed in his drink, Zhao Hongxing approached and gave him a firm nudge. Zhao Dalong mumbled an acknowledgement and staggered to his feet. As his son stood to leave the table, Zhao Hongxing hastily called out, "What are you planning to do at this late hour?" "I need some air to clear my head," Zhao Dalong replied, ignoring his father's protests and stepping out. "Damn it! How dare an outsider scheme against me? If I let you live comfortably into your old age, I'll change my surname." The old fool, unwilling to provide help, allowed me to suffer so much at the security office, and now I must bow to that dog from the Li family? Bah! As he left the old master's home, Zhao Dalong's anger grew, and he cursed under his breath. Typically, he was not one to drink excessively. But with his emotions stirred and a cold breeze hitting him, the alcohol surged within him. In a heated moment, he turned back towards his own home. At this time, his family was at the old master's house keeping vigil, leaving his own home dark and silent. Upon entering the yard, he made his way to the side of the wood shed, groping in the dark for an axe. Without a moment's hesitation after acquiring the tool, Zhao Dalong set off towards the Li family's house at the east end of the village. Though he had a history of being domineering in Beiyao village, he had never possessed the courage to kill. However, tonight, if he didn't wipe out the Li family, it would be a sign of laziness on his part, such as the courage bestowed by drink. Chapter 75. Rescuing outside the courtyard, the snow fell thicker and thicker. Li Yueshan tightened his coat and hurriedly made his way towards the nearby Xiaoyao family, carrying a plate of dumplings. The fierce northern wind whipped the snow against his face like daggers, but thankfully, the two houses were not far apart, and he reached his destination in just a few steps. Although due to Li Yueshan's circumstances, the Xiaoyao family has divided a considerable amount of rations. Merely surviving until the new year is not a problem, yet it is only just that, merely survival. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and the bowl of dumplings given by Wu Hui is a delightful treat for the mother and daughter. As for other provisions, it is not that Li Yueshan is unwilling to provide, but rather that he cannot. The old Li family still has both Li Yueshan and old Li to support it, not to mention the elderly and the young. At least there are two men. Moreover, with the fool, Fuguay, protecting them, the other villagers dare not harbor any ill intentions. However, the situation is different for the Xiaoyao family. The two families are not far apart, and within moments, Li Yueshan arrived outside the Xiaoyao family's fence. Upon reaching the door, just as he was about to knock, his hand halted in midair. The wooden gate was ajar, merely slightly closed. With no close relatives to speak of, how could the gate of a widow and her child be left only partially shut at such a late hour? Li Yueshan took a couple of steps closer, his brow furrowing deeper. On the snowy ground at the entrance, despite the heavy snowfall covering the original traces, he could still discern disordered footprints. The house was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any sound, yet within the howling snowstorm, Li Yueshan caught a whiff of a strong alcoholic scent. How could the mother and daughter, who could scarcely afford a meal, possibly exude the aroma of liquor? Glancing around and seeing no one, Li Yueshan cautiously pushed open the wooden door and quietly approached the eaves of the hall. Inside, intermittent sobs mixed with heavy gasps reached his ears. A sudden jolt of alarm shot through him. "Don't make a sound. Hurry up and undress, or I'll kill her." At that moment, a man's voice, lowered in tone, echoed from within the hall. "Damn it, who dares to bully the Zhao family in Beiyao village? Today, I'm going to collect some interest from you, and after I'm done, I'll deal with that Li scoundrel. Hurry up if you keep dawdling. Do you believe I won't slit this madwoman's throat?" Upon hearing this, Li Yueshan fought against the urge to burst in, suppressing his fury as he slightly closed his eyes. Streams of breath began to take shape in his mind, like threads gradually becoming clearer. The alcoholic scent emanated from the position of the kang cabinet, while a faint body fragrance wafted from behind the kang. Gradually, The scene inside the hall began to materialize in Lee Yueshan's mind. Inside, Zhao Dalong held a chopping knife against the neck of a dazed woman, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on Xiaoyao, who had already shed her outer garment on the calm, fueled by liquor. He initially intended to wreak havoc at the old Li household. However, upon passing the Xiaoyao residence, he had heard laughter emanating from within. Thanks to the support from the Li family, the mother and daughter had managed to enjoy a modest yet stable new year, steaming a pot of white bread rolls and cooking a pot of meat-laden mountain goods. Though life remained frugal, there was finally a glimmer of hope. Xiaoyao even opened a jar of white pear preserves that Wu Hui had insisted she take, although their home was not yet a true home. At least this new year felt somewhat festive. As the mother and daughter were enjoying their meal, a drunken man burst in, brandishing a knife. Upon seeing the fair-skinned Xiaoyao, Zhao Dalong's anger flared. He had heard of her good relations with the Li family, and thus decided she would be the first to suffer. Licking his lips, Zhao Dalong entered while slowly closing the door to the main room. Just as Xiaoyao was about to scream, Zhao Dalong swiftly seized her mother, pressing the sharp hatchet against her throat. Despite his inebriation, he still possessed enough cunning to first restrain Xiaoyao's mother before coercing Xiaoyao into submission. After a few tense minutes, Zhao Dalong, growing impatient, pressed the hatchet menacingly against the woman's neck, causing a thin line of blood to appear. What could Xiaoyao do? Ultimately, she clenched her teeth and acquiesced to Zhao Dalong's demands. As Xiaoyao's tattered coat fell away, Zhao Dalong, panting heavily, forcefully shoved the woman aside. Just then, as he lunged toward Xiaoyao, the window beside the bed shattered with a loud bang. This sudden turn of events startled everyone in the room. Lee Wesan, who had burst into the main room, propelled himself forward with great force, akin to a cannonball, towards the bewildered Zhao Dalong. On the soft grass, Lee Wesan could leap 6 or 7 meters with ease. On the sturdy bed, his momentum was even more formidable. With a resounding thud, he struck Zhao Dalong, who had yet to regain his senses, sending him crashing to the ground. "You bastard!" Zhao Dalong gasped in pain, nearly losing his breath, his hatchet long gone from his grasp. Upon seeing Lee Wesan leap down from the bed, Zhao Dalong felt little fear and began to curse. Yet, before he could finish, Lee Wesan had already approached him expressionlessly. Grabbing Zhao Dalong by the hair, he lifted him effortlessly, twisting his chin with brutal force. Having the strength to lift a 600 or 700-pound horse, Lee Wesan's unreserved twist snapped Zhao Dalong's jaw. The excruciating pain finally dispelled Zhao Dalong's intoxication, leaving him filled with terror as he attempted to scream, but no sound emerged. Lee Wesan glanced down at Zhao Dalong with a cold smirk before turning to leap onto the bed, wrapping Xiaoyao in her coat. "Take your mother to our house, and tell Fuguay to come by," he instructed gently, stroking Xiaoyao's head. Having grown up in such a household, Chun Xiaoyao's temperament was far stronger than that of the average woman. Even after experiencing such a terrifying ordeal, she managed to regain her composure swiftly. If she lacked this resilience, she would not have survived with a deranged mother. Without a whimper or plea for comfort, she quickly donned her clothes and nodded at Lee Wesan. "Be careful on your way out. Carry her properly," Lee Wesan advised as he watched Xiaoyao support her mother out the door. Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then obediently nodded. Soon, the mother and daughter vanished into the heavy snowfall outside. Lee Yueshan swiftly turned around and delivered a kick, sending Zhao Dalong, who had stealthily crept to the doorway, sprawling back. Ugh, ugh. With his jaw shattered, Zhao Dalong could utter no words. Only a pitiful whimper escaped his throat. "Huh." Lee Yueshan glanced at Zhao Dalong, who was desperately bowing before him, and as he turned, he slowly closed the door to the main room. Chapter 76. The Oath of Allegiance. Xiaoyao assisted her mother to the Li household, just as the dejected Fuguay was entering. The expression on his face made it evident that he had undoubtedly faced a tongue-lashing upon returning home. "What has happened?" Upon seeing Xiaoyao enter, Wu Hui immediately approached to help her mother. The bloodstains on her neck, though congealed, remained a shocking sight. "Shanzi's mother, please take Yunxiu to bed first." Old Li glanced at Xiaoyao, who seemed hesitant to speak, and then addressed Wu Hui. Wu Hui quickly grasped the situation and led the already dozing Yunxiu out of the main room. Once Wu Hui had left, Old Li retrieved some medicinal powder from the cabinet and handed it to Xiaoyao. As she skillfully tended to her mother's wounds, Xiaoyao recounted the events that had transpired. Her proficiency indicated the hardships they had endured in the village. Before Xiaoyao could finish her account, Fuguay abruptly turned and exited the main room without a word. Fuguay, carry someone back along the way, Old Lee called out softly from the window. Fuguay stealthily approached Xiaoyao's doorstep, casting a quick glance before slipping into the yard. Brother, he whispered, leaning close to the doorway. Creak. The door to the main room opened, and Fuguay slipped inside. Within, Lee Yueshan sat at the edge of the bed, while Zhao Dalong lay sprawled on the floor, his body twitching intermittently, giving the impression he might be lifeless. I have a task for you. Lee Yueshan spoke with a calm demeanor as he regarded Fuguay. By any means necessary, without alarming others, bring the secretary to the river ridge. Is that feasible? Fuguay did not affirm or deny, but nodded gravely. After Fuguay departed, Lee Yueshan sought out a tattered burlap sack from the woodshed, bundled Zhao Dalong within, and vanished into the snowstorm. A mere 15 minutes later, Lee Yueshan arrived at the river ridge, untying the sack to release its contents. Zhao Dalong trembled uncontrollably. Whether from the cold or fear was unclear. At this moment, an indescribable terror surged within him at the sight of Lee Yueshan. He was utterly defeated. For he had been heading towards this man the moment he exited his grandfather's home. Only now do I realize it was all you're doing, Lee Yueshan mused, leaning against a birch tree, gazing at the gently falling snowflakes. In a previous life, when Xiaoyao's corpse was discovered, it had been horrifically desecrated. In a village where procrastination was the norm, that particular incident had unfolded with surprising swiftness. Before anyone could react, a fire had consumed everything, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, no one dared to divulge the matter. Even when Lee Yueshan reported it to the town, his efforts fell into silence, and his own house was set ablaze. It seems certain that Zhao Dalong and his associates were responsible. Only they could render the entire village so reticent about the incident. Approximately half an hour later, a figure emerged from the birch forest, rushing toward them. Fuguay, panting heavily, cast down the unconscious Zhao Hongqi from his shoulder. Alas, with such a jolt from Fuguay, Zhao Hongqi regained consciousness. Upon surveying his surroundings, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, accompanied by a sudden urge to relieve himself. Shanzi. Coming to his senses, Zhao Hongqi noticed Lee Yueshan and Fuguay standing nearby. Uncle. Lee Yueshan offered a faint smile and extended a hand to help Zhao Hongqi to his feet. It truly is you. What sort of predicament have you gotten yourself into? Zhao Hongqi, still shaken, lightly punched Lee Yueshan, his tone tinged with reproach. Heh! Lee Yueshan refrained from elaborating further, instead producing a cigarette, offering one to Zhao Hongqi, and lighting it for him. Uncle, I know you've been trying to ingratiate yourself lately because you are aware of my close ties with Zhang Shihai in town. You wish to leverage my connections to reach him, perhaps even the leaders in the county. Even your trips to town to rescue people were merely a pretext to gauge my standing. Lee Yueshan's words struck a chord, causing Zhao Hongqi's hand to tremble, nearly dropping the cigarette. But uncle, do not forget, our families are sworn enemies. You think to exploit my connections for favors? Do you believe I am one who can simply laugh off past grievances? Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he turned to Lee Yueshan and said, So you know everything. These past days were merely a charade? Not entirely, Lee Yueshan replied, shaking his head. I can see that you possess the capability to achieve great things. However, as I mentioned, our families are bitter foes. Should you ascend to great heights and seek to settle old scores with me, what recourse would I have? What do you mean by that? Zhao Hongqi furrowed his brow. With the air cleared, he felt no need for further concealment. Ultimately, such matters boiled down to a mutual exchange of interests. If Lee Yueshan truly sought revenge today, he would not have gone to such lengths to bring himself here, nor would he engage in such idle chatter. Give me leverage, and I shall share my connections with you to the fullest extent. Your instincts are sharp. Changes in the village are imminent. Soon, the captain and the accountant will find themselves in precarious positions, and only you possess the potential to advance further. At this point, Lee Yueshan turned to Zhao Hongqi with a smile. Surely you don't think my connections extend solely to Zhang Shihai? Zhao Hongqi shook his head. He was not naive. From the snippets of conversation overheard from Air and his own observations in town, it was clear that although Zhang Shihai had expelled them, his attitude toward Lee Yueshan was far from equal. Uncle Zhao-san, allow me to share yet another piece of information. Lee Yueshan observed Zhao Hongqi, whose brow was tightly furrowed, and softly remarked. Zhang Shihai conveyed to Zhao Hongzhao that unless I give my consent, even the most authoritative figure in the county would not dare to release him. This was not mere rhetoric. It was one of the few truths spoken by Zhang Shihai. Having said this, Lee Yueshan took a step back and leaned against a birch tree once more. Zhao Hongqi trembled. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Lee Yueshan, while the figure of Li Xiangyao surfaced in his mind, the man from the Li family who, despite being at his lowest, still managed to shine brilliantly. What leverage do you seek? After a brief silence, Zhao Hongqi took a deep drag from his cigarette and, discarding the butt with force, lifted his gaze towards Lee Yueshan. Lee Yueshan smiled faintly, extending his hand to withdraw a machete from behind him and offered it forward. Simultaneously, in a wordless manner, Fuguay dragged Zhao Dalong's leg, unceremoniously depositing him at Zhao Hongqi's feet. This serves as your letter of allegiance. Lee Yueshan pointed at the half-dead Zhao Dalong on the ground, calmly stating. Chapter 77. The Search on New Year's Eve. Snow fell heavily. 3 shadowy figures stealthily entered Beiyao village. Lee Yueshan and Zhao Hongqi walked ahead, while Fuguay, with his back to the two, retreated while erasing traces behind him. Both Lee Yueshan and the pallid Zhao Hongqi remained silent, each astonished in their own right. Lee Yueshan felt that having lived for over 70 years, he had witnessed all manner of storms and formidable individuals. Yet, encountering someone as ruthless as Zhao Hongqi was indeed a first for him. Just moments earlier, at Hadao Ridge, Lee Yueshan thought he needed to exert more effort, but to his surprise, Zhao Hongqi, without a moment's hesitation, had swiftly dealt with his own nephew. It is worth noting that Zhao Dalong was the eldest son of the Zhao family's main branch. According to rural customs, his standing in the Zhao family was even more significant than that of his father. This was precisely why Zhao heir Taigong was willing to part with his precious heirloom to rescue Zhao Dalong. However, when faced with his own future, Zhao Hongqi, the very uncle, exhibited not even the slightest hesitation. Such a person was chillingly ruthless, prompting Lee Yueshan to feel a sense of dread. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant around Zhao Hongqi. Should such a person gain power, the repercussions would far exceed anyone's expectations. Zhao Hongqi was equally astonished. Initially, he had not contemplated much, but as the others dealt with Zhao Dalong, he realized the depth of his predicament when Lee Yueshan picked up the cigarette, but from the ground, and placed it on Zhao Dalong's body. Regardless of his own intentions today, from the moment Fuguay had brought him in, there was no escape from this trap. Lee Yueshan's offer of a cigarette was merely a guise, a trap he was ensnared in before he even recognized the danger. From this day forth, at this very moment, he had personally tightened the noose around his own neck and handed the other end to Lee Yueshan. The 3 entered the village, swiftly dispersing and vanishing into the snowy night, scarcely exchanging a word. By the time Lee Yueshan and Fuguay returned home, only old Lee remained in the main room. Fuguay, tonight you will keep an eye on the fledgling hawk. Once the 2 individuals entered the house, old Lee filled the prepared wine cups with strong liquor. After they drank in unison, he turned to Fuguay and spoke. Fuguay nodded, gathered his bedding, and turned towards the woodshed. In the main room, only the 2 Lee family members remained. Old Lee poured the wine, while Lee Yueshan raised his cup, and neither spoke a word. As time passed slowly, the wind outside grew increasingly fierce. After approximately 2 hours, as midnight approached, the snowstorm outside began to subside, and the entire Beiyao village erupted in liveliness. The sound of clanging against ceramic bowls echoed from outside, accompanied by the calls of people and barking of dogs, creating a bustling atmosphere. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the gate of Lee Yueshan's home after about 10 minutes. Who is it? Lee Yueshan wrapped himself in his coat and stepped out towards the gate. Outside, a villager stood with a torch. Shanzi, where's your dog? The person outside was a relative from the Zhao family, who, upon seeing Lee Yueshan, quickly inquired. In the doghouse, what's the matter? Lee Yueshan tightened his coat and frowned. Don't ask, quickly bring the dog and come with me, hurry. The villager urged anxiously, stamping his feet. No, in this cold weather, my 2 pups just lost their teeth. What if they catch a chill? Lee Yueshan frowned and waved his hand dismissively. The villager's tone shifted to desperation as he exclaimed, Shanzi, lives are at stake. This is not the time to be concerned about dogs. Even if lives are at stake, you must clarify what you mean. Why is it a matter of life and death? The villager, left with no choice, briefly recounted the events. Under normal circumstances, a 23-year-old man going out for a stroll at night would not be alarming. However, today, with the heavy snowfall and Zhao Dalong having consumed a substantial amount of alcohol beforehand, what was intended to be a brief outing transformed into a 3-hour absence. In such weather, a person who has been drinking could easily suffer a fall and find themselves unable to rise, potentially freezing to death outside. Initially, Zhao Hongxing and his wife assumed their son had returned home, but upon their arrival, they found no trace of Zhao Delong. They searched from the west end of the village to the east, but were met with disappointment. As time passed, their concern grew, prompting them to ring the ceramic bowl, summoning the villagers. After searching for over half an hour and scouring the entirety of Beiyao village, there was still no sign of their son. At this juncture, a hunter from the Zhao family suggested borrowing a few mountain dogs. In such situations, mountain dogs are far more effective than humans. However, many of the village's mountain dogs had perished during the winter hunt, and Lee Wesan had already borrowed some. Thus, the Zhao family managed to acquire but 2 mountain dogs after their search. "Brother, what has happened?" At this moment, Fuguay emerged from the woodshed, wrapped in a new coat. Simultaneously, the oil lamp in the side room was lit, and Wu Hui and Xiao Yao appeared. "Shanzi, what is going on?" Wu Hui and Xiao Yao approached, looking at the villager holding the torch, and turned to Lee Yueshan for answers. "The villagers have gone missing, and I shall venture out with the dogs to search for them," Lee Yueshan remarked as he turned towards the dog kennel. Shortly thereafter, with the exception of Baixiong and Haizi, all the other dogs from Yueshan were let out by him. "Be cautious in this darkness," he advised. Just as Lee Yueshan was about to step outside, Xiao Yao approached, holding a leather strap, and casually tied it around his neck. "All right, I understand." Lee Yueshan nodded and turned to lead the dogs and the villager out of the courtyard. "Hey, you're quite swift with your actions. It seems you've almost gathered everything together already," a villager said with a smirk as he drew closer after they exited. "Nonsense. It's just that Dongwe has collected quite a few things from the mountains, and since they are a widow and an orphan, it's rather desolate. Thus, my mother suggested bringing them over for some merriment." Lee Yueshan waved his hand dismissively in a casual manner. The villager scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Lee Yueshan's explanation. Yet, regardless of his disbelief, the fact that Qin Xiaoyao's family, along with the Li family and Fuguay, celebrated the new year together was undeniable. Before long, Lee Yueshan arrived at the brigade headquarters with the dogs, distributing them to those seeking to search. The crowd dispersed, following the dogs while calling out. Beiyao village is not large. There is merely a single proper country road that traverses the center of the village. After searching several times with the dogs, they found no trace whatsoever. However, what went unnoticed by everyone was that whenever the mountain dogs approached Xiaoyao's south home or the road at the eastern edge of the village, they would deliberately veer off course. The reason was simple. Beiyao is abundant in red Sichuan pepper, with its pepper powder being a renowned specialty of the Hanshui River. Coincidentally, Fuguay had previously carried a considerable amount of it. This year's New Year's Eve in Beiyao was indeed lively. Initially, only the Zhao family relatives were searching, but soon the entire village sprang into action. After all, they all lived in the same village. Even those who usually had grievances with the Zhao family put aside their differences during such times. This is one of the virtues of rural life, regardless of past enmities. When a family faces significant events, everyone rallies to lend a hand. Especially as the household contract responsibility system took hold, arable land in Beiyao is scarce, predominantly terraced fields, with wheat maturing in staggered cycles. During this time, villagers would voluntarily gather to assist those harvesting ripe wheat, and the same applied to the grain threshing later on. If they lost even this sense of community, survival in the impoverished and harsh lands of Beiyao would become an insurmountable challenge. From evening until dawn, the search continued relentlessly. The entirety of Beiyao, and even Dongyao, had been scoured, yet there remained no sign of Zhao Dalong. Alive or dead, he was nowhere to be found. The mountain dogs lay exhausted, tongues lolling, unresponsive to any tugging. Could it be that they were taken away by some feral beast? It's possible, this year. Even the winter bears have emerged from the forest, so one cannot rule out the possibility of other starving creatures wandering in. Alas, why expend so much effort to retrieve him from the public security office, only to find that this year's festivities have been utterly spoiled? Such is fate. As dawn broke, the villagers gathered at the brigade headquarters, murmuring amongst themselves. In Beiyao, even the famished livestock occasionally venture into the village in search of sustenance. While such occurrences are rare, they are not entirely unprecedented. If necessary, one might report to the town. Perhaps the personnel at the public security office possess a solution. At the entrance of the brigade, Zhao Hongchao observed the anxious expressions of the elderly couple from the Lu family and whispered softly. Previously, when Zhao Dalong returned. He felt a sense of inequity, especially since it was he who incited his wife to cause a commotion at the elder's home. Why should the elder's son be allowed to return for the new year while his own son languished in the public security office? However, today his perspective had shifted dramatically. Witnessing the current predicament of the elder couple, he realized that perhaps remaining in the public security office wasn't as dreadful as he had thought. Among the Zhao brothers, the eldest, Zhao Hongxing, though not unintelligent, had a tendency to assert himself. The second brother, Zhao Hongqiao, relished in provoking others to achieve his own ends. Yet his limited intellect meant that he could only manipulate his wife and son. Others remained unaffected by his schemes. The youngest, Zhao Hongqi, while serving as the village secretary, exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety and sharpness of mind. Following the events of the previous night, Lee Wesan recognized that the youngest brother was also the most formidable among the trio. What do you mean, second brother? The elder brother's wife responded with frustration to Zhao Hongqiao's suggestion. After painstakingly securing their son's release from the public security office, was it truly necessary to seek their help again? Did she think that they had not suffered enough? Sister-in-law, you misunderstand the second brother. Given the current situation, the best course of action is to promptly report to the public security office. After all, they are a governmental body and possess resources and manpower far superior to ours. Don't you think? As the elder's wife directed her ire towards the second brother, Zhao Hongxi quickly interjected. Third brother is correct. Simultaneously, Zhao Hongxing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then turned to Lee Wesan amidst the crowd and said, Shanzi, lend me your bicycle so that Hongqi can make a trip to the town. Lee Wesan rolled his eyes, yawning as he replied, Captain, it's not that I am stingy, but it snowed all night, and the snow on the ground is now up to our ankles. In such conditions, do you think it's the bicycle that rides you or the other way around? Brother, Shanzi has a point. Under such weather, walking is indeed more stable than riding a bicycle, Zhao Hongqi remarked, glancing at Lee Wesan before turning back to Zhao Hongxing. After considering the matter, Zhao Hongxing nodded in agreement. Without delay, Zhao Hongqi took 20 yuan from the eldest brother and, trudging through the snow, made his way toward the town. Zhao Hongxing, being the elder, was more magnanimous, and since this was a matter concerning their own family, he willingly provided the funds. The rest of the group dispersed, having searched all night, with fatigue evident on their faces. Lee Wesan returned home with his dogs. After a night of labor, Lee Wesan fed the dogs upon returning, consumed a modest meal, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. When he finally awakened, it was already late afternoon. The Lee family, being a relocated household, had no relatives within 10 villages, thus the new year did not entail the burden of social obligations. During the afternoon meal, Lee Wesan retrieved a makeshift stove crafted from mud that he had fashioned with Fuguay a few days prior. The soup serves as a base, enriched by the exquisite flavors of wild game and mountain delicacies, creating an atmosphere of warmth as the family, along with the mother and daughter of the Peony clan, gathers around the stove. Although the selection of ingredients suitable for boiling is limited, in these times, having meat, noodles, and wild mushrooms is already considered quite a luxury. While the Lee household bustles with life, the atmosphere at Zhao is stiflingly tense. After traversing the rugged mountain path of over 70 miles, Zhao Hongqi finally returned home. Weary and dusty, just in time for lunch. What is this? A holiday during the new year? Upon hearing Zhao Hongqi's words, Zhao Hongxing's wife immediately sprang up in agitation. Indeed, the institutions in town are on holiday, with work resuming no earlier than the third day of the new year. Zhao Hongqi sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. They may be on holiday, but what about my son? 3 days? In this frigid weather? By the time they return from their holiday, the daylilies will have wilted. Upon hearing Zhao Hongqi's lament, the eldest daughter-in-law sank to the ground, her voice rising in despair. In truth, everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. Zhao Dalong's fate was perilously uncertain, not to mention the wild beasts that had ventured into the village. This weather alone could prove fatal overnight. Silence. If you wish to create a scene, return home to do so. Just as the eldest daughter-in-law raised her voice, an elderly man, silent until now, struck down heavily with his cane upon her. Despite his advanced age, the force behind his strike was formidable, nearly knocking the breath out of her. Eldest, return home and thoroughly check for anything amiss, he instructed, his expression stern as the room fell silent. Though aged, Zhao was well acquainted with Zhao Dalong, the eldest grandson. Coupled with the fact that he had been drinking, the potential for reckless behavior was high. Following this line of thought, it was possible that this incident could unravel other hidden truths. Indeed, as a seasoned old fox, he was adept at uncovering clues that seemed inconspicuous. The eldest dared not hesitate, dragging his wife out of the main room. Upon returning home, they searched meticulously, only to find that nothing was missing except for a hatchet that had been left outside the woodshed. Chapter 79. The arrival of the Public Security Office, a hatchet? At Zhao Ertaijia's home, Zhao Hongxing and his wife returned to report the missing hatchet. The elder frowned slightly at the news, while the others appeared puzzled. No one noticed the sudden twitch of Zhao Hongqi's jaw as he sat at the edge of the calm. Who went to the Lee family last night to borrow a dog? After a moment of silence, the elder turned to the gathered crowd, inquiring. I believe it was old Gio, Zhao Hongqi replied after some contemplation, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Once the eldest couple began their ruckus, the entire Beiyao village descended into chaos. Who would pay attention to such matters then? Third, go fetch old Gio, and remember to bring some people along, the elder said, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone calm, yet chilling. The hatchet was undoubtedly taken by Zhao Dalong, and it was not difficult to speculate what he might do with it after a night of drinking. Understood. Zhao Hongqi rose and headed toward the outer room. Stepping out into the courtyard, Zhao Hongqi exhaled deeply. Though this old man had aged, his cunning mind was still remarkably sharp, striking fear into the hearts of others. Such a meticulously crafted scheme had been unraveled by him thread by thread. Yet Zhao Hongqi was acutely aware that he was powerless to act at this moment. Any rash move would only exacerbate the situation. After all, the person in question was already soundly asleep, and locating them would not be an easy task. He pulled out a cigarette, took several deep puffs, and then set off towards Zhao Old Nine's residence. 3 days swiftly passed. During this period, the entire Beiyao region, along with the surrounding villages, buzzed with discussions regarding Zhao Dalong. Numerous rumors circulated, some even suggesting a connection between Zhao Dalong's disappearance and the Lee family. This old rascal had a keen sense about him. Listening to the gossip outside, Lee Wesan let out a cold chuckle. Although he had scarcely ventured out in the past 3 days, he was well aware of the happenings within the Zhao family, including the fact that Zhao Ertai had noticed the hatchet and made connections to their household, even consulting Zhao Old Nine. However, Zhao Old Nine feigned ignorance, merely stating that Wu Hui had invited the Xiaoyao family to celebrate the new year together. As for the dim-witted Fuguay, he was merely the son of a visitor, and it was entirely typical for him to stay up with the Lee family during the new year. Yet Zhao Ertai suspected that the matter could indeed involve the Lee family, albeit lacking solid evidence. Thus, this old coffin lid resorted to underhanded tactics, allowing rumors to circulate in hopes of forcing the Lee family to reveal their hand. Little did he realize that apart from Yunxiu, there was not a single normal person in the old Lee family. They possessed an extraordinary capacity for psychological endurance in such matters, especially Fuguay, who seemed to eat and sleep as if nothing had transpired at all. As the Lunar New Year approached, Zhao Hongxing finally summoned the members of the local security bureau from the town. Not only did he bring several security personnel, but even the bureau director came to Beiyao village. Within the Zhao family home, the security officers conducted their inspection before separating the couple for questioning. The necessary procedures were diligently followed, yet there was no trace of wrongdoing to uncover, and the officers understood that such matters were virtually impossible to investigate. Are there any suspects? The officer inquired, notebook in hand, looking towards Zhao Hongxing. Taken aback, Zhao Hongxing hesitated, his expression betraying an internal struggle. He considered naming the old Lee family, even specifically mentioning Lee Wesan. However, the second elder had cautioned him against making any reckless accusations at this juncture, as it would only complicate matters further. After all, having lived for over 80 years, the elder had encountered countless people and situations. He knew well that, even if evidence existed, given the relationship between Lee Wesan and the bureau director, implicating Lee Wesan would require considerable effort. Speak only the truth. The longer this drags on, the more perilous it becomes. It is best to be forthright, the elder had advised. Having witnessed numerous situations, the officer could perceive that Zhao Hongxing was concealing something. Zhao Hongxing clenched his teeth and spoke. We suspect that the individuals from the old Lee family at the eastern end of the village are involved. After all, it was them who sent our Dalu to the detention center. The old Lee family? Zhou Zhibao was taken aback and cautiously inquired. Can you be more specific about who is under suspicion? Lee Wesan. Ah, Zhou Zhibao trembled, dropping the pen he was holding. The very mention of this name left him bewildered. In these times, disappearances, especially in a logging village like Beiyao, were not uncommon. Logically, given the heavy snowfall, the director of the security bureau should not have come personally. However, since Xiao Zhou was willing to take the blame for Zhang Shihai, their relationship was evidently more intimate than the usual superior-subordinate dynamic. Zhang Shihai's presence was due to Lee Yueshan's situation in Beiyao. They were there for routine business, while Director Zhang had come to extend an invitation. You must speak with evidence. You cannot make baseless claims, or you will face repercussions, Zhou Zhibao cautioned Zhao Hongxing, his voice trembling slightly. While others may not grasp Lee Yueshan's background, he, as the greatest victim, was all too aware. It was indeed he who had sent Dalu into the detention center, and Dalu, filled with rage, surely sought him out. At this critical juncture, Zhao Hongxing decided to take the plunge. Fine, follow me. Seeing Zhao's steadfastness, Xiao Zhou gathered his paper and pen, rising to exit the room, with Zhao Hongxing closely behind. Director, the father of the missing person has identified a suspect, Zhou Zhibao reported as he approached Zhang Shihai. Ah, since there is a suspect, we should send someone to investigate, Zhang Shihai replied without looking up, while sorting through a net bag on his bicycle containing snacks, noodles, a pack of Bama cigarettes, and 2 bottles of Lanchun wine. Upon hearing Zhang Shihai's words, Xiao Zhou stood there hesitantly, not moving. Zhang Shihai sensed something amiss and inquired, "Who is the suspect?" Xiao Zhou did not answer. Instead, his gaze drifted towards the net bag hanging from Zhang Shihai's bicycle handle. Both were cunning as foxes, and upon noticing Xiao Zhou's expression, Zhang Shihai already understood. Clarity was paramount, yet he could not appear too overt. Who exactly? The Li family at the eastern end of the village, Lee Wesan. Xiao Zhou was acutely aware that the victim was nearby. If he remained silent, it would appear overly contrived. Let us go investigate, Zhang Shihai urged, pushing his bicycle onwards, leading Xiao Zhou and Zhao Hongxing towards the old Li family's residence. Unlike Xiao Zhou's trepidation, Zhang Shihai felt a flicker of anticipation. If this matter indeed implicated Lee Wesan, it would be a tremendous boon for him. Chapter 80. Confrontation. Is Shanzi at home? Zhang Shihai inquired as he, along with Xiao Zhou and Zhao Hongxing, arrived outside the Li family's courtyard. Observing the amicable demeanor of Zhang Shihai, the wife of the Zhao family's eldest son appeared astonished by the high caliber of this security director, given that the attitude of these individuals during their previous visit had been far from cordial. May I ask what brings you to inquire about Shanzi? Wu Hui emerged from the kitchen and noticed Zhang Shihai, impeccably dressed, inquiring about her. You must be Sister Li. I am Zhang Shihai from the town's public security bureau, here to discuss a matter regarding Shanzi. Zhang Shihai explained to Wu Hui with a smile. The director of the Public Security Bureau held significant authority in the eyes of the villagers of Beiyao. Yet, this esteemed individual treated a rural woman with such amiability. It can be said that those capable of attaining such positions possess remarkable qualities. This is the director of the Public Security Bureau. Your son Lee Yueshan is in trouble. You must hand him over immediately. Zhao Hongxing's wife stepped forward, hands on her hips, shouting at Wu Hui in the courtyard, forcing even Zhang Shihai, who had just been standing by the gate, to step aside. Silence. If you continue to slander without basis, I will have you arrested. Zhang Shihai bellowed, his words directed at the woman, yet his icy gaze remained fixed on Zhao Hongxing. Can you not keep quiet for once? Zhao Hongxing felt a shiver at Zhang Shihai's glare and hastily pulled his wife back. The elderly women of the Zhao family, emboldened by the power of their 3 brothers, had grown accustomed to their lawlessness in Beiyao. However, they were utterly unaware of the true stature of the man before them. Sisterly, do not be alarmed. I am merely here to inquire about Shanzi. Zhang Shihai turned, his previously cold expression transforming into one of warmth. Shanzi, a leader from the town has come to see you. Wu Hui called out towards the woodshed and opened the gate. Zhang Shihai responded with a smile, and before entering, he leaned in to quietly instruct Xiao Zhou. Understood. Xiao Zhou nodded immediately, his demeanor vigilant as he kept a watchful eye on Zhao Hongxing and his wife. For outsiders, having a public security officer stationed outside their farmhouse might seem somewhat embarrassing, yet Xiao Zhou recognized this as a rare opportunity that others could only dream of. Who is it? Lee Yueshan emerged from the woodshed, wrapped in a coat, and was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Shihai holding a net bag. Director Zhang? Lee Yueshan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Zhang Shihai's visit at such a critical time. You rascal! How many times have I told you not to address me so formally? Zhang Shihai feigned anger, glaring at Lee Yuanshan before handing him the net bag. I rushed over, and I didn't have much to bring, so don't you dare turn your nose up at it. Saying this, he insistently placed the net bag into Lee Yuanshan's hands. Lee Yuanshan, not wanting to be rude, thanked him and handed the net bag to Wu Hui standing nearby. In this bitter winter, what are you doing in the woodshed? Zhang Shihai glanced at Lee Yuanshan, curiosity evident in his voice. I found a tiger cub while entering the mountains. I'm taking care of it, Lee Yuanshan casually replied. Wow, you found a tiger cub? Your luck is truly remarkable. Zhang Shihai remarked. Look at this freezing weather outside. Don't you think you should invite your Uncle Zhang in for a cup of tea? Outside the gate. Besides Xiao Zhou, the elderly Zhao family members were left dumbfounded. What the hell? I went through all this trouble to bring you here to help me find my son. You engage in trivial pleasantries as if visiting relatives. Good heavens, this is utterly outrageous. It is unbearable. Right before the victim, they protect the wrongdoer. This is a complete abandonment of justice. Where is the moral order? I watched as the two of them casually strolled towards the main room, prompting the eldest daughter-in-law, who was barred from entering, to voice her discontent. This time, Zhao Hongxing refrained from intervening. Firstly, at this juncture, it all comes down to who can create the most commotion. Secondly, in a matter of moments, the courtyard of the Li family had become surrounded by curious villagers. Given the ruckus caused by his own wife, Zhang Shihai had no choice but to adopt a stance for the sake of his reputation. What do you think you're doing? In the crowd, Zhao Hongqiao forcefully pulled his wife aside. I'm going to assist my sister-in-law. Although the second daughter-in-law was fierce, she still possessed a sense of loyalty and understood the importance of helping out at this moment. Help your grandmother's whistle. Zhao Hongqiao, upon hearing this, delivered a sharp slap to his wife and hissed, You foolish woman, do you wish to jeopardize our son's return by intervening now? Though not as astute as his elder brother or third brother, Zhao Hongqiao was still sufficiently perceptive. Their son remained detained at the public security office. To approach the director for trouble now would only invite further complications for their son. Momentarily stunned, the second daughter-in-law quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The couple then retreated quietly, shrinking back into the crowd. Zhang Shihai, who had almost reached the main room, halted upon hearing the commotion and glanced at Lee Yuanshan. Lee Yuanshan shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Let them in. Zhang Shihai instructed Xiao Zhou, who stood guard at the entrance. Xiao Zhou stepped aside, allowing the eldest Zhao couple to enter the courtyard. I didn't quite catch what you said about protecting criminals. Could you elaborate? Lee Yuanshan inquired calmly, observing Zhao Hongxing's wife as she entered the yard. My son is your doing. You are the murderer. Don't assume your actions go unnoticed. Where have you hidden my son? Hand him over immediately, or even if you know the leaders, I will ensure your household is disturbed. While Zhang Shihai felt a twinge of apprehension with Lee Yuanshan present, his wife was audacious to the extreme. With everyone watching, she was determined to challenge them openly. Are you implying that I am the one who has concealed your son? Lee Yuanshan stepped forward, coldly addressing Zhao Hongxing's wife. Yes, it's you. You bastard who was born of a mother but never raised by a father. Just as Zhao Hongxing's wife was about to finish her tirade, she suddenly felt a dizzying spin, followed by a sharp sting on her face. How dare you strike me? Zhao Hongxing's anger flared as he rushed towards Lee Yuanshan. Claiming to be the village production team leader, he was merely a rural man with little cunning. Witnessing his wife being slapped in front of everyone, he could not stand idly by. Before Lee Yuanshan could approach, he was abruptly seized by the collar and thrown violently onto the snowy ground. After discarding Zhao Hongxing, Fuguay turned to shield Lee Yuanshan. Chapter 81. Take them all away in an instant. The courtyard of the old Li family fell into an eerie silence. However, Lee Yuanshan showed no signs of restraint. He advanced a few steps and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the couple huddled on the ground. Particularly, Zhao Hongxing's wife's mouth bore the brunt of his assault. Stop. How can you lay hands on people? Let's settle this calmly. Why must you persist in your aggression? After all, Beiyao village was a clan-based community, with the Zhao surname comprising over 90% of the population. Though some had past grievances with Zhao Hongxing's family, they could not stand idly by as an outsider bullied one of their own. Villagers admonished him as they surged toward Li Yuanshan's gate. Zhang Shihai raised an eyebrow and reached for his waist. Hit him. I consider it a light punishment. Just listen to the words he utters. Li Yuanshan, undeterred by the influx of villagers, was well aware that on New Year's Eve, Zhao Dalong had indulged in some horse urine and subsequently vanished without a trace. In the spirit of being neighbors, I braved the bitter cold, leaving my own family behind, to assist the Zhao family in their search for a night. Yet, this assistance has resulted in trouble. Now, Zhao's wife turns against me, accusing me of hiding her son and bringing the authorities to my door. I understand your allegiance to your kin, but though I bear a different surname, I have grown up in Beiyao. Many of you have watched me grow. Speak honestly. In today's matter of bullying, who has been more oppressive than the Zhao family? With that, Lee Yueshan delivered another kick to Zhao Hongxing's wife. This time, the agitated villagers fell silent. They were protective of their own, yet with Lee Yueshan's words laid bare, it became difficult to support the Zhao couple. The crux of the matter was that the couple's intentions were noble, yet they found themselves wrongfully accused. Such a predicament would not evoke more rationality than Lee Yueshan's own. Moreover, rural communities abhor such situations. If they openly defended Zhao Hongxing today, who would come to assist them in their own times of need? This simple truth eludes some who occupy positions of power in later generations, yet the illiterate villagers grasp it fully. The old Zhao couple acted rashly, and I extend my apologies on their behalf. At that moment, the second elder of the Zhao family emerged from the crowd. Gazing at Lee Yueshan, the old man set aside his cane and bowed deeply before him. Please, you honor me too much. Lee Yueshan swiftly stepped aside, his expression stern. Compared to the younger members of the Zhao family, it was evident that this elder possessed a far deeper cunning. This bow not only served to clean up after the Zhao family's eldest couple, but also inadvertently dug a pit for Lee Yueshan. Should Lee Yueshan remain passive, the villagers behind him would undoubtedly erupt in outrage once more. After all, this old man essentially represented the living ancestor of the Zhao clan in Beiyao. Compelling him to bow was tantamount to slapping the faces of all the villagers in Beiyao. Fortunately, Lee Yueshan was not foolish. He promptly stepped aside. Leader, regardless of the circumstances, Lee Yueshan has physically assaulted someone to this extent. Do you not have any explanation for this? As Lee Yueshan moved aside, the old man turned to Zhang Shihai beside him and inquired. Though he harbored resentment towards the Zhao couple's foolishness, he also understood that certain matters, once set in motion, could not be reined in. Thus, today, it was imperative that the Lee family's brat faced consequences in front of the entire village. Otherwise, their branch would lose its former authority in this territory of Beiyao. Indeed, even if we inadvertently wronged you, you cannot retaliate to such a degree. Leader, you must provide an explanation. Zhao Hongxing struggled to rise, approaching the elder and gazing at Zhang Shihai. Very well, Zhang Shihai thought with a cold smirk, realizing the scheme had now implicated him. Seeing Zhang Shihai nod, the Zhao family members felt a surge of joy. Xiaozhou, summon our people and also send someone to the neighboring village to request assistance from the militia. Understood. Xiaozhou turned and promptly went to the brigade office to gather the remaining security personnel while sending someone to Yang village to notify the militia. Before long, the security personnel brought by Zhang Shihai arrived at the Lee family courtyard, and shortly thereafter, the militia from the neighboring village also showed up. Due to a prior large-scale brawl in the village, the militia's firearms had been confiscated by the county's armed forces. Nevertheless, even so, the villagers dared not confront the militia. Arrest them. Once everyone had gathered, Zhang Shihai waved his hand, and the security personnel immediately surged forward, binding Zhao Hongqi and his wife tightly. Come on, you must face some consequences as well. Turning around, Zhang Shihai produced handcuffs and looked at Lee Yueshan with a wry smile. Lee Yueshan said little, compliantly extending his hands for Zhang Shihai to cuff him. Those who assaulted are from the Lee family. On what grounds do you detain them? The elder, witnessing the couple being restrained, grew anxious. Old man, the law will not wrong an innocent person, yet it will not spare any wrongdoer, Zhang Shihai stated. Adopting a bureaucratic tone, Lee Yueshan is suspected of assault, but the motivation stems from being falsely accused, which is understandable. We will certainly conduct rigorous criticism and education upon his return to the security office. And what about my eldest couple? The elder stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Zhang Shihai. Them? Zhang Shihai's lips curled slightly, his tone calm as he replied. They are guilty of slander and falsely accusing others, colluding with fellow villagers to forcibly invade a private residence. As for the sentencing, that will depend on the court's judgment. Criticism and education? Sentencing. Even those villagers with minimal education could discern the stark difference between the two situations. However, we have already offered our apologies. The old man, now thoroughly agitated, had not anticipated that his extra comment would lead to such a predicament for the couple. Zhang Shihai let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Old man, if apologies were effective, why would we need these security personnel at all? Take them all away." With a wave of his hand, over 20 militia members cleared the way, while several security officers dragged Zhao Hongxing and his wife out of the courtyard. The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to move. "Get in the car." Once outside the courtyard, Zhang Shihai mounted his bicycle and, glancing back at Lee Yueshan, patted the rear seat. Had it not been for the handcuffs still adorning Lee Yueshan's wrists, the villagers might have thought he was merely heading to the market in town. Chapter 82. The gamekeeper. The heavy snowfall had rendered the already treacherous village paths even more difficult to traverse. By the time Zhang Shihai and his group returned to town, darkness had enveloped the sky. "First, let's detain them." Upon entering the security office, Zhang Shihai instructed the officers to take Zhao Hongxing and his wife into custody. Lee Yueshan dismounted his bicycle, stretching his numbed limbs. As for the handcuffs, they had been removed by Zhang Shihai the moment they departed from Beiyao village. "Come on, let's stay at my place for the night," Zhang Shihai said with a smile after organizing matters. After all, Zhao Hongxing was the head of the production team in Beiyao village. There ought to be some explanation for this incident. Lee Yueshan glanced at Zhao Hongxing, who was being escorted away by the security officers, and frowned slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Hongxing was officially registered in the township. If matters escalated, it could become quite troublesome. Zhang Shihai waved dismissively, stating, "I will report to the township commune first thing tomorrow. It's nothing to worry about." With that, the two friends left the security office, shoulder to shoulder. Thankfully, Zhao Hongxing and his wife had already been taken away. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would likely have caused them to choke on their anger. They had intended to bring misfortune to the Li family, but instead found themselves imprisoned. Upon returning home, Zhang Shihai made a special effort to prepare a hearty meal, and the two indulged in several rounds of toasts. After a few rounds of drinks, Zhang Shihai, feeling a bit tipsy, became more loquacious. "Nephew, I heard about the winter hunters from your village encountering large livestock, and the losses were significant. Is that true?" As the conversation shifted to the subject of the mountains, Zhang Shihai seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired. Lee Yueshan was taken aback for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, old Father Fuqiao is still lying on the kang. This is not an isolated incident in your village. It has occurred in Hanshui town and in nearby villages close to the mountain areas as well. You are aware of the violent conflicts from a few years ago. The county had no choice but to confiscate weapons, even those of the militia. Consequently, while this led to a cessation of large-scale bloodshed, venturing into the mountains has become exceedingly perilous. Even without entering the mountains, the desperate livestock wandering into the village have caused considerable damage." Zhang Shihai lifted his wine cup and took a sip before continuing, "To prevent such occurrences, I have heard that the county intends to send forestry management personnel to assess the situation and subsequently recruit 1 or 2 experienced hunters in each village. Once registered, they will be allowed to possess firearms legally." "Really?" Lee Yueshan's eyes brightened at this news, and memories of wildlife protection began to resurface in his mind. Long County is a place where 3 realms converge, and the Qin Mountains intertwine with the Shuqing Ridges, dense with forests. In the past, the populace was armed. Not only the militia, but nearly every household owned a firearm. Although wild beasts from the mountains occasionally ventured into the villages, the armed villagers could easily fend them off. However, in the present day, firearms have been confiscated, leading to a tranquil society, yet the livestock have lost their fear. In this context, a type of wildlife protector, not primarily focused on hunting, has emerged under forestry management. This is indeed promising news for Lee Yueshan. Although the wildlife protection law was enacted in 1988, prior to that, many ferocious beasts in the mountains were already off limits as hunting targets. However, once the position of wildlife protector under forestry jurisdiction is secured, all problems will be resolved. After all, whether the livestock perish in the mountains or at the village entrance will ultimately be at the discretion of the wildlife protector. I will put in a good word for you, and you should have a chat with the village secretary. This way, the first opportunity can be reserved for you. With this arrangement, you will have the means to venture into the mountains, and your uncle will feel more at ease." Zhang Shihai, slightly intoxicated, still spoke words that sought to win hearts. It is said that drunkenness reveals the truth, yet Lee Yueshan, who knew Zhang Shihai better than anyone, understood that even inebriated, The director's words were laced with intent to persuade. However, this was of little concern to Lee Yueshan. After consuming a few more drinks, Lee Yueshan stopped the swaying Zhang Shihai and replenished some coal in the kang stove himself. Lying on the warm kang, which was almost too hot to bear, he pondered how to secure the special recruitment quota from forestry management. He held a temporary identity as a ranger from the forestry department, and he had a source for firearms that was documented. It seemed that he was the most suitable candidate in the entire Beiyao village. Given the significance of this matter for his family's future livelihood, he could not afford to be careless. Once back in the village, he needed to discuss it with Zhao Hongqi. The next day, after waking up and enjoying a hearty breakfast, Lee Yueshan bid farewell to Zhang Shihai and left the courtyard. After all, a bit of criticism and education, as long as the attitude is correct, isn't too rigid if it lasts a few days longer or shorter. Upon leaving Zhang Shihai's home, Lee Yueshan did not return to the village but instead strolled to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some snacks and canned goods. Carrying his purchases, he headed straight for the home of Director Wang Guifang. Earlier, in the 12th month of the lunar year, he had mentioned to Director Wang his intention to purchase bricks, tiles, and cement, and now he saw this New Year visit as an opportunity to gauge the situation. In these times, the title of supply and marketing director holds more weight in the town than that of the town mayor. Lee Yueshan casually inquired and soon learned the address of Wang Guifang's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at a brick and tile house, Lee Yueshan approached and gently tapped on the open door. In the region of Beiyao, a customs tradition prevails from the Spring Festival to the Lantern Festival, during which the doors of homes remain wide open throughout the day. Whom do you seek? In response to the sound, a person from the main room lifted the door curtain and stepped outside. Uncle, I am looking for Director Wang, Lee Yueshan said with a smile. Observing the man before him, she's not home. You might check at the supply and marketing cooperative, the man replied, scrutinizing Lee Yueshan from head to toe. Upon noticing the net bag the young man was carrying, he frowned. Lee Yueshan was by no means a miser. The items he purchased from the cooperative were of considerable quality, suitable for any household. However, in the eyes of Wang Guifang's family, these offerings held little value, as they were inundated with gifts during festive occasions, making it impossible to keep them at bay. Thus, the man did not regard the poorly dressed youth with any significance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after being dismissed, Lee Yueshan scratched his head. Just then, Wang Guifang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter brimming with fruits. She paused upon seeing Lee Yueshan at the entrance. Director Wang, I thought I would come to wish you a happy new year, Lee Yueshan said, grinning sheepishly. How thoughtful of you. Come in. It's quite chilly outside, she replied warmly, handing the platter to the man and ushering Lee Yueshan into the house. Chapter 83. School. Wang Guifang cordially invited Lee Yueshan into the main room, leaving the man outside, bewildered by the platter of fruits. Although the position of supply and marketing director was not particularly high, in the small domain of Hanshui town, it commanded a degree of respect. In previous instances, even when the town mayor visited, her hospitality had not matched this level of warmth. Wang Guifang welcomed Lee Yueshan into the main room, where, given the festive season, her status as a leader naturally attracted a throng of visitors. The brightly lit main room was filled with 7 or 8 individuals, both men and women, either seated or standing. Come, come. Do not stand on ceremony. The kang is warm, Wang Guifang insisted, encouraging Lee Yueshan to sit on the kang. In Long County, especially in rural areas, the seating arrangement during festive visits often reflected the closeness of the relationship. Generally, distant relatives and friends would sit at the table opposite the kang, while those with a closer bond would sit along the edge of the kang. Only truly valued guests would be invited to remove their shoes and sit on the kang upon entering. Despite the presence of other guests, and Lee Yueshan's initial intention to decline, Wang Guifang's enthusiasm was irresistible. The other guests, displaying keen awareness, rose to exchange pleasantries before taking their leave. Once Lee Yueshan was seated on the kang, Wang Guifang personally arranged the kang table, bringing out fruits and snacks. Director, please don't fuss over me. I merely came to wish you a happy new year and will leave shortly, Lee Yueshan said with a wry smile, observing Wang Guifang's bustling hospitality. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was the first time that someone treated him with such fervor, especially a person of considerable standing in the Hanzhong area. Strangely enough, when confronted with Zhang Shihai, Lee Yueshan managed to remain composed. However, in the face of Wang Guifang's warmth, he felt an inexplicable itch all over. My dear child, now that you are home, why still address me as director? It is your first visit to Aunt Wang's house. Surely I wouldn't let you leave on an empty stomach? Just sit back and relax, and at the very least, indulge in my culinary skills. With that, without waiting for Lee Yueshan to respond, Wang Guifeng rose to beckon her husband to prepare the stove. Soon, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Come on, pick up your chopsticks, here. It's as if you are in your own home. Do not stand on ceremony. As Wang Guifeng poured a bottle of wine for Lee Yueshan, she urged him to start eating. Observing Wang Guifeng's excessive enthusiasm, Lee Yueshan nodded in agreement while inwardly questioning the situation. Although this was not their first encounter, and she had previously been polite, her current enthusiasm was decidedly over the top. Nevertheless, one does not strike a smiling face. Despite his inner turmoil, Lee Yueshan continued to eat, thinking, why not enjoy it while it lasts? After several rounds of toasting, he finally stated, Aunt Wang, I came today to wish you a happy new year and to inquire about the bricks and cement. Once they had eaten sufficiently, Lee Yueshan decided to be straightforward and directly asked his question. Wang Guifeng, who had been attending to him, subtly exhaled in relief upon hearing him speak. From the moment Lee Yueshan entered, she had been aware of his true purpose. However, in matters of this nature, rushing in is not prudent. The significance of a favor often hinges on who breaks the silence first. Rest assured, there is already progress on this matter. Wang Guifeng said, while serving Lee Yueshan more food. A directive has been issued from above to resume education in the villages, which means the town's elementary school needs to be rebuilt. The approval documents have already arrived in the town, and I expect they will reach the supply and marketing cooperative shortly after the holidays. Rebuilding the elementary school? Lee Yueshan paused, the wine cup in his hand momentarily still as memories began to crystallize. Last year, the National College entrance examination was reinstated, and shortly thereafter, many grassroots educational institutions began to reopen. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled that Yunshu was already 10 years old, an age where children in the modern world would be in the 3rd grade. In the past, when the family struggled to make ends meet, there was little inclination to ponder such matters. Now that the family was more comfortable, while he did not harbor lofty aspirations for Yunshu's future through education, he believed that a little more learning could only be beneficial. What is on your mind? Wang Guifeng inquired, sensing his contemplation. Lee Yueshan did not conceal his thoughts and expressed his desire to send Yunshu to town for schooling. Wang Guifeng did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she offered to inquire on his behalf. In truth, arranging for a child to enter school was merely a matter of words for her as the head of the supply and marketing cooperative. However, one must tread carefully with favors. Too much ease can render them rather cheap. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Lee Yueshan rose to take his leave. Wang Guifeng personally escorted him to the door and, before he departed, insisted on stuffing a bag of apples into his hands. At this time of year, fresh fruit was a rare commodity that even wealth could scarcely procure. In the entire Hanshui town, it seemed that only the supply and marketing director's household could boast such luxuries. What could it mean? As Lee Yueshan's figure vanished at the end of the alley, a man, who had been restraining his curiosity, finally furrowed his brow and inquired. Although he had been puzzled since Lee Yueshan was invited into their home by his wife, he had refrained from voicing his concerns. A man of considerable composure, capable of handling the pressures behind a leader, he had never witnessed his wife so eager to please anyone. Thus his curiosity only deepened. Wang Guifeng shook her head, choosing not to elucidate anything. Earlier in the year, the county had convened a meeting where the leaders conveyed directives from higher authorities. Among these was a disquieting message that unsettled Wang Guifeng. The reform and opening up policy might broaden the restrictions on individual economies. To the casual observer, it might appear to be a typical policy implementation. However, after managing the supply and marketing cooperative for over a decade, Wang Guifeng sensed a distinct undercurrent in this statement. Should this policy genuinely come into effect, the cooperative's current dominance over supplies would undoubtedly be jeopardized, effectively diluting her title as director. Yet, as merely the head of a township cooperative, how much resistance could she muster against such overwhelming trends? At this juncture, the only avenue she could contemplate was leveraging her intricate connections with Lee Yueshan. With sufficient goodwill, regardless of how the cooperative evolved, she could seize opportunities to emerge unscathed. This was the very reason for her keen interest in Lee Yueshan. Remarkably, before Lee Yueshan had even exited the alley, He had already discerned her intentions. However, such a mutually beneficial arrangement was one Yueshan had no reason to decline. Chapter 84. A visit from the leaders on the 12th day of the first lunar month in 1979. Zhao Hongqi stood at the village entrance with several villagers and Zhao Hongqiao. Old 3, why do you think the leaders are coming to our village? Could it be that something incriminating has been disclosed about the village team? Zhao Hongqiao gazed at Zhao Hongqi, his face etched with worry. The previous day, a message from the town's transmission office had announced that some leaders would visit Beiyao village for an inspection. What the inspection entailed remained a mystery. Yet, burdened by a guilty conscience, Zhao Hongqiao had been restless throughout the night. Why would leaders travel such a distance without cause? That seemed improbable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have informed the town in advance. Zhao Hongqi shook his head. In this day and age, whose hands among the village committee members are entirely clean, he mused. Yet, these trivial matters hardly warranted such an extensive show of authority. Still, he couldn't quite grasp the reason for the impending inspection. As time passed, mealtime approached, and soon, a group of individuals appeared on the village road, coming into Zhao Hongqi's view. The leadership inspection arrived at a most opportune moment, coinciding perfectly with mealtime. Whether this was intentional or merely coincidental, it was fortuitously timed. Zhao Hongqi promptly led the residents of Beiyao village forward to extend a warm welcome. Among the visiting officials was Director Zhang Shihai from the Public Security Bureau, who immediately introduced a man clad in a pristine Zhongshan suit. This is Director Tan from the County Forestry Administration. Upon hearing the title, the villagers of Beiyao couldn't help but gasp in awe at the dignified gentleman before them, whose smile exuded authority. They often spoke of minor officials, but when faced with one in person, the reality of such a position was both thrilling and intimidating. However, this revelation also eased the tension for Zhao Hongqi and others. Since he was from the Forestry Administration, it indicated they were not there to scrutinize the village's accounts. Zhao Hongqi and his companions quickly approached to shake hands and extend their greetings. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward, with the leaders arriving right on cue. A welcoming banquet was inevitable. Lacking a reception room in the village's brigade office, Zhao Hongqi graciously invited the officials to his home. They prepared a sumptuous feast, showcasing almost everything of note they could muster. The meal lasted over 3 hours. When the leaders emerged from Zhao Hongqi's home, their faces flushed and belching. It was nearly time for the afternoon meal. Fortunately, amidst the revelry, the visiting officials did not forget their purpose for coming to the village. Under Zhao Hongqi's guidance, the group made their way to the home of Zhao Lanyan. Director Tan, this is the villager injured during the winter hunt. Thankfully, he was brought back in time and his life was saved, Zhao Hongqi said, pointing to Zhao Lanyan, who lay on the kang in his living room. Zhao Lanyan, astonished by the well-dressed guests in his home, trembled in shock. His wife, even more intimidated, hid in the kitchen, too afraid to show her face. Focus on your recovery. If you encounter any difficulties, reach out to the village committee for assistance, Director Tan said, approaching and patting Zhao Lanyan on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Oh. Zhao Lanyan, who was not particularly eloquent, was unnerved, having only ever met officials like Zhao Hongqi in his life. The pat on the shoulder startled him, rendering his speech somewhat disjointed. Having fulfilled the formalities, Director Tan did not linger and led the group out of Zhao Lanyan's home. Secretary Zhao, you are well aware of the situation. May I inquire if there are any suitable candidates for nomination from your village? As they exited Zhao Lanyan's residence, Director Tan asked Zhao Hongqi while making his way toward the village entrance. During their earlier feast, those around him had clarified their purpose for visiting. The Forestry Administration was specifically seeking to appoint gamekeepers, offering a monthly subsidy of 18 yuan. While these details were not the crux of the matter, the significant advantage was that these gamekeepers, under the auspices of the Forestry Management Department, could register with the county's armed forces and obtain legal firearms. The potential benefits were well understood by all present. Such an opportunity was rare, and once the matter was broached during the banquet, the people of Beiyao village were stirred with ambition. As Zhao Hongqi was about to speak, Zhao Erlong, feeling somewhat anxious behind him, tugged at the edge of Zhao Hongqi's coat. To Zhao Erlong, such matters were almost exclusively his domain. After all, for the past 2 or 3 years, he had been at the forefront of the Beiyao winter hunting team. Moreover, his father was the village commune captain, his uncle served as the village accountant, and his other uncle held the position of village secretary. Thus, it seemed that, in any regard, No one else had the qualifications to obtain this opportunity besides him. I have a candidate to report to the leadership, Zhao Hongqi contemplated before speaking up. Oh, pray tell. Director Tan instinctively glanced at the young man behind Zhao Hongqi. He had noticed the young man's subtle actions moments earlier, but chose not to address them. After all, although this game warden was specially appointed by the county forestry department, his success ultimately depended on collaboration with the village officials. Lee Yuanshan. Zhao Erlong straightened his back, ready to step forward, but was caught off guard when Zhao Hongqi uttered a name that he could never have anticipated. Zhao Erlong turned his head stiffly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the composed Zhao Hongqi. The enmity between the Lao Zhao family and the Lao Li family was well known throughout Bai Yao and the surrounding villages. Furthermore, his elder brother was missing, and several of his cousins, along with his parents, were still detained at the security office, all due to Lee Yuanshan's machinations. And now, at this moment, Zhao Hongqi, a member of his own family, was offering this opportunity to their family's sworn enemy? Lee Yuanshan? Who is Lee Yuanshan? Director Tan observed the change in Zhao Erlong's expression with keen interest. Director Tan, Lee Yuanshan is not present, Zhang Shihai interjected, stepping forward. However, this young man is quite remarkable. Although he has not been in the mountains for long, his experience and skills are exceedingly adept. It is said that during his first venture into the mountains, without a gun or a dog, he managed to bring back an old wolf. Moreover, he dealt with the bear that had injured the Bai Yao winter hunting team. If I were to give my personal opinion, this special appointment for Bai Yao village should undoubtedly belong to him. At this critical juncture, Zhang Shihai unleashed a torrent of praise, extolling the young man. Oh, after hearing Director Zhang's words, I am quite eager to meet this young individual, Director Tan remarked, his interest piqued by Zhang Shihai's comments, before turning to Zhao Hongqi. Leader, I believe I am more suited for this position than Lee Yuanshan. Seeing that his own family was unreliable, Zhao Erlong resolved to step forward himself. Chapter 85. Wild boar attacks. Observing Zhao Erlong's emergence, Zhang Shihai slightly furrowed his brow, yet his gaze shifted to the Zhao Hongqi behind him. Zhao Hongqi, equally astonished, had not anticipated that this clumsy member of the Lao Zhao family would choose this moment to speak up. Oh, do share your reasoning. Director Tan surveyed the expressions of those present, then appraised Zhao Erlong with a smile. I have been traversing the mountains for 5 or 6 years. And since the year before last, I have practically led the Bai Yao winter hunts. When it comes to experience, I believe there is no one my age in Bai Yao village more qualified in mountain traversing than I. Zhao Erlong, determined and resolute, pushed through to complete his statement. The extent of one's experience does not equate to the number of times one has ventured into the mountains. At that moment, Zhang Shihai cast a glance at Zhao Erlong and, with an unperturbed tone, remarked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Erlong glared fiercely at Zhang Shihai, his temper flaring. Having long ruled over Bai Yao, he was already irate from being undermined by his third uncle earlier that day. Now, confronted with Zhang Shihai's sarcastic remarks, he momentarily forgot that this man was the community protection director. What do I mean? Zhang Shihai scoffed, then surveyed the crowd before continuing. The process is insignificant. What truly matters is the outcome. You claim to have ventured into the mountains numerous times, boasting of your vast experience. Yet from what I gather, if it weren't for Lee Yuanshan, that villager wouldn't he have survived this long, would he? Over the past few years of winter hunting in Bai Yao, dozens of individuals have toiled for more than 10 days. Yet the amount of provisions they have gathered pales in comparison to what Lee Yuanshan managed to procure in just one trip. Although you lead the winter hunts, you always take more than your fair share, leaving those who accompany you with scant rewards, leading to a severe imbalance in the distribution of spoils. Am I correct? Zhang Shihai, having risen from the position of a mere community protection officer to his current status, possessed a cunning and strategic mind that far surpassed the likes of Zhao Erlong. Despite Zhao Erlong's visibly troubled expression, he found himself at a loss for words to refute Zhang Shihai's assertions. Of course, Zhang Shihai did not possess any prophetic abilities. He simply deduced the situation with a modicum of thought. Director Zhang, please do not take offense. The vigor of youth is commendable and should be encouraged. Director Tan interjected with a bureaucratic tone, his feet never faltering as he made his way towards Lee Yuanshan's home. In truth, even as an externally appointed member of the Forestry Management Department, it was unnecessary for him, as a deputy director, to personally conduct inquiries or inspections. Yet, after the Forestry Department's decision to appoint Lee Yuanshan, His name had swiftly entered the discussions of their meetings. It was merely coincidental that the Bai Yao mountain area fell under Director Tan's jurisdiction, prompting his arduous visit. Ultimately, were it not for Lee Wesan, how could Director Tan ever find reason to venture into this remote and destitute locale? The fierce competition for a position that had already been predetermined showcased the stark disparities in information access. Such occurrences are not uncommon in certain welfare departments in later generations. A group of individuals followed Director Tan, making their way to Old Lee's residence at the eastern end of the village. Zhao Hongqi had already dispatched a swift-footed messenger to inform Lee Wesan in advance. Clear the way, make way quickly. Just as Director Tan approached the courtyard of Lee Wesan's home, preparing to step inside, a young man on a bicycle suddenly barreled toward the crowd along the village path. Startled by the commotion, the onlookers turned their attention to the approaching figure. The man appeared to be in his 20s, his complexion pale. As he charged forward, Zhang Shihai instinctively positioned himself in front of Director Tan, reaching for his lower back. "Xiaocheng, what are you doing?" Director Tan furrowed his brow at the young man who had rushed forward. Zhang Shihai discerned the identity of the newcomer and swiftly approached to assist the young man known as Xiaocheng to his feet. Their group had ventured to the northern region of Yao, and aside from Director Tan and his entourage, the others had been dispatched to various villages for investigations. Xiaocheng was among those assigned elsewhere. Upon helping him up, the others finally noticed the numerous bloodstains adorning Xiaocheng's body and face. "Director Tan, a wild boar has attacked," Xiaocheng exclaimed, his complexion pale with terror. He seemed to recall a harrowing incident, his entire being trembling as he spoke. At this, Director Tan's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to stride forward and admonish Xiaocheng. "Calm down and articulate clearly." "Director Tan, our team of 2 ventured to Shangyang village for reconnaissance, and on our way back towards Beiyao, we encountered a thundering sound." Xiaocheng stammered, instinctively swallowing hard. The recollection of the horrific scene causing his blood to run cold. "A wild boar?" Zhang Shihai interjected, cautiously probing. Xiaocheng initially nodded before vehemently shaking his head. It was not an ordinary wild boar. It was the size of a calf, with tusks protruding over a foot long. Xiaolu was tossed aside by that beast. His abdomen gored open, and his entrails were visible. "Where's Xiaolu?" Director Tan's expression turned grave. The prospect of a fatality was alarming, as it would reflect poorly on him upon his return, potentially jeopardizing his position, especially considering the scrutiny faced by someone in his role. Xiaocheng trembled as he glanced at Director Tan, opening his mouth, yet ultimately unable to utter a word. The faces of those present were etched with fear. In Beiyao Forest, incidents of wild boars attacking humans were not unheard of, yet cannibalistic behavior was unprecedented. They were oblivious to the fact that such creatures could indeed feast upon humans. "Where did you encounter it?" A figure pressed forward, standing before Xiaocheng with a serious demeanor. Xiaocheng glanced at the young man, who was not much older than himself, and then looked up at Director Tan behind him. "Speak up." The previously amiable Director Tan now bore a menacing visage. "Outside of Shanyang village, near the wild buckwheat slope." Xiaocheng responded, startled by Director Tan's fierce interrogation. With that, everyone turned their attention to Lee Wesan. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "This beast has tasted human flesh. It cannot be allowed to live. Once a creature has savored human flesh, particularly one that has wandered into the village after foraging, it will develop an appetite for it. Compared to other prey, unprotected humans are undoubtedly the most accessible and rewarding targets. Do you require assistance?" Director Tan inquired of Lee Wesan, testing the waters. As he spoke, those surrounding him, including Zhang Shihai, instinctively took a step back, particularly Zhao Erlong, who had earlier boasted that he was more suited than Lee Wesan, now silently retreated into the crowd. Chapter 86. The Search for the Wild Boar. Is this a jest? From Xiaocheng's brief remarks, one could glean a substantial understanding of the situation. The creature in question weighed no less than 600 pounds. A wild boar of such formidable stature that it eclipsed the bear previously hunted by Lee Wesan. Among the hierarchy of beasts, boar, bear, and tiger, it was this monstrous wild boar that commanded the greatest fear. No need for more people. They would merely become a burden. Lee Wesan waved his hand dismissively and then turned towards the courtyard. "Mother, I'm merely going to take a look." Upon entering the courtyard, Lee Yueshan's gaze fell upon Wu Hui, whose face was etched with worry. She had absorbed every word spoken outside. Yet she knew all too well that she could not dissuade her son, and thus chose to remain silent. Fuguay, prepare the gear, Lee Yueshan called out as he made his way to the dog kennel. As he opened the kennel, he was greeted by the eager wagging tails of the white bear and black Z, leaving him momentarily conflicted. Perhaps I should take both of them. A couple of mountain dogs trained solely for chasing rabbits won't cultivate any ferocity. Just as Lee Yueshan grappled with his decision, he heard old Lee's voice behind him. Given the description from that person outside, it seems blood will inevitably be shed this time. It would be wise for them to acclimate sooner rather than later. Without waiting for Lee Yueshan to respond, the elder stepped forward and unfastened the collars of the two dogs. Freed from their restraints, the dogs bounded excitedly around Lee Yueshan's feet. Meanwhile, Fuguay had gathered the necessary supplies and stood in the courtyard awaiting him. Together, the two men, accompanied by 6 dogs, set off towards Shanyang village under the watchful eyes of villagers and county officials. The distance from Beiyao village to Shanyang village was merely 7 or 8 miles along a mountain path, with wild buckwheat slope situated halfway between the two. The 6 dogs spread out, meandering through the withered grass and shrubs lining the road. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay proceeded slowly, their expressions involuntarily tightening as they left the village. Though referred to as wild buckwheat slope, one could never predict where such a beast might roam. For creatures of this magnitude, it was preferable to employ firearms for long-range hunting. Once they approached, even possessing a gun could prove futile. After all, a wild boar of that size could withstand 1 or 2 bullets. Moreover, wild boars were far from the mindless, bumbling creatures depicted in contemporary short videos. Unlike their counterparts that lived near villages, these wild boars inherited a lineage of caution and danger, passing down knowledge through generations. While this notion may sound fantastical, Lee Yueshan, who had grown up in Beiyao, was acutely aware of its truth. The beasts of the mountains indeed transmitted their experiences across generations. As a result, many seemingly concealed traps in the mountains were rendered ineffective, not to mention the absurdity of scattering corn and waiting in a tree for a wild boar to approach. As for the contemporary short videos, they were either staged or depicted truly remote and pristine environments. In such scenarios, the animals were comparatively unfamiliar with humans, leading to seemingly foolish behaviors. Just as Lee Yueshan cautiously approached the base of wild buckwheat slope, the distant sounds of barking erupted from the 3 dogs. Almost simultaneously, Lee Yueshan lifted his water gun, and Fuguay tightened his grip on the bullhorn bow. Soon, a white bear emerged from a patch of withered grass, relentlessly roaring at Lee Yueshan. Lee Yueshan hastened forward, the acrid stench of blood assaulting his nostrils as he hastily pushed aside the dry grass. Gagging, despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not suppress his retching upon seeing the contents of the grass nest. Inside lay a heap of chewed flesh and a few fresh fingers. What does a pig's bite look like? Lee Yueshan had no prior knowledge, but today he was thoroughly enlightened. The severed limbs and arms in the grass appeared as if crushed between 2 uneven stones. After vomiting for a while, Lee Yueshan finally managed to catch his breath. Compared to this unfortunate soul, the location of Zhao Laoyan's ancestral grave seemed quite favorable. Taking a sip of clear water, he fought against his nausea and again sifted through the grass, meticulously examining the surrounding drag marks. Before long, Lee Yueshan discerned the direction of the dragging and promptly whistled. 6 dogs dashed away, plunging into the thicket on the slope. Lee Yueshan and Fuguay followed closely behind. After winding around the wild buckwheat ridge, the 6 dogs darted into a patch of pine forest. Damn it, this could be troublesome. Gazing at the pine forest before him, Lee Yueshan felt a twinge of regret. With the presence of pine trees, there would undoubtedly be pine resin, and wild boars are particularly fond of rubbing against the resin-slicked trunks. Once their bodies are coated in pine resin, these creatures would proceed to roll in the mud. Consequently, when the mud mixed with the resin dried, it would not only repel mosquitoes but also serve as a form of armor. To say it was invulnerable to knives and guns might be an exaggeration. Yet for an ordinary hunter, firing a homemade gun at it would feel akin to merely scratching an itch. Having come this far, Lee Yueshan steeled himself to keep pace with the dogs. The expanse of the pine forest was considerable. He and Fuguay followed the dogs for over an hour without exiting the bounds of the woodland. What are those dogs up to? While Lee Yueshan was focused on forging a path, he noticed Heizi crouched beneath a sturdy pine tree, scratching eagerly with its paws. Lee Yueshan approached to investigate, while Fuguay stood behind him, his gaze fixed on the surroundings. Heisey continued to dig, soon unearthing a dark object from the soil. Truffle? Observing the item that Heisey had unearthed, Lee Yueshan picked it up and brought it closer to his nose. A delicate, distinctive fragrance wafted into his nostrils, somewhat reminiscent of musk. Drawing his hunting knife, he carefully cut a small incision, revealing the enticing, deep purple interior. This specimen was of excellent quality, yet, truffles in the northern Yao territory? Lee Yueshan marveled quietly to himself, surprised at the discovery. In his previous life, he had roamed the northern Yao mountains for quite some time and had never heard of such a thing. It was no wonder he had been oblivious. At this time, truffles were not well known domestically, though they were indeed produced in many regions. At this moment, foreign culinary cultures had yet to gain widespread acceptance. This delicacy, even if offered for free, would hardly attract any interest. For Lee Yueshan, the monetary aspect was of little concern. His sole desire was to savor the taste of this luxury item, which future high-end restaurants would sell by the gram. Shanzi, their S-movement. Just as Lee Yueshan was putting away the truffle, the wealthy companion behind him suddenly stepped back, drawing his horned bow into a menacing arc. Lee Yueshan swiftly turned around, raising his firearm in response. A pungent odor mingled with a faint metallic scent wafted into his nostrils. Chapter 87. Slaughtering the pig. Lee Yueshan and his affluent companion pressed against the pine tree, their arrows and gun barrels aimed firmly toward the source of the disturbance. The dogs had gathered closely, crouching with bared teeth, low growls emanating from their throats, fixated on the direction of the noise. Suddenly, a white figure burst forth from the underbrush. A polar bear? As Lee Yueshan instinctively considered exhaling in relief at the sight of the bear, he was not given the time to fully comprehend the situation. From behind the bear, the undergrowth rustled violently, and 3 robust wild boars emerged in hot pursuit. The bear dashed ahead, with the boars fiercely trailing behind. Oh no! A chill ran down Lee Yueshan's spine. 1 or 2 boars would be manageable, especially with the mountain dogs and his firearm, and he could count on his wealthy companion to take down a couple. But there were at least 3 in front of him, and based on Lee Yueshan's experience, he suspected more boars were charging toward them from the thicket behind. Bang! With no time for hesitation, Lee Yueshan fired a shot. The closest boar to the bear collapsed suddenly, propelled forward a few meters by the force of inertia. The piercing roar echoed through the pine forest. The injured boar, however, did not succumb immediately. It struggled to rise, but each attempt ended with its front legs giving way, crashing back to the ground. Lee Yueshan's shot had struck its foreleg. Though not fatal, it rendered the beast unable to stand. This was a small piece of wisdom Lee Yueshan had gleaned from his previous life. When encountering wild boars in these wooded areas, targeting the head or body was futile. Unless one could strike the charging boar directly in the eye, delivering a fatal blow was nearly impossible. These creatures possessed thick skin and robust vitality, which is why seasoned hunters focused their shots on the legs. Especially in this case, Lee Yueshan had aimed at a spot where the boar could not rub against the pine resin. Bang! Before Lee Yueshan could fire again, the distinctive twang of the horn bow pierced his ears. An arrow shot forth, mirroring Lee Yueshan's target. In the blink of an eye, 2 boars had already been brought down, but in that fleeting moment, the remaining 2 had charged toward him. The dogs leapt into action without hesitation. Heisey and another mountain dog ensnared one of the boars. The polar bear sprinted toward Lee Yueshan, closely followed by the last boar, as his affluent companion rapidly repositioned himself, drawing the bow into another threatening arc. Bang! The arrows were once again unleashed, the first piercing through the ear of a wild boar, its tremendous force sending the creature soaring. Bark! The white bear approached Lee Yueshan, discarding what it had in its mouth, and turned towards the wild boar that was encircled by Heisey and his subordinates. Oh my goodness, I wondered why you suddenly appeared in the west. Turns out you raided their nest. Lee Yueshan exclaimed in anger upon seeing the lifeless wild boar cub brought back by the white bear. It dawned on him that he had not spotted the white bear throughout their journey. Evidently, this creature was indeed fierce. 6 mountain dogs surrounded a single wild boar, with Heisey at the front diverting its attention, while the remaining dogs spread out, seizing opportunities to bite. The white bear, brash as ever, charged in and pounced, only to be overturned by the wild boar's tusks. Fortunately, the other dogs rushed in, redirecting the boar's attention. Otherwise, that single blow could have cost the white bear dearly. This starkly illustrated the difference between the mountain dogs, seasoned by encounters with large beasts, and the white bear and Heisey. Having learned a lesson, The white bear was about to leap forward again when Lee Wesan's whistle pierced the air. The dogs promptly withdrew, and gunfire erupted once more. The wild boar, already exhausted from the relentless pursuit, fell heavily to the ground. Still want to go after it? Run. Lee Wesan kicked the bear away as it attempted to charge, then called for Fuguay to hasten towards the forest's edge. At that moment, they could not afford to linger over their fallen prey. The bushes rustled as several more wild boars charged out. Typically, while wild boars are known for their aggression, they are not particularly brave. Under normal circumstances, if one or two from a herd are attacked, the rest will scatter in flight. However, today, these creatures seem to have taken something that fueled their reckless charge towards Lee Wesan and his companions. The dogs flanked behind, occasionally pausing to engage the pursuing wild boars. Lee Wesan and Fuguay dared not look back, racing fervently toward the ridge of the wild buckwheat slope. Brother Sean, these wild boars are acting strangely. They don't match what Old Lee described. Fuguay inquired breathlessly as they ran. Old Lee had shared various insights about mountain creatures, including wild boars, their weaknesses, combat strategies, and habits. Yet, the wild boars before them seemed quite different from what he had conveyed. Ferocious, indeed, and their combat tactics were accurate, but Fuguay sensed an underlying oddity. How would I know? Lee Wesan rolled his eyes in exasperation. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Soon, the two ascended the wild buckwheat slope. This area featured a nearly 70-degree incline. While challenging for humans, it was not excessively difficult. However, for the wild boars with their short front legs, climbing the slope proved quite a feat. After surging upward for several paces, Lee Wesan pivoted first, raising his hand to fire a shot down the slope. Positioned above, and with the boar's speed visibly reduced as they ascended, his shot accurately felled one of the wild boars. Once again, the front leg was injured, yet not fatally. Wealthy reacted swiftly. At the very instant Lee Wesan's gunfire echoed, his horned bow unleashed its prowess once more. In the blink of an eye, the wild boars that had been pursuing them were toppled by the two men. The boars' roars reverberated incessantly beneath the wild buckwheat slope. But neither Lee Wesan nor Wealthy rushed forward immediately. The wild boars they encountered today surpassed Lee Wesan's understanding of the species. They waited on the hillside for nearly the duration of a cigarette, and when they discerned no further threats, Lee Wesan finally signaled for the dogs to disperse and approached the still writhing boar with his hunting knife in hand. Meanwhile, White Bear was firmly restrained by Wealthy. This creature was far too dangerous once it broke free, so it was prudent to keep it close. Lee Wesan advanced, securing a live loop with a sinew cord at the muzzle of his gun. Seizing a moment when the boar was distracted, he deftly slipped the loop over its snout and tightened it. With the threat of its tusks neutralized, the boar's struggles were of little concern to Lee Wesan. He held the tightly bound snout with one hand, knelt upon the boar with his right leg, and drove the hunting knife diagonally into its neck. Warm, viscous blood oozed from the wound, and soon the boar fell silent. Chapter 88. The benefits as the boar ceased its struggles. A surge of warmth erupted from Lee Wesan's lower back, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Unable to contain himself, he shuddered several times. This was the feedback from the hunt he recognized, but what could this boar possibly convey? As he touched the still warm area of his lower back, he pondered the implications. Subsequently, Lee Wesan proceeded to bleed each of the wild boars. Although the warmth emanating from his back gradually diminished, it still left him feeling intensely heated. The two men, accompanied by the dogs, cautiously returned to the pine forest, where the wild boar in the west continued to struggle on the ground. However, after such a lengthy period of time, coupled with blood loss and exhaustion, its strength had nearly waned. Lee Wesan hesitated not and dispatched each one in turn. By the time the last boar finally breathed its last, the warmth from his lower back was nearly imperceptible. This realization dawned upon Lee Wesan. The hunting feedback from the same species diminishes over time. The wild boar, it seemed, had once been categorized as a minor nuisance. Yet it appeared almost universally as a persistent scourge. In the rural mountains, the villagers harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these creatures, particularly around the time of grain rain. While the farmers toiled in the fields sowing potatoes and corn by day, these beasts would stealthily invade at night, uprooting and devouring the seeds. The common villager found themselves powerless. They could neither strike nor drive them away. Traps might yield some initial success, but with time, these creatures learned to navigate around them with uncanny precision. Some even displayed a shocking audacity, consuming the bait of the traps and departing with nonchalant grace. In the course of time, those who ventured into the mountains to procure food would leave traces for other livestock, yet when it came to wild boars, it was a complete rout. Despite this relentless struggle over the years, the population of these beasts showed no signs of abatement. All the wild boars were gathered together. Although the meat of the wild boar possesses a strong and gamey odor, it is, after all, a source of sustenance. Given the quantity, the two of them could not possibly carry it all back. Thus, Lee Yueshan found a towering paulownia tree at the edge of the pine forest. He tied all the wild boars together with hemp ropes, and with the assistance of Fuguay, the two hoisted the boars up to hang from the paulownia tree. After shedding its leaves, the bare tree now bore the weight of over 10 wild boars, each weighing around 100 pounds. From a distance, it resembled a Christmas tree. This way, at least for the time being, the carcasses would not be taken away by other beasts. The nights in the first month of the lunar calendar fall swiftly. Having completed this task, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay returned to Beiyao village with their dog. "Comrade Lee, have you made any discoveries?" Upon their return, Director Tan and a group of individuals arrived at the Lee residence to inquire about the wild boars. They asked how many had been encountered, but those did not match the descriptions provided by Comrade Chung. Lee Yueshan, gnawing on a large steamed bun, shook his head and replied, "However, there is indeed a herd of wild boars in the area of Yaoqiao, and they are quite sizable. If there is a leader among them, it is entirely plausible that its size matches what Comrade Chung described. Moreover, having caught a whiff of human presence, it is likely that it will soon pose a threat to people. We must locate and address this issue promptly." A frown creased Lee Yueshan's brow, his face reflecting deep concern. The others, upon hearing his words, wore expressions of worry as well. However, Zhang Shihai, instinctively glancing at Lee Yueshan, began to ponder. Having interacted with him on multiple occasions, he considered himself reasonably perceptive. Lee Yueshan was the type of person who would not rise early without a personal incentive. It was evident that he was amplifying the danger of the situation, likely to gain more for himself. Under the lure of generous rewards, brave men will emerge. Director Tan, I believe we should elevate the rewards. Addressing the current predicament is paramount. Recognizing Lee Yueshan's intentions, Zhang Shihai was more than willing to stoke the flames. Director Tan, having ascended to his position not merely due to connections, but also because of his astuteness, was quick to grasp the dynamics at play. "Comrade Lee, if you can resolve this predicament, I have a formal position available in the Forestry Management Department, and I will also petition for a monetary reward from the Bureau. Furthermore, I will do my utmost to provide you with advantageous support within the bounds of principle." A director is naturally more far-sighted than the average individual and is acutely aware of the stakes involved. A rural inspection yielding casualties would require a satisfactory response from Lee Yueshan, thus giving him leverage upon his return. For both personal and professional reasons, this was not the time for bargaining. "Very well, I will do my utmost to locate and eliminate that beast in the shortest time possible." As soon as Director Tan's words fell, Lee Yueshan, who moments before wore a troubled expression, immediately pledged his commitment with confidence. Though the onlookers expressed envy, their enthusiasm remained tempered. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Director Tan departed from old Lee's residence. Of course, returning was out of the question, given the hour. Encountering that beast on the way back would be perilous. Even if they summoned someone from the county town, they would have to wait until dawn. Moreover, since the incident began, Director Tan had never contemplated calling for help from the county. As a dignified director, he knew that a single phone call would ensure that assistance would be dispatched promptly. However, such a decision would inevitably burden him with the responsibility for any casualties upon his return. The only variable now lay with Lee Yueshan. The reason was simple. Aside from Lee Yueshan's previous accomplishments in the mountains, he was the only one within 10 miles who possessed a water bead gun. When confronting such a beast, even Director Tan, lacking any mountain running experience, understood that traditional hunting tools would be utterly futile. Once everyone had departed, Lee Yueshan hastily consumed a few bites before retreating into the firewood shed. Over the past fortnight, the fledgling falcon had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its plumage had nearly grown in fully. Although it still appeared somewhat unrefined, it was far more majestic than when it had first been brought home. Sighing at the sight of the vigilant fledgling peering at him, Lee Yueshan couldn't help but express his longing. If only this creature could leave the nest, hunting like today would be considerably easier. After all, In contrast to hunting dogs, this bird's scouting range was unparalleled. Was there a complication? Just as Lee Yueshan lamented to the fledgling, the old man lifted the curtain and entered. Lee Yueshan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and recounted the events of the day in detail. Ordinarily, wild boars would only fight back when they could not escape an attack. Yet those encountered today seemed to defy this pattern. As Lee Yueshan spoke, the peculiar behavior of the two groups of wild boars lingered in his mind. While wild boars are social animals, they typically scatter in panic when threatened or attacked. Only those trapped or isolated would resort to desperate retaliation. Yet, the two groups they encountered today, even after Lee Yueshan fired his weapon and their companions fell, continued to fixate on him and his group. With over 20 years of mountain experience, Lee Yueshan sensed something was amiss. Furthermore, while he had heard of wild boars injuring people, who had ever heard of them consuming humans? The bizarre behavior of the wild boars brought to mind the blood and flesh discovered in the thicket, causing his stomach to churn. Although instances of wild boars consuming humans were rare, they were not unheard of. Old Lee glanced at Lee Yueshan and remarked, "In my youth, I heard from an elder living in the northeast that when wild boars are starving, they will eat anything they can catch, especially with the larger wild boars. Their substantial size inevitably correlates with a greater appetite. During harsh winters, when the snowfall is excessive and food becomes scarce, one can hardly expect humans to survive, let alone face other ferocious beasts that they might dare to confront. So, what of those wild boars that have been fixated on me and Fuguay?" Lee Yueshan paused momentarily before continuing. "Ultimately, a wild boar is still a wild boar. It cannot possibly possess the cunning of a wolf, can it? With a commanding boar keeping watch, it is highly likely that it is the formidable creature you seek." The old man fell silent for a moment before softly asserting, "Are you jesting with me?" Lee Yueshan could not help but smirk, responding, "That's a wild boar, not a wolf. What are you implying? According to your logic, have wild boars learned to strategize in battle as well? Why shouldn't they?" The old man replied, observing Lee Yueshan's growing agitation with an air of calm nonchalance. Lee Yueshan, upon witnessing the old man's demeanor, was struck by sudden realization. Indeed, why shouldn't they? His habitual thinking had turned his years of mountain running experience into a hindrance. Who decreed that wild boars lack intelligence? An elderly creature is not to be underestimated, for they possess a wisdom akin to that of mythical beings. In the depths of the mountains, livestock often exhibit behavior that surpasses normal expectations. This phenomenon was something Lee Yueshan had witnessed numerous times in his past life as a mountain runner. Take, for example, the wild hare. In the mountains, it is undoubtedly a staple for other creatures. Yet, this very prey can also claim the life of its natural enemy, the peregrine falcon. In his previous life, Lee Yueshan had the fortune of witnessing a peregrine falcon hunting a wild hare, which was notably an elder hare. The hare, unable to outrun the falcon, soon fell victim to its talons. Logically, at such a moment, if it were any other hare, it would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear or, if it possessed a bit more courage, would attempt to bite the falcon. However, this would only result in the falcon pecking out the hare's eyes. Yet, this seemingly doomed elder hare, at the moment of capture, suddenly lowered its head and darted into a thicket brimming with sour jujube thorns, dragging the unwilling falcon along. The falcon, unwilling to relinquish its grip, found itself ensnared in the thorns. The sharp jujube thorns inflicted numerous wounds upon it, and as it struggled, the thorns only tightened their grip. By the time Lee Yueshan approached, the once ferocious falcon was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, barely clinging to life. What truly astonished Lee Yueshan, however, was that the elder hare, once considered mere prey, was now gnawing at the falconess leg. A wild hare biting at a falcon? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed such a tale. A wild boar weighing 500 to 600 pounds has undoubtedly faced perils surpassing those of the entire population of Bile village combined. The reason for its absence is clear. As the old man reached this point in his narrative, he turned once more to Lee Yueshan. What explanation could there be? It recognizes the gun. The following day, as Lee Yueshan stepped outside, Director Tan had already arrived at the Lee residence, accompanied by his team. Ultimately, this matter weighed upon him with greater urgency than the surrounding villagers. Each day of delay amplified the burden upon his shoulders. Perhaps it would be prudent to enlist a few helpers, for strength lies in numbers. Observing Lee Yueshan accompanied by the large man and several dogs, a familiar sight from yesterday, Director Tan tentatively proposed, Let us find some assistance. Helpers are unnecessary. I require the use of the mule cart from the brigade. Lee Yueshan responded, waving his hand dismissively. The wild boars we brought down yesterday are still hanging from the paulownia tree. Whether we can vanquish the boar king is yet to be determined, but first, we must retrieve the others, right? That is no concern. Zhao Hongqi promptly stepped forward, instructing someone to hasten to the brigade to fetch the mule cart. Once everything was prepared, Lee Yueshan and Fuguay set off once more towards the wild buckwheat slope with the mule cart in tow. This time, Lee Yueshan unleashed Blackie and the other Yueshan dogs, while the white bear remained securely tied to the rear of the cart. Had it not been for their swift legs yesterday, they would either have become fodder for the wild boars or at the very least, returned with missing limbs. Soon, the group arrived at the wild buckwheat slope, where the narrow path prevented the mule cart from entering. Lee Yueshan abandoned it at the roadside, reasoning that it belonged to the production team and that, given their close-knit community, there was little risk of theft. He and Fuguay then retraced their steps along the path from yesterday, quickly arriving beneath the paulownia tree laden with wild boars. Despite the biting cold of the new year, there was no fear of spoilage. Lee Yueshan placed his belongings beside the tree and nimbly climbed up to untie one of the hemp ropes. Stand clear, don't let it fall on you. He called down to Fuguay, who was stationed below, before releasing the rope. The suspended wild boar plummeted to the ground, landing upon the dry grass without concern for damage. Fuguay approached, dragging the wild boar before deftly unsheathing his hunting knife. Having already bled the boar, he skillfully cut along the neck, opening it with practiced ease. Although wild boar meat is notoriously gamey, in these times, anything that could be salvaged was deemed valuable. Fuguay efficiently extracted the entrails, reaching into the warm insides until he procured the stomach. This particular item had a separate purchasing price at the supply cooperative in town, and the compensation was quite generous. Old Chun, who appraised the goods, mentioned that this stomach was considered a medicinal ingredient, effective for treating stomach ailments. Chapter 90. The Boar King. As Lee Yueshan untied the ropes from the tree, Fuguay below skillfully processed the catch. Several mountain dogs were drawn by the scent of the boar's entrails, and Fuguay casually tossed some pig liver to them. Everything seemed to transpire seamlessly. Lee Yueshan climbed a few more branches and reached for the final hemp rope tied to the largest boar of yesterday's hunt, which weighed nearly 200 pounds. Under normal circumstances, such a hefty wild boar would certainly be regarded as a substantial prize. Grasping the rope, Lee Yueshan looked down to remind Fuguay below, but to his surprise, the thick trunk obscured his view. Lee Yueshan was compelled to sidestep 2 paces, and as he did so, the hemp rope in his hand tugged, causing the wild boar before him to sway and shuffle aside slightly. Fortune. Lee Yueshan instinctively cast a glance at the suspended wild boar, and that fleeting gaze nearly sent his spirit into disarray. Beyond the wild boar hanging in front of him, he discerned a massive figure stealthily inching its way toward him from a nearby slope. Hearing Lee Yueshan's exclamation above, Fortune promptly relinquished the prey in his grasp and grasped the cowhorn bow slung at his back. Several dogs, indulging in their feast, lifted their heads to peer around. The beast in the distance had also caught wind of Lee Yueshan's shout. It abruptly lifted its crouched body and bolted toward the paulownia tree with fervor. Climb the tree. Quickly. Lee Yueshan had no time for explanations and could only urge Fortune to ascend. Fortunately, Fortune was obedient and, without a word, ascended the paulownia tree. A sharp whistle sounded, and the dogs scattered. By heavens, when did bile produce such a colossal creature? Watching the rampaging wild boar king, Lee Yueshan instinctively swallowed hard. What does it mean to face a wild boar weighing over 600 pounds? As he beheld the charging wild boar king hurtling down the slope toward the paulownia tree, it resembled a small bulldozer in motion. A creature of such size would overwhelm even the fiercest of dogs in a mere instant. Nonetheless, Lee Yueshan felt a chill in his heart. It was conceivable that such a beast might lurk deeper within the dense mountains of the Bile forest. However, given the proximity to the village, such an animal would typically never venture this close. Just moments ago, with the wind at their backs on the slope, the dogs had failed to detect its presence, and Lee Yueshan, perched in the tree, had initially been oblivious as well. This allowed the wild boar king to approach within 100 meters of the paulownia tree unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar had thundered to the base of the tree. Fortunately, Fortune was nimble, and as the wild boar charged, he managed to scramble up to Lee Yueshan's side just in time. This is bad. Observing Fortune's ascent, a sense of alarm gripped Lee Yueshan. Earlier, when he had climbed to retrieve his prey, he had carelessly leaned his bag and gun against the tree. In his haste, Fortune had left both items on the ground below. Thud! The wild boar, fueled by its momentum, would not cease its charge without a collision. It barreled toward the paulownia tree, crashing against it with tremendous force. The violent shaking of the tree provided both men with a visceral experience of the beast's terrifying strength. The tree Lee Yueshan had chosen for suspending the prey was the largest in the vicinity, so vast that an adult could not encircle it with outstretched arms. Yet, even so, the impact from the wild boar king sent tremors through the tree. Lee Yueshan was further astonished to see that the trunk of the paulownia had been punctured by the creature's tusks, leaving holes the size of a child's fist. What on earth? Even more astonishing events were unfolding. After colliding with the paulownia tree, the wild boar king pivoted and charged fiercely toward the water container placed beside the bag. After just a few exchanges, the water-carrying device had been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Old Lee had indeed spoken the truth. This beast clearly recognized the firearm. Lee Yueshan gazed in astonishment at the wild boar king that had wreaked havoc on the water-carrying device, muttering to himself, who said wild boars lacked intelligence. The intellect of this formidable creature beneath his feet rivaled that of the cunning foxes found in distant wildernesses. First, it cautiously approached, and upon being detected, it immediately targeted and destroyed the weapon that posed the greatest threat to it. After rendering the gun useless, the beast retreated several steps before launching itself once more towards the paulownia tree. The massive trunk shook violently upon impact, causing Lee Yueshan to feel a sense of urgency. Although the tree had a broad trunk, it was frustratingly hollow. Were it any other type of tree, even a wild boar of this size could not fell such a mighty specimen. Yet, due to the hollow nature of the paulownia, after a few more charges, the wounds inflicted by its tusks would inevitably lead to the tree's downfall. On a distant slope, Hazy and several other mountain dogs paced back and forth in a state of agitation. Hazy made several attempts to rush forward, only to be sternly deterred by Lee Yueshan from his perch above. When confronted with a wild boar of this magnitude, no matter how formidable the mountain dogs were, they would only face death upon contact. With a thrum, Fuguay drew his horn bow, aiming at the wild boar below. The arrow shot forth with precision, striking the beast in the nape of its neck. However, it merely penetrated to the depth of the arrowhead, causing no significant harm to the stout creature. While the bow's power was considerable, it could not overcome the wild boar's tough hide and thick layer of fat. Moreover, the proximity of the shot diminished the arrow's force. Fuguay had intended to strike a vital point, but from this angle, the wild boar had its head lowered, obscuring any weak spots from view. The wild boar king, now bearing an arrow lodged in its neck, charged even more fiercely. Lee Yueshan watched in alarm as the massive trunk of the paulownia tree was punctured with 7 or 8 gaping holes from the boar's tusks. If this continued, it would not take long before the tree would snap at the point of impact. With his mind racing, Lee Yueshan turned his gaze towards another paulownia tree not far away. "Hand me the bow," he commanded, reaching for Fuguy's horned bow and quiver. Before climbing up the tree, finding a relatively stable branch, Lee Yueshan took a deep breath. Lowering his body slightly, he suddenly exerted force in his legs. Crack! The thick branch beneath him snapped instantly, propelling Lee Yueshan into the air towards the nearby paulownia tree, with a distance of nearly 7 or 8 meters between them. This leap was not insurmountable, given his extraordinary jumping ability. As he landed, he firmly grasped the trunk, and in a swift motion, the horned bow was drawn taut like a full moon. Whoosh! The arrow flew with a sharp whistle, accurately piercing the wild boar king beneath its curled tail. In Lee Yueshan's view, this was the only vulnerable spot the beast possessed.